Good morning, Ultra fans worldwide. We are live from the track at Placer High School in Auburn, California. Good morning. I am Dylan Bowman, joined by my co-host Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
It
I'm
is
good.
it is Western States 100 Day. Welcome to the 2021 Western States 100. We are presented by Hoka One One in collaboration with Buff. We are so excited to welcome you all to the Western States 100 for the first ever live stream coverage of the race this year. We are so excited. Corinne, how are you this morning? How did you sleep last night? And how are you feeling about the race ahead of us today?
I think I was a little too excited to get enough sleep last night, but I'm staying just about a mile from the finish line and walked the same route that the runners will be taking in this morning to get to the track. And it was bringing back tons of memories, and it was really a really special way to arrive this morning.
Yeah, so you walk down from Roby Point, which is, of course, mile 99 of the Western States 100-mile endurance run. So you got to experience one of the most iconic sections of the course, part of the course when people really are feeling like they've nearly arrived at the finish line. We want to, of course, welcome our live international audience here on YouTube. I want to encourage everybody to get in the chat. The chat will be live all day today, and as we all love to do as trail and ultra runners, we love to interact with one another, so please, be active in the chat. Let us know if you guys have questions. We'll be able to monitor that all day, and generally you guys can have conversations and interact with one another as well. We are going to be throwing things to Olympic Valley here in just a little while, where we do have cameras on the ground, and we will have cameras on the athletes as they go up the mountain. We have cameras stationed. We have drones. So we've got everything that we need to entertain you all on the first few miles heading up the mountain in Olympic Valley. So we'll just wait on word from the production team as to when they are ready to take the feed from us. Corinne, you and I spent the last 3 days doing awesome, fun interviews with some of the athletes from Olympic Valley. It was a highlight of my week and of my career, honestly. It was super fun. What were some of the highlights for you?
I mean, I think getting to spend that much time with some of our closest friends and competitors and just fans of the sport all in one spot again was just so special. After a year away from racing, I got the feeling that I had at volunteering at the Canyons 100K, just getting to be a little near it felt so good. And so getting to sit down with those athletes and then share that with everyone at home was a really incredible experience.
Yeah, amazing after a year off last year to be back in Olympic Valley, to feel the vibes again. Everybody was certainly enthusiastic about the race this year. There's so many great athletes in the field. From our interviews, what were some of the things that stood out to you? We haven't had a chance to really debrief
That's
and talk
true.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, I was floored by just kind of seeing the growth in a lot of these athletes, having watched them come into the sport, watched, interviews over the last couple of years, just really feeling like they've matured into these really kind of calmly, quietly confident athletes. Which I think speaks volumes for their, emotional maturity and the ability to handle that roller coaster of a 100-mile race.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see, like I said yesterday, how that plays out in running form.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just, I think, really kind of not caught off guard by that, but really surprised, pleasantly surprised by that.
Great. Yeah, I totally agree. I think the growth and maturity in the athletes is something that was really remarkable, especially some of the name brand athletes in the race. Jim Walmsley, who's the defending men's champion, who, of course, in 2016 came in probably with a little bit less, humility, and now is seasoned veteran, a two-time champion, coming in with humility and respect for the race, even after having a couple of dominating performances here. We talked to Claire Gallagher, the women's champion. She is back to defend her crown as well. We are going to throw things to Olympic Valley here in just a second. And as soon as this race gets started here in about 20 minutes, Corinne and I will be back to give you guys all the information that you need as it relates to the competitive end of the field. So let's throw it to Olympic Valley. Thank you.
I'm here at the start of the Western States 100. We're here in Olympic Valley. We're just under 20 minutes to go. Runners are starting to pour into the start line area. Corinne, I'm with you. I'm not racing this year, and I thought I was going to be able to sleep, but here I am. Didn't sleep a wink. It's really exciting down here. So we're starting to see people come into the start line area, starting to see some of the elites hanging out, but everyone's here with their crews and pacers and getting ready for the start of the day. Everyone's got a unique journey to get to this point and another one to take them over the mountains and through the canyons and all the way to Auburn. So I think we're going to be talking to some of the folks here at the start. Again, some of the elites. We're going to hope to find Craig Thornley. I saw him somewhere in the crowd here, and just a bunch of the individuals who are going to be heading out on the course today. Corinne and Dylan, hope to be talking to you, and let's find some people and start talking to him here.
Okay, Corinne, so we are looking at the starting arch in Olympic Valley. You and I have both run this race. Between the two of us, we have 5 finishes here at the Western States 100. Maybe let's talk about some of our memories. What do you remember about being there at Olympic Valley a few minutes before the start?
I mean, the energy there is, electric in a lot of ways. In 2019, we actually had a cold kind of cool start to the day. Like everyone was in jackets. Like very chilly, freezing overnight, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm surprised. I think it looks like it's pretty cool there this morning as well. But you roll up with your crew, with your family. You're kind of funneling into that start zone. You're saying your final goodbyes. You're hoping that you get to see them in Robinson Flat and feel okay. I think that is a nerve-wracking experience, particularly for the first-time athletes who have been trying to get into this race for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. To finally be at this arch means so much to them, means so much to their families. So they're soaking it all up right now, and then they'll funnel into that start line, they'll get the shotgun out, and they'll take up off the escarpment, and that will be such a magical thing to witness from this end.
Okay, let's throw it to Chris Brown, who's going to interview an athlete at the start line.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with friend of ultra running, Barry Sterling. Barry, is this your first time watching Western States in person?
It absolutely is. It's so exciting, and I'm just really excited to be here. We're crewing for Patrick Reagan, and it's hard to imagine all the logistics and the hard work that all the people have put into this race, and obviously the runners, and we're just ready to get out there on the course and help support our runner.
So where are you going to be over the course of the day helping out Pat?
We start at Robinson Flat. I'm having a hard time figuring out where that is, so hopefully we make it there. But yeah, we're going to be at Robinson Flat and then go all the way in. And hopefully, if things are going well today, we're going to run in with him from, I think it's Roby Point. Yeah, Roby Point.
Definitely some logistical challenges getting to all those aid stations out there. Any other runners you're excited to watch this weekend?
Oh, absolutely. I've got Eric Sinsman in my little favorites list on the new Western States app, and then Jeff Browning, and obviously, we're going to follow Jim's progress and see how things go throughout the day.
Definitely some legends and some exciting newcomers out here this weekend. Barry, have fun watching, and congratulations, honestly, on your first time watching Western States in person. It's a really amazing experience. Hope you have fun out there.
All right, thanks, KB.
Yeah, have fun, Barry. We're just under 16 minutes to go, folks. Things are getting tense here at the start line.
here at Placer High School. Corinne was just mentioning the electric atmosphere that she felt at the 2019 Western States 100. Of course, you said that it was a cold year in 2019. So for those who are less familiar with the race, in 2019, that was the last time we ran the race. Of course, 2020 was canceled due to the pandemic. In 2019, we saw one of the most exciting races in the 40-year history of the event here, and we saw the men's course record at 14:09 held by Jim Walmsley, who is back to defend his crown. We saw one of the most amazing races in Western States history on the women's side between Claire Gallagher and Brittany Peterson, who finished first and second, but who were running together very late in the race. Deep into about mile 95, they were running together, still competing, which for trail and ultra running is quite dramatic. This year is not cool at the start line. You can see here on the live stream that there are people wearing their puffy jackets, wearing their long sleeves, so it's not hot yet, but we are expecting a much warmer day today. So we likely will not be seeing course record performances on the course today, but we have so many great athletes. I don't want to sort of put that question put that out of the question too early in the day. But let's maybe talk a little bit about the conditions of the race today. What can we expect? How are things going to sort of progress throughout the day in terms of the weather conditions?
Yeah, so it's not, we're at the finish line right now, and it is not cool. It's pleasant. I got hot walking over here in a jacket. It's probably 50 degrees or so at the start right now. There's no snow in the high country, and as we've mentioned this week, that's going to create a faster early 50K. And then it'll be hot over the course of the day. The canyons are going to be warm, and it's just going to be really interesting to see how that takes a toll on the athletes over the course of, 14, 15, 16, 20, 30 hours.
Right. So the race does start at about 6,000 feet of altitude. They go up to about 8,500 feet of altitude as soon as they start the race with a big first climb. So those first sections are in the higher country. Here in Auburn at about 1,000 feet, we are expecting highs of around 100 degrees, which is quite warm for the Western States 100. Let's kick it back to Olympic Valley and Chris Brown.
Folks, I'm here with race director Craig Thornley. Craig, first of all, thanks on behalf of everyone for everything you do for this race. It's such a special experience for so many of us. Is it a little bit extra special this year, having had to cancel the race last year?
Oh, absolutely. For many months, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to do this. And it started gelling around April when the canyons happened and California was starting to open up a bit. And it's absolutely amazing that we're able to put this race on.
And with California opening on June 15th, it seemed fortuitous. It seemed like it was meant for Western States to be the first big event that we had back. Tell me a little bit about how the race has developed at the front end in the last few years. It seems like things keep getting more and more competitive. How has that been in terms of, as a race director, seeing your race develop in that sort of way?
Well, we love the pointy end of the field, but we don't want to forget about the middle of the pack and the back of the pack. So we're trying to balance the egalitarian. Every person gets to run with the front of the pack. The race is definitely interesting on both ends. The golden hour is awesome. The first hour is awesome. One of the challenges with people running 14 hours is the river crossing. The water's held back in an upstream dam, and when Jim's crossing at 3:45 in the afternoon, the water's still pretty darn high. So we now just got a 40-year agreement that the water will be lower on both Tevis and Western States Day for every runner.
That's some future thinking right there. So I had the opportunity to interview several of the elites over the past few days, and I was asking them, who are they really excited to watch? And there were some consistent answers. Ruth Croft came up quite a bit. But one thing that almost everybody said was they were excited for the golden hour. They were excited for everyone in the middle and the back of the pack because everyone's got a unique journey over these mountains. And it's just so cool to see everyone come to the finish line and kind of carry all that weight with them. So, yeah, thanks for what you do for all of us, Craig.
All right, Chris. Thank you very much.
We're going to go back to Corinne and Dylan in the booth.
Okay, Corinne, we are back. We are just about 10 minutes removed from the start. That was race director Craig Thornley, an absolute legend of the Western States 100, a 9-time finisher of the race himself. He has been an excellent leader for the race and for the sport over the last few years. And as he mentioned, we are so committed not only to providing information about the professional runners in this field, but also the runners in the middle and the back of the pack. Corinne, is there anything that you want to sort of add about the competitive dynamic and sort of what our goals are for the coverage today?
I mean, I think we're going to try to give you as much information as we can over the course of the day. Obviously, that information is sourced from all sorts of places. It's going to be live cameras, it's going to be kind of stationary cameras at aid stations, it's going to be I Run Far and the Twitter accounts and people texting us, and we're going to try to center that all here and follow the excitement over the course of the day. The men's race is going to be amazing, the women's race is going to be amazing. The middle of the pack and the back of the pack stories, and being here for Golden Hour tomorrow, when the 30-hour finishers are just sneaking under that cutoff time, is going to be, I'm going to be in tears.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
So for those who are less familiar with ultra jargon, what is the golden hour?
Yeah, so the golden hour is the final hour of the race, and it's this kind of special time where people have been chasing cutoffs potentially all day, or maybe it's been catching up with them over the course of the last, 40, 50 miles. And they are making their way to this finish line, and it's actually quite a few people that will end up being in that 29, 30 hour mark, and it's magical. Everyone who's already finished the race is here. They're in the stands. They're on the track. They're cheering these runners in. They're on their feet. They're running the runners into the finish line. You can't look away. You can't stop cheering. You can't stop yelling. I was here, I think. We got goosebumps this morning. Yes.
Goosebumps already, guys. It's a good omen. It's going to be a great day.
I've watched people finish in that 1 minute to go mark. I've watched it here. I've watched it at other big ultras. Everyone knows what that feels like, to be running towards that clock and seeing it count down. And so to be there and make it under that mark and have that official finish and get that belt buckle is just, it's a dream come true for so many of these runners who once again have waited years and years and years to get to this start line.
Yeah. So, of course, many of our viewers are very familiar with the race, very familiar with the sport. But for those who are a little bit less familiar, there is a 30-hour cutoff for this race. So the golden hour goes from hour 29 to hour 30. It's absolutely electric. We hope you guys will stick around for all 30 hours of our coverage. Let's kick it back to Olympic Valley.
I'm here with Shalise Morgan. Shalise, is this your first time running Western States?
Yes, it is.
And where are you from?
I'm from Pleasant Grove, Utah.
And what was your qualifier that you ran to get here?
Well, I've ran Bear 100, Wasatch 100, both of those, so.
Do you have any hopes and dreams, expectations for the day?
Just enjoy the day.
No worries. Yep. Okay, we did have a little bit of tech issues there from Olympic Valley. I guess it brings up something that we should talk about. That is, this is our first year doing this live stream at the Western States 100. We are really committed to giving you all an excellent experience as fans and spectators of this amazing race. But of course, we are dependent on technology. We are going to do our absolute very best to make sure that you have the best experience. But we do ask for your patience when things like this happen. We do ask for your understanding, and we do promise to give it our best effort to make sure that it is an amazing, phenomenal spectating experience for you today. So, Corinne, we are just about 7 minutes from the start of the Western States 100. Maybe let's talk a little bit more about the characters in the race. We should be seeing them going up the mountain here in just a few minutes. We mentioned the defending men's and women's champions. Both of them are back. That is Jim Walmsley and Claire Gallagher. Talk about some of the other athletes that you are looking at today to potentially have great races. Of course, both fields are very deep, but maybe let's start with the women's field and go through some of the characters.
Yeah, so we've talked all week about how there's a couple different groups of women that are going to be racing. We've got people who have been here before. We've got returning champions in Magda Boulet and Casey Lichtig. In who am I missing? I feel like we've got another returning champion.
I think those are the
Those are
only
the three.
returning
Okay,
champs.
and Claire Gallagher. And then from there, we've got people who have never run the 100, in people like Ruth Croft and Keely Henninger and Ragda DeBots, which is going to be really, really exciting. And then we've got people who have run hundreds before but have not run this race, like Abby Hall and Emily Hawgood. And then we've got 8 of the top 10 women returning. Besides myself and Caitlin Gerben, the 8 women from 2019 that were in the top 10 are back, and they are hungry, including the really phenomenal Brit in Beth Pascal, who was 4th here in 2019, who is incredibly fit, who's very focused on this race. And so I think we're going to have an exciting mix. We obviously have the returning second place winner with Brittany Peterson, who's going to have that, that chip on her shoulder of, can she move up one spot on the podium? And so it's going to be this interesting mix of newbies, of really experienced runners, of people who are really hungry to maybe move up in that top 10 group. So it's going to play out over the course of 100 miles, and we'll see what happens when they get here finally to Auburn.
People have been talking about Beth Pascal a lot. As you said, she is the returning 4th place finisher. She has been in the U.S. for the last couple of months, ever since her dominating victory at the Canyons 100K, something that was very impressive. And if we rewind back to 2019, she obviously came in as somebody people were talking about, but not necessarily as a contender. That has changed this year. So look out for Great Britain's Beth Pascal, who is back at the Western States 100, looking to improve on her 4th place finish. There were so many other names that you mentioned. And Keely Henninger is somebody who comes to mind, somebody from Portland, Oregon, which is actually where I live. So, there's a lot of great athletes in the field. There's a lot of great storylines in the field, and we hope to share that with you guys all day.
So what you're seeing on your screens now are not runners going up the escarpment, but we have our camera out at about the halfway point of the escarpment. This is approximately mile 2. So you've got people that are hiking up ahead of the runners to get to welcome the sunrise over Olympic Valley, which is just, I don't know about you, but that is one of my favorite moments of the race, is getting up to the top of the escarpment, kind of turning back, looking at that sunrise, and then dropping over the other side of that little pass.
Yeah, so you can see the lights of the village of Olympic Valley right there in the bottom of the valley. The sun is rising over Lake Tahoe, and from the top of the escarpment, which is the top of the first climb on the Western States 100 course, you can actually see Lake Tahoe. So we hope to have those visuals for all you watching at home so that you can experience what it's like to go up the mountain yourself. Here we have some of the elite runners gathering at the start line. Let's kick it back to Olympic Valley for the official start of the Western States 100.
Seconds. That's it for the Western States runners.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if we are on, but we just watched the start of the Western States 100.
We'll talk as if we are.
Yes, it was absolutely electric. Corinne and I were high-fiving. We are looking at the defending men's champion, Jim Walmsley, right here, wearing a long-sleeve shirt. He is going up the mountain. It looks like it's great conditions.
He's that Phoenix boy, you know. This is not hot for him. He's got Hayden Hawks right on his right-hand side. We just got a glimpse of him.
Exactly, yes. Jim Walmsley is from Phoenix. He is built for the heat, so today feels cool to him. Right next to him is Hayden Hawks from Cedar City, Utah. One of the best ultra runners in the world, somebody who's won races like CCC, like the Speed Goat 50, like the JFK 50 mile. An absolutely phenomenal
There's
athlete.
Jorge
Maravilla from Marin County, California.
Looking calm and cool and collected. Tim Tollefson.
And we've got some women here just behind the lead men. That's Audrey Tanguay from France, Camille Herron just behind her.
So this is interesting in part because Camille, I think, has always been the first woman over the escarpment whenever she's been in this race. And so to actually have someone leading her at this very early stage is always interesting to see. Audrey will go out fast. She's a road ultra runner, kind of making a move into the trail, or kind of, I think, extending at this distance more than anything. And so getting to see her over the course of the day is going to be really interesting.
Amazing. And to see them just behind the lead men and Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks going up the mountain is quite an aggressive start for both Audrey and Camille, but that probably portends dramatic racing ahead.
Yeah, Hayden just gave a little look back to be like, who's there?
Yeah, who's behind us? So Jim and Hayden running together off the front right now. Obviously, it's still very early. Most of the runners are telling themselves to be relaxed, to not get into too much competitive energy too early in the race. So you'll see a big pack of men behind the leaders in Jim and Hayden right now. I see Stephen Kirsch, I see Cody Lind, I see Tim Tollefson.
Sitting in there looking calm and just really, really collected.
There's Kyle Patari,
Yeah.
multiple-time top 10 finisher. Tim Tollefson comes in as a first-time Western States runner. He is definitely viewed as one of the favorites this weekend from Mammoth Lakes, California, but he grew up in Rockland, California, not far from where we sit right here.
He's running home.
Track.
He is legitimately running home, and that is so cool, or at least to his childhood home, right? He lives on the east side of the Sierra now. The sun is rising. We're going to get as much footage as we can from this section. Obviously, remember that we have runners on the course right now with GoPros that are trying to get this footage for us. And It's going to come in and out. We've got some steady cams out there as well. We've got people on those stationary cameras that we saw earlier that we're going to cut to periodically. But here, Audrey is is making moves up this mountain. I'm sure these guys are kind of sitting in here saying, wow, she's going out very fast.
Yep, there's Eric Sensman, Matt Daniels. Matt Daniels is the returning fourth-place finisher, ran 15:21 back in 2019, a very fast, non-winning time. Again, those were in much more favorable conditions. We did see both Jim and Hayden leading the race. Jim was carrying water bottles. Hayden was wearing a vest. I think that might be something interesting to talk about because actually Hayden texted me earlier in the week saying, hey, would you use bottles or would you use a vest? And I actually said, when I ran the race, I used bottles, but things have progressed so much on the equipment front that the vests are so well made now that I would probably wear a vest if I were running the race again. Look at this beautiful view that you guys are all treated to at home. This gives you a taste of what it feels like to actually run the Western States 100. We see Lake Tahoe in the distance there with sun rising over the Sierras. You can see a tiny bit of snow remaining, but one of the things that is interesting and sometimes plays a factor in the Western States 100 early miles is snow. This year we have no snow. Corinne, when you ran the race, did you ever experience snow on the course?
So in 2018, we had no snow on the course. It was hot. It was a dry winter. It was dusty up in the high country. It wasn't even wet and muddy. I had crewed the year before in a very wet, muddy, snowy year, and I was so worried about it. And then in 2019, it froze overnight, and there was a ton of snow in the high country. And actually, I thought it made for a really good running surface because the snow was so firm. It wasn't slushy. It wasn't sloppy. Your feet weren't getting wet. This year, dry, dusty. It's going to be a very different, a very fast high country experience for everyone out there. I also, kind of going back to your point about the pack with Hayden, I tell all my athletes, I've got 4 athletes running this race that will be kind of spread out throughout it. wear a pack, put ice in it. There are
Yep.
5 pounds of ice per runner at every single aid station. Take your allotment of ice and put it in your pack. So, it could be a cooling strategy. It could be a carrying of fluid strategy, but, technology has advanced and we've got a lot of really good options to utilize over the course of the day.
It's so true. And one of the things that we talked about with Paul Lind in one of our pre-race interviews was the change in equipment. And he was talking about how people used to carry water in this race back in the 1970s and 1980s. As somebody who has been around the race since its very inception.
They taped bottles to their hands, I'm pretty sure
Exactly.
at one point.
They're carrying syrup, old syrup bottles, and putting water in those. And just because they were a little bit easier to carry than the water bottles in those days. But we are looking from the top of the escarpment. The escarpment is the top of the first climb on the Western States course. You see some lights on the hill. That's part of the ski infrastructure.
They got nearly a full moon to start too, so you didn't see many you didn't see any headlamps on the runners there, and I think that's an important thing to note, that they were able to start headlamp free to kind of they'll pick up headlamps much later in the race. The women, our mid packers will pick up headlamps. Our first men will be at the track without need for headlamp for sure.
Okay, so we are back looking at the leaders. We still have Audrey Tange and Camille Herron at the front of the men's pack. I do see Jared Hazen running with Eric Sensman, and I think that's Patrick Miller on the left hand of your screen. Yep. Just ahead of him is Stephen Kirsch, your teammate, also from Flagstaff, Arizona. Corinne, any perspectives on some of the characters in the field that we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think they're being smart. I think, these men that are just kind of sitting in there, there's no reason to get to the top of the escarpment first. I always worry. This is definitely Camille's racing style. I don't know Audrey as well, but based on what I saw at Canyons, this is her racing style. Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised. I think everyone else is kind of sitting back and saying, hey, it's a long day. It's 100 miles. It's going to be hot. There is no reason to get over the escarpment first. And so, I think that this group of men is being, incredibly smart. They've got the lead. They've got Jim and Hayden in sight. There's no reason to be pushing it. The field is going to alternate between running and hiking as it kicks up a little bit after this point. They're on one of the cat tracks on the mountain right now. It's a pretty even grade, and with no snow on it too, it doesn't really force anyone into a hike.
Yep.
But we will see the field split up a little bit more towards the top because you will have to. Some will run, some will hike, and that will just kind of string things out.
So we see Beth Pascal there on the left hand of your screen. There's Jeff Browning with the red bandana around his neck. Jeff Browning is a 49-year-old man in the field, an absolute legend of ultra running, a 4-time top 10 finisher. Just ahead of him, I see Drew Holman, who's wearing the sort of yellow and black.
It was like Casey next to Beth.
Maybe that was Casey. Then we've got we see Tim Tollefson just to the left of the screen. Just straight in front of us is Mark Hammond. He's a 3-time top 5 finisher here, and somebody who always seems to be flying under the radar, even though he's so darn consistent at this race. Here we see
he's been top 10 3 times.
He's been top 5 3 times.
So top 5 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay. So and then still under the radar, which is insane.
He's been 3rd twice and 5th once.
Okay.
So he's been on the podium twice too. Sort of at the front of the screen, Drew Holman, who is somebody who I see as one.
That's Addie Bracey. That's who we missed.
Okay.
Beth Pascal.
Okay.
That's Addie there.
Okay, so there's Addie Bracey on the left hand of our screen from Boulder, Colorado. She's returning 9th place finisher, I believe.
Yep, I tried to catch her and came up short.
Oh yeah, you were the 10th place finisher in 2019. Just another character here on the left of our screen is Alex Nichols from Colorado Springs. In 2017, he finished 2nd behind Ryan Sands in one of the harder, slower years in recent Western States history. At least, always one of the most consistent athletes on the international ultra running circuit. So look out for Alex Nichols. He also is somebody who always flies under the radar.
He does, and honestly, his racing style is one where he's going to kind of start back here and kind of unassuming. There's Claire Gallagher, your reigning women's champion, tucked in between Beth and Addie, chatting away, looking calm. But Alex, I feel like races from behind in a lot of ways. Like he's going to be the guy who's going to be hunting everyone down later in the race. I actually met his only pacer of the race. I met her last weekend in 19-year-old San Franciscan Elliot Singer will be pacing him in, and I told her it's okay if you get dropped.
Right.
It's a good day. If you get dropped by Alex Nichols, you're not doing anything wrong.
There we see Mark Hammond breaking into a hike. You'll start to see these athletes hike here shortly. As Corinne said, this grade is pretty moderate because it is on the ski hill. It's one of their sort of access roads during the summertime. But yeah, back to Alex Nichols. I think he will definitely be an interesting factor in the race this year. Somebody who is always quietly very consistent, and one of the best runners on the scene for more than a decade at this point, which longevity and consistency is something that I think we all really admire in these athletes.
Yeah, and so we're going to be going back and forth between the GoPros that are running with the athletes and some of our stationary cameras on course, and that's just, the demand of the cell service out there, plus the demand we're all putting on the cell service as well. It's definitely overpowering for these kind of rural communities, so we're going to get, different shots throughout the day. But you're right, Alex Nichols, I think, is so far under the radar for having been, a dominant American runner on the international circuit for the past decade. And I think we were all disappointed to see him get taken out in an early fall in UTMB in 2018, if I'm correct, which was just, kind of a catastrophic way to end your race in the first mile.
Right. Yeah. So after Alex finished second here, one of the things that is a consistent theme at the Western States 100 is that the top 10 men's and women's finishers are invited back to the next year's race. Western States is, as most people watching this stream know, a very difficult race to get into. Alex, after he finished second, I think decided to pursue other goals in his career, started to focus on UTMB, as you said, had an unfortunate fall literally in the first few steps of the UTMB, which
ran into a barrier, I'm pretty sure.
Right, yeah. So his race was cut short there, but it's great to see him back at the Western States 100.
Yeah, that's an important thing to note, right? The only people who are guaranteed a spot back next year are the top 10 men and the top 10 women. And it's kind of, people ask me why I gave up my spot. Why would you give up a spot in Western States? And it's like, well, there are other races, but this is a very, very important race to come back to year after year.
So in addition to yourself, the only other non-returning top 10 female is Caitlin Gerben.
Gerben, and we both are going through injury right now, but actually we both gave up our spot for the 2020 race. We knew ahead of time that we weren't going to be in this race, and I think maybe we were both kind of kicking ourselves to have intentionally missed last year and then to have the race pushed back a year in a lot of ways.
Right.
She was supposed to go to Denali to do a climbing project, and I was supposed to be racing elsewhere, and so we'll both be racing or watching from the sidelines this year, but cheering on our favorite friends and our favorite competitors that are out there running.
Yeah, terrific. And I think one of the things that you guys might notice watching at home, of course, a lot of people will know this, but when you see the bibs on the athletes, for example, Jim Walmsley is wearing a bib that says M1. That means male first place finisher. That goes all the way through the top 10. So if you see an athlete wearing, say, M7, that means that's Stephen Kirsch returning as the seventh place men's finisher.
Claire Gallagher will have F1. On her. Beth Pascal will have F4 on her. Addie Bracey will have F9 on her, which is exciting. It's an easy way to track them over the course of the day, which I think is really important. I do know that, so Jim initially, he was supposed to be doing comrades, right? He wasn't supposed to be here. He had given up his M1 bib, and he actually got in on a sponsor spot, which is really cool. And he went to the race director, he went to Craig, and he said, can I still be M1?
Yeah.
And Craig's like, who else would be M1? Who else are we giving that bib to this year? So I think, it's nice to see him with that number on him running up the mountain.
Yeah, great. So we are back here on the service road heading up the ski mountain here. We did just see Beth Pascal, Claire Gallagher, and Addie Bracey all sort of hiking. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that you guys will notice at home is that occasionally as the grade kicks up, you'll see these athletes break into a hike. Of course, this is a running race. Most of the course is very fast, but maybe talk a little bit about the techniques or the strategies as it relates to pacing, hiking versus running, things like that.
Yeah, so it's going to be different for every runner, right? Some people feel really strong on some of these climbs. I personally, I come from a ski background, so I love hiking. I feel like I'm a very efficient hiker. Not everyone is an efficient hiker, and so you can't fight the course. Every single interview we did this week, I think that was one of the things that shone through, is that they said you got to run with the course. You can't fight the course. And so I think some people will force it and they'll run maybe when they should hike. But it's also a pacing strategy, right? I think that was Paul's piece of advice from his father to the mid-packers was hike early before that's all you can do.
Right.
And so we're gonna see a mix. Actually, one of the women that was just on the screen,
Scott Wolf here from Bend, Oregon.
Nice. And I think right behind Scott Wolf is actually Colorado Springs runner Dreama. Right there in the green
Dreama.
Nathan pack. That is Dreama. She is a woman who, isn't in any of the previews, But if she runs really smart, she could sneak her way into the top 10, which is
Right.
really exciting.
So you'll see that things have already started to string out here. We only have somewhere in the neighborhood of 320, 330 athletes in the field. So even though this is one of the most important races in the world, it is a small field.
It's still a small race.
It's still a small race, and it's very hard to get into. That's one of the reasons why it's such a privilege. It's such a gift when you do get into the race. It's an absolutely phenomenal experience. And of course, you'll see a sort of shaky images. We're cutting in and out all day. We're going to be battling cell service, bandwidth stuff. So again, we really appreciate everybody's understanding as we try and bring you as many great images and as many great stories as we can fit into 30 hours of broadcasting. Corinne and I are going to have so much fun. Here we are looking at the top of the escarpment.
Yeah, people have hiked up early to welcome the runners to the top. So question for you. I'm assuming that your entries to the race have always been golden ticket entries. Is that correct?
And then returning top 10.
And returning top 10. Yeah, so my first year, I got in through the lottery.
Wow.
It was my second year putting in. I was putting in because I knew I had to. Wasn't planning to get in.
Yeah.
And then was on the wait list. And so it was the second year of the wait list, and got made it into the race off the wait list, which is amazing. And that's another thing. So normally we have approximately 370 runners in the race. We've got a smaller race this year, in part because we rolled over international runners who could not easily get into the country. Which I think is important to note, and that cleared the entire wait list. And normally, and so it pulled in an additional 30 runners who were just kind of, 30 plus runners who were just kind of slowly waiting to see if they were going to get in or not.
Yeah. You want to hear how I got in the first time?
Yeah.
So this is back in 2012. I ran the Bandera 100K. I was in third place at about mile 60.
Yeah.
And got passed by Joe Yuhan. Ultimately finished fourth. Missed my golden ticket at the Bandera 100K back in 2012. And then a couple of months later, I was able to run and win the Leona Divide 50 miler. One of the happiest moments of my life was when I won that race and got my automatic entry into the Western States 100. I only had about 6 weeks between the Leona Divide and the Western States 100 in 2012. Still one of the most special memories in my career. Ultimately ran the race that year, which was the year that Tim Olson broke the men's course record in an absolutely phenomenal time. The first person to go under 15 hours that year. I ultimately finished 7th place that year, but that was a historic year in Western States history and a phenomenal memory for me. Here we are 9 years later, and I get to sit in a booth and talk about it all day.
Yeah, we're under a tent, which is kind of exciting. As the sun comes up here, we're going to be warm. So we've mentioned the top 10 returning men and women having a spot in it. We've mentioned the lottery. We've mentioned golden ticket races, right? There's a whole series of golden ticket races. And due to the pandemic, we actually have golden ticket entrants from January and February of 2020, plus golden ticket entrants from this, they did a minimal set this year. Plus, we've got the Ultra Trail World Tour, which is kind of defunct at the end of this season.
Right.
And I'm wondering what they'll do with those spots allocated. They're generally allocated to international runners and then a couple top American runners who might not be getting in through a golden ticket race or through top 10 returning. So it allows us to create both a race for everyone, even though I know it's hard to get in, plus keep the sharp end very, very sharp. And so I think it's important to note that there are many ways into this race, and we're going to be kind of following all ends of it. We've entered the race through different ways, and I think we'll try to point out too maybe who is top 10 returning, who's got golden tickets, and who's Ultra Trail World Tour, as we talk about each runner over the course of the day.
Great. Yeah, great
spot to
point.
spend the morning. Look at these.
Yeah, look at this big group of people who hiked all the way up the mountain today. It's a 2,500 foot climb. I think it's about a 5-mile climb from the village in Olympic Valley all the way up to here at the escarpment, an iconic place on the Western States 100 course. As we see the top athletes come up to the top here, one of the most amazing things is, and we've seen a lot of images captured of this, of some of the professional athletes turning around to take in the view before they dive off the backside for the next 95 miles all the way to this track where we sit. So they get to enjoy the view up there as well.
Yep, I think one of the most iconic photos from the race in my eyes is actually that picture of, I think it's Magda and Casey at the top of the escarpment, kind of just taking it in, giving each other a hug. And so, yes, what we've heard in the interviews too, these men and women want to win the race. And they are, generally speaking, they are competitors while they're out there, but, they're also humans. They might share a hug, but they will save most of the hugs once they get to the track.
So we are working on getting some Wi-Fi to Corinne and myself here so that we can start looking up some of these bib numbers and sharing the names and hometowns of some of these athletes who aren't in the professional field so that we can help to bring that story to their friends and families back home as well. Here we are. We see the lead men. It looks like Hayden and Jim.
Stride for stride, step for step.
Stride for stride, step for step. Both Hayden and Jim are absolutely phenomenal athletes, have both sort of taken the sport by storm over the last 6 or 7 years. I know Hayden and Jim are both students of the sport. They both have a ton of confidence in their own abilities. They both respect each other quite a lot. Hayden was in Flagstaff.
Jim is a mentor for him.
Exactly.
Hayden has gone to Jim as a mentor, so I think this is a pretty cool. So they're about 2 miles up. It's about the halfway point on the escarpment. It's going to kick up a little bit from here. There's a little bit of single track at the top, actually. It can be a little bit loose sometimes, which is always fun to see.
Both Hayden and Jim are Hoka athletes, so thanks again to Hoka for the coverage of this year's race. They've got 2 of their athletes at the front of the men's field right now. We see Jared Hazen, the returning second place finisher.
With
also
Matt Daniels next to him.
And Jared is the second fastest person ever to run this race, yet he didn't win it when he ran that remarkable time.
And there's Stephen Kirsch tucked in right behind him as well.
So that right now we've got, of the top 5, 3 of those guys are from Flagstaff. Yeah.
What does that say?
Yeah. And we have
there's
Audrey
Tange
Tange in 6th place overall.
Camille
both
right
running
there
very
her.
aggressive early. Then we have Eric Sensman, another Flagstaff resident. Then we have Charlie Ware. We've got Drew Holman. We've got Cody Lynn. We've got Jeff Browning, Alex Nichols, Tim Tollefson right there.
There looked like there was another woman in that field, but I actually think it was a photographer.
Yeah, could be. Anyway, it's great to see these athletes 2 miles in here. We're trying to get cameras on these athletes as they go up. But again, it's a little bit more complicated than it might look as you sit at home and watch this. So we are doing our best. I'm not sure who that athlete was.
It looked like a Hoka singlet.
No, he was it's an on-running singlet.
Oh, it's an on-running singlet.
Here's Jorge Maravilla, another Masters athlete.
With,
There's
once again,
Claire, Beth, Addie. There's Tyler Green, Portland, Oregon's own Tyler Green.
He's the cleanup crew. He's the cleanup crew.
Absolutely.
King.
I have nothing but extremely positive things to say about Tyler. Again, I'm from Portland. Tyler's from Portland. We run together quite often. He's an amazing athlete, quite talented, very calm, consistent, and also somebody who just flies under the radar.
100%. And I will say, we are biased, I think, to everyone in the field.
We are.
Right?
We can't tell.
We both lived, I mean, you've lived in San Francisco, Colorado, and Portland recently. I've lived in Washington and Montana and California recently. And so I feel like our running communities are spread out. Theirs is that
Pat Reagan, another Hoka athlete.
Looking calm. If he can get
returning
through the high country,
8th place finisher.
If he can get through the high country well, he has some of the best kind of flat leg speed, and I would be scared to have him chasing me in the final 20 miles.
It brings up a great point, Corinne. And so for those who are watching at home who may not be as familiar with trail and ultra running as Corinne and I are, all these athletes have different skill sets. And this race is quite unique. There's Ragna DeBots from Spain, one of the contenders in the women's field. I think this is Brittany Peterson. Oh no, there's Emily Hawgood.
That might have been, I don't know who that was. It's hard to see.
This is Brittany here, it looks like, coming up. She is the returning second place
Brittany.
women's runner.
Calm start from her.
But as I was saying, all these athletes have different skill sets. And so we might see athletes in the beginning of the race who struggle a little bit more at altitude or in the mountains fall behind. But those athletes can make up ground in the later stages of the race where it is flatter and much more runnable.
Yeah, and we just had another good group of women come through there, including Ragna DeBots.
Keely Henninger.
Right ahead of her was Magda. That's Sarah Kais from Saranac Lake, New York. She was here 4 years ago and probably should have been a top 10 finisher. Sat at Green Gate for several hours. Super hard year. 2017 was not an easy year. Her feet were destroyed. We sat there for several hours, and then we walked every single step of the last 20 miles. And she finished in 28 hours and 55 minutes. And she, having to change your race strategy from being a top 10 fighter to suddenly just trying to finish this thing is a huge a huge frame shift for anyone's minds, and especially these folks that are fighting at the very front of the pack. And I was so impressed with her to get it in. I'm so happy after injury she's back.
Is this Abby Hall here, your friend from Boulder, Colorado?
That does look like Abby Hall in the pink
like
socks.
Abby Hall?
Yeah, those are Valentine's Day socks.
Amazing. So, going back to the strengths and weaknesses of different athletes, it really is a race where you need to be well rounded if you want to contend for the win. So, an athlete like Jim Walmsley is just as
There's
good
Casey
in the mountains.
and Magda.
Casey and Magda, two returning champions of the race.
They're running together side by side. They're
Here's
taking it in.
Scott Wolf from Bend, Oregon, a several-time finisher, somebody who's been around the sport for a long, long time himself.
Insider scoop, too. I think talking to his pacer, AJW, Scott Wolf is projected to finish in probably about 18 hours, and he is behind probably 15 women right now. So people are running fast out of the gate.
Yep. Hope maybe people are. I'm sure there's a lot of competitive energy in the field after a year off, but maybe people are trying to take advantage of the cooler weather. As we said, we're sitting here on the track in Auburn. They're expecting highs of around 100 degrees. It feels really pleasant here right now.
I know, it does feel pleasant.
This was one of the things that I said in our prognostication session yesterday, and we'll see if it bears itself out. But my feeling is that it's going to be faster than we've all expected this week. I think because the temperatures have been reasonable in the few days leading in to the race today, even though it's going to be hot, the canyons, the middle section of the race that is infamous for being incredibly difficult, incredibly hot, may not be quite as hot because those canyons haven't had enough time to really pre-bake like a furnace.
Totally. At the same time, I know Michigan Bluff was like 103 last Saturday. That wasn't that many days ago.
Right.
So it's all perspective. I mean, as we came down an elevation, right, they are climbing to their high point,
right,
and they are going to be descending, through a bunch of climbs all day long, and it's going to heat up as they drop in elevation. Last night, driving down the pass from Truckee down here to Auburn, before we arrived here this morning, I watched the temperature creep up from the low, from 78, 80 degrees to over 90 degrees by the time I got here, and that was 7:30 at night.
So there you just saw Beth Pascal, Claire Gallagher, and Addie Bracey just break from a hike to a jog. Just in front of them is Tyler Green. Again, one of the, I think, dark horses in the field this year. I really would not be surprised to see Tyler Green race his way into the top 3, top 5. He really does have a lot of potential and somebody who I'm going to be keeping my eye on today.
I expect a similar performance from him. And I'm so thrilled to see these 3 women working together, and I hope that they can use it to an advantage. They are supremely talented. They all are hungry, I think, to move up from where they've finished in the past. And, it's nice to have that company over the first 50K as things heat up.
So just recollecting to my time in this race, I raced basically 2012 through 2015 here at the Western States 100, so 4 of them. And one of my memories from going up this ski hill, it's so funny, running in a big pack of men. And even though we all sort of feel like we're taking it easy, we're not going to start racing yet, you really do feel like everybody's sort of looking at each other, feeling each other out.
Seeing who's breathing hard.
Exactly. Somebody breaks into a hike and the whole pack then breaks into a hike. Then one person starts jogging. The whole pack starts jogging again. And It's just kind of obnoxious and ridiculous to be sort of like already in that race mindset with
so
99 more miles in front of you. But
I will say what was hilarious and at the finish of the race coming in 2019, we were in a big pack of women hiking and running, and Ladia in her first 100K turns to the field and says, "Oh, wouldn't it be nice if we just did this for the whole time? Then we just had a sprint finish." And Caitlin Gerben turned and said, "I want to sprint none of you to the finish." And sure enough, who came down to a sprint finish?
Right.
Camilla Mayfield and Caitlin Gerben, with Camilla taking over Caitlin
story
at the corner of the track and having a 300-meter drag race to the finish, which is, coming down to a sprint on a track after 100 miles of racing is not fair to anyone.
Amazing.
And some of these women I would not want to be sprinting with at the end of this.
So here we are looking at some of our mid-pack runners here. You see fog down in the valley just over Olympic Village there. I think this is back to about the 2-mile mark on the course, looking at some of our mid-pack runners. Again, hope to have internet here soon so we can look up some of these bib numbers and start to shout these guys out. No worries.
They are moving well. But everyone here is being smart, everyone here is being smart. They're moving their way up through the field. They're not going to rush it. You know, most of these guys and gals that we're seeing right now are, you know, what we'd probably consider some of our mid-pack finishers, and they're not going to rush over the escarpment. They've got time. They've got time to rush. They've got time to stress out. Right now is not that time. So they are slowly moving their way up the escarpment, and they're going to be welcomed by this crew at the top, which is just going to be, you know, what a welcoming to be coming over the pass to all these folks up there.
Yeah, it's so cool to see such a big group of people who got up early, who are feeling the vibe, feeling the energy, feeling the love for this race, and committed.
Some camped out there last night.
Yeah, exactly. Committed enough to hike up the mountain. I remember also, I think this is about my 10th time coming to the Western States 100. Again, I've run it 4 times myself. One of the things that we've done in the past is camp at the Robinson Flat Aid Station, which is mile 30 and sort of an iconic transition point in the race from the high country to the middle section of the course.
Someday I will get to do that, and I'm going to love every minute of it.
It's really quite nice. It's maybe I shouldn't be saying it on the air here because it's a kind of a fun secret thing that we've been doing.
Totally. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, the volunteers are out there. I've got an athlete who found out on Wednesday that he wasn't gonna do. He texted me, "Hey, coach, I'm not gonna do my long runs this weekend. I'm buying a last minute ticket. I'm coming out to Western States, and I'm not pacing or crewing. I'm volunteering at Robinson Flat." So got out of work early, flew to California.
That's sort of what I had to say to my coach as well as I prepare for the Hard Rock 100. It was like, I'm actually going to talk into a microphone all week this week, but luckily I showed up this week, fatigued enough to be happy to sit around and talk about the race. But for me, this is training. This is so much fun and fills up my energy enough to where I am more than happy to just spectate the race this year. I don't feel like I'm missing out. How do you feel in that regard?
I mean, so I'm coming off of injury. I'm just starting to run, basically, in a lot of ways. I feel like I'm finally a runner again. I'm getting to run more than one day in a row now, so it's easy for me to be comfortable missing the race. Initially, when the race got canceled last year and postponed, I kind of kicked myself for giving up my spot. But honestly, I love volunteering. I love crewing. I love spectating. So just getting to be here in the race energy fills me up. You've seen me UTMB week. It's hard for me to be a racer and be at UTMB because I just can't stop doing things.
Same. I think both of us represent the fringes of the
super fans,
the most rabid ultramarathon fans in the world. But we do have almost 5,000 people watching the stream right now. People are very active in the chat. So we're very happy to have you all joining us today, and we really hope to provide a lot of great information and inspiration to everybody watching today. If there's things that you guys really want us to talk about, make sure you do shout it out in the chat. You can text us, DM us, anything.
Yeah, we'll be checking Instagram. We'll be checking Twitter. You can reach out to us. Hopefully, as we get internet too, maybe we can interact directly with the chat. Try to answer some of those questions, more frequently throughout the day.
Yep. So we're back up here at the top of the escarpment, just looking at all of our friends. There's Jonathan Levitt, who is from
and
Inside Tracker. Adam Kimball. Also, your co-FKT holder on the Tahoe Rim Trail. Maybe let's talk about that briefly before we sort of see the lead men come over the top.
Jim and Hayden come over the top. Yeah, so we are not that far. I mean, they are not that far from the Tahoe Rim Trail. It's 171 miles. Circumnavigates Lake Tahoe. Kind of the wiggliest way I think you can get around the lake, if I'm being honest. But it saw FKTs broken on both the men's and women's unsupported. Actually, the men's unsupported record holder is in the race. Mr. Curtin is in the race.
Okay.
Adam Kimball set the supported men's record. I set the supported women's record. And then Candace Burt set the unsupported women's record. So it got thrashed last year. And
so let's talk about that. So in 2020, of course, because of the pandemic, there weren't a lot of races. So a lot of people did sort of FKT adventures. So maybe for those who are at home, who are newer to the sport, talk about what that is, how it is similar and different to racing.
Yeah, so there was an eruption of FKTs. I mean, the poor people that managed the FKT boards, I think, were overwhelmed and had to hire.
They had to hire
people. So FKTs are fastest known times, are generally run on established route. There's Mr. Patty O'Leary. Local legend, San Francisco legend, Irish legend. So they're fastest known times. Sometimes they're established routes. Sometimes they're new routes. We saw some really interesting new routes. First time FKTs get set last year, but they're oftentimes on really prominent long trails. For example, like the Vermont Long Trail. My teammate, Mr. Timmy Olson, is
On the PCT
is on the
right now.
PCT right now.
I have a great story to tell about that. Remind me to tell that story a little
We'll
later.
have time.
Yeah.
We will have time. Someone in the chat remind us later because I will probably forget. So without racing happening, there's the Goo Yeti out and about as well. Without racing happening, I feel like we all had to get our competitive juices out somehow. And so I think a lot of us turned to FKTs, oftentimes FKTs in our backyards because we couldn't travel.
Yep.
And so for me, I had actually crewed Magda and paced Magda on her attempt the year before and was hooked. I watched her suffer, watched her thrive, watched her push through,
Yeah.
even when the record fell away from her. And I was like, I need that. I need a little bit of that. And had planned to do it at the end of my race season, which in hindsight is an incredibly cocky thing to think is possible because
Yeah.
it's a long way to run after a full race season. I honestly think that's why a lot of FKTs were probably set last year. It's because we were fresh.
Totally.
We were tapered. We were ready for an FKT. We
And it's
put
just a
race
good-
energy into
It's
it.
a good substitution for races when there wasn't any racing to be had.
You used it as
So-
a rust buster recently.
Speaking of the Goo Yeti and Magda Boulet, maybe let's talk about Magdalena. She is also in the field again. She's the 2015 champion. She returned the next year. Unfortunately, had to drop out of the race because she was so sick, but then came back in 2017 and finished second again. Here's Tyler Green. But yeah, talking about Magda Boulet, is there anything that comes to mind? Obviously, we mentioned the Goo Yeti. She also is an executive for Goo, who I believe is a supporter of the Western States 100 as well.
Yeah, and she uses her research mind with them to put together just phenomenal work. Kind of, she's been kind of like their chief research officer.
Yep.
Creating these products that we're all very, very familiar with, that are out on course as well. Those Goos, that Goo Roctane.
Yeah.
And
She's
so
also
to
an
balance
Olympian.
that- She's an Olympian in the marathon. She's
Yeah.
a U.S. Olympian in the marathon. She started as a swimmer. She was a swimmer through high school. Kind of started running late because it turned out it was hard to make friends in the pool. So
Yeah. She's
was
got
new.
an amazing story. Naturalized U.S. citizen, became a U.S. citizen on September 11th of 2001, of all days that
Of
you
all
could become a
days.
U.S. citizen. Quite a remarkable story. We'll have plenty of time to talk more about her. Here we are again with Claire Gallagher, Beth Pascal, and Addie Bracey. This is a fun little section of the first climb where you go off the service roads onto a little bit of a single track
You
before
got
you
the
have
balsam root coming out, those
Yep.
flowers around them.
you have a final kick up to the escarpment once you get past that sort of ski lift that you see on the left. They probably still have 15, 20 minutes to climb from here.
Do you ever
The men's
worry
winner-
about someone going out like Tyler Green right now? Is he going out? Is he being too conservative?
Yeah.
Is that a fear?
So, again, Tyler is somebody who I know personally, a guy who I have so much respect for. And talking about FKTs, people might remember I set the FKT on the Wonderland Trail last August, and then Tyler broke my record 5 days later. And he, again, is just such a remarkable, consistent, and I think undercovered athlete, just somebody who flies under the radar. This is his second Western States. He was here in 2019 as well. I believe he finished 14th, which in my opinion is well below his capabilities. I think his first attempt on the course was very much a learning experience for him. I would have expected him to be maybe a little bit more aggressive than this, being behind the lead women. But again, he's a very smart athlete. He's the type of person who could run all the way through the field to get onto the podium, into the top 5, certainly into the top 10, I would expect. So we'll keep our eyes on Tyler Green.
And he's Keely's coach, I believe.
He is Keely Henninger's coach, also a Portland, Oregon resident, and somebody who I think has been under-discussed leading into this year's race. Keely Henninger, of course, before the pandemic, she was a rising star in the sport. She had won some of the most notable shorter distance races in the U.S., including the Chuckanut 50K, the Lake Sonoma 50.
She's had good appearances at some international races, including Laredo, which just finished this morning.
Cape Town. CCC she's done well at. So she, one of the things that I think is actually interesting about Keely's story too is when she won the Lake Sonoma 50, that it was a golden ticket race, and she turned down her ticket,
which I thought
to
was
the Western
smart at the
States
time.
100.
I think 100% smart at the time. You don't. I think in the U.S. I don't know if it's rightly so or not, but we are very obsessed, I think, with the 100-mile distance, and we see fairly young athletes jumping into 100. So I was 27 for my first 100.
I was 24, 23
so young,
maybe.
so young. And so it's like, and maybe that's your distance, and that's totally okay.
Yeah.
But I do think in the U.S. in particular, as opposed to Europe, we definitely are like 100-mile or bust. And so I think Keely was really smart, honestly, when she got that first chance at a golden ticket to turn it down because she wasn't ready yet for it. And I think that is I think that's a smart thing to do, and I hope it pays off today.
Yeah, I had her on my podcast recently, and that's exactly what she said. She said it just wasn't speaking to her at the time. She had different goals for herself back in 2018 when she turned down the ticket, but now in 2021, she is ready. She's been in the sport a long time, though she's still pretty young. I think she's only 27 at this point. She comes from a team sport background like I do, so I feel like we're kindred spirits in a lot of ways, and she's definitely somebody that I'm going to be rooting for and keeping my eye on today.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think all of us have come into trail and ultra from all different walks of life. There are plenty of people in our sport who definitely, are the traditional. They ran in college. Maybe they tried to run on the road professionally, successfully, or not after college, and then have transitioned into trail and ultra running. We got plenty of Nordic skiers that have come over. We've got soccer players and lacrosse players.
Yep.
I think it's
that's one of the great things about the sport. Yeah, it's so great. I mean, it's the type of sport where as long as you like being out on your own, as long as you like to suffer a little bit, as long as you want to set goals for yourself and pursue them with a lot of enthusiasm, trail and ultra running is the sport for you. You don't have to grow up a runner. You don't have to have a track or a marathon background. You can just put on a backpack, set out into the woods, and have an absolutely amazing, life-changing experience. Yeah. So we are now 41 minutes into this year's Western States 100.
We're going to see our top men over the top any minute now.
Yeah, I would say Jim and Hayden are probably 5 minutes away at this point. So I think, again, it's about 5 miles, this opening stretch up over the top of the mountain. So that means these guys are probably going to be on about 9-minute pace coming up the mountain. And look, everybody's got their cameras out. That means they are close.
Are ready.
Let's get our camera
Yep,
position.
there they come.
Here we go.
Once again, shoulder to shoulder. They will jump onto single track after this, and someone's going to have to go take the lead.
Oh.
We see our women approaching kind of where it definitely pitches up right here. You've got Tyler right in that mix as well.
Yeah. We're going to get some audio from the cameras here for you guys at home. There's the Arizona flag waving for Jim Walmsley there at the top.
The Cowboys.
Okay, so once you go off the back side of this mountain, you, again, as Corinne just said, you get on some single track, and maybe a half mile down the trail, you actually intersect with the Pacific Crest Trail. Here's our third place men's athlete, Jared Hazen, coming over the top. He is, again, the returning second place finisher, running in third place here in the early miles.
So important to note, that was Hoka, Hoka, Hoka.
Triple Hoka.
Triple Hoka coming over the top, 1, 2, 3. And I'm assuming that we're going to see Audrey followed by Camille for Hoka, Hoka for women 1, 2 coming over the escarpment. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the day.
Yep. Yeah, it was something we talked about with Mike McManus yesterday, how he was able to sort of recruit such a strong team of athletes so far. He had a lot of interesting things to say. You guys can go watch that
Claire
interview.
just dropped something or is picking up trash or something.
Here's Matt Daniels, returning fourth place men's runner in fourth place. Stephen Kirsch in fifth. He's the returning seventh place athlete wearing the M7 bib.
Like really lost there.
You can hear, Fernando.
I mean,
SF Fernando is talking to the women. We're not getting good footage from them, but it's stalled out. But we can hear Fernando talking to Claire.
That's amazing. Are you an engineer?
Here's Tim Tollefson up over the top. He's in great position here, just a couple of minutes behind the lead man.
That's right where Tim wants to be.
Exactly.
Tim
Mark Hammond turning around and
Max King.
Max King. Amazing.
He's got his sleeves on, just posed for a photo.
This is why this sport is so amazing.
Go run, Max.
Max King, one of the absolute legends of the sport of trail and ultra running, returning to the Western States 100 after 7-year absence.
And
from the
he
race.
has made, just to describe,
Drew Holman
and
Bronco.
Bronco, Billy coming over. So so people at home understand this, because I think it's insane. Max King has made an Olympic steeplechase final, not an Olympic steeplechase, an Olympic trial steeplechase final. Has run in the Olympic Trials Marathon, has a very fast marathon PR.
I think he finished in the top 10 or top 15 in that Olympic
Trials Marathon. I think he's run a couple, and has put down very, very fast times. We discussed a lot with Jim running the Olympic Trials this last year, what other trail and ultra athletes had done well on the men's side in that level of road race. Max has also won world championships on the road as well at the 100K distance.
Right.
Max is fast.
He's one of the most remarkable athletes in the sport over the last dozen years. As you said, he's just got incredible range. He's also won 2 obstacle course world championships. What an amazing shot here. The sun rising over the Sierra, over Lake Tahoe. Thank you to Fernando, our cameraman in the field here with the lead women.
So we might miss getting footage of Camille and Audrey coming over the top, or maybe this is them right now. No, that looks like
That's
Jorge. Jorge, I hope Jorge has a good day. He's a new dad.
He's due
a new
for
dad
it.
again. He's due for a good day. He's been here
his
before.
His partner Stephanie Howe
has won Western States.
A women's champion. So we actually house sat for them earlier in the spring, and we hung out with their dog Soren, and they've got Stephanie's Cougar trophy mounted just above the fireplace. So Jorge has been looking at it. There's Camille Herron, the lead women's athlete right here. So let's talk about Camille. This is her 3rd time at the Western States 100. Unfortunately, she has not made it really past the high country in either of her first 2 runnings. She's one of those athletes who, like we said, has much more pedigree on the flatter, faster terrain. So this high country section really isn't her forte. So it's kind of interesting to see her starting so aggressive.
I mean, that is her style, though. I think she would like to finish in the light. If she had her way, she'd be here before it gets dark. And I think that, that is an audacious goal. And I think she gets some flack for setting and saying audacious goals out loud, and I don't think that we should demean female athletes.
Of course not.
For saying the same things the guys say.
Yeah,
and
I mean, listen. This is how Jim Walmsley changed the sport.
100%.
Because he thought you could run 14 hours.
Claire, they're not that far behind her.
I know. Yeah.
So I wonder if we missed Audrey.
Could be that Audrey might be ahead of.
Look
Camille.
at them taking in the sunrise.
Amazing. So Claire, Beth, and Addie all turn around for a nice little photo opportunity. Amazing. It speaks to the camaraderie in the race, too. And for those who are watching who aren't as familiar with trail and ultra running, one of the things that we all love about this sport so much is the friendships, is the relationships that we cultivate with one another. Even in the professional field, these women have so much respect for one another. They are genuinely friends, and even though they're going to compete their hearts out today, once they get here to the track where Corinne and I are stationed now, they will be giving each other hugs, they will be trading war stories, and they will have so much respect and admiration for one another.
There's Pat Regan coming over the top. Yeah, I would almost say this is Camille's I call it an attempt. It's her 3rd attempt at the race.
Right.
And it's, I do think that Camille will win the race at some point. What that looks like exactly, I am not sure. Is it today? I don't know, because she is so hungry for a time. That might come back to bite her in a day which could be really warm. That being said, I think if she successfully can get past the high country, I think if she can successfully get past Forest Hill, the 62-mile mark, I think that Camille could definitely put on a huge performance. That being said, we have not yet seen that from her at this race, despite her talent, despite her speed. And I just think that that takes time to figure out. It took Jim a couple times to figure it out.
It's true.
Maybe this is her year.
Exactly. And she has won Bandera. She's won Black Canyon, both races.
I think this is Ragna coming over the top now.
Ragna Debat's from Spain, one of our international athletes.
Someone we have to keep an eye on today.
Definitely. She's world champion, sky runner. But as we interviewed her earlier in the week, of course, sky running is is trail running, but usually much steeper, sort of shorter races, usually around 50 kilometers or
And
less.
Emily Hawgood coming over the top.
Emily Hawgood.
From Zimbabwe.
Right. And Ragna, even though she's sort of a steeper, shorter course specialist to this point in her career, she said that she's actually better at the faster, more runnable
Brittany.
races.
And
Brittany and Ruth Croft.
And that's Kat Drew from Canada tucked in behind them.
Great. Thank you for that identification. So a lot of interesting athletes that just came over the top a few minutes behind the leaders. We had Brittany Peterson, Ruth Croft. Was it Kat Drew?
Yeah, returning top 10 finisher Kat
Yep.
Drew. I didn't know she was going to get out of Canada or not. I don't think she knew until about a month ago either, and if she was going to be able to make it into the States or not,
Really?
because that border crossing has been actually very, very hard to get across. So I saw her yesterday at the expo, and I said, "You made it! I'm so excited for you." So it was her debut Western States, maybe her debut 100 in 2019, and she pulled off a phenomenal top 10 performance there.
So let's talk about Ruth Croft for a second, your teammate from New Zealand, a really interesting factor in the women's race today. I think the single most interesting person in this year's edition of the Western States 100. There's Keely Henninger coming over the top.
Is that Nicole?
That's
maybe
Nicole Bitter
Yeah.
from Phoenix, Arizona, coming
and
over the
Camilla
top.
is in that group as well. Camilla Mayfield, returning top 10 finisher as well, is right ahead
Yeah.
of Nicole Bitter.
Great.
So great pack.
Really interesting dynamic so far in both the men's and women's races. Obviously, still
Very early.
95 miles to go, so it's not surprising to see so many of them so close together here. But everybody's looking good. It looks like a beautiful, beautiful day
What a
there in the high
perfect
country.
morning.
Yeah. So again, just to go back to Ruth Croft, maybe tell the audience a little bit about her. She's from New Zealand, but she's been a force on the international circuit.
I feel like I told someone yesterday, everything she touches turns to gold.
Yep.
I think that's a very real statement. She's performed exceptionally well at OCC, at CCC. She won Tarawera outright this spring, although it was kind of a weird year with the pandemic.
Yep.
This is her first 100-mile race. She's predominantly done shorter races. She's done a bunch of sky running races. I think her sweet spot is probably that 50K to 50-mile distance. But I'm excited to see what she can do over 100 miles. She's also lived in very hot, humid environments, so she's
Taiwan.
She's lived in Taiwan.
Yep.
So today's heat should not be a factor for her. She's from New Zealand, primarily spends her time in Europe now, but it's hard to bet against her. It's even despite the fact that she hasn't run 100 yet, it's hard to vote against her. And that is Miss Abby Hall of Adidas Terex coming over the top
right.
as well, bottom right hand screen. This is not her first 100, despite popular belief. She's done Leadville twice, but unfortunately has stuck those races out, but finished well below her, I would say her talent.
potential.
Her potential.
I am somebody who really admires Abby Hall. She is really a likable person too. She went for the FKT on the John Muir Trail, came up a little bit short last year, but the way that she approached unsupported, it was so admirable, so respectable the way that she did it, and then she earned her way into the Western States 100 with a very strong second place performance at the Canyons 100K a couple of months ago. So keep your eye on Abby Hall from Boulder, Colorado.
And an interesting thing there, and I feel like this is an interesting mindset. She was running down the trail and she said, "What do I think the other women are doing? And can I do more?" Over and over again, she asked herself, looking at the trail, it's rocky, it's steep, it's whatever. Are they running or walking? They might be walking. I'm going to run it.
Here's Magdu Boulay and Casey Lichtai, two former champions of the race who we talked about earlier.
Yep. And once again, they are comfortably, they might be sitting, we've definitely lost count at this point, but we can definitely pull up some splits here.
Yep.
They are more than likely outside the top 10 right now, but that's okay. I have finished top 10 twice, and I have been well outside the top 10 at Forest Hill even.
Yep.
So there's a lot of race left to go. There's a lot of room for people to move around in this field quite dramatically. It wouldn't be uncommon for several top men and top women to potentially drop out over the course of the day.
Yep.
Not even just fall back, but drop out.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. How do we think the fact that this race didn't go off last year might impact the field? My feeling is that because it's going to be a hot day, because there's going to be a lot of competitive juices flowing in both the professional fields, that we might see a lot of attrition later in the day.
Yeah, I think people are going to be excited. Maybe we're rusty. We haven't raced recently. Some people take, like we've talked about all week, some people take confidence from their racing, some people take confidence from their training. But I feel like that's a muscle, like that grip muscle is something that you have to train, something you have to flex over and over again. And so having maybe not faced discomfort recently, it might be easier to drop out. And
Yeah.
so I think people could get themselves into trouble just because, it's been a while. It's been a hot second.
And it's going to feel easy, right? Like
Yeah.
this is the ultimate race where, I mean, as you said, you have to approach it with respect and humility. And if you allow yourself to sort of build momentum over the course of the day, you are rewarded. Actually, Tim Tollefson, when I spoke to him on my podcast, he likened it to a wild Mustang, which
awesome.
I loved. I loved
heard
the
that analogy. It was
I loved
amazing.
I loved it. He said, if you jump on and you don't have respect, you're going to get bucked off the horse. But
This
if you
must be one of our golden ticket runners because she's got a very low bib number. We're going to see
Okay.
if we can pull some of this information up so that we have it. I believe that was bib 22. Yep, so that's Michelle out of Michigan. She was an early golden ticket runner. I can probably definitely pull this up.
So we do have internet now here at the finish line, here at the production center. So I am looking at the chat now. So if there's anything that you guys want us to cover, any questions you want Corinne and I to tackle, please do put that in the chat. We are happy to provide our perspective. Again, if you have accurate information out on the course, please feel free to DM us as well on social media. You guys know where to find us. I think we're open to any and all information that we can. One of our responsibilities for today is to just sort of aggregate information and share it with as many people as we possibly can. Because of the bandwidth constraints that we do have out on the Western States course, what I think we're going to be trying to do is gathering footage from a lot of these aid stations. That footage will then come to the production site. We will cut together the highlights, so it might be a little bit delayed. So we may not have live cameras on the athletes all day, but we are going to do our best to make this as fun and interesting for the next 29 hours.
This easy peasy. So that woman that we were just talking about briefly there in the pink, she actually got her golden ticket race back in January of 2020 at Bandera. So it's been a while. She's been waiting to run this for a while since winning that golden ticket there. So Michelle, we're so excited to see you running well.
Amazing. Okay, so
Yeah, so so for people at home, we're going to lose runners soon. Essentially, they are dropping into the most remote part of the course here. So they're in the high country. It's not a lot of cell service. They're pretty remote aid stations. They're hard to get to.
Yep.
For those of you who have tried to get to some of those aid stations where crew is allowed, I know that some of them are a 3-hour drive from the start to get out to. So.
Yep.
We will lose coverage, and then we're hoping actually to later in the day get some of that footage back to try to see some of those earlier clips from what we're not going to be able to see live.
Exactly. Shout out to Ryan Thrower, who works with us. He's heading out to Robinson Flat right now to capture the lead men and women. That's mile 30. I want to talk a little bit about the terrain that these athletes are going to confront as they go over the top of the mountain. This is the section of the course known as the high country. Before we get to that, I just want to give a shout out to Mike McManus, who we had on our interview show yesterday. He is the head of global sports marketing. He made his way all the way up to the top of the escarpment here this morning. So it's awesome to see Mike McManus from Hoka enjoying the spirit of the race from the top of the mountain.
I hope he didn't have to crew anyone. He was hoping that he just got to spectate today, that he wasn't getting tagged into crew any of the Hoka runners. So hopefully Mike is out there just soaking it up.
It's so cool. And thanks again to Hoka for making this live stream possible this year. We are so thrilled for the opportunity to be able to share the amazing story of this race with you all at home. So Corinne, let's talk more about the high country section of the course. You see the athletes going over the top. That was Dreama, who we spoke about earlier. The next section of the course, I think, is underrated in its difficulty. The first 30 miles of this course, again, we sort of call it the high country. Those of us who are familiar with the race and who have done it, I think the average elevation in the first 30 miles is about 6,000 feet. So you are at relative altitude for the first 30 miles. A lot of people don't think of the race as an altitude race. What do you remember from the first 30?
So it does get pretty high up there, but you are rolling downhill. So it changes year to year. Obviously, there was snow in 2019 that made for a lot of difficulties. I saw runners struggle on that, and then have to maybe run a little bit too hard to try to fight back. after losing ground on the snow and kind of panicking. In 2018, it was really dusty, and actually, Paul and Meredith Terranova saved me. I ran into Meredith Terranova at the expo, and she said, "Hey, do you have a buff neck gaiter to wear out there on for the first 50K?" And I was like, why do I need a something like why?
Yeah.
Is it for the heat? She said, no. You need to carry something. You need to carry a buff neck gaiter so that you can pull it up over your face, because you're going to get in a conga line of just a couple runners in the high country, and it's dusty because there's no snow up there, and you're going to be inhaling all of this. And so if anyone's been out running around in the Tahoe area, it is dry up there. It is very, very dry. And so all of a sudden, even running just behind 2 or 3 runners, you're kicking up all that dust. So that is a factor over the early stages of the race. There's some exposed sections too. There's an 8.5 mile section between aid stations 1 and 2 that honestly can get pretty hot.
Yeah.
Early in the race. And part of that is because a lot of this has burned in the past decade or so. And so it's pretty exposed. You get direct sunlight up there. And from someone who lives at 42 feet above sea level, the sun is a little bit more intense up there. I've gotten maybe a little bit of sun over the past week.
I've been in Mammoth for the last 3 weeks, absolutely getting fried.
Yeah.
So, just to provide my perspective on these first 30 miles, I think they are underrated in terms of their difficulty. Of course, the Western States 100, it's often won on the men's side in less than 15 hours. In fact,
so fast.
It's so fast, but these first 30 miles are actually difficult. And to go back to our wild Mustang metaphor, it really is so easy to start out too fast. As the heat builds, when you're at altitude with the competitive juices flowing, it's so important to keep your energy managed appropriately in those first 30 miles to make sure that you can approach those last 20 miles that are so fast and runnable.
You have to have legs at the end.
Exactly.
If you're going to compete in this race, you have got to hit Green Gate ready to run. I remember being really tired, and personally, I'm a much better hiker, I think, than I am a runner.
Yep.
And looking for places to hike in the last 20 miles, there's nothing there. You have to be able to run. And so if you want to compete in this, you've got to get to the end of this race with fresh legs.
So, I've just got iRunFar's Twitter feed up here on my computer, and it looks like we did miss Audrey Tanguay going over the top of the escarpment first. It's actually only 3.5 miles up. My memory was
it
a little bit
stretched it out
fuzzy.
a little bit.
Yeah. I thought it was about 5 miles. It's only 3.5 miles. She went over the top in 44 minutes. That is incredibly fast.
That's very fast.
Yeah. So Audrey Tanguay from France is the lead woman at this point. Again, very, very early in the race. She is taking it out in a rather aggressive manner.
Yep, and that's honestly when I saw her race at Canyons, her and Beth pushed it from the start. I think Beth didn't think she was being aggressive. I don't know what Audrey's take was on it, but it seemed to me like they were running aggressively, that they were really pushing that pace.
Yep.
Beth ultimately ended up putting a ton of time into everyone, including Audrey, over the course of the day. But this is her style of running, and it's going to draw people out with it potentially.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a really great point, because her fast and aggressive early pace doesn't necessarily only impact her, right? That is a dynamic that ripples through the entire professional field.
100%.
And so that's something that we've seen in the past. When somebody takes the race out really quickly, it may lead the other contenders in the race to sort of throw their race strategy out the window because they don't want to lose contact with that leader. And especially in the early stages of the race, in a 100-mile race, that can be so dangerous. So it'll be really interesting to see how the early competitive or the early aggressive strategies employed by Hayden and Jim in the men's race and Audrey and Camille in the women's race, if those pay dividends for them, and also how that impacts the greater context of the professional field.
Yeah, and I think, these competitors know each other very well. I've definitely been in races with Camille when I've said, well, she's either going to win this or she's going to drop potentially. So it's like, you don't necessarily need to counter it potentially, but that's going to play to advantage at some point for Camille when that like this perception that like, well, we won't worry because what's going to happen type of thing.
Yep.
That's going to allow her to run away with a race at some point.
Yep.
Be it here or be it somewhere else.
So we are now 1 hour and 3 minutes into this year's Western States 100. That means runners have 28 hours and 57 minutes to get to Corinne and I here at the Placer High School track. I'm just looking around here now. It's an absolutely glorious, beautiful morning here in Auburn. And we are looking at the scoreboard here on this brand new, beautiful track that is awaiting the lead, the first winners here at the Western States 100. They will be here likely in about 13 plus hours, and Corinne and I are going to be here all day chatting with you all, hoping to provide a lot of great information. So again, if you guys are watching us live on YouTube, please do give us a shout in the chat. Let us know if there's any people in the field who we haven't mentioned who you want us to talk about. If there's any other dynamics in the field that you think are interesting, we would be happy to go off on tangents all day.
Yep. And then someone obviously we'll try to follow the chat the best we can. For everyone out there watching too, there are definitely points on the course where they are manually updating when runners come in and leave via ham radio operators. That's how remote some of this is. Some places there are timing mats that runners come across. Generally, those are at big aid stations like Forest Hill. So bear with the quote unquote live tracker that you're seeing through the Western States website, for example. Like it's not like everyone has a GPS, piece of equipment on them that they are personally tracking. So bear in mind that is a thing that is going on out there. iRunFar will be out there at 15 locations providing updates on their Twitter accounts, which I think is a really great way to sometimes keep tabs when the trackers might not be picking up for folks that are watching at home. And then someone mentioned that there are a number of older athletes in the race, including some 60 and 70 plus athletes, including I believe a 78-year-old who is the oldest runner to ever start the race, and we will definitely be trying to keep tabs on those runners as we go through the day.
Amazing. I'm also looking at ultralive.net. This is going to be a great resource for you watching the race at home. It's a great way to follow along aid station to aid station. You can see the top men, the top women, the overall entrance, the breakdown at different aid stations. So make sure you check that out as well.
So someone asked who's the youngest and who's the oldest runner in the race. So the youngest runner is 25. It's Rod Harvard out of Mammoth Lakes, California. And Jared Hazen, actually, and Cody Lind, Aaron Clark, and Emily Hoggood are the next youngest of and they're all in our elite field as 26-year-olds. So not we don't have any 18 or 19-year-olds in the race this year.
Yep.
And then our oldest runner in the race, who's the oldest starter, I believe, ever. His name is Dennis. He is 78 years young. Let's call it 78 years young.
Amazing. Let's talk about Gunhild Swanson here in a second. I just want to go to the chat here. Zach Bitter, what's up, man? Thanks so much for being here. His wife, Nicole, is in the race, a returning top 10 finisher. And we also have a couple of people actually asking about Ryan Miller from Texas. He earned his golden ticket at the Bandera 100K in January of this year. He won that race. He was a new name to me at that point, somebody who I think a lot of people have a lot of high expectations for. Do you know anything about Ryan Miller?
I don't. He's kind of one of those guys who's, I think, definitely under the radar, in part because I think he's just a fresher face on this kind of big national scene. Obviously very fast to run his way into this field, but kind of it's going to be a mix of him showing up with the right result today and showing up and playing off that, the experience of the other runners. But I do think, he's part of that crew of guys, let's call them the cleanup crew, perhaps, where it's like, if anyone messes up and they've been patient and they've been waiting, and we saw him on the escarpment looking patient. He was sitting in with a big group of guys. He wasn't pushing the pace. I think he's running in a really smart spot is how I would put it from what we were able to catch of him on the escarpment in that Nike kit.
Yeah, he's a Nike runner. I think he's from San Antonio, Texas. So I'm just trying to look up a little bit more information about him here. Let's see here. So Ryan Miller, he won the Bandera 100K this year in 8 hours and 10 minutes, quite a fast time actually on the Bandera course. So he's going to be an interesting person to follow. I don't know a lot about his background or his story. I don't think he's run many ultramarathons. In fact, really the only result I can find from him here on my computer is from Bandera. It doesn't look like he really did anything competitively in between Bandera and Western States. Again, these races are separated by 6 months. So shout out to Ryan Miller. Shout out to San Antonio, Texas. We'll be keeping our eye out for him all day. Also, Cody Lind earned his golden ticket at the Bandera 100K in January. Let's talk about Cody and his family here for a second, because I think it's a really interesting and quite a remarkable special storyline in this year's race.
Yeah. So for those of you who did not catch our interview with Paul Lind yesterday, I think it gave everyone chills. I think it definitely brought some tears to Paul's eyes. It brought tears to some of the audience's eyes. Paul Lind and the Lind family has been around the Western States race since its inception. Paul's father, Cody's grandfather, was the first medical director for Western States, actually taking care of the horses before there was actually a foot race for us mere humans on the course. And so Paul talked about remembering being a 7-year-old when Gordy first set foot, and how he mentioned that his father thought it was crazy that this guy was going to go run this with the horses. But then he got to watch the race evolve. When it became a foot race, they started shooting starting the race with a pistol shot. You can't do that around the horses, he said.
Yeah.
And Paul Lind, Cody Lind's Paul Lind's father, Cody Lind's grandfather, was the medical director for over 30 years, and until 2015, he passed away in 2016. He was the person who shot the shotgun at the start of the race every single year, which is special. So at the beginning of the race, you saw Paul Lind off on the right-hand side of your screen, standing on that block with a shotgun, and just below him was his son, Cody Lind, running his first Western States, and then his partner next to him, returning second place finisher from 2019, Brittany Peterson. So very, tons of family history. Paul mentioned
three generations. It's amazing. And Paul nearly broke down in tears as we had in our interview with him yesterday, just because of how much this race means to their family. And the fact that his dad was the original medical director at the Western States 100 for, I think, 3 decades. Paul himself has run the race twice, once when he was 19 years old, and then again 29 years later when he was 48.
Yeah, he said he had to recover.
It's so amazing. He
had to recover.
Again, I got goosebumps, Corinne.
Yeah, and he said that year was so special because that was the last year that his father was around and got to fire the shotgun and see him race. And he said the only thing, is that he really wishes that his father was still here to get to see Cody race today. So they will have a lot of energy, a lot of good energy out on the course today. And again, people are asking kind of cutoff times. The cutoff times are going to vary, but basically there's a 30-hour cutoff time for the end of the race here. So every aid station is going to have its own set of cutoff times, and they literally blow air horns at like an hour mark, a 30-hour mark. So if you're in the vicinity and you hear that air horn, you got to get moving. And so they've got a lot of time out there, but it is a 30-hour cutoff for the entire field to arrive here in Auburn to see us.
So there's sort of like 2 timing thresholds that our viewers want to be cognizant of. One is 24 hours, the other is 30 hours. So 30 hours, as Corinne said, is the final cutoff. You are not officially a finisher if you come across the finish line here on the Placer High School track in anything over 30 hours. The other threshold being 24 hours is sort of more symbolic. It's something that people really strive for, that sub 24-hour finish. Is there anything that you remember about seeing people chasing that 24-hour threshold, or anything you want to add about it?
Having crewed and paced this, having run it myself, and having athletes who have been, training and are racing. Someone asked about Jonathan Fletcher. He is the Ultra Runner Magazine essay contest winner who is in this race. So these people, it's people who have waited to get into this race. It's people who have, gotten into this race from various means. And, their goal is to finish. They've been waiting so long to get here. Their goal is to finish this. And so some of them, that goal is 24 hours, symbolically getting it done in a day,
right,
I think has a lot of importance to us. It's akin to, people say, oh, I want to break 4 hours in the marathon.
Or I want to qualify for Boston.
Yeah, it's that thing. It's, it's kind of, and every race is different, right? Like a sub 24 might mean something different on a hard rock course or a Leadville course, for example. I think Leadville gives a 26-hour buckle because that's what they find is like equivalent there. And then 30 hours is that final cutoff. That's when, it is heartbreaking when you see someone come onto the track and they've got 10 seconds to get around the track, and so they do not get an official finish. They don't get that belt buckle. But man, if you get to the track,
so
you finish the distance, even if you didn't make it under that threshold.
Yeah, let's talk about the buckle, right? So for the folks who aren't watching,
We forgot ours, by the way.
Yeah, we forgot to wear our buckles. I'm spending the whole summer in Mammoth. I forgot to pack it, but this might be one of our legendary athletes
Going over the top of the
going
escarpment.
over the top. Amazing. This is
So
so
cool.
cool.
I'm so glad they kept the cameras running up there to
Yes.
see everyone come over the top. I think that is exceptional. He is flying.
Yeah. So let's talk about the buckles again. For those who are less familiar with ultra running in general, Western States specifically, this is something that the Western States 100 implemented that has since been adopted by ultramarathons worldwide, in that instead of or in lieu of a medal, I think we still get medals here, but the prized possession of those who make it here to the track and the finish line of the Western States 100 for a 24-hour finish, you get a silver buckle. For a 30-hour finish, you get a bronze belt buckle. Talk a little bit about why that's important, what they look like, and the heritage tradition behind it.
Yeah, they're magical. It's like and on lottery day you wear your buckle 'cause it's good luck.
Yeah.
And so every race is a little bit different. I have mine. Mine are both sub 24-hour belt buckles, and they say in a day. We've got a couple athletes who are chasing for a 10-day belt buckle or a 10-time finishing belt buckle, which is another thing. 10 days, so they finished all these in under 24 hours, which is exceptional. Do you know the origin story? For me, like belt buckles come from rodeos.
Well, I think it's because of the heritage of the horse race. So for those who are less familiar with trail and ultra running, who don't know as much about the Western States 100, it was born out of a 100-mile horse race called the Tevis Cup, which actually still does take place to this day. I think the horse race takes place in September. And the story is that in 1974, Gordy Ainslie, who had been somebody who had competed in the horse race many times, came and his horse was unable to make it to the start line, and he took it upon himself to see if he could make it to the finish line under his own power, on his own 2 feet. And as the legend goes, he made it here in just under 24 hours back in 1974, which birthed the Western States 100. So to tie it all back together, the belt buckle origin, which has now been implemented in races all over the United States, all over the world, I think does come from the heritage of the Tevis Cup, of the horse race, and it is such a special thing. I'm lucky to have 3 of them from the Western States 100. I've got a couple of them from the Leadville 100.
Which are they're so big.
Other
They're
races.
dinner plates.
One of the other things that I think is really, really cool, I guess it was a couple of years ago now, a year and a half ago, I did a talk in Canada with Gary Robbins and Ellie Greenwood. Ellie Greenwood, of course, the women's course record holder here, multiple time winner of the Western States 100. And she was wearing her belt buckle at the talk that we gave in North Vancouver. And of course, on her belt buckle, instead of saying 100 miles one day, which it says on all the other buckles, it says winner. It's so freaking cool. What a prized possession to have.
That's
the
amazing.
Silver buckle that actually has winner engraved on it. So shout out to Ellie Greenwood. I know she's working with I Run Far today. I'm sure she is at home watching this race, managing their live coverage as well. So shout out to Ellie Greenwood and I Run Far. And I also just want to give a shout out
We just got a good piece of intel on a belt buckle as well.
Oh, please.
From Ultra Running History is the name, so we'll take that. And says the first known belt buckle awarded in an ultra was actually from the 1959. Was awarded in 1959 at a 30-mile race in New York City, organized by Ted Corbett.
Amazing.
Thanks for that, guys.
So shout out to Amy Sproston here in the chat as well. She is a former second place finisher here at the Western States 100, a 100K world champion. Hello, Amy. We hope you are doing great wherever you are. I think you might be all the way in Jordan at the moment. Dominic Grossman in the chat questioning whether maybe we've gone out a little bit too hot in our commentary.
We
here this
haven't
morning.
even had, we like have barely had coffee.
Yeah.
Y'all, like we are just vibrating from like the energy of the race. So I'm hoping that we get many second wins and third wins and fourth wins.
Listen,
over the course
I
of the
can't
day.
contain myself at this point. We drove down from Truckee this morning. It was about an hour drive. Myself and Ryan Thrower, who is out going to collect our footage from the Forest Hill aid station, and the two of us were just buzzing in my truck this morning. So I hope to not hit a wall. I might need people to bring me gels, bring me caffeine, bring me ice bandanas over the course of the next 20 plus hours. But great. So yeah, we're having an awesome time here on the track. Again, it's a beautiful morning. It is 6:19 a.m. here. We are an hour and 20 minutes into the 2021 Western States 100. And we've seen, probably most of the runners come over the top of the mountain at this point. There's probably still some of, those folks who are going to be heroically chasing cutoffs all day still coming up the ski mountain. And we really do look forward to hopefully sharing their stories with everybody at home throughout the day. So we aren't going to just be focused on the top men and women. We really do hope to provide a lot of commentary, analysis, and other insights from the middle and the back of the pack as well.
And cheer out your runners in the chat, right? We're kind of all here supporting the runners throughout the day. Obviously, the great thing about 100 is that you can check in at the start, go for your own run, come back. Oh, they're still running. Great. Go, have lunch. Oh, check in again. Oh, they're still running. Awesome. So we will be here for a very, very long time. But, cheer out your runners in the chat. It's really, I think that's a cool part, is that we wanted to kind of have this as a community for everyone who can't be here on race day to get to experience a part of that. So we're happy to have you all with us today, both here in person and virtually.
100%. My guess is we should probably get some updates here from the Lion Ridge aid station fairly soon. That is the first major aid station that the athletes will be going through. It's just about 10 miles. It says 10.3 miles here on my spreadsheet. So we should be looking to get some aid station or some updates from that aid station here, I would think very shortly. I would think the lead men should be going through there basically right now. Then after that, so again, sort of like staying in the high country. After the Lion Ridge aid station, there's Red Star Ridge, which is about 16 miles. After that is Duncan Canyon aid station. We probably won't be getting live footage from there, but we should be getting some footage from the Duncan Canyon aid station. And then Robinson Flat is sort of like the first major, I think, sort of at least psychological milestone that runners will be confronting out there on the course. Robinson Flat is about 50 kilometers into the race, 30 miles into the race. And again, it's sort of like the symbolic transition between the high country section of the course and then what we call the canyons.
So Dennis on the big screen there, on this runner coming over the top right now on your screens, that is our 78-year-old.
Yes, Dennis.
He's got his sun hat on.
Where's he from?
He is from California.
From Mammoth Lakes?
No. That's the youngest in the field.
Oh,
From
okay.
Mammoth Lakes. Where is he from? Santa Isabel, California.
Amazing.
Dennis, 78 years old. 5 years. He had 5 years in for the raffle, for the lottery. Or 5 in for the raffle. 5 in for the raffle. He must have been there in person putting in for that raffle.
Amazing. So again, sort of just like talking about the course for those who are watching at home and who've never had the privilege of running this race, you can sort of think about the course in 3 sections. We've got the high country that you and I have talked about already in some detail. Then the middle section we sort of call the canyons.
The canyons.
And then the final section, I guess, from I don't know, I would call it from Forest Hill to the finish. So the final 38 miles is, I don't know what we would call it, just sort of the flatter, faster
I'm
terrain.
like, get home. It's like the river,
the
river,
the
get
river,
home.
so the river section. Let's go with that. So the high country, the canyons, and the river section. You want to talk a little bit more about what we haven't covered in the high country, or talk about the middle section in the canyons and why
Yeah.
that's so infamous?
So the canyons. So here I think is kind of funny. When I heard about the infamous canyons, oh, the canyons at Western States, over and over and over again, I was like, what are the canyons? I'm from Wisconsin originally. I'm like, canyons, Utah slot canyons. Like, what is this? No, they are the American River canyons. So they're forested, but they are infamous because if we've got a week of heat, there's no airflow really in there. And so it holds all that heat in and it traps it in. In 2018, you could feel the heat radiating out of the ground up at you.
Yeah.
Not only was the air hot, but you could feel the heat coming out of the ground. And so that is when people talk about the canyons here, it's long climbs, long descents. Once again, mule grade, as someone brought up, they're not terribly steep, but it takes a toll on the body over time. There's some areas in there, once again, that have burned, and so you get a ton of sun, like up the Devil's Thumb climb, for example. You're in that kind of open burn area for a while, which definitely can scorch you.
Yep.
However, there is water at the bottom of almost every single big climb in the canyons, and if you are smart, if you are cognizant, maybe if you are not going out for course record pace, you get into every single bit of water out on course because it's dry heat here and you can utilize that evaporative cooling. And so hopefully the runners out there, not only are they taking ice on, but they're getting in the water throughout the canyon section of the race.
It's such a good point. And even those who are on course record pace, it's interesting to see like who has the discipline to maybe take the extra minute to get in that water, to get themselves
It's
wet.
important.
Because you do have the competitive juices flowing. Oftentimes, especially in the men's race, at least from my experience, you're still in contact with people in that middle section of the canyons.
I
race.
intentionally got dropped several times in the canyons. I would let Casey go.
Mm-hmm.
I'd let Caitlin go.
Yep.
And then get in the water. And then, I'd slowly make my way back up to them over the course of the climb. But you take that coolness with you. And I think it's
even if
it's worth
even
the
if
risk,
you have to
I think.
sacrifice a minute or 2 minutes to cool yourself off, oftentimes that can save you, a handful, a dozen minutes, a half hour, even if you manage the heat
Yep, and
appropriately.
that first really nice little bit of water, it's not that deep, but it's actually just you go out of the Duncan Canyon aid station and you descend down to that kind of you descend and cross a tiny creek. Some years it's deeper than others. Some years it's shin deep. Some days it might be a little bit more than knee deep, and you can get in and snow angel in that in a lot of ways, and then get wet and cold, and then you have that long climb into Robinson Flat. And so I think it's important to take that time early. And it seems like a risk. It seems like you're taking too much time to be stationary, because I know a 20-minute mile is faster than a 0-minute mile. So you want to keep moving.
It's math.
Right? No, Tim Tollefson, was it Tim who said that average pace wins
Average
races?
pace wins races.
And so it's like that is true. I say, I tell runners that all the time. Don't sit down in the aid station unless you're changing your socks and shoes. You take your food, you get out of there. You're efficient. And so the same thing goes for getting in water. Yes, you're taking that time, but it pays back dividends later because you're cooling down. You're keeping, I'm super nerdy. This is like what I studied in grad school.
Let's talk about this. Heat management, evaporative cooling is one of the words that you just used. So talk about evaporative cooling a little bit, why that's important and what the hell it even means.
Yeah, so we're in a very dry climate here. And so actually your most efficient way to cool off is through evaporative cooling. Essentially, there's this temperature gradient between your core temp and your skin temp. And then there's a temperature gradient and a humidity gradient in a lot of ways between your skin surface and the air around you. And so the best way for your body to give up that heat is to actually beat it in sweat and then have that sweat pull the heat and evaporate into the air around you. So those of you from Texas, from Florida, from the Midwest, you are all familiar with the fact that it is really humid and you can't use evaporative cooling. That's why that humidity is so oppressive. And so runners are fortunate in races like this that even though it's hot, it's a very, very dry, heat. And so they're going to utilize evaporative cooling. The best way to do that, beyond sweating, is just to put more water, more liquid on you. So that's going to be from the creeks and river crossings. That is going to be from every single aid station. Not only has ice, but they've got buckets. They've got 5-gallon buckets with sponges full of ice water, and they're going to drench that over the runners. So not only does that cool you down, like give you a jolt of coolness, which is great.
Yeah.
But it's really the water being on your skin surface and being on your clothing that slowly evaporates over time and continues to cool you. And so really, yes, most of these runners are heat acclimated because they live in a hot environment potentially, or they've been in a sauna, or Tim in a porta potty that we talked about the other day, or in your car with the AC on. So it's, so people are heat acclimated coming into this, but then race day heat mitigation is so important.
Looking back at my experience running Western States, that's one of my regrets. I don't think I ever did heat management appropriately. And I actually did run in 2013, which I think was one of the hotter years in recent memory. And just looking back, I think that's definitely something that I could have improved on over the course of my Western States career. Here we have another runner coming over the escarpment. Really just so impressive to see these runners who are going to be chasing cutoffs all day out here, getting the work done to start the race, getting up over the top of the first and biggest climb of the day. It is all downhill all the way to the track here. So we're going to look at the course here on our screen here in just a second.
Yes.
So here's a flyover map starting in Olympic Valley, California. You can see the elevation profile across the bottom of your screen here as this red line makes the climb up over the ski hill, up over the escarpment. That's what we just saw all these runners do. Cruising through the high country, the section of the course we've talked about at length already, to the first aid station at Lion Ridge. Of course, like I said, we should get an update from that aid station here soon. Next up is Red Star Ridge. You can see that they stay high. They're sort of like the trail does undulate. It goes up and down over the course of these first 30 miles, but you do sort of stay high. Again, I think the average elevation is about 6,000 feet. Then you go through Duncan Canyon, 23 miles, up to Robinson Flat. Then we'd begin the half mile down, or the half marathon downhill, the downhill half marathon from Robinson Flat through Dusty Corners aid station, all the way down to Last Chance. And then you dive down into the infamous canyons, climb up to Devil's Thumb, which is sort of the symbolic halfway point for a lot of runners. El Dorado Creek, the big long downhill. Then you climb up to Michigan Bluff, an amazing landmark on the course. You keep going another 6 or 7 miles all the way to Forest Hill, 100 Ks into the race, an absolutely amazing electric atmosphere there. Cal 1, Dardanelles aid station, cruising along to Peachstone Cal 2. This is all downhill, very, very hot. Cal 3 right next to the river. It goes on forever before you actually...
You're there. You're not there.
You think you're at the river crossing, but you still have a ways to go. You cross the river, climb to Green Gate, and then you hit the gas pedal as hard as you can. These last 20 miles are super runnable.
And the aid stations are close together here, but I can tell you 4 miles feels like a long
It really
way.
does, 100%. I have so many memories of that, of just staring at my watch, thinking like, where is the next aid
And
station?
you can hear it, though. You can hear these aid stations. And then you're coming up to the famous Roby Point. That's where I walked from this morning.
This is where Corinne walked from this morning, so she earned a belt buckle basically already this morning. Right to where we are right now at Placer High School track. That's a very cool graphic. Thanks so much to our production team for
creating that for
letting us talk you through that. I Run 4 Ultra was the one who put that together, so thanks so much to them. So we are back here. I can't remember what we were talking about before we went to that, but the heat management thing, I think, is something
critical.
that we'll talk about all day, especially because it's supposed to be such a sort of historically warm year. I think Andy Jones Wilkins said it would be in the top 5, top 7 warmest years in Western States history. Again, sitting here on the track right now, it feels really pleasant. It doesn't feel hot. Corinne and I are in short sleeve shirts, but I'm certainly not
Very
warm yet.
People love these shirts.
I guess
by
it is
the way.
only 6:30 in the morning.
So
we're
we
gonna
have
lose
our
track of time
our
for sure.
official commentary team shirt.
It does give us a chance to shout out one of our other sponsors of the coverage today, that being Buff. You'll see a lot of runners wearing Buff neck gaiters around their necks. This is a product that will help them to keep ice and water, sort of using that evaporative cooling mechanism to keep them cool. So shout out to Buff. You'll see a lot of runners using their great products throughout the day on the course. Also, they've got great arm sleeves. You'll see runners running with arm sleeves. Personally, again, for me, I think this is one of my regrets from my years of running Western States is I think I would have preferred to wear arm sleeves and put ice in those Buff arm sleeves just to keep myself a little bit cooler throughout the day. So again, heat management is such an important part of the Western States 100. And even when you get sort of the anomaly cooler years like we had in 2019,
it's still not that cool.
It's still not that cool. I think it was, a high of 85 or...
It still feels warm out there, though. And so those arm sleeves are going to play two factors, right? They're going to keep the sun off you. Getting sunburnt is it's not hydrating. Let's put it that way.
I mean, you and I got roasted the last couple days.
Yes, we've gotten a lot of sun in the last couple days. We call it my unemployment tan line. It's my sandal tan has gotten very good. So the arm sleeves are going to do two things. They're going to allow you to keep the sun off you, but they are also going to allow you to, people literally shove ice down them. And so so not only are you using evaporative cooling, but when you have ice in a neck gaiter, a Buff neck gaiter around your neck or in your arm sleeves, you're keeping ice on major kind of blood pathways, on your veins, on arteries. And so, in a way, you're trying to cool blood as it's flowing kind of to your extremities. So your body is doing its best possible to shunt blood from that warm core out to the skin to get it to the environment. And so anything you can do to aid in cooling throughout the day, be it sun mitigation, be it, getting wet, getting ice on you. Like we said earlier, there are 5 pounds of ice per runner at every single aid station. So I've been telling all my athletes, I've been telling all my teammates, use the ice. Use it. You've got your allotment out there. Don't be shy.
Yeah. 5 pounds of ice per runner per aid station.
There are 20 aid stations. That is, I think, kind of an anonymous blah blah blah. It is I think that's a lot of aid stations for any race, right? And so use it. There's tons of volunteers out here. I could ask Billy, how many volunteers, Billy, do we have just for the film stuff? Yeah, there are a lot. So 16 or 17. We've got so many
Craig
volunteers.
Thornley said that there are almost 5 volunteers per runner in the field. So I think there's about 1,500 volunteers
total
on the
aid
course.
Stations,
it's really
personnel.
remarkable. I mean, the infrastructure around this race is really something to behold. It's something that we all admire, and it's one of the reasons why Western States is looked up to as one of the premier events in the world, not only because it is the oldest race in the world with so much tradition and so much prestige behind it, but also because it's such a well-run, well-managed organization. So I think we're going to take a short break here in the studio. We will be back here in just a little bit, and hopefully we'll start to get some updates from these early aid stations.
This will be my first 100 mile, and honestly it feels like it'll be my first, but I've been around here so long that I feel like all the experience and some of the pressure that I put on myself that it's not my first 100 miler. But I think the learning curve that this race will give is tremendous. But oh man, it's just, as I'm talking right now, it gives me chills thinking that I'm running Western States 100. I basically I'm 26 years old now, and I think 23 years of my life I've been to Western States, and I grew up coming with my grandfather, Dr. Lind, and would go to every aid station with him, go up 2 or 3 days before the start and go to all the medical briefings and be lost in all the words and what was going on, and would just follow along and really pay attention and see from the front runners all the way to the mid-pack to people just trying to go sub 30 hours, and it was always inspiring to me. And I would do it every year. It was, okay, June comes around and we're going out to California, and it's a family reunion basically of going to Western States and following along, and then being able to crew my dad a year as well and follow him along in the race, and then crew other members of our family or friends and pace them as well. So it's just all of these steps lining up to eventually, and it was me buying my time to when do I want to try to do this, because I know it takes a toll on the body, and all the studies my grandfather's done on this race and what it does to you. I knew last year with 2020 and some of the long adventures I did with Brittany and exploring and doing other things, but I knew kind of in my late 20s is when I would first maybe want to try Western States. And it just kind of lined up, and I knew I wanted to do Bandera, get my first 100K under my belt, but not with the intention of necessarily getting a golden ticket. If I got it, hell yeah, I was going to do the race. But if I didn't, then just really learn from it and go to the next. And things really aligned and came together. And then I knew, okay, I got top 2, I got a golden ticket, and I'm doing Western States. So it wasn't necessarily I'm going for it in 2021, but I wanted to get ready and start the preparation to get going. Pacing Brittany from Forest Hill and in my opinion, one of the greatest female finishing races and head-to-head for overall win of all time. It was incredible, and seeing her execute the race exactly as planned and knowing that she could do it, and she positioned herself where she wanted to be at the exact time, and just gaining that experience that if you set yourself up well, you can have a really good finish, and just showing how you race this course and knowing that, okay, I can do that as well, watching that firsthand from her. Obviously, I'm going to be asking throughout the day, but I think so much of this race is you have to focus in the moment and on you so much throughout the whole race, and really know that you need to set yourself up for that last, in my opinion, the last 38 miles and feel good. But I'll be asking all day long, where's Brittany, how's she doing? And really wanting to hear the updates and thinking about her constantly, I know. So my grandfather basically was the medical director for the horse riders for the Tevis Cup in the 60s, 70s. And then basically when Gordy's horse went lame and said, I'm gonna run this thing, he was like, well, I'm gonna follow you along and help you along the way. And that's exactly what he did, and basically witnessed Gordy finish 100 miles on foot. And according to my grandmother, and he came home and said, that's something I will never see again, is what my grandfather said. And then lo and behold, a few years later, and then Cowman finished, and he was there for that, and then it became official race in '77, and then just would follow along and was the head medical director for 36 plus years, and just really set the stage for the medical side of things and the research and what the human body goes through during an event like this, and something he would just study, and all the graphs and charts at the house that I'm staying at right now that we would go through, and they're handwritten, and trying to figure out what he was talking about, and little sayings for different parts of the course, and staying on top of hydration. And yeah, it just really means a lot to me knowing that what he did for this race and what he really set it up to be like, especially on the medical side, that we don't hear a ton about as much as some of the fast competitive side of the race. And it's really, I don't know, really inspiring to me, and I think you'd be really proud knowing that I have the right mindset going into it, but also take it all in and enjoy it and embrace the whole 100 miles as well. I think one of my favorite memories is just going up during the race, but a lot of the times before the race, up to Alpine Meadows, and knowing that we would walk within 100 yards and we'd be stopped by 5 different people, and he would give them the attention and really talk with them and give them everything, and ask and answer all the questions that they had, and really would just embrace that. Whether he was on a time crunch or not, he would just give the time of day to everyone, and I think that's really special, and he would do it throughout the race as well. I feel like I'm in a great spot, mentally and physically, and so much of this race is mentally, and get the right training in, which I'm getting, and then setting myself up in the heat, which we're getting, and yeah, I mean, so much can happen, and in my opinion, I'll say it's one of the most competitive fields Western States has ever had. Well, there's a reason for that, because it's Western States, and it should be that way, and it's really exciting to be in it and be in the mix and know that but I think it all comes back to focusing in the moment and focusing on my race and my task at hand during the day, and really getting one section at a time, and knowing the course and setting yourself up well. And that's where all the pressure comes as well, because I know how it should be ran and what it should look like. But yeah, I feel like I'm in a good spot for right now.
Such an amazing story. Welcome back to the Western States 100 live stream. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm, my co-host for the entirety of today. Cody Lynn, what an amazing story, only 26 years old, from Idaho, third generation Western States 100 family. We had Paul Lind on our live stream interview show just yesterday.
Amazing.
He was absolutely amazing.
I was fired up leading
honestly,
that interview.
we all had goosebumps. It was one of my favorite conversations that I had all week. It was my first time actually ever interacting with Paul, and just to see how important this race is to his family. I mean, we all feel it. I think even the people who are watching us digitally, who are in the chat now, can really feel the vibe of how important this race is. And to be able to share that with 3 generations of your family must just be so amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think about when will I come back to run Western States? Is that near term? Is that long term? And honestly, I would love to come back. I'm 31 now. I've run Western States twice. I would love to come back to Western States in my 50s, in my 60s, share it with my family, give Steven, my partner, a long break from having to crew it, because it's hard on the crews out there. They are sweating it out just like the runners. They are awake the whole time just like the runners. I honestly would always joke that I thought running the race was easier than crewing and pacing the race. So I'm hoping that I get to come back to this race and share it with the next generation. There are several folks in the race who they have their kids or who's pacing them. One of my athletes, Jonathan Fletcher, who someone brought up earlier, his dad and his brother are who are pacing him in. He's here with his wife, and then his their very young child, one of their baby, and it's getting to share that experience. Talk about Jorge, here with Steph crewing him and their young baby.
Dad.
Getting to see that, right? Getting to take that in. And, I know Magda has experienced that with her son being at the race and getting to understand what she's doing and really see her in her element and getting to pass that on. So to really grow up with this race would be, very, very, just what a magical experience. McManus brought that up yesterday in our interview too. I had no idea that his father had run the race in the 80s.
Yeah.
And so he's like, oh, I grew up at Western States. And I was like, I had no idea. That took me by surprise, and it gave me, it gave me more respect for kind of his vision for Western States as well, because I know that he's seen it from, seen it evolve over the years, and to have their backing to kind of help bring us,
into the next generation.
Of Western States.
It is so, I think, important to mention too. Of course, we've said a couple of times, Western States is the granddaddy of them all. It is what started 100-mile trail racing not only in the United States, but worldwide. And that's why it is such an important race. And the race is so committed to honoring that heritage, honoring that tradition, but also pushing the race and pushing the sport into the next generation. Part of that is doing stuff like what we're doing today, the live stream coverage, helping to bring the amazing stories of this amazing sport and the amazing people within it into your homes, wherever you are around the world. We really hope to sort of provide that energy, provide those stories, and just provide, just the life-changing energy that comes from this sport through your YouTube channel today. Just to circle back to one of the things that Cody was talking about, and one of the things that the Lind family specifically has brought to the Western States 100 is the medical research side of things. And Dr. Lind, who unfortunately passed away in 2016, he was the medical director for 30 years, I believe. And when we had Diana Fitzpatrick on our live show this week, the president of the Western States Board, she said that there are 3 main things that the Western States 100 cares about. Number 1 is putting on a world-class event. They do that very well. Number 2, was, we've got somebody honking at us here. Good morning. Good morning from Auburn. So number 1 is putting on a world-class ultra event. Number 2 is trail work. And number 3 is medical research. So those are the 3 things that the Western States 100 really pours all of their energy and resources into. And the Lynn family has had a huge contribution on the medical research side. And it's so cool to see Cody as a 3rd-generation Western Stateser in the Lynn family. I can't wait to welcome him onto the track here sometime later this evening.
And that medical research is really, really important. Having been in that field, it's one of those things where Marty Hoffman was a medical director here for a long time, and his work here has changed how we utilize salt intake during races.
Right.
They've done, his work is cited over and over and over again because honestly, not a lot of research is done with both ultra runners and in the field. And so that research gets used. I've been a volunteer in medical studies both years that I've run the race. Matt Lay, a coach and runner, was putting on a research project in 2018 looking at microbiome data, I think in conjunction with GU. And then in 2019, I took part in the ongoing runner bone injury study that Emily Krause and Megan Roach and Tracy Hogue have all been part of over the last 3 years. They were here once again doing DEXA scans, doing some blood draws. Imagine getting a blood draw, the day before the race. But, they were all here taking part in that. And that data is so useful. And so I thank all the runners this year who have once again volunteered their time and their energy to be research participants in a very stressful environment. So they try to make them minimally invasive so that you can really focus on your race day, but that data is very, very important.
Yeah. So just so everybody knows, we did have some people in the chat suggesting that we have Scott Jurek and Carl Meltzer call into the show. We are expecting to have guests live calling in to chat with Corinne and myself over the course of today. So do stick around. Our production team is going to be organizing and scheduling all that stuff. But I think definitely, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I shouldn't be saying this out loud, but I'm pretty sure Scott Jurek is going to be joining us.
I believe, we've got live, we've got some people that will be stopping by the studio audience, like in the studio here, which will be very, very cool.
Yeah.
And then we will also have some live Zoom interviews, including with Scott Jurek, which will be very
amazing.
I am like very, very excited. Huge fan of Scott. So, that I think will be very cool. I think Adam Kimball's going to stop by. We'll have Scott Jurek on live. I know that you were messaging some other past winners of the race.
Yeah,
so.
I think Ryan Sands is going to be joining us at some point. Stephanie Howe, potentially even Ellie Greenwood. I mentioned that she's going to be helping I Run Far today, but I did have a text exchange with her, and I did invite her on to come chat with us as well. Of course, she is the women's course record holder. So maybe let's actually talk about that, because that was back in 2012. I was running the race that year. It was a cool year. The first part of the high country, as we've sort of referred to a couple of times, was very cold, very rainy, and actually a really, very.
We had high attrition, actually, I think, because people were taken by surprise.
It was seriously cold.
The coldness.
Yeah, very, very cold. But it did lead to both the men's and women's course records. Of course, running in cooler conditions is conducive to running faster. So that was the year that Timothy Olson broke the men's course record, first person to ever run under 15 hours. I think he was about 14:43 that year. And then Ellie Greenwood ran an absolutely astonishing time that year. I'm sure you can pull it up. I think it was 16:46 or so, which is the women's course record here at the Western States 100. An absolutely astounding time to run on this course. And at the time, the course record was held by Ann Trayson, a 13-time champion here at the Western States 100. And her course record was one of those records that people thought may never be touched.
And now Greenwood, 4 women have gone under it, I believe.
Ellie Greenwood came and took 50 minutes off of it that year. And it's, I think, just in today's age where people have shorter memories, shorter attention spans, you tend to forget. It was 9 years ago now that Ellie broke that course record, but I don't think anybody's come within a half hour of Ellie's time on this course.
Claire was close. Well, she was the next fastest time ever in 2019. So in 2019, Claire and Brittany's epic finish, they put up the second and fourth fastest times ever to be run on the course. So Ellie's course record is 16:47, and Claire ran a 17:23. So again, yes, not 30 minutes. It's a chunk of time, with Brittany running a 17:34. And then in 2018, Courtney ran what is now the third fastest time ever in 17:27. So, we're kind of like getting someone under that 17-hour mark would be huge. We're getting some chatter in the group chat on YouTube that it looks like maybe Hayden and Jim's trackers have come through the first aid station. We'll try to pull some information for you. Once again, that information is coming in through a lot of ham radio operators.
Yeah, amazing. So to our production team, if you want to pull up my computer screen here, I do have Ultra Live up with the splits of the top 5 men through the Lion Ridge aid station. So while we wait for that to be pulled up on your screen, I will just kind of go through it here. It looks like Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks came through basically together. 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 7 seconds. Here we have it up on screen. This is my computer screen here for everybody watching at home. Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks coming through basically together, 141.07 and 141.10. My guess is that 3-second differential is just Jim filled his water bottle a little bit quicker and left the aid station a couple seconds before Hayden. Then we have Jared Hazen, the second fastest man to ever cover the 100 miles of the Western States course, just behind them by about a minute in 142 flat. 7 seconds behind him, Tim Tollefson from Mammoth Lakes, California in 142.07. And Matt Daniels in 142.12. So these guys are all basically together. And honestly, Corinne, I think the story of this is that it's all the guys we expected to be at the front at this point.
It is 100% all the guys. And then for those of you who obviously were sharing Dylan's screen here, this is all on ultralive.net. You can pull this up on your end as well and track the runners through every single aid station. That will give you a bigger image here than trying to maybe read these times via YouTube. That might be kind of those might be small text unless your vision is very, very good. So once again, you can use ultralive.net to track these runners. We also have the Western States app for the first time ever this year. I feel like we've threw a lot at people as far as being able to follow the race between the app, between
there's a lot
our
of
staple, I Run Far, between us being here.
Yeah.
It's a lot. So we're collecting data from all of you as well, as far as taking input, taking those of you might be, people, we're getting information from people out on course via text, via Twitter, via Instagram. So keep sending us that information. Thank you to whoever in the chat was able who saw these guys come through on ultralive.net.
Yes, thank you to the folks in the chat again. Please do stay active in the chat all day. We love the banter that's going on in the chat right now and throughout the day, and Corinne and I will jump in there periodically as we have time to interact with you guys as well. So thanks so much for watching at home. Again, the top 5 men are through the Lion Ridge aid station. They are 10 miles into their 100-mile Western States journey. They are 10% of the way done. The top 5 are Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, Jared Hazen, Tim Tollefson, and Matt Daniels. We will have a Hayden Hawks interview to play here in just a second. One of the things, though, that I think we should talk about before we get to it, Corinne, this is something that you and I talked about a lot in our live streams this week, is the race horses versus the workhorses today in the men's field. We identified 5 race horses in the field. That is the top 5 men through the first aid station. So it is playing out exactly how we expected it to. We are brilliant, aren't we?
It's like we've done this before. No, I think it's really interesting though, and I think if this was a 2019 year and it was quote unquote a little bit cooler in the 80s, I would say it's going to be a drag race between those 5 guys. I think what is interesting though is that our workhorses, our cleanup crew, those are the men waiting in the wings who, for when, the race opens up later, if someone gets too hot, if someone doesn't take care of themselves, if someone's stomach goes south, those are our Tyler Greens, our Kyle Pataris, our Jeff Brownings, who are going to sneak up into that group potentially. So these 5 guys they're not safe. they're never safe. They're 10 miles into a 100-mile race, and it's going to be a hot day. So I think that, yes, our racehorses are off to the races, but our workhorses are waiting in the wings to step in if anyone messes up.
Amazing. So let's throw it now to a great interview that we have with Hayden Hawks.
Even though I did drop out halfway through UTMB, I'm actually very grateful that I did drop out and I made that decision, just because I learned, I learned how unprepared I was for the 100-mile distance, and I learned what I need to do to prepare, better for this race. Western States, it is a hard race, but I feel very confident. I feel some, humility with the 100-mile distance, and definitely a lot of respect for the distance, for the competitors, for the field, that I'm going against. But I do feel very confident because of all the training I've done and the little things that I've really focused on to prepare for this distance. Yeah, the competition here at Western States is the highest I think it's ever been. It's going to be an incredible race. Lining up with guys like Jim Walmsley, Jared Hazen, Tim Tollefson, just to name a few, is going to be incredible. And I've raced a lot of these guys over the years. I've trained a lot with these guys, and I've asked a lot of questions to them. I've bounced ideas and questions off of Jared and Jim, because they are very familiar with this course. They know how to run this race. They know how to run this distance. That being said, I've seen that my best races come when I don't focus on the other people around me. I don't focus on the competition. I focus on myself. I focus on what I can control, and focusing on taking care of myself and running my own race. I kind of like to look at it this way. I'm a big basketball fan. I love the NBA. I was a huge Kobe Bryant fan for many years. And, there's this commercial that just came out with Jason Tatum. And in the commercial, Jason Tatum's sitting there with the basketball, and there's the crowd and all of the players around him. And then all of a sudden, they all disappear. The crowd disappears, his teammates, his competition disappears. And it's just him, the basketball, and the basket. And that's how he's looking at the game. And that's how I'm going to look at this race. I'm going to go into this race and focus on myself, focus on what I can control, focus on the trail, and not care about the competition around me, about the people around me, about what people are saying, because all I can control is myself. And I think if I can have that vision and really focus on that, I can have a great race. Oh, it'd mean a lot to me to win this race. I think it's one of those races that's kind of life-changing, career-changing. There's very few races like that, but Western States is definitely one of them. More than anything, I just want to have a good race, for myself at the 100-mile distance. I want to conquer that distance. I want to get my first 100-mile finish, and that's all I can really control. So if I go out there and I take 10th place, or I take 20th place or 30th place, but I have the best race that I can and I finish the distance, I'm going to be happy. I would love to get the win, and I believe and I'm very confident that I can get the win. I've always been confident in myself that I can run with the best and I can beat the best. So yeah, it would mean a lot, and I'm really excited to get going. I'm hungry more than ever, I would say. I think more than anything, I'm just ready to go out and hurt. Like, it's been a while since I've been able to do that, and I'm excited to hurt. I really am. I'm excited to run this race and experience Western States.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing interview. Thank you to our production team for playing that. That was the first time Corinne and I had seen that, and my goodness, Hayden Hawks, what an impressive character he is. Corinne, do you want to talk a little bit about Hayden before we then go into the splits through the Lion Ridge Aid Station?
100%. So I think one thing to note with Hayden is that he talked a lot about dropping out of UTMB in 2019 and how that kind of has reshaped his thought of this distance, and I think his competitors in a lot of ways as well. He went into that race very cocky. He mentioned that in our interview this week. He said, I went in with no respect for the distance, no respect for my competitors. I thought it was going to be an easy win. He dropped out at Courmayeur. 50 miles.
Yep.
That is not where you want to drop out
Yep.
of UTMB. You don't want to drop out of UTMB. But hearing him talk this week, hearing him kind of reset, refocus, and bring that energy into this race, he's had a really good training block. He's done some little races. I feel like he's in a really good place. He's tuned up. I think he's mentally in it. And I'm really excited to see what that translates to today. over the course of 100 miles.
100%. So for those who are a little bit less familiar with the characters in this year's race, Hayden Hawks comes in as one of the favorites. He is from Cedar City, Utah. He, like Jim Walmsley, sort of took the world by storm about 5, 6, 7 years ago at this point. He burst onto the scene with a victory at the Speed Goat 50K, one of the sort of most competitive 50-kilometer races in his home state of Utah. And I remember when he won that race, everybody was sort of like, who is this guy? Because it's a high-profile race. He beat some really world-class competition that day. And since then, Hayden Hawks has absolutely been on a tear. He has won races like CCC, and just this past fall, he won and set the course record at the JFK 50, which is one of the oldest ultra marathons in the United States. And in doing so, he broke Jim Walmsley's course record by 3 minutes that day. And of course, as we've said, as we'll mention many times over the course of today, Jim Walmsley has sort of single-handedly changed the sport, sort of broken the paradigm of what it means to be competitive as a trail and ultra runner. And Hayden has sort of been right in Jim's wake throughout the course of his career. And as he broke Jim's course record at JFK, it was sort of a moment where we're at a point where, you know, we can sort of talk about these guys in the same category, and them running together is going to be such an interesting dynamic. And I just love Hayden's attitude too, just coming in with so much respect and humility for the race, so much sort of admiration for Jim and the other competitors in the field, but also having so much confidence in his own ability to actually win. And he said that confidence is something that's always sort of come naturally to him, and I think that's something that's obviously very important if you want to win the Western States 100, is to believe that you actually can. While we were listening to that interview, Corinne was doing some deep analysis on historical splits of the Lions Ridge aid station, where our top 5 men have already come through. Corinne, tell the audience what you had told me during the commercial break.
Yeah, so someone asked in the chat group, how does the current split through Lion Ridge compare to Jim's run in 2019? So we need to take into account the fact that there's no snow in the high country this year, which is definitely going to impact that time a little bit. We believe, what did you say, they came through in 141?
141, yes.
141. Okay, so if we go to the even split aid station stuff, they say course record is about 139 pace. But if we go to Jim's actual splits from the 2019 Western States, he came through Lion Ridge in 146.42. So technically, he is running about 5 minutes faster than he did in 2019. That being said, there's no snow in the high country. In that race as well, Jared Hazen came through just behind him, about a minute behind him, 147.52. So they're running faster than the 2019 splits. However, it's going to be a hotter year and there's no snow in the high country. So it's kind of, I think at this point, it's still really early to be comparing those splits because it's a different race in a lot of ways.
I mean, it's a different race, but it's still a fairly big margin. I mean, 5 minutes and 10 miles. I'm looking at the 2018 splits here. It looks like Jim went through in 144 that year.
That was faster than that. And that was
the
a hot,
year
dry year
that Jim ran 14:30 to set the course record. In 2019, he ran 14:09, which is now the established current course record. So still, they're 3 minutes ahead of the 14:30 pace.
They're running fast, and that was a year where there was no snow in the high country, and it was a hot year. So that tracks really well. And so they're going to be faster than all of our predictions. So here's the thing, though. It is not uncommon year after year after year, even in years where, like 2017, where there was the year of ice and fire or whatever, where it was so snowy and sloppy in the high country, people almost always come in ahead of course record pace, quote unquote, at Robinson Flat. And then the day takes a toll on people, the heat takes a toll on people, the course takes a toll on people, and they fall off that split. So it's not that uncommon to be under that even split early on. It really is going to come down to the later stages of the race where people, need to hold it together. So it's exciting that that's how fast they're running. Maybe. Was it your prediction that they're going to run faster than all of us predicted?
Yes. So my prediction yesterday was that this was my hot take, that it was going to be a faster year than people expected. that's based on just pure speculation on my part as somebody who loves the sport and loves to think about this stuff. And just the fact that, I mean, sitting here right now on the track, I mean, honestly, I feel cool. I don't feel
We're
hot.
under a tent,
It
and
is
it's not
7 a.m., but still, it doesn't feel hot. In the last couple of days, we're not hot either. So, and we actually even got a little bit of rain on the course, which might even make the track a little bit faster, might make the canyons a little bit cooler. And generally, I just feel like, again, this is totally speculation. I could be completely wrong, but I think we are going to see fast times today, even though it could hit triple digits here in Auburn.
We want fast times. That is what is exciting. We want fast times. We want people to be in the race together for as long as possible. That's something that we talked about. How did we get to the point of the race being so exciting in 2019? And it's a part because we have such a large, deep, elite field that allows the men's and women's races to stay together longer. And create those finishes that were so exciting with, both Jim and Jared Hazen running so fast in 2019, and then also that epic throwdown between Claire and Brittany. That does not happen unless you have this depth of field.
Yep.
And so I think, I mean, a boring race is when someone runs off the front and they're by themselves the whole time. Yes, it is amazing to watch them run that fast, but I want it to be a throwdown, to two pointed rocks like Claire and Brittany. That would be amazing. And I don't know that it's going to happen again. I think that is wishful thinking. It will likely be decided potentially, around Green Gate or even earlier. But in an ideal world, I want it to be a throwdown until the final miles.
Amazing. Yes, we all do. Sitting here on the track, it would be amazing if we could be, sort of providing commentary and having cameras on multiple people coming down from Roby Point like you did this morning, Corinne, on your early morning walk to our production center here on the track at Placer High School. We did get word from Billy Yang, our sort of commander here on the live stream today, that we will have Scott Jurek and Rob Krar joining us. It looks like Rob Krar will be at about 8 a.m., so stick around. That's in less than an hour. And then we've got Scott Jurek, it looks like, at noon Pacific time, so that's in about 5 hours from now. And we do have a lot of other really great content planned for you guys throughout the day. Let's pass it off to the production center. They've got a great little piece about the history of Western States with Tim Tweedmeyer and the race director, Craig Thornley.
Gordy Ainsley was signed up for the 100-mile horse ride, the Tevas Cup, which has been going on since the 50s. And as the story goes, Gordy's horse wasn't ready to go, so he checked with them and said, hey, what about if I run this thing?
In 74, Gordy ran starting with the horses. So he was at the mercy of the cutoffs. And he made it to Auburn in 23 hours and 42 minutes.
Just under 24 hours, which was the horse standard as well. And so once Gordy finished, that kind of started the continuation of others trying it, and then the race became a formal race in like 78.
So pretty cool history of the race. We sort of talked about that before, but I think it maybe leads us into talking about one of the characters in that short little film, Mr. Tim Tweedmeyer, a 25-time silver buckle finisher here at the Western States 100. That means he ran under 24 hours at this race 25 separate times. He's also a 5-time champion of the race. He's one of only 2 men to win 3 years in a row, something that Jim Walmsley is going to be trying to achieve this year. And aside from Tim Tweedmeyer, the only other person to do that is the legendary Scott Jurek, who will be joining us at noon. So Jim Walmsley chasing history to try and three-peat like Tim Tweedmeyer, one of the absolute legends of the sport, one of the absolute legends of the race, and somebody who we can all sort of respect and admire for his contributions, not only as an athlete, but also as a member of the board and somebody who's been around the race since the early days.
Yeah, so we have important updates from course. And again, remember that, ham radio operators are being utilized out on course to get live splits from. We don't have great cell service everywhere. So you're going to see a lot of us today as well. And then you're going to see a lot of delayed footage that we're getting from out on course later in the day. But our top 4 women, at least, have come through Lion Ridge. There is a note, though, that Camille Herron currently is not listed in that group, but that does not necessarily mean that she is not there, okay? These are not perfect splits. We are going to take them for what they have. If this is true, right now we have Audrey Tanguy came through in 148.57, followed by Beth Pascal in 149.41, Claire Gallagher in 150.12, and Addie Bracey in 150.35. So honestly, a pretty tight group of women through the 10.3 mile aid station. Again, just because we do not get a split from Camille yet does not mean that she's not there. It could be that her tracker didn't pick up. It could be that the data didn't come through. So don't panic. She could this is one of those things where sometimes the trackers don't pick up. It's not a perfect system. But that is really interesting that we have 4 women through Lions Ridge right now in a relatively tight pack. There's less, it's about a minute and a half or so that separates the top 4. So really, a very, very tight race. That being said, that does mean that we've got a number of, more men that have come through that aid station as well. There are 15 men within 5 minutes of one another right now.
Yep.
Including the likes. So we've already gone through Matt Daniels. We've got Mark Hammond, Charlie Ware, Stephen Kirsch, Alex Nichols, Max King, Kyle Patari, Drew Holman, Jeff Browning, Cody Lind, and Jorge Maravalli, and Tyler Green, followed by Ryan Miller. So you've got 15 plus guys within 5 minutes. This is a great place to be this early in the race. They're all still in it. That's kind of exciting.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is actually pretty crazy. So Audrey Tanguy is through Lion Ridge at 6:48 a.m. Both Claire Gallagher, who has the second fastest time on this course, and Courtney DeWalter, who has the third fastest time on this course, went through at 6:58 a.m. So it looks like at the first aid station, Audrey Tanguy is 10 minutes ahead of the 2019 split, which was a year that was very, very fast. And Audrey is not alone. I mean, it looks like Beth, Claire, and Addie are just behind her. So they are about 8 or 9 minutes ahead of what Claire had run in 2019 as well through the Lion Ridge aid station, which is, again, only 10 miles in. So the fact that they are 8 to 10 minutes ahead of the pace in 2019 indicates that I'm either very correct in my assumption that it's going to be a fast year, or that the competitive juices are really flowing early in this race and people are just running aggressively to start.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Once again, everyone's kind of going to have to do some sitting around and waiting as we get information from the course. And then we should also be able to get kind of additional video footage from our volunteers out on course. Once again, volunteers out on course. Okay. This is our first year doing all this. It's very, very exciting. And it's just going to get bigger and better with each year. So I feel like, there's a lot of excitement brewing with this. So we should be able to, I think, get back footage probably from Duncan Canyon, I would imagine, and then definitely from Robinson Flat. As we know, Ryan is out there right now. So we'll be waiting to receive that as the day goes on. And for now, we're going to be following things like ultralive.net to kind of speculate on the data that's coming through. And kind of just predict what might be happening. We should be, we're going to be continuing to get more splits as we move along, but that's where we're at right now. And the historical split data, I think, is really fascinating. The fact that they are running, the men are running 5 minutes under Jim's previous kind of they're both under Jim's course record pace, but they're also under Jim's 14:30 time, so the second fastest time basically ever. And then the women are 10 minutes under, Claire and Courtney's times, which are very, very fast. And is that due to the fast nature of the first 50K without snow on it? Is that due to the competitive juices flowing after a year away? Only time will tell. But, they are also someone mentioned in the chat that, run fast in the first 50K. It's cooler, it's drier, you're fresher, you can eat and drink. It's a risk. It's a risk.
Yeah, it's absolutely a risk.
It could be a good risk to take.
Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to approach the race with that attitude of like, oh, I'm going to go out hard when it's cooler because I'll cover more ground when it's cooler, and then I'll just be even more tired when it gets extremely hot. I don't know. It feels like a fairly strange and potentially reckless calculation to make, but who am I to judge? It's an amazing thing, and that's one of the reasons why I love this sport. Is there's so many different ways that you can approach a race. There's so many different strategies that you can employ, and who knows? Like, success and failure comes down to taking risks sometimes. And when you're competing against the best athletes in the world, you also need to be responding to what your competitors are doing as well. And this is something that's going through the heads of the professional athletes in the field right now. I just want to mention a few other names who maybe haven't gotten as much of the spotlight this week. Of course, people like Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks and Jared Hazen and Tim Tollefson take up a lot of the attention as people sort of speculate about the race and talk about the contenders. But just to mention a few other people that we sort of touched on as we saw the runners ascend the escarpment in the early miles of the race. But people like Alex Nichols and Max King and Drew Holman and Jeff Browning and Tyler Green and Ryan Miller, Jorge Maravilla, Cody Lind, they are all still in contact. We have Stephen Kirsch in play as well, and Charlie Ware, who's a person who I don't think we mentioned at all. He's sitting in 7th place right now through the Lion Ridge aid station, only 2 minutes behind the leaders. He is from Phoenix, so he is well accustomed to the heat and somebody who could very well compete at this race, and I think is somebody who did finish in the top 10 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So Charlie Ware in the mix as well.
And then we now have an update as well on the women. We have 14 women through Lions Ridge now. Camille is there.
Okay.
So after Addie Bracey, we have Ragna. We've got followed by Camille, Emily Hawgood, Ruth Crofts. We've got, and they're running together more or less. Brittany Peterson, Katie Asmuth, Keely Henninger, Kat Drew, Erin Clark, and Sarah Kais. So, most of the favorites have, a lot of the favorites are coming through. But once again, there's about just under 10 minutes between 1st and 14th.
All 14 of them under
Claire
split.
and Claire and Courtney's split from previous editions of the race. So they're moving. That's really fast. 14 of them under that. So honestly, we should be coming up pretty quickly on the men coming through that next aid station, because I think Jim came through in 2:35 in 2019.
Yep. So our next update will be from the Red Star Ridge aid station. They should probably be through there in about 20 minutes or
I'd
so.
say less. Yeah, we'll have them there.
Guys, just so you know, I'm going to put the link to what both Corinne and I are looking at in the chat right now. So do check it out if you are confused as to where we are getting our information from. You guys can follow along at home as well. And it looks like we've got it up here on the main screen as well. This is the men's leaders, the overall men's leaders here, 1 through 14. Again, a lot of the characters who we assumed would be in the mix this early on, and just a lot of competitive depth. I mean, all these names are established runners, people who have performed well. You can see that second column on your screen is their bib number. And again, those bib numbers, the ones that have M1, M2, M4, M5, all those numbers you see, those indicate the place that those individuals placed here at the Western States 100 in 2019. So M1, of course, means Jim Walmsley, the first men's finisher from 2019. So again, the next update that we will get is from the Red Star Ridge aid station. I'm going to just pull up the split here and see when we might expect our runners through there. Yeah, I would say about 15 or 20 minutes until then. And I think we do have some more sort of pre-recorded stuff for your entertainment here. I think we've got something about the favorite part of the Western States course. So we will throw it to the production center now so that we can share that 4-minute video with you all.
My favorite section of the Western States course? That's hard. Because honestly, I think I like every step of it.
Gosh, that's hard. That's a really hard question. I think I have several sections but for different reasons.
My favorite section probably is still the first 30 miles.
The high country in the beginning, I think, really is just a special place.
This is incredible alpine single track. Like the first time I ran it, I was like, whoa, this is so beautiful.
The serenity of it and just such a calm before kind of the I guess the chaos of the rest of the race.
As someone that lives in the Alpine, the first 30, I'm going to feel right at home, my current home. I just feel comfortable. It won't be technical enough for me, but I think I'll really enjoy those first 30 early miles in the cool, crisp Alpine air.
Every section's pretty cool. I really like, this is going to sound crazy, but I love Robinson Flat to Last Chance. I say that because it's really dusty and it's kind of a lot of double track. Like it's not a lot of the, it's not like the single track in the opening 20 miles where you get the views of the mountains. There's not really any views. It's starting to get really hot, but I really love that section. I've always kind of started to get into a groove through there.
For me, I really like the canyons. From Robinson Flat to Michigan Bluff and really El Dorado Canyon. A lot of memories there with my grandfather as well, and knowing that on race day and having that strength, I think that's probably my favorite section.
I would say my favorite section is the canyons. When you drop in from Last Chance, the Last Chance to Michigan Bluff is kind of, I don't know. It's super rugged. It's up and down. To me, it's kind of what defines. It's that's where the race breaks apart.
I think my favorite part will be like running into Michigan Bluff and being like, all right, I just did that epic part of the course that, I've been thinking about for so long.
Love the energy and the hype of Forest Hill. That's it goes without saying how much that energy comes to me by seeing everybody and high-fiving.
Coming into Forest Hill, that experience, I had nothing like that before. I mean, just people cheering for your, saying your actual name and being at the front of the race in 2019 really just made that a really special place in the race.
My favorite section of the course is after you leave Forest Hill and you're rolling down into the river. It's about 16 miles of just really buttery single track. There's a few ups in there and some dirt road, but you're through the most difficult part of the course. But if you've got good legs in there, it's just really nice single track downhill.
It's just fun. It flows. I usually suffer during that section during the race, but I still love it.
And, it's just those horse trails, man. They're so manicured and so smooth and so runnable. And switchbacking down, it's really cool.
And then once you get down to the river, you can go for a swim, and you're kind of down into the prettier sections of the course. The views are spectacular, and just carving the edge of the canyon on a single track, it's kind of what we run for.
Love buffed out trails, so Cal Street, it's Green Gate to the finish. I don't know, I can't pick a favorite.
And you're getting to the river, and at the river you got this, you can finish.
I think the finish line is what I would say, because that finish line is a stepping stone of the journey and the process of what has accumulated every single person, regardless of what time or what place. Every single person who has crossed that finish line, I have full faith, has genuinely unlayered a new version of themselves to exist in this life as a better human being. And there's nothing like the Western States course that can do that for you. So I think that finish line is super, super special. And I think anyone who has done it probably shares the same sentiment. And that is one of the most things I'm excited about.
Okay, we are back from the Placer High School track here at the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. We will be your hosts all day. That was an awesome video. Thank you so much to the production team. Corinne, what is your favorite part of the Western States 100 course?
I mean, I think it's my favorite memory of the Western States 100 course, because I feel like that is what really makes it more than this section of trail is beautiful. So for me in 2018, I got to climb Devil's Thumb with Casey Lichtig, and she had headphones in, and I did not. And she wanted me to experience her experience. So she sang to me as we ran and power hiked up Devil's Thumb to get to that aid station.
Amazing.
And so that was, just getting to share that with her was pretty. I mean, this person who I look up to and admire and who has won Western States in the past. And I'm like, this woman is singing whatever is in her iPod to me is pretty insane. And then, you get to the top. I also love that you get to the top of that aid station. You get to the top of the climb. You're in the heat. You get to this aid station, and they have Otter Pops. They have popsicles there. And you're just like, I have been dreaming of this popsicle for so long.
Yeah.
And so I think that is really, really special. You do see wildlife on course. People have asked about that. Everyone's got a story about running into something out there, seeing eyes in the woods at night, be them real or not. I've run into a bear. I think both years.
There's a great bear story from.
Jim's got a bear story, right?
Well, actually, the one I'm thinking about is Ellie Greenwood. When I think it was the year she broke the course record, they ran in, or no, it wasn't that year. It was the year that she came from behind, and it was, I think she passed Nikki Kimball, or not Nikki Kimball. Now my memory is failing me, but yeah, there's a bear story where the lead women late in the race, when Ellie Greenwood was charging through the field to ultimately win the race and come from behind fashion, that they ran into a bear late in the race and had to sort of pause and scare it away before they continued down the trail.
And I think Jim had to do the same thing one year, where he had to
Right.
stop and kind of and then and keep running after that. But.
So it's amazing. It's one of the great things about our sport is we really are sort of competing not only against the competition, but also with the elements. And we all love, as trail runners, to interact with the environment. And sometimes that is bad weather, it's altitude, it's heat, sometimes it's wildlife. And that's one of the things that we all love, is that depending on the day, our experience can be totally different, and there's so many things that go into our ultimate success or failure outside of our own fitness and whether or not we have a good day. And that's one of the special things about this sport. I would say my favorite part of the sport,
part of the course.
I think it was Brittany Peterson who sort of mentioned this in the short video that we just watched, but the Forest Hill Aid Station is such an iconic part of the race, such an iconic landmark on the Western States course. It's 62 miles into the race. It is, without question, the biggest, highest energy aid station at the Western States 100. You really start to feel like you're making progress at that point. You're 62 miles into the race, but you still have a pretty tough 38 miles to go. And especially at the lead of the men's race, it's still very much in the heat of the day. And it's so amazing to just come into that high energy environment, to get those ice cold sponges, and to get out of there and onto the Cal Street section so that you can then cross the river, which of course is another thing that a lot of these athletes mentioned as something that they really look forward to as part of the Western States 100 experience. So
I'm so happy they're getting to experience crossing the river on foot this year too.
Right.
I've done it both on foot and in a boat, and I will say going across on foot is so much better than having to climb into this boat awkwardly and then try to climb out after, running 78 miles. It's really hard actually to do that. And so I think that getting to cross it on foot this year is a really special experience. It feels pretty good too. It's pretty hot, and so it's nice to get into that water and cross it. I also think today, walking from Roby Point, where I'm staying, to the finish line, you cross over kind of at the corner of the track that we're kind of kitty corner from, and then you run around. They're going to be finishing behind us actually later today. And I stepped onto the track, and coming through the gate before you get onto the track itself gave me chills, because I was like, the only time I've ever come through that entrance is finishing this race.
Yep.
And so, I think that yes, the course is amazing, but sometimes the best part is getting to the finish, is being at that finish line. Not because you're done and you don't have to run anymore, but it's so nice to have accomplished this thing, to let it sink in that you finally made it, I think is the big thing. That it finally dawns on you just then that you're gonna finish, you're gonna get under whatever time you want to get under or whatever place you want. So I think that holds really powerful memories for people.
100%. 100%. It is such an interesting course too, and we sort of talked about this earlier. And actually, I'll look this up and put the link in the chat as well. Joe Yuhan wrote just an absolutely amazing article about the Western States course for iRunFar called "The Western States Killing Machine," I think is what it's called. It's a 2-part written description of the Western States course, and it's just the best encapsulation of why Western States is so special, but also why the course is quite unique and in its own way very difficult. I think when people see the race and they see the finishing times of the athletes and then they compare it against races like UTMB, which is basically the European equivalent of the Western States 100, they see the discrepancy in times and that UTMB just takes so much longer to finish. And then sort of by default, the assumption then is that Western States is really easy. But even though it's a fast course, it's a uniquely difficult race.
Well,
And the
everything's
course is
difficult.
just-
A 5K can be hard. It's one
Right.
of those things where people are like, oh, well, it's difficult because it's long or it's slow or it's fast. I think 5Ks can be the most painful thing you do sometimes. So it's like it's all a matter of perspective.
Yep.
As far as how much you're going to suffer. So what we're hearing, it's not coming through on ultralive.net, but iRunFar, and they're using they use satellite phones sometimes and
Okay.
Garmin inReaches and random stuff to get this information out, and to get photos over to people like Ellie, who are then turning it around and putting it on Twitter. And so just a couple minutes ago, we got info from iRunFar on Twitter. Some people put it in the chat as well that it looks like the first and second men are through Red Star, which is just over 15 miles, running together, and they're through in 2:24, which is fast. And
Smoking
once
fast.
again, under that is way under where how they came
11
through
minutes.
Red Star on in 2019. And once again, when they say course record pace, it's an even split that they're looking at that is listed in the aid station information on the Western States website. So an even split course record pace through Red Star would have them through at about 7:28 a.m. And so that's where they get that information of being 3 minutes under. But if we look at the actual splits from the 2018 and 2019 race, they are running significantly faster than the splits that they came through at during those races. So that's insane. 11 minutes. So to me, that says, because they weren't quite that far under at the 10-mile mark, that this section had a lot of snow in 2019, and they are able to run through this area much, much quicker than they were in the 2019 edition, where there was a lot of snow on this part of the course 2 years ago, the last time we had this race.
Really, really remarkable. Okay, folks at home, we will be back after a very quick commercial break. We'll see you in a second.
My grandmother in Navajo would say, "Just ego," which means if it's up to anybody, it's up to you. You have a choice in life, whether it's positive or negative, it's nobody's fault but yours. Growing up on the reservation, we were always taught to wake up in the morning and start your day off with a run and greet the Creator. You want to be up when the sun is rising, showing the Creator that you're not laying down, you're not being lazy. Some Navajos, they'll get up and they'll yell real loud to let the Creator know we're awake, we're here, and we will always be here. Yate she'e Brandon Dugai Yanashia Kintlachini and Slant Touchini Bashashin Torachini Deshache Kiani Deshanola. I am Diné, I'm Navajo, and us Diné people, we are the first people to live on this land. We are the first people to care for this land. We have our own language, our own tradition, our own beliefs, our own way of how we go about things that nobody else will understand. I'm out running where my ancestors rode their horses, where they trekked long miles, and a lot of the pain and suffering that they went through to get us to where we are now. The when it comes to running. When you get to the certain point of breaking down where you don't want to do it anymore, you don't have an excuse because you grew up the hard way. Our ancestors didn't stop. They found ways to get through the situation. And when I'm out running and it's hard, I dig down into that. When it comes to races, I can be towing the line with 100 other people and I am totally different than everybody else. A lot of people out in the world don't know the Diné people. They ask if we are still here. Yes, of course, we're still here. We've always been here. This is our land, this is our home. We've put our blood, sweat, and tears into our people to make sure that it goes on into the future. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to push to run professionally, to not only represent the native people, but to teach the younger generation that we can do it and that we can get out to the big world and show we are Navajo and that we are still here.
Okay, we are back from the track at Placer High School here at the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. What an awesome commercial. Thank you so much to Hoka for putting on this live stream coverage all day. We will be here for 30 hours, all 30 hours of the Western States 100, and it is only possible because of their support. So thank you so much to Hoka. Corinne has a lot of great updates from the professional end of this year's Western States 100 race and the Red Star Ridge aid station.
Yeah, so it seems that we have many men now through the Red Star Ridge aid station, and they're all running really closely together. I think we have, did we say we had 7 or 8 men through? It looked like.
Yeah,
fifth and
8.
sixth at least. Bladed shots, hot on the heels. So it looks like actually the top 10 men are through that within a minute. So we've got we had Jim and Hayden running together about 2 minutes behind him. We had Jared Hazen again. Then behind him we had Charlie Ware and Stephen Kirsch. They're about 4 minutes back. Actually, that seems to be delayed. Those were 7th and 8th, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So we've got we've got Jim and Hayden. Then we've got Jared Hazen, and then 4th, 5th, and 6th were Tim Tollefson, Matt Daniels, and Mark Hammond. Followed
7th and 8th are Stephen Kirsch and Charlie Ware, actually opposite order, although they're running together. Charlie Ware, then Stephen Kirsch. Then rounding out the top 10 are Drew Holman and Alex Nichols in 9th and 10th. Two very, I think, controlled, intelligent racers in Drew Holman and Alex Nichols. Drew Holman is somebody who I personally know from my time in the Bay Area as well. He lives in Boulder, Colorado now. He won the Bandera 100K this year in January. He was 4th place at the last North Face 50-mile championship back in November of 2019 as well. So Drew Holman is definitely a factor, though a name that a lot of people probably are only hearing for the first time today. So a lot of really fast racing happening on the front end of the men's race, with the top 10 at least through the Red Star Ridge aid station, 15 miles into this year's edition of the Western States 100.
So we don't have our first woman there yet. We expect it to be Audrey Tanguy from France running for Hoka. We do have at least 20 women through the Lion Ridge aid station. We mentioned, I think, the first 15 of them or so before. They're running pretty close together. We have, I think we said we had the top 14 were under Courtney and Claire's previous splits for this aid station. And then right behind them, kind of over the span of the next 10 minutes, you have the likes of Camilla Mayfield, Nicole Bitter, who are wearing F5 and F7. Okay, so very experienced runners here at this race. And then you have Sarah Bunting Lamos, who I've raced against actually at Canyons before, a very talented runner, followed by Abby Hall, Magda Boulay, and Casey Ligtig. Those women are rounding out the top 20. So you have 2 previous champions rounding out the top 20 right now. So honestly, we'll see what happens over the course of the day, but that is a solid group of women through the Lion Ridge aid station. And honestly, 20th, sitting right now in 20th with Casey Lichtig, she's only 6 minutes behind Claire and Courtney's split from the 2019 edition of this race. So a lot of women running very fast, very similar to the men's race.
Yeah, amazing, and really good point. Yeah, sitting in 20th place right now is not necessarily a bad thing, as evidenced by the fact that currently the 19th and 20th place runners in the field are both returning champions to the race in Magdalena Boulet and Casey Lichtig. As you said, they are both in 19th and 20th, but they both hold Cougar trophies representing their past victories here at the Western States 100. So a lot of racing to be had still. We are really enjoying the start of this race. We are about 2 hours and 40 minutes in at this point. We will continue to provide updates as they come in. Guys, please do continue to be active in the chat. We are monitoring it, and we really appreciate all you at home who are spending your day with us here at the Western States 100. It is so fun for Corinne and myself to be part of this and to be interacting with each and every one of you. There's been a bunch of people who are asking where Courtney Dauwalter is this year. Courtney Dauwalter, of course, is a champion ultra runner from Colorado. She lives in Leadville now. She is preparing for the Hard Rock 100. I actually ran with her, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. We went up Mount Elbert in Colorado, but she is not at the Western States 100 this year. She's focusing on the Hard Rock 100 in a couple weeks.
Yeah, she's running San Juan Solstice today, I believe, which is great prep for Hard Rock coming up in just a couple weeks. Once again, the runners are currently in a section of the course that has basically no, I think it has zero cell coverage. And so we do have cameras out on course, and they will physically have to bring that footage back to the track for us, essentially. So we are waiting for footage that we will be able to show. We'll be able to flip back to, essentially, to show some of these sections of the course that honestly we very rarely get to see because of the remote nature of them. We are coming up soon to one of the first aid stations where runners can have crew if they choose to send crew out to an aid station before Robinson Flat. That would be Duncan Canyon. So I am hopeful that we will be able to get footage, at least, kind of after the fact, from that aid station. But runners are slowly approaching the first place where they are going to see familiar faces. And that is a huge boost to these runners. They are, though, also, even though it's not too hot yet, the part of the course that they are currently running on, once again, it has burned in the past and therefore is very open. There's little canopy, there's little tree coverage. And so even though it might not be temperature hot yet, they are in full sun right now. And that will slowly start to take its toll on runners as they head towards Duncan Canyon, as they head towards Robinson Flat.
Yeah, it's such a good point, and actually something that AJW and Andy Jones-Wilkins, a Western States legend and icon and 10-time finisher himself, mentioned yesterday in our interview with him, was that the section between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat is when he, in his memory, started to feel hot. That's the part of the day when it really does start to heat up. And actually, it's kind of a difficult part of the course, and we'll get to that a little bit later because the runners are not quite there yet. But that 7-mile section between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat is really, in my experience as somebody who has competed at the front of the men's race, really where some of the separation starts to occur and where some of the leaders start to assert themselves. So we'll keep our eye out for that dynamic. One of the things that I wanted to get to eventually, and we might as well get to it now while we have some time, is I had an amazing story that I wanted to tell about my recent experience on the Pacific Crest Trail with Timothy Olson, of course, 2-time champion of the Western States 100, former course record holder himself. I had the great pleasure 2 Saturdays ago now to spend the day with Timothy out on the Pacific Crest Trail. He is going for the fastest known time. This trail is 2,600 miles long. Timothy Olson, for those who are not familiar, look him up. He's an absolute legend and champion of our sport. He's also a great friend. And again, as Corinne and I have mentioned a few times throughout the week, the friendships that we develop in this sport are really just the most special thing about it. And 2 Saturdays ago, being able to spend the day with Timothy was so amazing. And I was out for a total of 9 hours, and we finished our day at Reds Meadow. on the PCT just outside of Mammoth Lakes, California. And the most amazing thing happened. We came out of the backcountry. Timothy saw his family for the first time in 4 days. His wife, Krista, his 2 sons, Kai and Tristan, were there. And of course, Krista's also 7 months pregnant right now while Tim's out on the trail. And anyway, Jason Coop, there was a big crew of people there to greet Timothy. And he, again, was coming out of the backcountry where he had been sort of on his own for 4 days. And it was just so amazing and impressive to see Timothy. And when we came to Red's Meadow, my wife Harmony was there as well. And while Timothy was going through his sort of pit crew transition, he's eating food, taking a shower, changing his shoes, repacking his bags, everything like that. Harmony and I walked back to my car to grab something quickly, and a car pulled up next to us. And somebody rolled down the window and said, "Hey, is that guy doing the PCT?" And of course, me being a rabid ultramarathon fan, I said, "Yes, it is. In fact, this is Timothy Olson. He is going for the record on the PCT right now." And he said, "Oh, is that the Western States 100 guy?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, it is. 2-time champion Timothy Olson." And he said, he points to his wife in the passenger seat, and he says, "This is the 1984 women's champion, Judy Milky West."
That's
and
amazing.
My mind was just completely blown. I said, "Oh my goodness, I have to take a selfie with you. You won the Western States 100 37 years ago. You have to go pull around and say hello to Timothy Olson." So Judy Milky West and her husband went and gave Timothy Olson a little pat on the back, wished him luck on his PCT adventure. And it was just so cool for me to meet the 1984 women's champion, to take a selfie with her, and to just see that after 37 years, she's still out enjoying the trails. It's just something that I think is just so special, and that bonds us all together, is just our love for being out in the mountains, being out in the outdoors, being out on the trails. So shout out to Judy Milky West. Congratulations 37 years later on your victory in 1984. And thank you for that special memory in my life.
So we got breaking news from the course, thanks to our friends over at I Run Far and those in the chat. And thank you to our tech team for pulling up the women's splits through Lion Ridge as well, so we can kind of keep track of what's going on there. Once again, yes, what you are seeing on your screen right now is the split from the 10.3 aid station. Again, they are in a remote section of the course. Welcome to ultra running. We do a lot of hurry up and wait in this sport. But our first woman, Beth Pascal, has come through the 15-mile aid station at Red Star Ridge. So once again, that means she has moved up on Audrey Tanguy. She has passed her somewhere in those 5 miles. And she is 19 minutes faster than Claire's split at this aid station from 2019. Once again, there's no snow on this section of the course. Beth ran this race in 2019 and was 4th there. She's wearing that F4 bib. So this is exciting. She's putting herself in a really great place. She told us in her interview this week that the biggest thing she kind of regretted from 2019 was that she just wasn't aggressive enough, that she ran out of real estate at the end of the race to move up any higher. And so even though she knows it's going to be hot, she's prepped for it really well. And, maybe this is her being more aggressive after kind of regretting that from 2019.
Really, really amazing. And I had Beth on my podcast a couple of months ago after she won the Canyons 100K. And one of the things that she said about herself, or one of the things that she sort of felt like she was known for, was being, overly conservative, right? And having won the Canyons 100K in wire-to-wire fashion, using quite an aggressive strategy, and not having crew either, which is something we should talk about eventually, is just the dynamic of the crew and athlete relationship, and how it's such an advantage in our sport when you do have all those little things dialed. But to see her out in front of this race now, so far under those splits, is indicative of the fact that maybe either Beth Pascal is leaving that strategy in the rearview mirror and being a little bit more aggressive, or she's just taking the next step in her career and she's at the a point now where she's just that good.
I mean, Megan Hicks, when we spoke to her at the end of our interview day yesterday, she said that she thought that Beth Pascal was a different runner than she was 2 years ago, that she has really taken a big step forward in her running career. So we have more splits. We have our top 4 women now through Red Star. So 10 seconds back from Beth Pascal was Audrey Tanguy, who was leading early in the race, just 5 miles before that at Lion Ridge, followed 45 seconds later by Addie Bracey, and then, not even a minute and a half later, they said 77 seconds. That's a great split for you.
Yep.
Was Claire Gallagher in 4th. So, there's been a little bit of a shakeup. Beth has moved kind of towards the front of that pack, but they're all running together essentially at mile 15, which not only are they all running together at mile 15, but once again, we are going off of Claire Gallagher's splits from 2019, and they are 18, 19 minutes ahead of her split at this aid station. So they are moving exceptionally fast over this terrain, and we'll just have to see how that plays out over the course of the day.
Really, really amazing. Again, shout out to Iron Far for providing that information from out on the race course. And it sounds like we have a couple of great images from the course, so we will ask our production team to bring those up on the screen for your enjoyment now. Look at that big smile from M1 men's champion Jim Walmsley. He is looking relaxed. Looks like he got rid of that long sleeve shirt somewhere along the way. Hayden Hawks just behind him. 2 amazing champions of our sport, 2 of the most talented guys in the field, 2 Hoka athletes. Again, shout out to our sponsor for today's coverage and of the Western States 100. There's Jared Hazen in
Look at
3rd place.
Pack.
Yeah, they're running in a pack here. Tim Tollefson just behind. And according to our Commander-in-Chief, again, Billy Yang, these photos were taken by the race director himself, Mr. Craig Thornley, out on the course, doing his job, looking after these runners. There's Tim Tollefson, big smile from him. Matt Daniels and Mark Hammond just behind. Again, here's Beth. Yes,
She
great
looks
smiles.
chipper.
Yes.
There.
Oh, this is amazing. Things are really starting to develop in the professional end of this race, and Corinne and I are so excited to continue bringing these stories to you all throughout the day. Thank you to Craig Thornley for the photography and for sending them to us here at race headquarters at Placer High so that we could share them with the world.
And then we have our 5th woman now as well that we're getting from Iron Far. Once again, they have people stationed at 15 locations on the course, including some of those really hard to get to spots. Devin Yanko is actually volunteering for them today, who has been 3rd place at this race. So another local legend and Western States legend who's out there helping out with live coverage today. So your 5th place female through the 15-mile aid station. I think they're taking these photos you'll see them on the I Run Far Twitter page, or coming through that stream. They're taking them right before that aid station, generally speaking. So your 5th woman, again, is Ragna de Botts. She is from the Netherlands, but lives in Spain and is on like a family, worldwide road trip right now. And she is so happy to be here racing. First 100-mile race. But similar to Ruth Croft, everything she touches turns to gold, and I am really excited to see what she can do here. She has won Marathon des Sables, which is a hot, kind of, I wouldn't call it fast because it's the stage race, but it's kind of a very runnable course.
Yep.
So that will serve her well, hot and sandy and runnable. Sounds like Western States. She's also won CCC. So once again, another I would consider it a runnable 100K. So she's setting herself up well to perform here. Once again, hasn't run this distance. Very, very strong runner. And I would say, could definitely move her way up through this field as the day goes on.
100%. I think it's funny to refer to the CCC as a runnable 100K because compared to the Western States 100, it's not super runnable. But Ragna, yes, definitely a factor in this year's race. And it's kind of interesting, the story of how she got into the race this year. Of course, because we're emerging from the pandemic and the 2020 race was canceled, all the race entries were deferred to 2021, but there was still some athletes on the international field who got in through the Ultra Trail World Tour who were not able to make the race this year, including past 3rd place finisher Lucy Bartholomew from Australia. So Lucy gave up her spot in this year's race. That that spot then was transferred to Ragna DeBots. I think it was an amazing selection by the Ultra Trail World Tour, by the Western States 100 to invite Ragna to this year's race. I think she's going to provide a really interesting dynamic to the women's field. She's a great athlete, and I think this is her first time racing the United States. So us American ultramarathon fans are being introduced to her for the first time, but she is a force on the European scene.
Fan favorite,
Yes.
booth favorite. We're not biased. We're biased towards everyone once again. Keely Henninger, first 100-mile debut. She is 6 minutes behind the leader. She is a minute behind Ragna. She has moved herself up into 6th place. That is really exciting. I think Keely has a lot of potential to do very well here. She's trained herself very well for this. Once again, her coach is Tyler Green, so has experience at this race. I think a very good mentor for her at this point in her career. So very excited to see her come through in 6th place. So your top 6 women are now through the Red Star aid station, and I imagine that we're going to continue to see those. So what we're seeing, they're calling it mile 15. They are likely taking these splits ahead of the Red Star aid station potentially, and so kind of interesting to see what that really boils down to split wise. The official ultralive.net tracker calls that Red Star aid station 15.8 miles into the race.
Yeah, amazing. And yeah, like you said, Keely Henninger is not only a booth favorite, but I think, somebody who everybody really likes and respects and admires in the sport. I actually had her on my podcast a few weeks ago as well, and she was doing something that I thought was really interesting and notable. And as the sport is sort of moving into a more professional next generation, I think it's important for those at home to know that most of the quote-unquote professional athletes in this field do have other jobs, right? So most of the people in this race can't devote all of their time and energy to just being the best athletes that they can possibly be. Keely Henninger is one of those people. She not only runs for Nike, but she works for Nike. And one of the really interesting things that she sort of provided perspective on in our podcast conversation was the fact that she used her paid time off from work to take time off to just go to Park City and train for the Western States 100. So it was like she was taking her paid time off from her real job to then go focus on just training for the Western States 100 at altitude in Park City for, I think it was 3 or 4 weeks that she took off from work. And it was just, I think, a really great exhibition of what it means to be a professional, of what it means to behave like a professional, to pull out all the stops, to give yourself the best chance to have a good race at the Western States 100 when it really matters. So shout out to Keely Henninger. We really, really like her here in the booth, as Corinne said, and we really hope that that sacrifice, that investment that she made earlier in her training cycle does pay dividends for her today. She is doing a great job so far. So we are getting great news from our production center. We've got Rob Krar on the phone. We're going to just take a couple of minutes to get him queued up here, but if you are watching at home, we have 2-time men's champion Rob Krar from Flagstaff, Arizona. Sounds like he's ready to go. Joining us now, Rob Krar from his home in Flagstaff, Arizona, with a beautiful haircut, a beautiful beard. Rob Krar, welcome to the 2021 Western States 100. How are you, buddy?
We don't have his audio. Does the booth have his audio?
No. Hey, Rob, sorry, we can't hear you. Give us a second while we work it out, okay? Anyway, we're really excited to talk to Rob here in just a sec. But yeah, so we're just waiting on getting that audio fixed up. Can't remember what we were talking about. I think I was just gushing about Keely Henninger for a little bit, but we will wait to get Rob Krar back on the line here. We'll see if we can get that figured out. In the meantime, In the meantime, we will just check in on the updates here and see if there's anything else that we can share with our audience.
Yeah, and again for those in the chat, as you'll know, we don't have service on this part of the course, so you're going to see a lot of splits coming from aid stations. You're going to see a lot of live interviews recorded, or actually like brought in via Zoom with previous winners of this race, which is really, really exciting, including Rob Krar and Scott Jerk. We're going to bring Rob back up right now. Hopefully, we got the audio all figured out.
Rob Krar, can you hear us? Mic check, mic check.
All right, I can hear you
there
guys.
There he is, yes.
All
Rob,
right.
welcome. Welcome to the 2021 Western States 100. How are you?
I'm doing really great. Dylan, Corinne, thanks for having me. Man, it's an exciting day. We got Western States going on. We got the first stage of the Tour de France, 10K finals, the Olympic trials. It's a good day.
I hope you got your run in so that you can sort of sit in front of your TV and your computer for the rest of the day.
Saving that for a bit later. You know, we are under the worst fire restrictions ever in Arizona.
Oh.
So I think I may start training for a road marathon.
Yeah, the forest. I heard the forest was closed just the other day, which is, I mean, I live here I live in San Francisco, and in the fall they closed all of our national forests, and it was a really scary time. It sounds like you guys are in the same boat right now.
Yeah, it's extremely dry. Pretty much all the national forests are closed. We got a major fire, the Raphael fire, just southwest of town. You know, love and energy goes out to everybody battling those fires. We ourselves are just south of the mountain doing okay, but it's scary times for sure, not just for ourselves, but for a lot of people out there.
Hey, Rob, so we see both beyond both of your shoulders, one Cougar Trophy and the Western States elevation profile. Of course, you're a two-time champion of the race yourself. You and I spent many miles on the course together back in your debut Western States 100 back in 2013, where you finished second to Timothy Olson that year. What are your fondest memories from the race, maybe from those early years and the subsequent years when you were victorious?
Oh man, so much reminiscing to do there. This is my office. You know, it's very safe to say that Western States changed the course of my life. You know, behind me is Western States Cougar, and sure, it means I won the race. But what's most important about that Cougar is thinking about every day after crossing the finish line in second in 2013. The hard work and the 99% that most people don't see. I think that's the most valuable part of training for an ultra, of being an athlete, sharing with others. It was an amazing day. So 2013 was pretty groundbreaking for me. So, you know, really one of my fondest memories is sharing miles with you early on. And it really opened my eyes to just the sport and the nature when my fellow competitor was telling me what's about to happen on the course. You know, not go too quick down the canyon, and it was an amazing experience. So that is really one of my fondest memories of 2013 was sharing miles with you early on in the race, Dylan.
Well, likewise, man. But you unfortunately beat me by like an hour that day, so maybe I shouldn't have been running with you. But that was an amazing race, and that year was a really hot year, like we're going to be experiencing this year. Though the runners are running very quickly so far. I don't know if you've been checking in on the splits at all, but that year, the first year that you ran in 2013, Rob, you ultimately were only like 4 or 5 minutes behind Timothy Olson. Is that right?
Yeah, somewhere around there. It was a tight race.
Yeah, it was a tight race, and I know you came back the next year with the conviction, with the obsession to ultimately win the race yourself, which you were successful in doing not only in 2014, but then again in 2015 in two of the fastest times we've ever seen on the course. Maybe just talk a little bit about what it meant to you to achieve that goal for yourself, not once, but twice, and then we'll sort of get to some questions from our chat.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like I said, Western States was just, it was early in my ultra running career, but to have three of my best races of my life 3 years in a row at Western States is a pretty magical thing. And it's really, you know, after 2015, I really recognized that and made the decision to step away for a few years from the race itself. I don't think fourth time was going to be quite as lucky. but yeah, it's amazing. 2013, I was really proud of that race. It was my first 100 miler, and I felt like I raced it like a veteran. It's certainly one of my proudest moments as an ultra runner. It was incredibly hot. I remember the day before just kind of giving myself a ballpark figure of thinking, well, maybe I have about a 50% chance of just finishing the race. So yeah, I was really proud of myself. It was a very hot year, and I recognized that. And I reset my expectations in terms of pace, and really took care of myself in terms of hydration and ice, and refined that process in 2014 and 2015. So it was a 3 years of just really hard work, a lot of downs, but some amazing highs. And I have every plan in the world to come back there and experience it again sometime in the future.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are asking that in the chat. So if you don't mind, maybe divulging some of your longer term plans. When do you plan to return to Western States, either as an athlete or at least as a fan and spectator and legend of the sport?
Yeah, who knows? I really enjoy not writing things too far into the calendar. It seems new opportunities pop up, and having an open calendar complements that. But certainly 2022 is sort of ringing in the back of my head right now. Mike Morton in 2013 set the course record, and it was just an amazing race.
The
I remember
Masters
him.
record. The Masters record.
Masters record. Remember him coming by me, coming out of Forest Hill, just on a mission, and I was in awe. So, what an amazing athlete! I would love to come back there and really have a great race and experience the energy and love everything around Western States. It is just an incredible atmosphere and incredible event.
Have you had a chance to catch up at all on what's happening in the race right now? Any perspectives you want to share from the early miles of this year's event?
I've just caught a couple tweets. Sounds like some of the boys are going out pretty quick. Yeah, it's a hot day, so anything can happen out there. Hopefully, people are taking care of themselves, taking advantage of the 5 pounds per runner per aid station of ice out there. I think ice is king. It also looks pretty sunny in the background. So one of the strategies I use, especially when it got later into the race on Cal Street, was really running that little bit harder in the shade, and backing off that little bit in the direct sun. But everybody has their own strategy out there, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out as the hours tick by.
Yeah, it's true. It's actually a really good point, and something that maybe we'll talk about a little bit later is the shade versus the sun. I'll write that down because I think that's good material for later. Rob, of course, everybody's really curious about kind of like what you're up to now. You said that you're sort of under lockdown and we're emerging from the pandemic. Wondered if there's anything you can share in terms of what you're up to. I don't know if you've got anything competitive on your agenda coming up, and or if there's anything sort of like personal that you're working on right now that you want to share.
Yeah, I can be perfectly honest. 2020 was a rough year for me. I definitely struggled to find my rhythm. I was certainly impressed and inspired by so many people that were able to work through it and have some great FKT attempts. But yeah, I would love to get back to racing. I've been working on some projects on my end, mixing in some non-running activities, including pack rafting. I do have some pretty big fastest known time objectives set for the fall that I'm really excited about in and around the Grand Canyon and the Flagstaff area. But also, I'll also be in Chamonix in the summer, planning on racing OCC out there. That'll be my first experience during the UTMB weekend. I've been through Chamonix a number of times on vacation and for ski mountaineer racing, but I'm excited to experience the atmosphere of UTMB out there.
Oh, amazing. Well, I'll look forward to connecting with you in person there.
So big question, not to interject
Please,
too much,
please.
but a big question from the audience, including, some fan favorites like Dominic Grossman. They really want to know if your cats are jealous of the Cougar trophy. This is a very serious question coming from the audience here. They really want to check in to make sure the cats are okay, including from Amy's
the
Boston.
cats are all right. I definitely get a bit of a side eye. The 2 years they showed up on the doorstep, but we've settled things and we're back on status quo. So thanks for asking.
Amazing, amazing. Rob, people are also asking if you ever plan to do hard rock.
I would love to do hard rock. It's well out of my comfort zone. I think there was a point in my career where I would have said absolutely no. But that as the years tick by, I love challenging myself in new ways. So I would love to. It seems a little tricky to get into these days. But yeah, beautiful area. One day, you never know. I've learned never to say never, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Cool, Rob. Well, before we let you go, I'd love to sort of maybe get your perspective on your hometown as it relates to Western States. Obviously, 5 of the last 6 men's winners have come from Flagstaff, Arizona. Talk about why you think that is, why it's such a great place to train for Western States specifically.
Yeah, I moved to Flagstaff in 2005 for a job. I was not running at the time. I had lost my love and passion for running after competing for 5 years in Division One athletics, and I very quickly fell into the running scene. First on the roads and half marathon and marathon. And then I found the trails and ultimately the ultra distance. And I think that says a lot about Flagstaff as a trail destination, but also as a community. There are amazing people, a good energy. It started out more on the track and road scene, but over the last decade, it's become an ultra and trail running mecca as well. Like I said, it's just good energy, good people, amazing trails. It was pretty special to see Hayden Hawks at the top of Arizona maybe a month ago doing hill
Yeah.
repeats at about 10,000 feet. So
Yes.
it's pretty wild. There's rarely a day, especially in the spring, where you can go out for a run and not see, Western States competitor or world champion or world record holder. It's a pretty magical place here.
Yeah.
Yep, Beth Pascal went and intentionally spent some time there. I think Keely might have swung through. So I think it's nice that it becomes this kind of hollowed training ground in a lot of ways to get people prepped, be it in the canyon there for the canyons here. But I think I think it says a lot as far as producing the last however many men's winners of the race itself. I think speaks volumes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like the perfect place to train for Western States. You got the altitude, you got the heat, you got the downhill in the canyon, you got the community of great athletes around to push each other. So obviously that has served not only yourself, but Andrew Miller, Jim Walmsley, all the other guys who are in the field this year, Beth Pascal, as you mentioned. So what a great place. Actually, Jeff Browning recently moved there too, which is another great addition to your guys' community. Hey, Rob, we've got some more questions here if you've got a few more minutes. One of the other things that I think is really interesting is obviously, you were one of the first guys, I think probably the second person ever to run under 15 hours here on the course. Timothy Olson, of course, being the first person to do so. You ran 14:53 in 2015 or 2014, then 14:48 in 2015. So only 5 minutes separating those two finishing times. Did you ever feel like you left time out on the course? Obviously, when you win the race, it's probably hard to really look back and nitpick. But maybe on a perfect day, if it's a little bit cooler, what sort of time do you think you could throw down on the Western States course?
Yeah, I certainly had 3 of the warmer years. But I listened to Hayden Hawks pre-race interview that you did, and I think he said it really well. The best races I've ever had are when I've focused on the outcome and not focused on the time. Uh, I think 2015 was a good example. I spent a lot of time with ice in the hat, ice in the bandana, ice in the arm sleeves. And, I did the mental math at one point, and I figure I probably spent maybe somewhere between 6, 7, 8 minutes doing that at the aid stations. So it's easy to take 8 minutes off my finishing time. That would have been a course record.
Yeah.
But of course, the flip side is not taking advantage and not taking care of myself could have led to a much more difficult outcome or a DNF. So I've never played that time game. I feel like I ran the best races I could. I feel like I've always raced intelligently and patiently. Composure, confidence, compete is a mantra that I've always held close to my heart. Coming out of Forest Hill, Cal Street has always been my strongest 20 miles of that course. And I don't think I could have done that if I had gone out harder. So, no, the times the boys are running and the Cals as well are next level. I don't think I could have taken any chunk of time off the course. I'm just really happy with the 3 years I've had at Western States and hopefully a couple more to come.
Rob, it brings up something else that you brought into my brain way back. I think it was in 2014 or 2015 when I was watching one of your interviews with I Run Far, being a big fan of yours and somebody who was racing against you that year. And I think it was Brian Powell who asked you, did you do any heat training or whatever? And you said, I do heat management. I don't do heat training. I think the people who are watching this broadcast now would love to hear your perspective on that, because I think it's a little bit counterintuitive, or at least a different approach. Rather than jumping in the sauna, you focus on how you can manage it during race day.
Yeah, I think to each their own. I think there is a certain amount of science and study that does show that heat training in a sauna or other means is effective. For me, it was simply I came into ultra running and I saw it as a gift. I thought my running career was over in 2010, and it was really important for me to run for the right reasons and really. I don't want to say I love it every day. I think I like it most days. I love it some days, and it's really hard to get out the door a lot of those days as well. And getting in a sauna was just something I wasn't willing to do. For me, it crossed that line into not enjoying it as much as I felt I needed to. So that was really the major reason why I didn't do the heat training and really embrace the heat management on race day itself.
Yeah, it's a really interesting approach. So just to kind of summarize, rather than getting in the sauna, which you viewed as maybe an inconvenience or something that took away from your enjoyment of the training, instead it was all about how you manage the heat on race day. And of course, for those who have been around the race for a long time, we remember the photos of you bare-chested with your trucker hat on, filled with ice, sort of like sitting like a crown on top of your head, with your sort of short arm sleeves with ice stuffed in there too. Anything else you want to add in terms of how you think you dealt with the heat and managed it well in your experience at Western States?
Yeah, I mean, ice is really king for sure. And as I mentioned earlier, I was really conscious of the shade versus direct sun, especially for myself running through Cal Street mid-afternoon. There's a lot of that shade patches and consistent shade, consistent sun. I just dialed that effort down that tiny little bit in the sun, and then dialed it up that tiny little bit in the shade. And I felt that was an effective approach. Certainly, dunking in the river, crossing the river is an effective spot. There's a bunch of little spots where you can dunk your hat, dunk your body. But I think a big thing is adjusting expectations. I believe our bodies are simply not capable of running the same times that it could on an ideal day. So allowing yourself some grace in your splits on your watch is important right from the gun.
It's so brilliant, man. It's the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about going a little bit easier in the sun and a little bit harder in the shade. It's absolutely brilliant. What a great strategy, and obviously it worked well with two Cougars to show for it on your end. But Rob, thank you so much for joining us, man. It's really a treat to be able to chat with you on the Western States 100 race day. As a two-time champion, you're a great champion for the sport, a great champion of the race. And we'll see you in Chamonix in a couple of months.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Looking forward to following along, and thanks for everything you're doing.
Thanks, Rob.
Corinne, any updates from the field?
We have updates.
We have updates.
So we're waiting the men at Duncan Canyon. That's mile 24.4. But we have the top 10 women for sure through that Red Star aid station. And again, some of these aid stations, right, aren't going to have timing mats. They're not going to get, a bunch of good splits out quickly. And so what we're going to see, though, they've pulled it up on the screen. Thanks, team. You're amazing. So the top 10 women came in within 6.5 minutes of each other, okay? They are flying. So we had initially already talked about Audrey Tanguy, Beth Pascal, Addie Bracey, Claire Gallagher. Really, Audrey and Beth are running together. Actually, really, Audrey, Beth, and Addie are running together. Just behind them is Claire Gallagher, followed by Keely Henninger, Ragna DeBotts. That's a little bit of a flip up. Keely and Ragna were running within 30 seconds of each other right before the aid station. So some of these splits, depending on how the ham radio operators are putting them out, will come before the aid station or after the aid station. And so depending on how long you take in the aid might change what we're getting from I Run Far or from people on course versus what actually leaves the aid station. So we've got Keely and Ragna basically together, followed by Ruth Croft in 7th, Katie Asmuth in 8th, Emily Hawgood in 9th, and Camille Heron rounding out the top 10 in 10th. So once again, 6.5 minutes is the spread between our first female and our 10th female leaving the Red Star Ridge aid station at mile 15.8. And once again, they're running really, really fast. We said that the initial split ahead of the Red Star aid station was something like 18 or 19 minutes faster than Claire's split from the 2019 race. Again, we're accounting for a low snow year, so they are it is definitely a faster course for the early stages of the race. That'll pay its way back in the heat later in the day. But these women are moving. So this is very, very cool.
Yeah, some interesting things here too is some of the people who aren't in the top 10, right? And these are experienced people who aren't in the top 10, who potentially are taking a little bit more of a reserved, a more measured, a more conservative, and potentially a more intelligent approach to the race. So we see Brittany Peterson, the 4th fastest woman to ever run the Western States 100. Again, the returning 2nd place finisher. She is sitting in 11th place right now, a full 7 minutes behind the leaders. Then we've got Catherine Drew, again, the F8 returning 8th place woman in 12th. We've got Nicole Bitter in 15th, who was 7th last year. Camelia Mayfield in 16th. She was 5th in 2019. And then, of course, we've got the champions, Magda Boulet and Casey Lichtai, still in 19th and 20th coming through. Or I guess those updates are still from Lion Ridge.
They will be through Red Star shortly. So you've got 2 previous champions at this race rounding out the women's top 20. Once again, like as Beth would tell you from the 2019 race, as I will tell you from the 2019 race, it was easy to feel like you went out too conservatively, but you can still move up quite a ways. We've seen men and women who are in the 20s through Forest Hill move up into the top 10. Yes, that gets harder as the field gets deeper and deeper. But, from personal experience, I got to do that in 2018 and 2019. Was I fighting for the win? No. I'm definitely, that wasn't in the cards for me at all. But you can move up quite a lot, even over the last 40 miles, if you have legs to run on. So I wouldn't worry about your favorites quite yet, but it's shaping up to be a really exciting race. Really
super exciting. And it's actually looking sort of like some pack running going on right now. We sort of have Audrey, Beth, Addie, Claire, all sort of pretty close together. Keely and Ragna close together. And then we've got the sort of like third chase pack, Ruth Croft, Katie Asmuth, Emily Hawgood, and Camille basically running, and Brittany Peterson all sort of running together as well, with Catherine Drew not far behind as well.
Yeah, and then there were a few concerns in the chat early on. I Run Far posted about this as well. They saw there's some smoke from our forested ridge not far from the Robinson Flat aid station. I've checked in with Cal Fire incident, and nothing is up about that yet. We've had thunder and lightning in the area at least twice over this past week, and lightning strikes can hold over in trees. Generally speaking, the Forest Service is very aware of these things. They do flyovers and monitor them. We saw some out of town Thursday or Friday as well. Thursday evening. So the Forest Service monitors that stuff. So we're getting some images out on course that shows that, but nothing to worry about right now. I think everyone, we're going to be okay. Cal Fire, I checked in with Cal Fire, and there's no big reports coming in from that zone yet.
Great. I think we're going to take a quick break here. We are expecting updates from Duncan Canyon, which is about mile 24, probably in the next, I would say 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. So we will take a quick break now. We will be back with more amazing updates from a pretty pivotal aid station.
My connection with Western States dates back to the late 90s, well before I ever got into the sport. Growing up as a kid on the west side of the Sierra, just minutes away from Auburn in the town of Rockland, I learned about it from my coaches and mentors, many of whom had done the race themselves. At the time, I never thought I would be doing it, but as I grew older in my athletic career, it was kind of, signs were pointing towards at some point I would be doing Western States. But it's kind of neat to think back to, being a preteen, geocaching from No Hands Bridge, up along K2 or the Western States Trail, competing along or around the oval at Placer Heights track in high school. We had league finals there. So I'm well familiar with pretty much every mile of that trail. And then when I went to undergraduate school up at Chico State, my coach had former athletes of his and alumni that had done it. So we followed the race, even though we still as collegiate athletes thought it was a bit insane. It was always there kind of in my backyard. So in many ways, Western States is a home course for me. A course like States really plays to my strengths as a runner. I'm a durable, kind of gritty runner. I'm not necessarily the most elegant or graceful or smooth runner. And I think a course like States, when you really break down the profile, is going to take a lot of versatility, and that's something that I really harbor. Is why I gravitated towards the steeplechase in college. I wasn't a flat out fast runner, but I was able to problem solve and get through things, and that's what States is. I mean, you have the high country, you have the deep canyons, you have the runnable, buffed out single track of Cal Street into the finish, but then also you have a lot of other variables thrown in there, and I'm a problem solver. So I see States as just one giant puzzle that I'm gonna have 14 some hours to go out and tackle and work through some stuff. It may surprise people that I don't want a pacer, but I just feel comfortable alone. All of my training is solo here in the Sierra. I've learned to find comfort in that solitude. And when I start to really hurt, I can go deeper if I just turn it inwards. I sometimes have maybe too much situational awareness where if I have people around me, I'm gonna start worrying if they're okay or what's going on, where I just need to stay focused at the task at hand. And I think I've always taken inspiration from a lot of other sports like alpinists, where I like the aesthetic of the semi-autonomous model, where it's just me doing what I love to do, and that's run. And I'm thankful for all the support I have out there through the crew and the spectators and the aid stations, but I feel that I do best on my own.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here with my co-host Corinne Malcolm. We are almost 3.5 hours into this year's edition of the Western States 100. We imagine we will be getting updates from the Duncan Canyon Aid Station, roughly mile 24, in just a few minutes. That was a great interview with Tim Tollefson from Mammoth Lakes, California, one of the contenders for the men's win this year, talking about solitude, talking about his approach to the race, not using a pacer, etc. Pretty inspiring stuff from Tim. Figure maybe, Corinne, we can talk about that now. We sort of mentioned earlier just the dynamic between crews and pacers and the athletes that are in the race. So maybe for those who are a little bit less experienced with trail and ultra running, talk about how that strategy is employed at Western States.
Yeah, and it's a lot different than many races, particularly over in Europe, where pacers are definitely, I feel like, a very American race ultra thing. And so at this race in particular, you are allowed a pacer. You can pick up a pacer. Most people pick up a pacer at Forest Hill mile 62 and then change out a pacer at the river. So pacers are doing 20-mile stretches with their runner to get them to Auburn. If you come through Michigan Bluff after 8 p.m., you can actually pick up a pacer in Michigan Bluff. And part of this is a safety thing. Keep the runner on course, make sure someone's with them in between these remote sections. but they can't mule. They're not allowed to carry water, carry food, or give anything to the runner. They're there for kind of physical support. You also cannot carry your runner. We've seen drama at the finish like that where people have kind of lifted up runners and the runner's been disqualified. So you're not allowed to physically help your runner. So I've been referring to it as emotional muling because, it's really, that's what they're there for. They're not, they are an emotional mule in a lot of ways because they're there to keep you. I always use pacers because they kept me company, I guess. They were a nice distraction after being in my head for 62 miles. And so for me, I do think it's an advantage to have a pacer. It is not for everyone. Tim has mentioned this week and in this interview that he actually does better when he can stay in his own head. When he starts to get distracted by things going on around him, he might lose focus. He might lose focus on the task at hand, what he needs to do at every aid station to stay in the race. So he will be going pacerless. Tim has also, I feel like, predominantly raced long races like this in Europe where pacers are not allowed. So this is very much a typical race for him to not use a pacer. You also have crew out on course meeting you at key aid stations. Most people have crew at Robinson Flat at mile 31, at Forest Hill, which is mile 62, and then either at Rucky Chucky at the river crossing at mile 78 or at Green Gate, which is mile 80 on the other side of the river. So you get to, and I feel like they're like emotional buoys that you get to go run towards. As Brittany said in her interview yesterday, she spent, several miles just saying, get to Cody,
get to Cody, get to Cody.
And so Cody obviously is in the race this year, so she'll be saying, get to Cody, but Cole Watson will be picking her up. So I think it's interesting to see. I don't know exactly if there's anyone else. I don't know if Beth has a pacer, being a Brit. I don't know if Ragda has a pacer, being a European athlete. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Once again, I mentioned Alex Nichols' pacer earlier today. It's a 19-year-old out of San Francisco, Elliott Singer, a phenomenal athlete herself. So I also remember watching in the 2019 race after the fact, a lot of men that were kind of tightly bunched together between like 7th and 14th in the men's field, at least I think between 7th and 10th, they were all within like a minute or two of each other. They all dropped their pacers at Roby Point because it was a drag race to the finish and the pacers were like, we don't want to be in the way. And so
amazing.
Pacers can be very advantageous, but it's definitely all about your own headspace for it.
Totally. And I think, Tim's strategy is kind of interesting in that he is basically setting the standard that he does not want to have a pacer himself. But if we look at the history of the race, especially recent history of the race, for some of the men's champions, there's a great lineage of people who have not used pacers or who have dropped their pacers in the last 38 to sort of like 20 miles of the race.
Men distinctly in this race, many male winners of this race have dropped their pacers because, to be fair, it's hard to keep up with them. And so I feel like it's not that uncommon to see that happen at the front end of the men's race in particular, where a pacer might fall apart.
Yeah. So just in recent memory, I think Jeff Rose dropped Dave Mackey back in the unbreakable year, 2010, an amazing race, a historic race at the Western States 100. I know Tim Olson dropped his pacers a few times. I know Jim has dropped his pacers or not run with pacers. Rob Krar, I don't think, ran with pacers. So it's an interesting dynamic. Again, it's something that is unique usually to North American ultra running. Usually in Europe, there are no pacers allowed. But here at the Western States, it is somewhat of a special thing, too. And there's no judgment whether people use them or don't use them. It's all up to racer discretion and what they think will lead them to have the best race, but also the best experience out on the trail. And Tim, like he said, it's really important for him to do it in this style, not only because he thinks he'll do better, but that he'll enjoy it more.
And I always found, too, I felt like it was a distinct privilege and honor to pace my friend Sarah Kais in 2017, to witness that. I feel like it's akin to, I got to crew and pace Magda during her TRT attempt. Like that was, to be along on that journey, I think is, I don't know, it's a gift to give to someone in a lot of ways. So 100%. I always felt like my pacers and crew, well, Steven might argue, my partner who's been my crew chief, would probably argue that it was not a gift to be, to suffer through the day with me. But my pacers, I felt like, it was, I loved getting to do that, and I hope that I got to share that opportunity and share that experience with them, because even if they're not racing, like experiencing Western States as a spectator, as a volunteer, as a runner, as a crew person, I think it's, it's still, you're part of the race, you're part of the experience. And so getting to run someone in, I think, is a really incredible experience. And so I always felt like I got to share that with my community, and that felt really important to me.
It is. It is such a special thing, not only for the runner, but for the pacer to be able to be there with the athlete, witnessing them digging to the absolute depths of their soul to achieve a lifelong dream. It really is something to behold. I was lucky enough to pace my boss, Brian Ostrike, back in 2018, I think it was, here at the Western States 100. I think he finished in about 20 or 21 hours, and it was really one of the highlights of my career just to be able to experience the race from that other side as somebody who has crossed this finish line 3 times myself, and used pacers myself in all 3 of my finishes, to be able to return that favor, to be able to run somebody in and assist in emotional muling, to use your word. Yeah, I love that. So somebody in the chat commented on how that was a brilliant phrase as well. I'm gonna steal that for my own use going forward.
Definitely do. So I think Dylan's got iRunFar up on his laptop. So if our tech team wants to share that with the audience, assuming you have nothing else weird up on
I
your
don't
screen.
have any other weird things up on my screen.
I mean,
you
it's
guys
a long
can
day.
go ahead and share now.
So let's refresh it. We do have updates from iRunFar, which is amazing, out at Duncan Canyon. Our 2 lead men, Hayden Hawks and Jim Walmsley, are through Duncan Canyon, mile 24.4 in an elapsed time of 3:27. Once again, that tracks with about, let's call it 7 minutes ahead of Jim Walmsley's split through Duncan Canyon in 2019. So, the time is fluctuating a little bit. It does seem to me that the last section of the course between Lion Ridge and Red Star was probably much slower in 2019 due to the snow. And now you're getting out of that snowpack again, and the time is coming maybe. It's closer to the 2019 time, but it's still very, very fast.
This is really wild. I'm just going to pull these photos up here so people can see them at home and a little bit larger. Here's Hayden Hawks again from Cedar City, Utah, a Hoka athlete. Shout out to Hoka for their great support of the race and our coverage. See Jim Walmsley just over Hayden's left shoulder there. They are running together. So even though it says Hayden sort of through before Jim, they basically are running together. That minimal sort of gap between them is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. My guess is they've been chit-chatting all 3.5 hours this morning. It probably still feels easy to them, but obviously, like Jim especially is a mathematician. He knows the splits like the back of his hand. He knows that they are well ahead of course record pace right now. So I wonder what's going through their heads as they've taken it out so aggressively here on a day that we expect to be quite warm. Though, as we sit here, it still feels pretty pleasant.
I know. And once again, though, we've spent the last, week essentially in direct sun. So to be sheltered today feels pretty good. My skin is happy because I cannot get sunburnt again. So really exciting to see these guys come through. Given the splits that we saw at the last aid station, we should be getting splits from our next couple of men very shortly. They were not that far behind Jim and Hayden at Red Star, so we should be seeing them soon. Again, this is the 24.4 mile aid station. Pretty exciting stuff. Us just hitting refresh on on Twitter, but this is the nature of ultra running, particularly in the U.S. We're running through. So actually, this is a great thing. So part of the reason why people are like, why can't you just make Western States bigger? Why can't you just put more people in the race? So the first 50K of this race through the quote unquote high country, cannot accommodate more people. That is what the permit allows. If the race was on other parts of the course only, we could have a much larger race, but it wouldn't be Western States. And so the permitting for the race dictates approximately 369 entrants. This year we've got about 318 because we rolled over international runners into next year's race. Because it was hard to travel. And so instead of adding just more people to this race, they will add those spots back over the next couple years, essentially to even out over time. But it's the first 50K of this race, the remote nature of it, the national forest nature of it, that you cannot have that many bodies and that many crew out in that area. And that's a distinct difference between, I think, racing in Europe and racing in the US, is that the permitting structure that is in place to run through some of these areas just does not accommodate more people. And Hard Rock is in the same boat. A lot of these races are in the same boat, given the nature of the forest that they're running through and our, permitting and governing agencies. That just, it limits the field size. And so, we try to be at that cap every year so that we can keep all those spots. This year is unique in that sense. And once again, someone asked about international runners in this race in the chat much earlier today, but there really isn't. I don't know that there's any elite international men in the race. I don't think so. And then we have only a few international women in the race. And that's just because they were from countries that were easier to travel through. Ragna mentioned in her interview yesterday that she actually had to quarantine for 2 weeks in a green state, essentially. So they were in Costa Rica for 2 weeks. And things changed so rapidly given the nature of a global pandemic that an area you can quarantine in 1 week is not somewhere that you can quarantine the next week. So they're able to make it in. It's why Beth Pascal has been here since the end of April. I know Audrey Tanguy had to get a very special visa to be able to enter the U.S. for this race, in part due to travel restrictions for the pandemic. So not a typical field as far as international runners go this year.
Yeah, it's a good point, and we are still sort of managing and trying to exit this pandemic as quickly as we can. And of course, we are just so thrilled and grateful that we're able to have the Western States 100 this year, though it is being impacted at least minimally by maybe shrinking the international field of runners this year. It is great, and we still have an amazing deep group of professional athletes, both on the men's and women's side, though the international talent is mostly consolidated on the women's side this year. So we are awaiting more updates from the Duncan Canyon aid station. This aid station sort of marks the you're a quarter, 25% of the way done type aid station. And then you have, roughly an hour, probably a little less than that for the lead men to get to Robinson Flat, which again, as we've mentioned a couple of times, is sort of the symbolic end of the high country, where they then have a downhill half marathon.
On a dirt road, you can fly out of Robinson Flat.
It's really true. Yeah, the first 30 miles, I've mentioned this a couple of times this week, is slower and more difficult than you expect, honestly. And when you look at Western States on paper, it looks like just this sloping downhill all the way to the track here in Auburn. But those first 30 miles are actually fairly slow. I mean, obviously, these guys are running ridiculously fast right now.
Making it look easy.
But, I mean, it's rocky, it's technical, it's twisty, it's turny. There's burned out areas. It can be really dusty. Obviously, sometimes it can be really snowy, too. So those first 30 miles are underrated, I think, in terms of their difficulty. But once you get through Robinson Flat, you have a nice little climb for probably about a mile, and then you get up onto the top of the ridge, and then it is a screaming fast downhill for 13 miles all the way past Last Chance and into the first canyon at Western States. So it's a transition between slower trail and absolutely screaming fast trail.
You can run really fast out of the Duncan Canyon aid station. There are big the one thing I will note from this section is that, and I told runners this going into training camp weekend, I was like, the pine cones that you're going to see out there are the biggest pine cones you've ever seen in your entire life. So much so that during my first year, I was like, can I carry one to my crew? And I was like, no, Corinne, do not pick up a pine cone. And I told Abby Hall that this week, and she was like, thanks for telling me, because I honestly think that that's something I would do. I would pick up a pine cone and carry it into Robinson Flat. So you have a very nice single track downhill out of Duncan Canyon, and then you get to cross a creek. I think it's starting to get hot at that point. So, if you want, you sit down in that, you snow angel in that creek, and then you're going to head up kind of a nice sustained hill climb into Robinson Flat. It does open, there's some tree coverage in there, it winds a little bit, but there's also a bit of sun on the lower portion of that climb that is hard. And then you get into the trees and it's a little bit better on your way into Robinson Flat. Another important thing to note for folks out there, and I told this to a lot of crews this week, is that if you're going to Robinson Flat, Forest Hill, and Green Gate, you are seeing your runner at the top of an uphill. And so runners are generally not as happy when they see you there. And so it's really important to be cautious when you see your runners at those locations, because they have climbed up to Robinson Flat. They have climbed up to Forest Hill. They have climbed up to Green Gate. And that's not necessarily when you feel your very best.
100%. So we have more updates here from the Duncan Canyon aid station. Again, Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks coming through together in the lead of the 2021 Western States 100. They are through at 8:27 a.m. 5 minutes behind them, Mr. Tim Tollefson from Mammoth Lakes, California. He is in third place, running 5 minutes behind the leaders at Duncan Canyon. Jared Hazen behind him in fourth at 8:33. He is 6 minutes behind the leaders. And then Mark Hammond.
Matt Daniels is with him,
Oh,
too.
Matt Daniels also with Jared Hazen, excuse me. It looks like they are running together in fourth and fifth. And then Mark Hammond in sixth. It looks like about 8 minutes behind the leaders. Again, we mentioned Mark Hammond earlier, somebody who has been top 5 here 3 times, somebody who knows how to run this course, but somebody who doesn't get a lot of airtime. He doesn't take up a lot of the coverage and the prognostication and stuff before the race. He is here to perform as he always does.
We talked about that yesterday. You know, someone like Mark Hammond or even Pat Regan, some people who we were considering, we referred to as potentially dark horses, which it's like you've been top 10 at Western States and you're a dark horse.
Right.
That is kind of insane to think about in this field. But once again, Mark Hammond, I don't think will have won a lot of votes in that prediction contest potentially, despite the fact that he has been top 5 3 times and is wearing the M5 bib this year. So, it's kind of, it is what it is. I think in ultra running and in most sports, we also have a short memory. Sometimes it's hard to remember what's going on beyond the top couple shiny runners. And so I'm really excited to see kind of how they build from there.
Yeah. So again, we still have this race horses versus workhorses dynamic. Again, leading into the race, at least my personal kind of editorial was that there were 5 guys who were going to take this race out quickly, who were going to really contend for the win early. That is Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, Jared Hazen, Matt Daniels. Those are our top 5 athletes here, 25% into the Western States 100 this year. So it is playing out as we expected, at least so far. But behind them, we have an incredible group of really strong, consistent athletes who could play upsetters today, who could run through the field to land on the podium or even potentially win. So just because these guys are out front now, there are still 75 miles to go till they reach the track here in Auburn, where Corinne and I will greet them enthusiastically in several hours. But right now it is playing out as we expected, with some of the biggest names in ultra running out front of the Western States 100.
Yeah, and it's going to be, we've got a long way to go. But for those of you who are wondering in the chat too, we'll kind of keep circling back to this. They are starting to move. They will slowly move out of the most remote section of the course, and they're going to move further and further into cell service. And so we will get to start to see more images, more moving images, beyond photos from some of these aid stations. Our own Ryan is out at the Robinson Flat aid station, and he's going to bring back some amazing footage for us from there. Robinson Flat, I think, is a really exciting, kind of chaotic aid station. You kind of emerge from the woods from the first time. Yes, you've been through aid stations before, and all the aid stations will hype you up. But when you hit Robinson Flat, it's like an eruption happens around you.
Yep.
It is so different than the rest of the aid stations you've been on that day. So you get a lot of energy when you leave there to head into that downhill, and we'll start to get images from those aid stations. Once again, those are not necessarily going to be live streamed. As you saw in the beginning, if you were here for the runners heading up the escarpment, we were in and out of cell service even in those first 4 miles. And so same thing's going to happen later on in the day as we get closer to cell service, closer to town. Past Forest Hill and whatnot. I think we have internet in Michigan Bluff. So we'll be able to get more and more footage the further they get into the race, which hopefully is exciting because more and more things will be happening.
Yeah, great point. Both about where we will be getting a little bit more coverage and cameras on the athletes. Again, we will be getting footage from these aid stations, which we will then sort of cut together and produce after the fact to play here during our live coverage on YouTube. So please be patient with us. We are fighting cell coverage restrictions and just generally trying to do the best that we can to make sure you guys have as many inspiring visuals as possible out on the race course. I loved your point also about the Robinson Flat aid station. I think next to the Forest Hill aid station, which is mile 62, Robinson Flat is probably the second most famous and the second most, looked or I guess anticipated aid station of the athletes in the race. It's always, again, the symbolic closure of the high country before you enter the infamous canyons section of the course, the middle section of the course. Robinson Flat is always a great environment up there too. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of people who camp up there the night before the race, who go out on runs. And
I'm pretty sure they had a beer mile up there last
Oh,
night.
yeah,
I saw some
yeah.
images coming out of there. They were having a good time at Robinson Flat last night.
Yeah. Topher Gaylord sent me a text and said that there was a beer mile up at Robinson Flat last night. I'm so jealous I wasn't there to partake.
You
in
were
the fun.
asleep at 6:30 p.m.
I was indeed asleep at 6:30 p.m. last night so that I could be up and at 'em, talking into a microphone with you all day. And I am so excited to be here, and we're having so much fun as we warm up into the Western States 100. Let's check and see if we have any new updates from ultralive.net or irunfar.com. We do have some photographs here. If our production team wants to share my screen here, I've got some photos here.
There we go.
In third place from Mammoth Lakes, fan favorite, Tim Tollefson. Photos loading a little bit slowly here, but here he is, big smile, looking really good. He's got 2 bottles in his hands. Again, a Hoka athlete from Mammoth Lakes, California, running his first Western States 100, but somebody who has performed so well on the international stage. Tim, of course, is a 2-time podium finisher at the UTMB. He's also a podium finisher at the CCC. He has won the Lavaredo Ultramarathon in Italy, which is actually taking place this weekend as well. All of those races are supremely important events on the international ultramarathon calendar. Tim Tollefson has been a top performer throughout his career, and it is so exciting to see him racing here at the Western States 100 for the first time. He is in third place, just
5:15 off the lead.
5:15 off the leaders of Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks. And here is the second fastest man in Western States history, Mr. Jared Hazen. Coming through, amazing mustache, amazing hair, 2 water bottles in his hands, another Hoka athlete. So all 4 of the top men in this race are Hoka-sponsored athletes. Shout out to Hoka for their amazing support of this year's Western States 100, both the race itself and our live stream coverage all day. Again, you'll see Jared is wearing bib number M2. That indicates he is the returning second place finisher. So Jared Hazen, about 6 minutes behind the leaders. He also looks great. Obviously, this photograph doesn't tell us much of the story, but he certainly doesn't look bad. Coming into the Duncan Canyon aid station, all these guys are still pretty well packed together here as they sort of make their way up to Robinson Flat.
And they're still, once again, kind of, reiterating this point. They're running incredibly fast. All 4 of these men are under Jim's splits from this aid station in the 2019 edition of this race, which once again still had snow on it, but they're running significantly faster than that time. Jared's probably closest to being right at or just beyond it. I think Jim was about 7 minutes, or I guess Hayden and Jim were about 7 minutes ahead of that split from the 2019 race. The women have not come through, obviously, this Duncan Canyon aid station yet. The women, we've had the top 20 plus women, I think, come through the mile 15.8 aid station at Red Star, and they are moving insanely fast. At the front of that pack, they were 18 or 19 minutes ahead of Claire Gallagher, who is your defending champion from 2019, ahead of her split from the 15.8 mile aid station in 2019. So everyone is running very, very fast at this point.
Amazing. And here we have Mark Hammond, again, somebody we just mentioned a moment ago. He is about 8 minutes off the leaders in Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks here at the Duncan Canyon aid station. Mark Hammond, top 5 finisher 3-time. You see him wearing the M5 bib after 2 third-place finishes. He was 5th in 2015. Again, somebody who knows this race, knows how to run it, and really one of the most underrated, especially 100-mile runners on the circuit. He is really a 100-mile specialist and somebody who knows how to run here at Western States.
And so we missed, I think, they're having some problems, obviously, getting anything out of these aid stations is very hard, and Iron Far is getting it up as quickly as they can. So in that, I think we missed, they've got a picture of Matt Daniels up, and he's actually in 4th now. He's in between Tim and Jared Hazen.
Great. And, it looks like my internet is moving a little slow here as well. But one of the things here, this is amazing. Yeah, great update here is Alex Nichols. This is somebody who Corinne and I mentioned earlier in the race, sort of in the same category of Mark Hammond, as somebody who really never gets the respect that he deserves, somebody who has been a second-place finisher here at the Western States 100 and a top performer for more than a decade on the international ultra running circuit here at the Western States for his second time. And running a really, looks like smart, intelligent race. He's not going out with the leaders, but he's actually not far off. Usually he's a little bit further back at this point in the race.
No, he is definitely higher up in the race at this point than I expected him to be because he likes to run, I feel like, from behind and slowly work his way up. I'm wondering if in our studio, if we can get the Ultra Live net up, because I think
you can share my screen.
That would work. We'll just blow it up there as big as we can, zoom it in there.
So
there we go. So we got the top 10 men now through Duncan Canyon with Max King, our Masters athlete, 41 years old, rounding out the top 10. He said that if he could finish, he basically had to walk in his 2014.
That's not true. I passed him at mile 95.
He was not walking.
He finished 4th place. He definitely was struggling at the end because he led the race for so long that day.
I remember watching that.
But he definitely struggled, and he is back again 7 years later as a Masters athlete, one of the absolute legends of ultra running, one of the most versatile athletes in the history of our sport here, rounding out the top 10 at Duncan Canyon. Talk about the other characters that we see here.
Yeah, so quickly just to finish up on Max too, he was saying that if he finished just basically as fast or just a little bit faster than he did in the 2014 race, he would break the Masters record. And so I think that's definitely high on his list.
Which Rob just mentioned too in our interview with Rob.
Yep, so very, very cool. And then just ahead of Max, so we have Drew Holman in 9th and Stephen Kirsch in 8th. So obviously Stephen Kirsch is wearing the M7 bib. He was your 7th male in the 2019 edition of this race. So he's got experience on this course. We'll see how he does. He's one of those, he's another Flagstaff guy. So been training in the canyon, been getting in that heat. Hopefully he has another really strong performance here. And then Drew Holman. Drew is kind of a young gun on the scene. He got a golden ticket I think, was it before the pandemic in 2020?
Yeah.
It's been a little, we've been waiting a hot second. He is a really steady runner. I got to watch him run at the North Face in that November, and he kind of steadily moved up all day. I was taking photos for I Run Far 4 miles from the finish, just on the other side of Golden Gate Bridge. And Drew just appeared out of the fog all of a sudden, not who I was expecting to come in next, and just had a phenomenal day. So Drew is a runner that we need to keep our eye on, I think, moving forward in the sport, because I think he's kind of in this next crop of ultra runners who's just going to blow up on the scene.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I have had the good fortune of meeting and knowing Drew for many years now. He was part of the early San Francisco running company community. Of course, Corinne lives in the San Francisco Bay Area now. I used to myself, and yeah, there's an amazing running community around the San Francisco running company store. Drew Holman sort of cut his teeth there. He's somebody who doesn't come from your traditional road and track running background. I think he was an ultimate Frisbee player when he was in college, but just a great athlete, you know, somebody who can time trial Mount Tam with the best of them, but also here he is at his first 100-mile race, mixing it up in the top 10. He qualified for this race at the 2019 Bandera 100K, where he won just a couple of months after placing 4th at the North Face 50-mile championship. And just a couple of months ago, he finished 2nd to Mario Mendoza at a 50-mile race in Oregon, the Tillamook Burn 50. And I think he and Mario had like a knockdown drag-out battle where they only finished 30 seconds apart in that 50-mile race. So that was a great tune-up for Drew Holman. But my hot take is Drew Holman will be a top 5 runner today in his debut 100-mile race. That's a
calling it now.
Write it down. Drew Holman, Tyler Green will both be in the top 5 by the end of the day. That is my hot take. But keep your eye on Drew Holman. Again, as you said, a young gun. He's only 29. He's only been in the sport a couple of years. Somebody with all the talent in the world, and somebody who actually really does just love the sport, a student of the game, humble, hardworking, just a good guy.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see how he does today. I think he's set himself up for a really good day. He is training partners with Matt Daniels. They've spent many, many long runs together. Drew moved from San Francisco to the Boulder running community, and I think he's really found a home there. And then someone mentioned as well, yes, we talked about Max King being 41, but always in that hunt, the leader, I think, the ringleader maybe of the cleanup crew in Jeff Browning. Don't count him out. He could be 20th at, oh my goodness, breaking news. Sorry, we're cutting.
My goodness.
Beth Pascal has come into Duncan Canyon. She is flying. 3:55 elapsed.
Pull up the splits so that we can do some historical comparison here. So here is Beth Pascal, somebody who we've
17 minutes ahead of Claire's split from last year or from 2019.
Holy smokes. Beth Pascal leading the Western States 100, 25% into the race at the Duncan Canyon aid station. She is under 4 hours through Duncan Canyon. She is looking phenomenal. Big smile on her face. The pride of Great Britain, who is this year's Canyons 100K champion. She is here at the Western States 100 for the second time. You see her wearing the F4 bib, indicating that she finished 4th in 2019. She is here to improve on that performance, and she is off to a great start.
And this is how she looked running Canyons 100K back at the end of April. She looked in control. We said, wow, you really took that out hard. You were really pushing it. You were really aggressive. And she was like, I was just out running. And this, to me, speaks volumes of that exact same running strategy and running style.
So she is 10 minutes behind the 10th men, it looks like. So Kirsch, Nichols, Holman, and Max King are basically together. Sorry. Never mind. I might be wrong about that. She might be even less than that behind them.
Yeah, we're waiting.
We'll
it
look
seems like
that up.
the ultralive.net is a little bit behind right now. We haven't gotten past the 10th place male. And
But let's check here. Okay, so she's 20 minutes behind Mark Hammond. If these splits are accurate, and she came through at 8:55 a.m., Mark Hammond went through at 8:35 a.m., so that would put Beth Pascal 20 minutes behind the 10th man.
Okay.
So anyway, she is absolutely flying, 17 minutes faster than Claire from 2019. I wonder how that computes with Ellie Greenwood's splits from 2012. This will be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on. Again, we did not
start looking.
We did not think we were going to be talking about course records today, but Ellie Greenwood, another person from Great Britain.
Yeah, another Brit. How phenomenal would that be?
Look at the pride of Great Britain, the tradition of British athletes absolutely crushing it here at the Western States 100.
That's phenomenal, and I'm excited to see. Well, honestly, she wasn't that far. She was, with a bunch of other women.
Guys, you can share my screen again. We've got more updates here.
Just real quick, for a hot second.
Okay, so here we have Addie Bracey in second. So she's
12 seconds off the lead.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. Amazing running so far. So we've got Addie Bracey in second. Audrey Tanguay from France in third. She is only 90 seconds off the lead. Wow.
And we said 3:55 for her. Ellie's split from the 2012 race was 3:52 at Duncan Canyon.
Okay.
So just a couple minutes off of that. So they're flying. They are moving very, very well. Being within a couple minutes of Ellie's split at this point in the race.
Amazing.
Amazing.
So while we are looking at this photograph here, I just want to give a shout out to Hoka, of course, providing the support of today's race and today's coverage, and also Buff. We have Audrey having a buff around her neck. Let's say hello to Buff. So we just want to say thank you to Buff, one of the sponsors of the Western States 100, one of the great supporters of ultra running worldwide. I think Buff is a brand from Spain, but they have a presence in ultra running internationally, and especially here at the Western States 100. You will notice athletes throughout the day wearing buffs, not only on their heads as they're traditionally worn, but around their necks with ice to keep runners cool. You'll see runners wearing buff arm sleeves. Again, you can stuff those with ice to keep cool on these hot days in the Northern California Sierra foothills.
Yeah, and an important thing to note here, for the first time ever, buff headwear in conjunction with Western States. Normally the runners get these buff neck gaiters and buff headbands every single year as part of their kind of like packet pickup stuff. But at the buffusa.com website, they are planning to stock these for purchase. So for the first time ever, you at home could also own a buff neck gaiter or a buff headband in conjunction that's been put on with Western States, which I think is really, really exciting.
Very exciting. Thank you so much to Buff for being a great supporter of our digital coverage of this year's Western States 100 and of the race in general. So back
to the women's race.
Back to the women's race. If you guys want to share my screen one more time, we have Ragna Debatz from Spain in fourth place at Duncan Canyon.
Just to point out here, sorry, we've got 3 women together. It would appear really between Beth Pascal, was it Addie Bracey, and who is in third? Is it Claire still?
No, it was Audrey.
Yes, Audrey Tanguy. So you're going to have those 3 runners basically together, and then 4.5 minutes back, we have the pride of the Netherlands and the pride of Spain in Ragna Debatz, who is in fourth. Really, really solid first Western States performance thus far coming out of Ragna. Loving the high country. She told us that she thinks she's better at the flatter, faster running, despite being a world champion sky runner. So I'm really excited to see what her legs have in them for the later miles of this race.
It's really interesting. So in the top 4 women right now, we have 3 international runners. So the only American runner in the top 4 right now is Addie Bracey from Boulder, Colorado. Outside of that, we have Great Britain represented in Beth Pascal. We have France represented in Audrey. And then we have Spain/the Netherlands represented in Ragna. So we do have an international women's field here. We would expect to see Ruth Croft from New Zealand somewhere here in the top 10 at Duncan Canyon 2. I'll just refresh this feed and see if we have any other updates. Here's Claire Gallagher in 5th, the defending women's champion. She is 5.5 minutes off the lead of Beth Pascal.
It's heating up out there. Her t-shirt has become a crop top. So, and I will note too, between the Red Star aid station and the Duncan Canyon aid station, that's an 8.5 mile section or so, and it gets really warm in that section. You think 8.5 miles, that's not that far. There have been years where having like a third bottle just of water so that you can kind of douse yourself. It's a dry section. It's an exposed section. It can actually take a toll on runners pretty early in the race, just in that 8.5 mile section alone. You're still up kind of high. So things are going to start to heat up for the men's race and the women's race, both in pace, but also just in the sun starting to really take its toll over the next couple miles.
Great. So we are just awaiting some more updates from Duncan Canyon. And I think, let's see, how long has it been since? It has been just about 40 minutes since Jim and Hayden went through. So we would probably expect to see them through Robinson Flat, which is the next aid station at about mile 30 or 31. I would guess within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Again, usually that takes about an hour for most people. I would guess for these guys, it's more like 45 to
They're
50.
moving. Yeah, they'll make it up that climb pretty quickly.
Yeah, so, and that really is going to be, as I said a moment ago, that climb from Duncan Canyon up to Robinson Flat is really a point, at least in my experience as somebody who's run at the front of the men's race, where things start to split up, where things start to really, I guess, kind of spread out a little bit, where the contenders start to assert themselves against the competition, and where some people really kind of start to fall apart.
Yeah, and then we actually have another update. We have the next 2 women through that aid station in Keely Henninger and Katie Asmuth. They missed a photo of Katie. They are 6th and 7th woman at mile 24.4, and they're about 7:10 off the lead. So very, very much within striking distance.
Amazing. So here's a photo of Keely as Corinne just mentioned. So here is Keely. Just blew it up for you. Again, Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon. She was training much of the past 12 months in Bend and Park City, but she is looking great in 6th place. Here, only 7 minutes off the lead, 24 miles into the Western States.
Yeah, and then I think a relative unknown in this field. And
Katie.
seventh is Katie.
Yeah.
But she's no slouch by any means. She was second to Emily Hawgood at I Am Tough last September, and then she got her golden ticket this January at the Bandera 100K by winning it. So I think that she's someone that's going to surprise a lot of folks out here. And I think it's exciting to see new names come into this women's top 10 group.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I don't know Katie personally. She's one of the few people, I think, in both the professional men's and women's races who I don't have a personal relationship with. But everybody who I know who's sort of been talking about this race over the last month or so has mentioned her name. So it'll be really interesting to keep our eye on Katie. She's relatively new to the sport, but as you said, ran her way in at Bandera and clearly here to make a difference in the women's field.
Yeah, I think some people, given the state of the pandemic in January, like maybe we're like, oh, are these like, how strong are these golden ticket contenders going to be? Like, how deep is the field? But clearly proving that she's very much here to race. She's a healthcare worker. She's a nurse practitioner. I definitely remember seeing photos from that Bandera race where I think a bunch of women took falls during that race, and she was one of those women who took a fall. And I think, there's pictures of her like, with a bloody nose, kind of trying to keep the race together. So very impressive run there, and definitely showing that she very much belongs in this women's top 10 group.
Okay, so it looks like we do have more updates. Let me just hit refresh because I saw it on my phone. Let me pull it up on my computer here. We are playing musical chairs with our technology here. And here we go, an update from Duncan Canyon. Again, we are 25 miles into the Western States 100. This is an update of 8th through 10th. Corinne, why don't you provide some perspective on these athletes since you know them all very well personally?
Yeah, so it's a great group. What a good group to be running together with. You've got Emily Hawgood of the Adidas Terex team and of Zimbabwe. You've got Brittany Peterson's kind of sandwiched in between two Adidas athletes here. She is your returning second place female in that epic showdown from 2019. And honestly, if anyone knows this race, I think given her coach in Paul Lind, I think are clinicians when it comes to picking apart this race and strategy. And so if anyone, akin to Jim as far as being, having a plan, I'd put Brittany in that category as well. And then you've got Ruth Croft there. And I think Ruth, given the fact that she's new to this distance, I wouldn't be surprised. She's going to run within herself. She's going to be very patient. She told us that as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's being a little bit cautious too, just because, it's a new distance. It's going to be hot. Worried that people might be going out too fast. I think that, these women sitting in 8th through 10th at this point in the race are being very, very smart. They're only 8:10 or 8:15 behind the lead at this point. And once again, as we mentioned, they're still running. They are still under Claire's split from 2019. Wow. So
in a fast year,
10 women are under Claire's split from 2019, which is insane. Okay. These women are, let's call it 10 or 11 minutes off of Ellie Greenwood's split from 2012. So
the course record split
of Ellie's course record split from that year.
Unbelievable. So just to kind of summarize here, of our top 10 women so far we have Beth Pascal, we have Addie Bracey, we have Audrey Tanguay, we've got Ragna DeBotts, Claire Gallagher, Keely Henninger, Katie Asmuth, Emily Hawgood, Brittany Peterson, and Ruth Croft. Currently your top 10 women here at the Western States 100. They are about 25 miles into this year's race. One of the people who I don't think we've really spoken about at length yet is Ruth Croft. To me, she was actually my pick to win today. She's an incredible athlete. This is her first 100-miler coming all the way from New Zealand, and really somebody who's been like Max King, sort of, just somebody who's so versatile, so consistent, and who can race across all different distances and all different types of terrain. I know she's a teammate of yours. I've known her for many years, but Ruth Croft, keep an eye on her. She's really going to be a factor, I think, today, sitting in 10th place so far.
And then, obviously through the last aid station, we also had, previous winners in Casey and Magda being in rounding out the top 20 at the last aid station. And we're excited to see kind of where they show. And we would like to toss it kind of back to our studio team here to actually listen into an interview with Casey, if we can pull that up.
This past year I've had a bad injury, not sure what it is. It's the first one that took me out for a couple months and I still don't know what it is. Had MRIs and everything. nerve pain, but don't know where it's coming from. Don't know, just dealing with it now. I just didn't know if it was going to happen, and I didn't know if I was going to make the trip or if I could make the trip because of my leg injury. But now that I'm here, it's just, I'm soaking it all in because it's where I want to be. I love the people. Well, usually I like to go out to different races prior to the race, so this year I haven't been able to do that. So the training camp now this year is my biggest vert that I'm gonna get, besides the little Hitchcock Nature Center in Iowa that I go to that has about 200-foot hills that I can climb. But otherwise, I mean, it's mind over matter sometimes too, just not overdoing it, knowing, not breaking, kind of working with the trail. You just let the trail, let your body flow.
Okay, we are back here. That was an amazing interview with one of the great champions of the Western States 100, one of the great champions of the sport, Casey Lichtai from Nebraska, of all places. She won the race back in 2016, I believe it was, and coming from Nebraska, that is no small feat. She is one of the great people in our sport, and one of the great stories in the sport. One of the things that I think we should talk about now is the year that Casey walked it in basically to the finish. I think she was just over 24 hours that year. And thanks to Stephanie Case, another amazing person in our sport, she was told to get in the boat at the river.
Yeah, I think there were some
story?
Expletives that went on in that too. There were a number of people who were throwing pity parties for themselves that year. It was I think, was that 2017?
I think it was 2017. I can't exactly
I think
remember.
that was a hard year for so many runners, in part because, once again, there was snow in the high country, but it was really sloppy snow. It was muddy and wet and slushy. People's feet were falling apart. And so Casey was not having a good day. And Casey, I think, was one of the many runners having a pity party at the river crossing. And Stephanie Case came along and said, I'm pretty sure expletives were used. We will not use them on the air. But she said, not so kindly, maybe, like, get in the boat. Like, we're getting in the boat, Casey. Like, there's no you can do this. You were not having that bad of a day, essentially.
Yeah.
And, Casey got in the boat and they went across the river, and I remember giving her a hug at Green Gate, and I was like, you're doing good. You're doing fine. Like, this is going to be okay. And I honestly, I was sitting with a runner at that point, Sarah Kais, who was also having a bad day. And that, honestly, I think Casey, Maggie was also having a bad day. Maggie was like, I just vomited for 20 miles. And all these people having terrible days actually motivated my runner to also get up and march their way into the finish. And so very, very cool. Casey will tell you that she has received every single kind of belt buckle you can at this race. She has a winner belt buckle. She has a sub 24-hour belt buckle. And I think she's got a positive plus 24, a sub 30 belt buckle. And she is proud of every single one of them.
And this is her 7th running of the race. She has finished all 6 times before. So ideally, in a few years, she'll have her 10th belt buckle. And for those watching at home, when you finish 10 Western States 100, you get an even obnoxiously larger belt buckle than you get otherwise if you finish less than 10 times. But that story is just so amazing. And again, it's so emblematic of why we all love this sport so much, because you can be at the depths where you just are convinced that you can't go any further. And then somebody comes up behind you, somebody who you have a lot of respect and admiration for, somebody like Stephanie Case, can pick you up and say, get in the boat. And we're going to the next aid station. And then we'll make a decision about what we're going to do. And it's just such an amazing story. Again, Goosebumps City here in the studio. Goosebumps.
All day. I've always argued that you can't be the biggest ultra running fan, but given how many Goosebumps I've seen today, I might actually let you take that title. But yeah, so Casey is exceptional. I think that, she lives in Nebraska, and yet she's been top 10 at UTMB. I think if any Flatlanders are wondering if they can run a mountain ultra, you can figure it out.
Great point.
You can figure it out. There are tiny hills that you can do over and over again if you really want to run that UTMB, that Hard Rock, that Wasatch, whatever it might be that's rugged and nasty. And so I really have the utmost respect and admiration for Casey and for all the runners that are out there today.
It's such a great story. Such a great story. I'm glad we could talk about that. So I just want to. I'm just refreshing some results here, some updates here. I think maybe at this point we could go a little bit deeper than the top 10 men and women, or at least men through Duncan Canyon. I'm just waiting for my my computer to update here.
I think we're just gonna. So this is essentially now you guys are just witnessing what everyone has had to do for, I don't know, since I Run Far started covering it in 2011, which is sitting there and like panic refreshing Twitter to see what was happening. So we're all along for that journey today. But once again, let's reiterate the fact that both the men and women are running exceptionally fast. They're under the 2019 splits. For the men, that means they are under the course record splits. For the women, that means they're just behind the course record splits from Ellie Greenwood in 2012, which was I would say probably one of the more ideal weather years they've had for it, as far as like overall daily temperature goes for the canyons in the later stages of the race. Do you have any updates?
Yeah, to our production team, if you want to share my screen here, we can go as deep as 20 here in the men's race.
Let's zoom in on that.
So again, we've sort of gone through the top 10. Stephen Kirsch currently sitting in 10th. Behind him, Charlie Ware from Phoenix, Arizona. Kyle Patari from Colorado. Cody Lind from Idaho. Tyler Green from Portland, Oregon. Jorge Maravilla from Marin County, California. Ryan Miller from Texas. Jeff Browning from Flagstaff. Eric Sensman from Flagstaff. Elliot Carden. I don't know where he's from. Darn it.
Elliot Carden's Canadian. He's from Quebec. Someone correct me in the chat. Where is Elliot Carden from? He's Canadian. I am
amazing.
98% positive.
So he is making Rob Crar proud. It looks like he is the top Canadian in this year's field, and rounding out the top 20 is Rod Farvard, who is from Mammoth Lakes, California. So those are our top 20 men through Duncan Canyon. Again, we would expect to see at least Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks through Robinson Flat about mile 30 here any minute if they aren't through already.
Yeah, and Elliot Carden's I would consider him, a relative unknown. It seems like I think he's from Quebec. Most of his race history is from Quebec. He got his golden ticket at Black Canyons in 2020, in February 2020, so right before we went into lockdown for the pandemic. So he's got wheels. He's here. That was a fast group. He was third in that race, I believe. Hayden won. Hayden didn't need a ticket, and that's where Charlie Ware and Elliot Carden got their tickets for that race. And that was actually a really good race between Charlie and Elliot. They finished only 8 seconds apart in that race. So it was a throwdown for second and third in that Black Canyons event. So Elliot Carden making his, I believe it's his 100-mile debut. It's definitely his Western States debut. So excited to see him running within the top 20 at Duncan Canyon.
Great. So we would expect to see the men's leaders, Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks, through Robinson Flat here shortly. The course record split through Robinson Flat is 9:26 a.m. It is currently 9:20 a.m. here in the Pacific time zone. Those guys were about 7 minutes under course record pace at Duncan Canyon, so they are probably at the Robinson Flat aid station right now. Again, because there is no cell reception there at Robinson Flat, we have our man Ryan Thrower there with the camera right now. He is going to get lots of great footage from that aid station, which we will share here on the live stream as soon as we can get it. So again, course record through Robinson Flat is at 9:26 a.m. We are at 9:20 a.m. right now.
Yep, and then Claire Gallagher's split for Robinson Flat in 2019 was at 10:18 a.m., 5 hours and 18 minutes elapsed into the race. And so if they are running approximately 18 minutes under that pace, we expect to see them in about 40 minutes at Robinson Flat. So we are moving our way towards the first big, I think of it as like the first big checkpoint, the first big milestone of the race, with that delineation from moving from the high country of the race to the canyons section of the race. So excited to be moving kind of out of the first third of the race into kind of the meat of the race. Those are the miles, I think, that all of a sudden, that's where we might see some attrition. We will potentially see drops at places like Michigan Bluff, at Forest Hill. Many years people will leave Forest Hill because there's so much hype, and they get towards Cal 1. and they drop and they got to walk back to Forest Hill.
Yep.
So that is those are the miles of the race that really eat people up.
Totally.
It kind of starts to cook them from the inside. Although the canyons did not have maybe as much quote unquote preheating this week. We had some rain kind of move through lightly. That being said, Michigan Bluff was 103 a week ago. So it'll be interesting to see how those canyons feel, just because you don't know.
Seriously though, but I mean, it's crazy. Of course, it's still only 9:22 in the morning right now, but I mean, if there's
Go
like a
sit in
little
the- go sit
breeze,
in the sunshine.
it feels amazing here. I don't know. It just, I mean, of course, we are expecting 100-degree temperatures. In fact, I'll check the weather right now and see if we have any updates. Yeah, it still says a high of 100 degrees today, at least on my iPhone app. So I'm sure it's going to get hot. I'm sure it's going to feel hot soon. But right now, these guys are under course record pace. And it certainly doesn't feel, I guess what I'm trying to say is I've felt it hotter than this on Western States race day in my experience at the race over the course of the last decade.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what the race day brings. Once again, just like everyone said all week, you got to run with the weather. You got to run with the course. You can't run against it. So we'll try to not commentate against it, I guess, as well. But
Right.
just to point out,
we could be totally wrong, right? I mean, it could actually be hotter. We're sitting here in the shade under a tent. It is still early in the day. It could be that all these guys are going out way too hard just because they haven't raced in so long. And there's
it's cool. It's cooler now, so take advantage of it. And I just want to point out, too, there have been some questions of where's Eric Sensman? According to the current ultralive.net splits, Eric Sensman is sitting in 18th behind Jeff Browning. And then actually Beth Pascal and Addie Bracey round out the top 20 overall in 19th and 20th, which is a great place to be sitting at this point in the race. We're still sharing your screens.
Yeah.
It's YouTube on YouTube.
Yeah. I'm just checking out the chat. If you guys want to unshare my screen, please feel free. But either way, I think that the fans at home are being very active in the YouTube chat, and we certainly do appreciate it. We will continue to check in on it periodically as much as we can throughout the day. I hope you guys are all having fun interacting with one another. If you want to sort of shout out where you're calling in from, what country you represent, what state you represent, it'd be awesome to get an idea of where all of our viewers are from. It looks like we have more than 5,000 people watching the live stream right now. It is great to be here again. I'm your host, Dylan Bowman, with my co-host, Corinne Malcolm. We are having an absolute blast here, 4.5 hours into the race. Has it already been that long? It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
You could run a 50K by now.
Seriously, this is so fun. So fun.
So Camille Herron at Red Star. Someone asked any word on Camille Herron. So at Red Star, so she hasn't. I don't think we have a split for her through Duncan yet. Let's double check that. But she was sitting in 16th, I believe, at Red Star, which made us all made us here in the studio scratch our heads, being like, okay, what's going on? Traditionally, that has not been a good sign for Camille. This early in the race, I think she a couple times has dropped, by Robinson Flat. So we're kind of, we're knocking on wood, crossing our fingers. But that's not a great sign. Although I will say, one of the last times we chatted after the Canyons 100K, she had just run in the Jackpot 100-mile,
Right.
the U.S. 100-mile road champs, and she didn't have a good day. She was as far back as 6th as one point. She felt gross. She had, had some GI upset, and she fought back to 2nd and was closing on 1st. And so I was really impressed that she, stuck it out. And so, we could be seeing a very different Camille Herron that is willing to fight through this and stick it out, but we're just kind of waiting to see what that actually transpires as today.
And it looks like we do have a Robinson Flat update, so let me just hit refresh on my various tabs here that I have open on my computer. We will provide this information just as soon as the internet allows.
Yeah, so it looks like Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks. Let's see if we get some photos, and maybe Tim Tollefson coming through as well. But right now, Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, they are into Robinson Flat at it looks like they came through at 9:19 and 9:20 about 5-6 minutes ago. That's 4 hours and 19 minutes into the race. That is fast.
6/7 minutes ahead of course record pace.
Yes, ahead of Jim's splits from from 2019, which is his course record year. So they are moving very, very well. Sometimes these splits in these big aid stations, depending on where your crew is. So crew can be on either side of the aid. This is important to note at home. This will affect splits, particularly at Forest Hill, for sure. Runners' crew could be set up before the aid station or after the aid station. And so sometimes that will affect the true split that we're getting on ultralive.net.
I think it's probably safe to assume these guys are still running together.
At Robinson Flat for sure. And so that is something to take into account, probably more likely at Forest Hill. Predominantly crews will set up post aid station. They'll blast through the aid station mandatorily, and then they'll run to their crew, get what they need, and keep heading down Cal Street. So Robinson Flat, they're there. They're in the hubbub. People there are excited. It's electric out there.
Totally.
I'm sure.
Yep.
Only difference this year is that people had to walk in from Sailor Flat, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no shuttle this year. So traditionally, you drive out to Sailor Flat, you park there, and then you get in a school bus, and they take you about 1.5 miles into Robinson Flat. This year, that was one of the things that was eliminated to kind of, I think, spread people out a little bit. And so it's about 1.5 miles walk from Sailor Flat into the aid station. So all those crews had to do some extra heavy lifting this year. Ryan's probably running around with camera gear.
Yes, he is.
So that's some heavy lifting to get from Sailor Flat into the aid station to bring those runners ice, their favorite food, shoes, whatever they might be changing there.
So this will be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on as well. As I said, that section between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat is often a point where the race starts to spread out a little bit. So at Duncan Canyon, Tim Tollefson was in 3rd place. He was about 5 minutes back. So it'll be interesting to see whether Tim is closer to the leaders at this point, or if maybe he's a little bit further back. Same with the rest of the guys in the top 10. We should start to see the top 10, top 20 men's field start to string out a little bit.
Yep. So iRunFar has photos up now for both Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks coming into that aid station just ahead of it looks like.
Coming up.
And they're saying that Hayden Hawks is about 45 seconds behind Jim, but looks super relaxed.
Wow.
So running really well.
So not necessarily together, but certainly not far apart.
Not far apart at all. And that's just an easy separation. Sometimes you might even intentionally separate yourself there a little bit.
You've got the photo. Well, we're just waiting for it to
load there.
Load up here. Give us just a second. Our viewing audience should take just a second here. Here we go. Here is defending men's champion Jim Walmsley coming into the Robinson Flat aid station, mile 30. Come on. Come on, Internet.
It's thinking about
it. There we go.
go.
Mr. Jim Walmsley, one of the greatest ultramarathon runners in history, still only 31 years old, a 2-time champion, the course record holder here at the Western States 100. He is through Robinson Flat in 4 hours and 21 minutes, so he is 5 minutes under course record pace. So there's a little discrepancy between the split that we got from ultralive.net and the split that's being provided here from iRunFar. But certainly these guys are under course record pace, running incredibly quickly for a day that is projected to be 100 degrees. Let's get this photo of Hayden Hawks up now, if we can. Looking relaxed.
I feel like those are always the comments. It's like, looking like they're having a good time. Says that they're having a terrible day.
Right, right. So.
Someone in the chat says, oh boy, Hayden does not look relaxed at all.
Oh, okay.
Well, we'll see if there's fear in his eyes yet or not.
Sorry, guys. The internet, of course, can come and go here. We are sitting here on the track. There's Hayden Hawks. He's got a little bit of a smile. Can't tell if he's relaxed or not personally, but, we are not at Robinson Flat, so we will take iRunFar's word for it. But Hayden Hawks certainly running super well, super fast for the first 30 miles of the Western States 100. So basically you'll see that he's on a dirt road here, but where you see that person sort of squatting behind him, there's sort of like a single track that comes out of the woods into the campground at Robinson Flat. And then you run this dirt road through the campground, and this is where you have the electric atmosphere, where there's probably hundreds and hundreds of people who've camped out or walked in this morning and who are there to spectate and cheer these lead athletes in this year's Western States 100. And then as you leave the Robinson Flat aid station, maybe I'll pull up the elevation profile here so we can take a look at it together here in a minute. But as you leave Robinson Flat, because you've been climbing since Duncan Canyon, you feel like when you get to the aid station, you're at the top of the hill. But then you actually do climb for probably at least another mile out of the aid station. I would guess it's actually more like 10 or 15 minutes. So it's a little bit dejecting if you don't realize that or if you forget that, because you feel like you're at the top of the climb, go through the aid station, then realize you have to continue climbing.
A little bit, and then there's a big descent after
But
that.
then once you crest that hill, that's when we have the downhill half marathon, as we call it. So if you guys could unshare my screen real quick, I will get the elevation profile up here on my screen, and we can all look at that together. Or I can just pull it up with the screen share. No big deal.
Yeah, and people have been pointing out, it looks very different when you see Jim Walmsley coming in with nothing. He was running with handheld bottles earlier in the race, and Hayden opted to wear a vest. And that's, once again, there's no mandatory equipment for this race, like many European races where there's very, very much mandatory kit and gear that you're required to carry. And so it's going to be runner's preference. Some people like to carry hand bottles because they don't like wearing a vest. Some people like the vest because vice versa, they don't like it in their hands. I think a vest is nice in these races because, you can throw a bunch of ice in the back of it, and it's all of a sudden you've got all that cold water that's going to continue to evaporate off your skin right on you.
Yep. So I'm trying to pull up the elevation profile here. I don't know if this is great viewing for the audience. You guys might want to unshare my screen while we wait for the internet to pull this up. But it is, it's interesting, and I think something that we should talk about as we see more of these lead men and women come through, the different strategies that people have with their equipment, not only their apparel and footwear, which is the first thing that people think about when they're running, but the water bottles, the hats, the sunglasses, how they're carrying their ice, whether they're wearing packs and vests, whether they're using reservoirs versus handhelds versus collapsible water bottles. All these things are really interesting and sort of up to personal preference. And there's so many different ways that you can approach these races from an equipment standpoint. But it is always fascinating, at least to me, to sort of see how these professional men and women are approaching the race from that perspective.
Yeah, even talking to my teammates this week, it was one of those things where everyone had a different strategy as far as what they were going to carry, how they were going to carry it. It really comes down to personal preference at this point, although, gear has gotten better and better. And there's some maybe arguments to be made that, carrying stuff near your center of mass might be most economical. They might have some biomechanical advantages. Obviously, putting more things on your body in a hot race might not feel that good, but personally, I just found it was a really great way to pack ice near your body to stay cool, particularly between Robinson Flat and Forest Hill. I feel like before that point, you don't need as much cooling stuff, and after that point, you don't need as much cooling stuff. But between those miles between Robinson Flat and Forest Hill, so let's call that 50K stretch, I think that having appropriate cooling strategies in place becomes really, really critical. So I would almost double down on ice and that kind of stuff in there, and then you don't need to carry as much early, you don't need to carry as much late in the race.
So sorry, guys, I really do want to pull up the elevation profile here, but my internet is going really slowly, so I'm unable to do so right now. But I will ask the production team to share my screen as soon as I can pull it up here. In the meantime, we should be getting more updates from the... Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, so you can see the elevation profile here at the bottom of the screen. So there's the climb up to Robinson Flat, and this is where you start the downhill half marathon. So past Miller's Defeat, past Dusty Corners, then all the way to Last Chance, and then you drop into the canyons proper, climb up to Devil's Thumb, an amazing landmark on the course, dive into El Dorado Canyon, El Dorado Creek, up to Michigan Bluff, and then down into Volcano Canyon, the third and final canyon in the middle section of the Western States course. And then you drop onto the section we call Cal Street. Again, you're sort of in a canyon here, but this section is known as Cal Street because you leave the Forest Hill Aid Station and run along California Street through town before you drop back onto the Western States 100 course, down along the river, cross the river, up to Green Gate, and then you cruise these last 20 very fast, runnable miles all the way to the track where we sit here in Auburn.
So lots of people are asking, why there's no mandatory kit for Western States still. And the truth is that, there's a lot of aid out there. You're never really that far away from help and service. We've still had scary incidences at Western States where a runner has maybe gone down between Cal 1 and Cal 2 or Cal 2 and Cal 3.
Yep.
And they're really out there. It's hard to get to those runners. And so that's been very scary in part. I've been on the Green Gate side when we've been waiting for a runner and they're not coming and no one can tell us where they are and there's no cell service at Green Gate. You're trying to get the ham radio operator to talk to another ham radio operator on the other side of the river to see if they found this runner, and you've got pacers leaving their runners to go help that runner, go find that runner. So yes, you can still get into a lot of trouble at a race like Western States, but they've never felt like it's needed. They used to weigh runners. It came from the horse racing days, which I think is really important to note.
Let's pick up there in just a
Okay.
sec, because I think that's a really fun and interesting conversation. But we've got more updates from Robinson Flat. And as I said, this is the point of the race, the climb from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat, where things start to spread out a bit. So now Tim Tollefson, who is only 5 minutes back at Duncan Canyon, he is now a full 12 and a half minutes back of the lead. That means he lost about 7 minutes against the leaders in just 6 miles. So both Hayden and Jim are running fast from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat. Tim is still on a very strong pace through Robinson Flat. We'll check out how his pace correlates to the course record at this point, but he has a smile on his face. He's still looking good in third place, though he has lost time on the leaders.
And Jared Hazen's right behind him.
Here we have Jared Hazen coming into mile 30 in fourth place, and according to Iron Far, looking a bit rough. He is basically just behind Tim Tollefson. He's 13 minutes back of the lead, so he has also lost at least a handful of minutes against the leaders here in the 6 mile section between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat. Admittedly, that's not a flattering picture of Jared. This one's probably a little bit better of him. Jared's is such a tough kid. I mean, he's only 26 years old, but this is his 4th running of the Western States. We had an awesome interview with him on Wednesday this week where we recollected his first running here at Western States when he was only 19 years old. Here he is as a seasoned veteran, a returning second place finisher, and the second fastest person to ever run this course, even though he may be losing a little bit of time to the leaders, even if he may be looking a little bit rough. Jared Hazen is an absolute champion, such a tough kid, and certainly not out of the running by any means, still running in 4th place here early in the race.
Yeah, and so they're probably, what did we say? They're probably 5 or 6 minutes then off of Jim's split from 2019.
Okay.
Is what that is. If they're about 13 minutes back and Jim was, say, running 5 to 7 minutes up on his split.
Yep.
So they're not running slow by any means at all. Jim and Hayden are running very, very well and looking, looking more comfortable than Jared, at least right now from those photos. Hopefully we'll get some video from Ryan out at Robinson Flat when he comes back with it. And that might give us a better picture of their body language and how hard they're working, and give us a better sense for what that looked like when they came through that aid station.
Great. So, Corinne, before we sort of cut away, I interrupted you and you were in the middle of talking about something that was really fun and important. Let's go back to that. Now I can't remember what it was.
Oh, no, it was about mandatory kits and safety for
Right.
runners. And
Thank
obviously
you.
this is a bigger topic now after that tragedy in China. Not that long ago at all. And so they used to weigh runners. We talked to Paul Lind about this. We talked to Diana Fitzpatrick about this. And it's they used to weigh the runners, and that came from the horse racing, and that was because horses can't tell you if they're tired, they can't tell you if their kidneys hurt, they can't tell you if they're nauseous, and so there were very specific medical checks for the horse race, for the Tevis Cup, on this course, because horses couldn't tell you if they were experiencing heat exhaustion, and so they brought that in to Western States, the foot race as well, and they used to actually have mandatory weigh-ins for the runner, but they found that runners would actually they'd put rocks in their pockets, they'd overdrink to compensate, and so instead of becoming dehydrated, they became hyponatremic, which meant they didn't have enough electrolytes, enough salt, enough sodium. To water ratio, and so they actually were becoming dangerously sick in the opposite direction, and so they did away. This goes back to the medical research that's been taking place at Western States. This is research that Marty Hoffman did on this course, and from doing that research during the race, from surveys done pre and post, from weighing these runners, they recognized that they were actually causing more harm than good with that health check, and so they removed it from the race, and that actually changed, I think, how American medical directors at ultras were executing safety standards out on the race course. And so I think that's really important. Yet again, you still won't see runners at these races with mandatory kits. I don't think they're required at any races that I've done ever in the U.S. And in part, I think it's generally the weather is favorable. Yes, it's hot, but there's 20 aid stations, all stocked with most stocked with medical, all stocked with ice. And so I just think the overall risk of being out too far for help is much lower than at races like UTMB, where you can kind of be out there, and the weather is more severe and more dramatic in those higher alpine environments than what you get here in particular, because you move out of the alpine environment after the first 50K. You'll see runners will be in road shoes potentially for the last 20 miles of this. So it's a much different demand and a much different risk than being in a mountainous environment.
100%. And Corinne, that's one of the great things about having you in the booth here, because you can speak so intelligently about the science side of things here, and we'll look forward to getting a lot more of your perspective. But I think it is really just important to emphasize again just how important the medical research is here to the Western States 100, and just how cutting edge Western States has been in their leadership of doing things like eliminating the weigh-ins at different aid stations, and coming up with these different ways for runners to avoid hyponatremia rather than avoiding weight loss, and just making sure that we all arrive here at the track, at the finish line, in as healthy of a condition as we can possibly be. So we just had our fourth place men's runner come through Robinson Flat. That is Jared Hazen. The folks in the production booth have a great video interview with Jared that we'll play now.
So when I think about the race we had in 2019, it's definitely one of the best races I've had, and a race that I'm really proud of. But when I started thinking about the race for 2021, I knew I had a decent template to work with. I obviously had a lot of success at that race, but at the same time, I kind of knew that I need to change some things because I don't want to be second again. So I'm trying to, build off of that and, make improvements that I can heading into this year. Yeah, I'm super excited about the field that we have at States this year. I think obviously everybody's just kind of anxious for a big first event back. As we're kind of emerging from the pandemic, but everything about this race I think is going to be spectacular. So field included, and I think it's going to be a really good race at the front. Of course, I've got to train with some of these guys. I've run a little with Jim, and Hayden Hawks was also in Flagstaff. I got to run some with him, and so I know these guys are in shape. And I'm excited to kind of see how it all shakes out race day. I think some of my strengths are, in the more runnable ultras like Western States. And kind of in a also longer races. So a 14-hour race, I think, suits me well, where there's enough time for like bad stuff to happen and for it to get kind of grindy, and it's not just like a blazing fast like 5-6 hour race that you kind of need to be 100% on. You can afford to have some mistakes, and even in 2019 when I had a great race, I still had mistakes during that race. But it's a long enough race that it's not so much about being perfect, it's more about responding well to the adversity that you kind of see on the day. 2019, I ran a great middle 50 miles from like mile 30 to mile 80. I ran, amazing. I don't know where I would have made up a bunch of time, like much time in those 50 miles, but the first 30, I had some stomach problems. I threw up coming into Robinson Flat. I was kind of just nervous, like pre-race nerves were getting to me. I think that was kind of playing into things. And like the last 20, I didn't necessarily fall apart, but I think I could have run it better. I did not exactly nail nutrition amazing the last 20 miles, and think I could have done a better job. So, there's certainly time to be made up, I think, but also have to realize that it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be times where you can look at it and say like, well, I could have got 5 minutes here, a few minutes there. So that's just part of running 100 miles. So I think approaching the race this year in 2021, it'll be similar to how I approached it in 2019. Kind of the way I tackle a 100-mile race mentally is I don't go in with a super solid game plan. I go in with 3 or 4 splits memorized throughout the course. So maybe one every roughly 25 miles that I use as a gauge. And then I just kind of start running, and I kind of wait for things to happen. And I try to make the best decisions when I'm out on the trail. I don't like to have too many expectations going into the race, just because the race is so fluid that I can't control what anybody else is doing. I can't necessarily control mistakes that I will inadvertently make. So I try to be open-minded, try to be a good troubleshooter. It's kind of always my goal heading into 100 miles.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here with my co-host Corinne Malcolm. We are making progress. We are almost 5 hours into this year's Western States 100. It has gone by in the blink of an eye. And that was an amazing interview with Jared Hazen, the second fastest man to ever run this course, somebody who you and I were both extremely impressed with in our interview with on Wednesday. And even though, according to iRunFar, he was looking a little rough, he is still in 4th place here, 30 miles into the Western States 100, an absolute champion and somebody who certainly I am very excited to see perform here on the Western States course for the 4th time. Again, he's only 26 years old, and this is his 4th running on the Western States course. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about Jared here in a second, but if the guys in the production booth could share my screen again, I've got the elevation profile here, and I would love to just share with the audience where we are here on the course so far. So if you can see here, you can follow my mouse here. Of course, Robinson Flat is right here, about mile 30, an amazing landmark on the Western States course. As we've talked about a few times, you'll see the runners came from Duncan Canyon, so that you have this little tiny climb from Duncan Canyon, then you drop all the way to the bottom and climb all the way up to Robinson Flat, where, like I said, when you get to that aid station, you sort of feel like you are at the top of the climb, but leaving the aid station, you see you still have this little bit of a climb, and even though it appears very small here on the elevation profile, keep in mind this is 100 miles in distance, so even the smallest little hill is actually fairly significant. Still probably 10-15 minutes to climb out of the aid station before, like you see here, and as we've spoken about a couple of times here on the broadcast so far, you have what we call the downhill half marathon from Robinson Flat all the way to the bottom of this canyon. Here is an extremely fast descent. From Robinson Flat to Last Chance is basically all on fire road also. So once you come out of the high country through Robinson Flat, climb to the top of the hill, this is just a really, really fast downhill half marathon, mostly on fire road before you descend into the canyons proper after Last Chance.
Yeah, and so we've got some interesting news coming in via the iRunFar feed. Once again, there is no service out there, and it seems like they, even with like their sat phones, are having some issues because after Jared Hazen rather in fourth, the next thing that came out from them is Mark Hammond in ninth. So we're missing a few runners here. Ultralive.net doesn't have them yet. iRunFar does not have them yet. So we're going to keep refreshing. We're going to keep looking for this information. But it is hard to get information out of those locations. So hoping.
And so they've got Hammond in plus 20 minutes behind the leaders at
mile 30 in ninth.
Yeah, so let's check. So Mark Hammond was only 8 minutes behind in ninth at Duncan Canyon, mile 24. So that means Mark Hammond has lost 12 minutes against the leaders in 6 miles.
And what did we say Tim lost?
Tim lost 6 or 7 minutes.
So they're putting time on the whole field, but maybe we're going to see kind of a group of men in that in that next thing behind them. And it'll be interesting too, do they start moving up towards Hazen if he is actually struggling? What does that look like? And runners can really come back from the dead in this race too. Like I wouldn't be surprised. You can have a rough patch and fight your way back too. So let's not count it. We're not going to count anyone out yet.
Of course.
But we're in this kind of, we're in this spot of waiting to see as the conditions take their toll on the runners out there. And once again too, we will update you on the women's field as we get more splits from them as well. We're going to really, the next place that we can get good splits from them, we can check in, I guess, to see maybe that if we have any splits from like 10 through 20 on the women's field through Duncan Canyon, but we're going to be waiting for them to come to Robinson Flat, which is that next big aid station. And we're really lagging on splits from all of our resources at this point from Robinson Flat, just due to the nature of the remoteness of that aid station.
Yeah, and like we've said a couple of times, for those who might be watching, who might be out on the course, who might be coming down from Robinson Flat right now, if you have any intelligence that you can share with us, we would love to be an aggregator and sharer of that information here on the live stream. So feel free to send us a DM, send us a text, however you can, reach out to us, reach out to the race organization, and we'd be happy to share that here with our audience here. But one of the things that I think is interesting, okay, so Tim Tollefson was 12 and a half minutes back of the lead at Robinson Flat. Mark Hammond was 20 minutes back of the lead at Robinson Flat. That means that they are separated by 8 minutes now. But at Duncan Canyon, Tim Tollefson and Mark Hammond were only separated by 3 minutes. So Tim Tollefson has lost 6 minutes on the leaders, but he has put 5 minutes into Mark Hammond, who is in ninth still. So, as I've said a couple of times, that climb from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat is the place where the race starts to break apart.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some waiting to do as far as like seeing as how things are going to open up exactly. But you're right. You called it, that is a critical turning point sometimes in the early stages of the race for when someone's going to start turning the gears on someone. That is a long, nasty climb out of the bottom. Once you've descended, climbed and descended out of Duncan Canyon, that climb up to Robinson Flat is not easy. The bottom of it's very exposed. It's a little bit overgrown. I've gotten stung by bees in that section before. It's a long, grindy climb into that aid station, and so I'm not surprised that they've opened up some daylight between them and the chase pack at this point. So I'd like to, I guess, as we're kind of waiting for updates, just kind of reconfirm who we've got going on, kind of in that next the chase group of women. We do have an update with Camille Herron still in that group. She's actually moved up a little bit, although they're kind of all running together, or there's kind of a couple groups. So remember, we had Ruth Croft, Emily Hawgood, and Brittany Peterson all together in 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then actually right behind Brittany, running, their split from ultralive.net is actually the exact same. That's Kat Drew out of Canada. She's a Vancouver-based athlete, and then right behind her is actually Camille Herron. So she had moved up from 16th, I think, at Red Star to Duncan Canyon. So maybe that's a good sign. Maybe she's she's done what she needed to do, and she's going to pull it back together. Right behind Camille, actually, there's kind of a gap then from her. Camille looks like she's running by herself in the women's field, and then 6 minutes behind her, you have Sarah Keyes of Saranac Lake, New York. Then you have the young gun, the former collegiate standout, the NAS elite post-collegiate, elite runner who actually was a Hoka runner at the time, had, really bad back issues, retired from running, moved to Montana with her partner, and then got into trail running, did a bunch of PT, and re-signed with Hoka as a trail athlete, and that's Erin Clark, running in 14th. With her is Abby Hall. That's a good person to be running your first 100-mile with. Right behind them is Nicole Pitter. She's wearing F7, and she has done this race a number of times. Right behind her, Camilla Mayfield. Once again, she's wearing F5. Magda Boulay is in 18th, followed by Casey Lichtig. And then kind of a gap behind Casey to the next woman of about 10 minutes. So really kind of they're starting to move their way up a little bit.
It's amazing, right? Like looking at the 10th through 20th names right now in the field, those are all name brand ultra runners.
Those are good names.
Like super good athletes in 10th through 20th right now. It just speaks to the development and evolution of our sport and the competitive depth that comes here to the Western States 100. The fact that we can be 20 deep and realistically every single one of these women have the pedigree to win or podium at this race. Obviously, we've got Magdalena Boulay, Casey Lichtig here in the top 20 as well, in the bottom half of the top 20. Corinne, it looks like we have an update from Jim. Why don't you provide that? I'll pull it up.
Yeah, so our next update, things are going to start to get scattered here as the men's women's race really splits apart as far as time goes. So we actually have our next split. We're still waiting on splits from, unfortunately, from Robinson Flat for most of our probably top 15, top 20 men. We're just not getting those splits out into the field. But we have Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks coming through Miller's Defeat, which is mile 34.4. So 4 miles after they're moving so fast. That being said, Jim has now has 6 minutes. No, 4 minutes. 4 minutes according to this on Hayden Hawks, and that might have just been Hayden might have taken more time in the Robinson Flat aid station to get stuff together. Who knows? But he's opened up 4 minutes, and if we go back to the splits, Jim is still running 7 minutes ahead of his 2019 splits with that time.
Amazing. This is absolutely astounding. The fact that these two guys are already through Miller's Defeat so early in this year's running of the Western States 100, and the fact that Jim is now putting a little bit of a gap into Hayden Hawks. Jim is such a strong downhill runner. He's such an amazing athlete, and so there's no weaknesses to his game. He's as good uphill as he is downhill, and he runs in the Olympic trials as a marathoner, so he's great on flats as well. So Jim Walmsley now taking advantage of this downhill half marathon, putting a little bit of time into his friend and Hoka teammate Hayden Hawks here about 35 miles into the race. And this is going to be interesting. This I think is Jim's bread and butter. He is truly in his wheelhouse as he drops down into this next section of the course where he will be descending and then reascending out of the next 3 canyons. But right now he is clearly on a mission probably trying to put a little bit of time into his competition.
Yep. And then again, someone asked in the chat, how does this compare to Jim's time from last time? He is still 7 minutes ahead of his time from 2019 at Miller's defeat. So he is running consistently right around that, kind of holding steady there. And this part of the course in 2019 was snow free. So this is a similar, it should be running very similarly. So, that's great for Jim. That's a great place for him to be. I think that's really important to note. One thing to note with Jim, I think the biggest, concern on all of our minds is that, he didn't spend time in the canyon because he couldn't handle that downhill start.
Ah, right.
And so
good point.
There's been a lot of uphill. We are now heading into the section of the race where there is a lot of long, sustained downhill. This is Tim Tollefson's strength. And this is where Jim Walmsley, if he is weak in any singular aspect this year, it is a potential for his injury to flare on the downhills that are coming up. So who knows what will happen, but that is the only thing that I think we really need to kind of keep in mind, keep in our heads about, what might be coming from Jim over the next, 20 miles.
Amazing point, Corinne. And just to reemphasize it, Corinne is sort of referencing an interview that we did with Jim on Thursday where he said he didn't go to the Grand Canyon at all during his Western States training, which typically is the bread and butter of his Western States training. Of course, the Grand Canyon has huge, long, extended downhills that would really help him simulate this part of the course specifically. Right now, it looks like not going to the Grand Canyon has not impeded Jim's ability to run fast in this section of the course, and we should be getting updates from these guys actually fairly...
Yeah, we hit refresh. We actually have the Robinson, we officially have the Robinson flat splits for the rest of the men's top 10, which let's get that pulled up and yeah, let's zoom in on that.
Okay, so we have
Alex Nichols.
Yeah, so we've got Tim Tollefson from Mammoth Lakes, Jared Hazen from Flagstaff, Alex Nichols from Colorado Springs, Drew Holman from Boulder, Max King from Bend, Oregon, Stephen Kirsch from Flagstaff, Mark Hammond from Salt Lake City, and Charlie Ware from Phoenix. Then we have Matt Daniels, Fate.
So,
that's back at Duncan Canyon.
So we don't have splits yet from Robinson Flat. My guess is they are through Robinson Flat, but we are just not getting that intel yet. These are super, super delayed. iRunFar is also having problems getting them out. Their split times should be pretty close as far as like what the elapsed time is, but it's just taking a long time for that information to get out onto the internet.
Yeah, so many of these splits are now already a half hour old at this point. So we're going to do our best to consolidate this information. It looks like, there's still a lot of guys here very close together. In fact, it looks like Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, Max King, and Stephen Kirsch are all sort of together, or at least within a minute of one another as they climb from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat. Mark Hammond just a couple of minutes behind Stephen Kirsch, and then Charlie Ware another 6 minutes behind Mark Hammond. So altogether, it looks like, well, yeah, I wonder if these splits are accurate here. Anyway, yeah, okay. So at least it looks like from Mark Hammond to Tim Tollefson, there's an 8-minute split between 3rd and 9th place at Robinson Flat. And as I was saying,
and then Charlie Ware is kind of like another, like maybe 6 or 7 minutes back from that.
So let's refresh iRunFar here, but
they're struggling to get information out too. It seems.
So as I was saying, after Miller's defeat, it's only a 3.5 mile section until Dusty Corners. So chances are we should be getting an update from the Dusty Corners aid station from Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks here fairly soon, because that's a very short section.
And it's a fast downhill, I feel like, in between all these sections. So it's like, it's a pretty nice downhill into Miller's defeat. It's a pretty nice downhill as we head towards
there we go.
Dusty Corners.
Okay, guys, so I've got some photographs here. Let's take a look at these.
I think we only have Kirsch and Charlie.
So there's probably several hundred people up at Robinson Flat right now, which is probably impacting iRunFar's ability to get this information out to the world. But let's share what we've got here. Again, the Mark Hammond tweet came out out of sequence, but he is in 9th place. Stephen Kirsch is in 8th place. Let's take a look at his photograph here. This is Stephen Kirsch from Flagstaff, Arizona, a second-time Western States runner here after finishing 7th in 2019. He looks good, smile on his face. He is 17 and a half minutes back, 30 miles into the race. And here is Charlie Ware in 10th place from Phoenix, Arizona, rocking the cotton cut-off tee with a cactus on it, representing his home state of Arizona in 10th place. It looks like he is 25 minutes off the lead. So again, it really does look like, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it looks like Jim has really made that climb out of Duncan Canyon his place to make his move. And it looks like Hayden is doing his best to hang on Jim's wheel. But it looks like Jim, just based on the fact that he has now opened up a 4-minute lead on Hayden at the Miller's Defeat Aid Station, roughly mile 35, that Jim is now putting his move into the rest of the field. Jim Walmsley, of course, from Flagstaff, Arizona, the 2-time defending champion here at the Western States 100, going for a three-peat. Last year, he arrived here on the track in an astounding time of 14 hours and 9 minutes, the course record here at the amazing Western States 100. Jim Walmsley, the amazing champion that he is, doing his best on sort of compromised training to defend his title again here at Western States.
I mean, I feel there was all this speculation: was Jim hurt? Is Jim racing? I mean, I feel like even 10 days ago, I was running with friends in San Francisco, and they're like, "Oh, Jim's not racing; he's injured." And I was like, "I don't think that's accurate."
Yeah.
And the truth is that I really do think that Jim loves to, build the suspense a little bit.
He's a showman.
He is such
That's
a showman.
What we love about him.
But he's kind of this quiet showman, which I really appreciate.
It's a great point.
And so build speculation, build intrigue, right? Like who knows how to go into this emotionally and mentally if you don't know Jim's status.
Yep.
Right? I was kind of saying before the race, like, oh, maybe it'd be more exciting if Jim wasn't racing. But the truth is, it's great to watch him put on a show. No matter what happens, he's in a great position right now. I am hopeful, people in the chat are hopeful that his knees, his IT band, whatever's going on is going to hold up on these next 20, 30 miles of descent. I think if Jim can get to Green Gate, in the place that he is right now,
he's home free.
He's home free because those last 20 miles will run really well with a nagging IT band. It's getting to Green Gate from here where you've got long, sustained climbing and descents that could really wreak havoc on that if it's not 100%.
It's such a great point, Corinne, just the psychological aspect of it. And of course I don't want to, imply anything, but Jim, being the showman that he is, being, the person who he is in terms of always being open with his training and always sharing things on Strava and having this compromised training block and then going radio silent on Strava, which then of course motivates all this speculation within our circles of people who love to sort of opine on what's going to happen at the race. Maybe it was his way of maybe getting in his competition's head a little bit too.
100%.
Being like, maybe Jim's going to be there, maybe he's
get
not.
In their head, right? They don't know what to think. They don't know, if is Jim racing, is Jim not racing? That would totally wreck me. So we've got some intel from people on course. It sounds like Matt Daniels at Robinson Flat is yelling at himself to get going. So it sounds like he needs maybe to needs a mental shift if he's going to really keep going. I was worried that Matt Daniels got not to say that he got lucky. He's very, very talented. He runs a sub 4-minute mile, obviously very different than a 100-mile race, but he's supremely talented. But I was worried that in 2019 he got this kind of nice taste of Western States in a cooler year, and that was going to haunt him this year with a different race from the gun, essentially. So we'll see what that means. He's out of that aid station. He's moving, but he is yelling at himself to get going. We also found out that Beth Pascal has departed Robinson Flat, it sounds like, with Jeff Browning, and that Jeff Browning looks like the heat might be taking a toll on him. But once again, you can look terrible for the entirety of this race and still run well.
The 49-year-old Jeff Browning going for his 4th consecutive top 10 finish here at the Western States 100. He finished as high as 3rd place back in 2016 or 17. But anyway, thank you to Topher Gaylord, who is providing us these great insights from up at Robinson Flat. He also did say that Tim Tollefson was in and out very quickly, looking good at Robinson Flat. So even though he lost some time on the leaders there, Tim Tollefson, it appears, is in a good headspace and is racing intelligently through that 30 miles.
So we also have updates from iRunFar as well. It looks like they're finally coming out from Robinson Flat. Jorge, it sounds like, came in to mile 30 reporting that Matt Daniels was sitting by himself a half mile before the Robinson Flat aid station. So if he's going to continue in this race, he's going to have to kind of pull it together and get some ice on him, take care of himself, and get out. And then we've got images coming through from Beth Pascal, still holding on to that about 3 minutes off of Ellie's split at Robinson Flat, which is really, really good. And then we also heard from Topher out at that aid station that Addie is also through that aid station and looks really, really strong.
Okay, amazing. I've got some photos here if you guys want to reshare my screen. Okay, we left off with Charlie Ware in 10th place. Here's an update from a little bit further back. Bonus coverage from iRunFar at mile 30. We've got Kyle Patari, Cody Lind, and Tyler Green in 11th through 13th position. They are 26 minutes behind the lead. No sort of intelligence as to how they're looking, although Kyle Patari's got a thumbs up going on there. He is I think, 3-time top 10 finisher himself. He knows how to run this race, sitting in 11th place right now with two other great athletes in Cody Lind and Tyler Green. Let's see if we've got more. Here is a photo of Drew Holman. This is the guy who I went out on a limb to say he will be top 5. This is the group of Alex Nichols, Max King, Andrew Holman here together, 5th through 7th at mile 30, 16 minutes back of the lead. It looks like Jorge Maravilla. This is the intelligence.
Happy Jorge Maravilla.
This is, the ever smiling, ever enthusiastic Jorge Maravilla from Marin County, California, and it looks like he was the one who said that Matt Daniels was struggling. And, one of the things that, we kind of asked Matt about before we get to Beth Pascal here, who's absolutely smashing it. One of the things we talked to him about is just like, the fact that he is so talented, yet he has been sort of hot and cold in his career. He's got the course record at Black Canyon. He finished 4th here in his debut 100-miler. But, he has unfortunately, had to pull out of a lot of races and, races with a somewhat aggressive style. And so I think for Matt, it would be really valuable for him to fight through this low patch and get through it so that he can ultimately get a good finish under his belt. And we're still so early in this race. He's certainly not out of the contention to get back in the top 10.
But he needs to get it together soon, because the truth of the matter is that if you sit in that funk for too long, you kind of throw yourself a pity party, and it can be hard to snap out of. So hopefully his crew gets him out, lets him roll into that downhill. They get some ice on him. He starts to feel good. So we've got this photo up of Beth Pascal looking strong at Robinson Flat, just 3 minutes off of Ellie Greenwood's split from there. They're 16 minutes ahead of Claire's split at this point from the 2019 race. It also sounds like Addie is out of Robinson Flat as well, running really strong, and Audrey running really strong.
Yeah, so I've got an update here from Topher Gaylord. Audrey out in 10 at 10:12 a.m. So that was just a minute ago. Claire out at 10:12 a.m. as well. So it looks like they are 10 minutes back of Beth Pascal. Of course, this is all unofficial, guys. We're doing our best to consolidate this information, get it from all corners of the Western States 100, from iRunFar, from Western States board members, from people at aid stations, and we're going to do our best to just share it with you guys here. But it looks like we've got Beth, Audrey,
Addie,
and Claire.
So it looks like it's probably Beth, Addie, and then Claire and Audrey together, is what it sounds like. We got information about, we got intel about Addie before we got our intel about Audrey and Claire. Additionally, we've got Miller's, more Miller's defeat information coming in.
Okay, so at Miller's defeat,
You want to blow that up on your screen?
Yeah, this is again mile 34.4. We have Jared Hazen and Tim Tollefson. It looks like
together,
running together. They were basically together at Robinson Flat as well, so they might be working together as they still sit about 15 minutes back of the lead. It looks like they are about 10 or 11 minutes behind second place in Hayden Hawks. So Jim Walmsley again putting another couple of minutes into both Jared Hazen and Tim Tollefson in just the 4 miles between Robinson Flat and Miller's defeat. And again, we should be getting an update from the Dusty Corners aid station, which is roughly mile 38. My expectation is that Jim is either through there already or will be there any second. So we will share that split as soon as we get
and
it.
It sounds like in 5th for the women coming through Robinson Flat, we have a very calm, cool, and collected Keely Henninger running out of Robinson Flat, which is great news because, you know, it is a little bit of an uphill we set out of there. I've definitely packed myself with ice and walked up that hill and then started running. So Keely is moving really well. Once again, she is one of the women in the race who has not run 100 miles before, and we are still very, very early, but she is putting on a very strong and I would say, you know, like impressive showing for this point in the race.
Okay, let's go deeper in the Robinson Flat results here. Of course, we went as deep as 13th with I Run Far coverage here. So we had, let's just start at 10th here. We had Cody Lind out of Robinson Flat, 9:45 a.m., along with Kyle Patari, Tyler Green, and Charlie Ware. Seems like all of them were together. Charlie, I think, came into the aid station in 10th, and it looks like they all left together in 10th through 13th. Then behind Charlie, we have Jorge Maravilla. We have Eric Sensman, who is a fan favorite. A lot of people have been asking about Eric in the chat. Of course, Eric is also from Flagstaff, Arizona, part of the Coconino Cowboys. He is through Robinson Flat in 15th at 9:56 a.m. Matt Daniels in 16th. Let's go, Matt. Keep fighting back. Beth Pascal in 17th overall.
Moving up.
At 10 a.m. flat. Jeff Browning in 18th place overall. Addie Bracey, look at Addie, only 3 minutes behind Beth at Robinson Flat. And then Elliot Carden.
I was going to say, I think Addie would argue similar to Beth that she felt like she was a little too conservative in 2019 as well. And so both these women are running strong and they're pushing themselves and they're pushing the pace early. And that's really exciting to see.
So exciting to see. And we are now 5 hours and 15 minutes into the Western States 100. And as expected, it is starting to develop on the competitive end. We are starting to see the leaders assert themselves in both the men's and women's races. We will continue to keep you updated on the professional end of things. We will continue to try and share the stories of the individuals who are going to be coming into these aid stations much later than these leaders as well. But so far, it's been a dramatic start to this year's Western States 100. Let's just hit a refresh button here.
Continually hitting refresh. It is going to be our life.
Okay, we've got another update from Topher Gaylord. Keely, 10:13. You already got that one. Ruth and Brittany have drenched and iced up, moving well and with purpose. 10:16 a.m.
So
That's 1 minute ago.
So they've moved up. They're moving up in that field because they were in that 8th to 10th group at Duncan. So who have they? Where's Ragda? Have we gotten a Ragda? I guess that's someone that we're missing.
I'll text him.
Yeah. Let's see if we're missing anyone, if it's just eyes that have missed them, because it's easy sometimes to sneak through these aid stations undetected.
Totally. And again, just want to give a shout out to another member of our crew, Ryan Thrower, who is up at Robinson Flat. He is getting all the great images from these lead athletes. He's actually probably on his way back here now to help share those images and that video from Robinson Flat. So we will share that with you guys just as soon as we can.
And it looks like Jim Walmsley actually came through Dusty Corners about 6 minutes ago. We've got him split through Dusty Corners, which is mile 38 at 5:12, which is
10:12
at 10:12, 5:12 into the race.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you.
No, we're doing great. We're doing great.
We're doing great. I hope everybody at home is doing great. Again, we just want to thank our sponsors today, Hoka One, the title sponsor of the Western States 100, as well as Buff. Thank you guys so much for making the investment in this live stream, allowing Corinne and I to have so much fun. Corinne, check it out. There's a truck pulling up behind us. I think they're here to set up the finishing arch.
Yes.
And it sounds like we also do have a cougar en route to place on the bookshelves behind us that belongs to the great Ann Trayson. So we will put that up as soon as we can.
So we got confirmation that Ragna was missed from our insider out at Robinson Flat, and that she came through in third. So it looks like we've got Beth Pascal, followed closely by Addie Bracey, followed by Ragna, and then you've got Audrey in fourth. Audrey looking strong, followed by would be Keeley, I guess, after that.
Amazing. So, man, what an incredibly talented...
Audrey and Claire, followed by Keeley. So Keeley's in sixth.
Amazing. So still a really, really close, dramatic race in the women's field. They are all running super, super strong. Jim Walmsley appears to be making his move in the men's race. We will see if that turns out well for him. We should hopefully get an update on Hayden Hawks here soon through the Dusty Corners aid station as well. It'll be really interesting to see if that 4-minute gap between Jim and Hayden has grown at all. I remember in 2019 too, Jim sort of made his move early, as he likes to do, ultimately opened up a 7 or 8 minute gap on Jared Hazen, and then that gap stayed the exact same between Jim and Jared of about 7 or 8 minutes for the next, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours. It wasn't until Jim was through Brown's Bar or so, 90 miles into the race, to where he ultimately opened up about a 15 or 20 minute lead. And ultimately, I think, finished about that gap in front of Jared in 2019. So it'll be interesting to see whether these gaps grow and continue to grow, or if they grow and hold
steady.
Yeah.
That oftentimes I feel like that's what happens. They get a little bit of a lead and then they'll hold steady for the rest of it. We actually have a picture on I Run Far's Twitter of it looks like Jim now and also of Hayden Hawks. He's 6:15 behind. So Jim has put another two plus minutes on Hayden in the last 4 miles, ostensibly or just under 4 miles. They also made a comment that Jim's bucket hat game was looking strong.
Okay, if you guys want to share my screen, I've got some photos here that we can share with the audience. Look at Mr. Jim Walmsley coming into Dusty Corners, mile 38. For anybody who has run this race, this is kind of an interesting part of the course. You sort of come screaming down this dirt road into the aid station. The aid station really feels like it's in the middle of nowhere. Jim, given the pointer finger to somebody, he's probably got crew there. You are able to access this aid station as a crew aid station. So even though it feels like it's in the middle of nowhere, those crew members who went to Duncan Canyon at mile 24 can also come here to Dusty Corners at mile 38. So Jim's probably giving the shout to his crew there. Looks like 6 minutes under course record pace at 5:12 elapsed here in the 2021 Western States 100.
There's a great photo of Ragna looking really, really strong. She's 5 minutes back of Beth Pascal coming through Robinson Flat, which is again mile 30, looking strong. She's going to meet her crew. There's a second photo of her getting some ice, I think, and water applied, hopefully handling the heat okay at this point.
Just 5 minutes off the lead, of course, Ragna de Botts again from Spain by way of the Netherlands. She was somebody who I was really impressed with in our pre-race interview coverage as well. Here's another photo that we're trying to load here. But she had such a great attitude when we were chatting with her. She really did feel very grateful to be here at the Western States 100. She described her reaction when she got the email from the Ultra Trail World Tour inviting her to this year's edition of the Western States 100, where she had to reply to that email and say, "Are you serious?
That was
amazing.
amazing.
Is this a dream come true?" And so it's great to see her running so well in third place at mile 30, and here in second place at Dusty Corners, mile 38, is Hayden Hawks. He is 6 minutes and 15 seconds off the lead. That means that Jim put another 2 minutes into Hayden in just a 4-mile section. So Jim is absolutely putting his mark on this race and certainly trying to put a move on Hayden Hawks. Remains to be seen if Hayden is being smart and letting Jim go, or if he is unable to hold the pace.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, do you rein it in a little bit to run within yourself to kind of be protective with the idea that like maybe something will happen to Jim, which is a risky move either way, right? But maybe it's like, this feels unsustainable, but I really want to be in contention later in the race, so I need to go into the canyon section, which is really what they're entering now. They're descending into the canyons to have to hit these next couple hot climbs. You know, it might be smart to rein it in a little bit so that they can be in contention in the later miles, and that might be on Hayden's mind.
Yep, great point, Corinne. So we will continue to hit refresh. This is going to continue to be updates coming fast and furious over the next several hours as the men and women sort of come through different aid stations at different times. So we'll just kind of do our best to consolidate this information and share it with you all as quickly as we can. We've gotten another text from our good friend Topher Gaylord, board member, 7-time finisher, who is up at Robinson Flat. Let's see. We've got Katie Asmuth, Robinson Flat at 10:20 a.m. She's got a black headband full of ice. That's going to be great for cooling. Okay, and at 10:20 a.m., it sounds like Ryan Thrower is on his way back here so that we can get some of that visual, some of that video that we can share with you guys here on the live stream. Emily Hawgood at 10:22 is out of Robinson Flat. And then Catherine Drew, Topher says, working with her crew at Robinson seems calm, icing and fueling.
Yeah, she's a very calm, collected racer. I feel like, she comes across as a very, very quiet person. So she'll do what she needs to do. She's been here before. I've watched runners rush through Robinson Flat, miss things, drop things, forget things, and then it bites them. So taking some time to do what you need to do to head in this next section can be really important. It looks like we got some images coming up from Robinson Flat from I Run Far.
Okay, Photo City here. We've got Addie Bracey in second, mile 30. She looks strong, just 3 minutes off the lead. Go Addie from Boulder, Colorado, running for Nike. Here we have Katie Asmuth in 9th. Again, these tweets must be coming in out of sequence, so bear with us. We are just going to kind of run through all this information as we get it. Katie Asmuth.
I was wondering who is in the Saucony kit on the escarpment.
Yeah.
This is what's going on. Awesome.
Yeah,
Katie's running super well.
And apparently, again, this is she's the defending Bandera 100K champ. And a lot of people have been talking about her. It sounds like she recently moved to Mammoth Lakes, California. Here's Emily Hawgood, your teammate. Again, Topher Gaylord said all smiles in his text messages to us. And that's clearly the case here in these I Run Far photos as well for you guys to enjoy at home.
Yeah, we decided she was the third nicest person in the field behind Casey and Magda.
Speaking of smiles, here is Frances Audrey Tanguay into Robinson Flat in 4th place. She is just 7 minutes off the lead, so she is still well under Claire Gallagher's split from 2019. Speaking of Claire Gallagher, here is your defending champion from Boulder, Colorado. She is in 5th at mile 30, 8 minutes off the lead, and clearly, has her trademark character is probably cracking a joke to whoever is
cracking a joke. I feel like Claire also always Emily's always smiling, and I feel like Claire always has her try hard face. I've seen it in climbers, I've seen it in runners. Oh, this is a great photo of this group all together here.
What a strong group of women here running together. Why don't you take this one?
Yeah, so we've got Keely Henninger on the left-hand side of your screen with Ruth Croft in the middle, and then your defending second place finisher with that F2 bib on the right-hand side of your screen in Brittany, all moving well, all moving together. If they're all strong, like on this next downhill section coming up, like if they can just get in a groove, that's a scary group to have chasing you.
I was just going to say, what a talented group of women here. And honestly, what an advantage for them to be together. If they can stay together and work together, that's going to be a great service to each and every one of them. And here is Kat Drew, 19 minutes off the lead. So she is not far back at all, and it looks like I Run Far is signing off from the from the Robinson Flat aid station heading to Michigan Bluff. So thank you to I Run Far for the updates from Robinson Flat. Let's hit refresh on ultralive.net.
Yep.
Let's see what else we've got.
Yeah, and so for everyone at home too, right? Like they're gonna get the top 10 men and top 10 women, and then they have to boogie to their next spot. But we'd like to do, speaking of Claire and her try hard face and her cracking jokes, I believe we have an interview. If our studio help wants to roll the Claire interview.
The whole reason I think I was able to win states was because I was ready in the beginning of June. Like ultimately being ready for 100-miler, it requires like a really strong 6-month buildup with consistency, with like ample injury prevention. I'm a super low mileage runner. I think I peak at like 75 miles a week, and it works for me. I was thoroughly what I thought was in the lead from pretty much mile 80 on. When Courtney dropped out, I passed her up on the road to Green Gate, and Brittany caught me. I don't even know, like I blacked out those last 10 miles so much. She caught me somewhere between mile 90 and 92, I think. And then we stayed together for a couple miles. It was Pointed Rocks aid station where we were neck and neck. And that's where I decided, oh, I'm going to go for this. You know, leading up to that, I was complaining to my pacer, I think I broke my foot. Like I'm in so much pain. I can't eat. I'm like throwing up in my mouth. You know, you have all the ultra complaints late in the day. And as soon as the race kicked in, like my competitive instincts were just on fire. And I dropped a really, really fast few miles after Pointed Rocks and pretty much didn't look back. My number one goal is to finish. Like absolutely. I DNF'd Western States in 2017 at mile 93. It was awful. Don't recommend it. And so now first goal, finish. Second goal, top 10. And then anything from there is a race day feel, because there's 30 women who are going to be on the start line who have all the physical capabilities to win that race. Competition this year is obscene. It is so cool. I recently found out like a week ago that Ruth Croft is racing, and I love Ruth. Like she is such a great human, good friend. And I'm like, how did I miss that? Like the Ultra Trail World Tour lineup is so stout. And then, you know, we have all the golden ticket races people, of course. I think it's incredible. Like, am I aware that it's a really like up in the air potentially type of year with just like so many people coming from crazy different backgrounds, training environments, like ability to train, the weather. Yeah, that's why it's going to be an awesome day. And like, you're going to be watching this. Hopefully I'm like still running when you're all are watching this, because this is recorded like 2 weeks prior. and honestly, I hope that everyone in the competition is still running. Like I would love to not have a big carnage race. Do I think it's possible? Absolutely. I think there's a lot of there are a lot of women and men for that matter who haven't run states before. And from my personal experience, like states is definitely experience heavy. Like doing well at states often takes a bit of experience. Like it's unlike any other 100. So yeah, we'll see.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. Thank you again to our sponsors, Hoka and Buff, for making this live stream possible and for supporting the most important race in North America, the Western States 100. I'm Dylan Bowman, joined, of course, by my friend and co-host for the entire week, Corinne Malcolm. We are having so much fun. Now 5.5 hours into this year's Western States 100.
We have a new guest.
We have a new guest here. This is a Cougar Trophy. For those at home who are less familiar with the race, this is what you get for winning the race. Unfortunately, Corinne nor myself actually own one of these. This belongs to the great Ann Trayson, a 13-time champion of the Western States 100. We'll probably talk more about Ann a little bit later. If you don't know who she is, do a quick Google search, do yourself a favor, learn a little bit about the history of our sport and about the race. She was quite remarkable in her day as champion of this race for more than a decade.
It's insane to think that she's got enough Cougars lying around that she can just lend us one for the day.
So we wanted to just provide a little insight into what is happening in the sort of like middle back of the pack. I know there's a lot of people at home who are cheering for runners who are outside the top 10 men and women. So, of course, I don't know a ton of these people by name myself, but you guys can find these resources online at ultralive.net. Make sure you go check that out. If you are following a specific runner from your hometown, this is a great resource where you can type in their name, type in their bib number, and see exactly where they are on the course. So shout out to ultralive.net. Couple of names that I do know. Elon Leiber from Marin County, California. He works for Equator Coffee, he's another sort of great character in the San Francisco Bay Area running scene. It looks like he is right around 45th. We've got Scott Wolf in 41st. We saw him on the first climb. He is from Bend, Oregon. I think he's probably going for his 6th or 7th or maybe more.
Yeah, AGW is going to be pacing him, and I told AGW, don't get dropped, man.
Yep. We've got Dan Barger, I think from here in Auburn, California. Let's see if I click on his name. Oh, great. So we've got photographs of these folks as well. Oh, I think he used to live here in Auburn. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure Dan Barger is a 10 or 11 time finisher himself. So he is back in the race. Sorry, let me go back here.
Our 78-year-old has cleared the 10.3 mile aid station.
Amazing. What is his name again?
Dennis. His bib number 347, and he has cleared the Lion Ridge aid station, which is super exciting. He came through there 3:44 into the race, so he is on his way to Red Star aid station, making his way there. If he can finish this, he will be the oldest finisher ever. He's the oldest person to start this race. If he can finish, he will definitely be the oldest finisher. We also have another 70. We've got a 74-year-old, and Eric Spector. Let's see if we can find. That is who Jim was speaking with the other day. Jim Walmsley sat down to speak with Eric Spector to give him some advice for the race. We should check in to see where he is. He has also cleared that 10.3 mile aid station. So our 70-plus-year-olds are working their way here, which I think is just really impressive. I hope that I am running into my 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and I just, it is. I remember being at Leadville, and they do the top male and top female, just 1 and 1,
right?
And then they do the top 3 age group, and the person who got the most applause was the one gentleman in the 70-plus age group. He got, Devin Yanko and Ian Sharman won that year, and they, people were very happy to see them finish and to give them a good round of applause. But when that 70-plus-year-old man got up to claim his age group prize, the whole auditorium was on their feet, erupting in cheers, which I think is just, that is what I love about this sport.
Amazing. Yes, great point, Corinne. And it is, we'll get to talking about Gunhild Swanson at some point. That's an absolutely legendary, historic moment in the history of the Western States 100 when Gunhild Swanson finished 5 seconds under the cutoff as a runner in her 70s, I think, at that point as well. And the whole place erupted. Probably one of the most electric moments in Western States history. So back to our sort of middle of the pack runners here. Just a couple other names that I recognize Phil Kochick from Seattle, Washington. He's actually the owner of the Seven Hills Running Company in Seattle, so shout out to Phil. And independent specialty retail running stores around the country. It's great to have him back in the race. I know he's done it a couple of times. Your friend Dreama Walton, it looks like, is in 59th here overall at this point, still out on the course. Philip Sanderson, I think, from Marin County, California. Let's see. Yeah, here's Phil. I know Phil loosely. I think he's a multi-time finisher of Western States as well. Anyway, guys, again, go check out ultralive.net. There's lots of great information here on those heroic runners in the middle and the back of the pack. Let's check in on our leaders here.
Yeah, it sounds like we have at least 12 women through Robinson Flat officially, with Camille Herron sitting in 12th, 28 minutes off the lead. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a picture, I Run Far, that was one of the photos that did come through from them. She looks happy coming into Robinson Flat. I'm not sure what exactly that's going to transpire. It looks like she's got some dirt on her. She definitely took a fall at some point. She's got some dirt kind of across her front and onto her shoulder. If we can pull up that I Run Far photo. So it looks like Camille Herron probably took a digger at some point out there. She is wearing her Likey pole straps, despite poles are not allowed in this race and traction are not allowed. Yeah. But my guess is that she takes some tumbles, and so she might be using it for that. She might be using it to hold handhelds periodically as well. Sometimes you can make a little contraption to allow you to hold it a little bit better. So it's possible that it might be that she's just utilizing it as hand protection, to be honest.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to Robinson Flat here. Unfortunately for all his fans in San Antonio, Texas, it looks like Ryan Miller is having a tough day today. He has been sitting at Robinson Flat for 30 minutes at least. It looks like he's having a tough one out there on the Western States 100. It is his first 100-mile race, so he will be back to fight again. My hope is that he gets up out of that chair and at least tries to continue on today. It is only 30 miles in. It's a tough part to already be suffering so mightily, but our hearts go out to Ryan Miller. Hope he is doing okay. Then fast forward ahead 8 miles from there to the Dusty Corners aid station. This is the aid station that we last saw Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks, the race leaders. Now in third and fourth running together are Tim Tollefson and Jared Hazen. So again, going back to our racehorses versus workhorses, we have 4 of our 5 racehorses still in the game here. Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, and Jared Hazen.
With Matt Daniels being the fifth guy of our racehorses, who is unfortunately, he's moving. He left the Robinson Flat aid station, but he's not at this point having a great day.
Yep, and it looks like according to I Run Far, both look fine, but Jared stayed a little bit longer. Remember, if we go back to Robinson Flat, I Run Far said that Jared was looking a little bit rough. Now they say he looks fine, though he did take his time at the aid station. Again, Jared is such a tough kid. I'm sure even if he looks a little bit rough, this guy knows how to run this race. He's finished second in the second fastest time ever. He finished third at this race back in 2015. And when he was only 19 years old, he finished 14th back in 2014. Here's a photograph of Camille Herron. Again, you mentioned the Lecky gloves. It looks like she has taken a tumble or two. Again, Camille Herron excels at flatter, faster racing. So that high country section really is not her forte. So she may have taken a couple of tumbles, but it looks like she's still got a big smile on her face. Though 28 minutes off the lead, she is through the section of the course that does not suit her strengths supremely, and now she can get onto that downhill half marathon and hopefully make up some time on the women's competition.
We also have, our 5th, 6th, and 7th man, it looks like, through Dusty Corners, and Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, and Max King, they are how many? It looks like they're
24 minutes off the lead. Again, going back to what we said about the Keeley, Brittany, Ruth trifecta. This is an amazing trifecta to be a part of here.
100%. And right behind, well, not right behind, 220 back from them, you have Stephen Kirsch. I keep wanting to call him, I just call him Steve. Steve Kirsch is 8th man at mile 38. He's about 2 minutes behind that trifecta. If he can get back to them, that'd be a great place to be. But I Run Far is saying he looks to be the most chill of all the guys so far.
Chill.
He's really channeling.
I was hoping that I would take the trophy for most chill, but
your stoke
unfortunately
is
it goes to Stephen Kirsch. Thank you to I Run Far for these amazing updates. We've got 8 men at least through Dusty Corners right now. That means all 8 of them are heading towards Last Chance, and then they drop into the canyons, the infamous, notorious canyons of the Western States 100 course.
Yep, and the next men we're looking for, I think, coming through Dusty Corners are going to be Mark Hammond, Charlie Ware, Tyler Green, Cody Lind, and Kyle Patari. They're probably anywhere from another 2 to 6 minutes back from Kirsch, so they're not that far back. So we're going to see another strong group all the way back through about 13th or so. We should see them pretty shortly.
Yeah. So then just like doing this sort of micro splits here, looking at Tim Tollefson and Jared Hazen, they're now 11 minutes behind Hayden Hawks. So I believe at Robinson Flat, what were they? They were like 7 minutes behind Hayden. So it seems like Hayden is still moving really well himself, even though he's losing time on Jim Walmsley.
Even though Jim, is pulling away off the front a bit here.
It's not as if Tim or Jared are making up time on Hayden. So it doesn't appear that Hayden is falling apart by any means. It's more like Jim is just putting on a show as he usually does.
Yeah, 100%. And then it sounds like, just like we mentioned, Mark Hammond, once again, underrated, despite being 3 times in the top 5 here. He is 29 minutes off the lead. He is, that puts him 2.5 minutes or so behind Stephen Kirsch in 9th. They quote say that he looks like he's out for a Sunday stroll. So we've got a bunch of guys with experience also in this group who are running a really calm and collected race early, knowing that it's going to be hot. So I'm excited to see, the canyons can eat you alive. You can go into the canyons seeming really strong and come out the other side just decimated. So yeah. I'm curious to know what this group looks like when we get to Michigan Bluff, when we get to Forest Hill, because it could be a very different story there.
Yep. Thank you, Corinne. And it looks like your internet is moving a little bit more quickly than mine. I'll share this photo of Mark Hammond here in just a second as soon as it comes up here on my feed. You know what? I should probably hit pause here on the live stream.
Yeah, I'm not playing that.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go back to something that Rob Krar mentioned that I thought was brilliant, and him going just a little bit harder when he was in the shade and then a little bit easier when he was in the sun.
That was a great point. I've never, having run this race in a hot year and, thought like, am I going too fast? This feels about right type of thing. I've never been like, oh, in the sun, hold back. Oh,
right.
In the shade, push harder.
Hey, guys, you can unshare my screen so that you don't have to have the audience see me struggling to refresh my computer here. But I thought it was really brilliant because one of the things that I think is underrated, obviously everybody talks about Western States being such a hot race, but you are in the shade for so much of it. Mm-hmm. And especially when you're going through the canyon section, which is notorious for the heat, you're in the shade the entire time. So it's not until you get through Forest Hill. Of course, you sort of have patches where it's sunnier. Like, for instance, when you go up to Devil's Thumb and the part that's all burned out.
It's super open there.
It's exposed.
It is way hotter.
And it is hotter, but you are in the shade for much of this middle section of the course. Mm-hmm. And then once you get through Robinson Flat and onto Cal Street, the Cal Street section, which I'm sure we'll talk about at length a little bit later in the day, that's when you have longer, more exposed stretches where the sun really does beat down on you. So anyway, for those of you who are watching at home who have dreams of running the Western States 100, keep in mind Rob Krar's advice. When you get into the race, go just a little bit easier in the sun and go just a little bit harder in the shade. And maybe you'll have one of these Cougar trophies to bring home to show for it. I'm going to continue to try and refresh. Guys in the production booth, you can unshare my screen. My internet is not. Oh wait, sorry, my internet's not even on.
Yep, we're doing fine. Okay, so we're going to get things up and running. We're going to get things refreshed on Dylan's end. He's going to connect to the internet. Things are going to be fine. Topher is going to keep texting us things from out on course. We have various, I think Matt Shar sent us like a Twitter DM being like, hey, here's a screenshot of this thing. So we've got people looking out for us. We now have, 9 men through Dusty Corners. Like, once again, so we missed, I think, Max King. So through Dusty Corners, we have Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, Jared Hazen in 4th, Alex Nichols in 5th, Drew Holman in 6th. What a power group there. Stephen Kirsch in 7th, Max King in 8th, Mark Hammond in 9th. We're waiting for Charlie Ware and Tyler Green and Cody Lind, who were all together at Miller's defeat. What
Amazing.
another power trifecta of guys there. They are all part of our cleanup crew. They are all guys that I would not want chasing me. Right behind Cody Lind, only a minute behind him at Miller's defeat is Kyle Patari. So really, it's those top 13 guys that I think are going to start making moves, because the jump back after Kyle Patari at this point, I think is going to start to be significant enough that unless someone drops out, it's going to be, or really craters, it's going to be harder for some of these guys to move up. They'll move up some potentially, but it's like guys who I think are going to be fighting for the top 5 versus 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. That's going to start to sort itself out over the next 20 miles. So I worry that, our Jorge, our Eric Sensman, our Matt Daniels, they might struggle to bridge that gap. Our Jeff Browning, he is sitting in that group as well. Elliot Carden. So these people are like, these guys, they're going to start to move up, but it's like that might delineate the top 5 from the kind of the chase pack of the top 10 for sure. Because it becomes harder and harder to make up that ground. Once again, we'll be looking for splits as well coming into Miller's defeat from our lead trio of women, really, of Beth Pascal, followed by Addie Bracey, followed by Ragna, who's running very, very well for her first ever 100-mile race. I think her sitting in 3rd at this point is a great place to be. Oftentimes, there have been Europeans or international runners without maybe without 100-mile experience or Western States experience who go out really, really hard and then fade. We saw that with, Lucy Bartholomew put on a show in her first ever 100-mile debut, ultimately getting caught by Courtney and Caitlin Gerben to settle for 3rd. A wonderful 3rd place finish by her.
When she was like 22 years old.
Yeah, when she was 22 years old as well. So obviously an exceptional performance. But Andrea Hauser, the late Andrea Hauser also did that at Western States, leading early and then kind of, falling back in the top 10. Celia Flory has fallen into that position too, kind of fighting really early and then falling back. And so I find that, who's leading the race right now? It's 2 women with a ton of experience at Western States, who are here in 2019, who have something to prove, who both thought they were too conservative during that race. So I think that there's a great argument for them to stay in a really solid position. It's possible that there's a woman in this chase group who's going to take the win. This is not over by any means, but they are currently making a really solid argument for themselves, and we'll see what happens as they get through, particularly as we see them at Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill.
Great point, Corinne. Yeah, really, really well said. And I know Lucy Bartholomew was in the chat a little bit earlier.
I know.
Shout out to Lucy if she is still
She's probably asleep.
Here on the chat. Unfortunately, my internet's going so slow. I'm not able to really check in on the chat right now. But that was an amazing year here at the race.
We have an update. So we have our top 3 women through Miller's defeat. We have Beth Pascal, Addie Bracey, and Ragna. We have Beth Pascal with it looks like a 6-minute lead over Addie and Ragna, and it now looks like Addie and Ragna are running together. So we're hopefully going to get some photos from Iron Far here imminently, I would hope. But that's a great group of women. Then we'll be looking for Audrey Tanguy and Claire Gallagher to be in that next group, followed probably potentially by a charging Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger, and Brittany Peterson.
Yep.
So we are anxiously awaiting those updated splits, but we do have our first 3 women through that 34.4 mile mark. Let me figure out some splits for y'all. That looks like Beth is now way up on Claire's splits from 2019. Well, about the same, 18 minutes. We're still holding about 18 minutes ahead of those splits. So holding very steady. Once again, was that because of the snow? I don't know. We'll see how that transpires over the course of the day. So that I imagine that she is still probably about 3 minutes or so off of Ellie's splits from Miller's defeat. Let's see here. Where is Miss Ellie Greenwood's exceptional run in 2012? Actually, it looks like Ellie possibly had a rough patch in this zone in. Am I looking at the right human? I am.
She had a rough patch that year?
I don't know, but I mean, it looks like right now that, based on this split, it looks like to me that Beth is ahead of her split from 2012 at Miller's defeat by a bit.
Beth is ahead of Ellie Greenwood's split?
At Miller's, that's what it looks like from 2012.
Oh my goodness.
Her
Could
split,
it be Great Britain?
Her split, so her split right now, she's still 18 minutes ahead of Claire. She came through at 10:35 a.m., 5:35 elapsed time. Ellie's elapsed time through that aid station in 2012 was 5:43 running time. So that's 8 minutes.
Wow.
That we have to account for somehow. So I don't know if that was a slow patch. I don't know if that was an aid station. Someone took longer in an aid somewhere. Someone went to the bathroom. Who knows? Someone tied their shoes. But that is, we'll get another split at Dusty Corners, and maybe that will give us some more information there. But right now, that is our most recent split, and that seems pretty significant. So we'll be touching base. Addie and Ragna are about 2 minutes different from that split in 2012.
Amazing, and it looks like my internet is back up and running. If the guys in the production booth want to pull it up, I will share a photograph here of Charlie Ware in 10th place at Dusty Corners. He is in 10th place. He is just about 35 minutes off the lead. Again, Charlie Ware is from Phoenix, Arizona, rocking that cut-off cotton tee.
So chill.
He looks like a cowboy, looking super chill. And, seems like he's doing well in 10th place. And just behind him is that trifecta of Tyler Green, Cody Lind, and Kyle Pitari. It looks like they are in 11th through 13th, only 30 seconds behind Charlie Ware there, who was in 10th place. This is a picture of Cody Lind, of course, who we talked about earlier. We played a video of him earlier. He is a third-generation Western States runner. His dad has run it twice. We had him on our live interview show yesterday. Paul Lind shot the shotgun at the start line in Olympic Valley this morning with his son standing right next to him. I might cry just thinking about it. And of course, Paul Lind's father, Dr. Lind, was the medical director here at the Western States 100 for, I think, 3 decades. So 3 generations of the Lind family representing the Western States 100.
We've got a correction that Charlie is from Tucson.
Tucson.
Not Phoenix.
My bad.
Another hot location in Arizona.
My bad, guys. My bad.
Yeah, we just want to keep you honest,
Is that in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the chat. I'm keeping a tight eye on the chat. We're not dealing with any silly business in there. No, we've got lots of silly business in there, which is great. But people are asking for an update on Ryan Miller. We do not have an update on Ryan Miller. We do not know if he's going to end his race at Robinson Flat or if the Nike crew is going to coax him out of there and say, "Hey, just go to Michigan Bluff. Hey, just go to Forest Hill."
Here's a relevant update that might be exciting to see for our viewers, and that is I just went to the DNF screen here on ultralive.net, and so far it seems like there's 0 DNFs. Of course, this might not be updated yet, but that's always a good sign.
But truthfully, they haven't gotten to a chance yet where it's a really great place. I mean, Robinson Flat, you can drop out there, but you got to walk to your car.
But people have dropped out as early as Lions Ridge.
That's true. That is true. It's a hard place to drop out because you have to take a long car ride to get anywhere. It looks like we have a split from Mr. Jim Walmsley himself coming through last chance.
Oh my goodness. Let's go to the overall leaders here. Let me sort all.
43.3.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up my elevation profile here for the audience again. Sorry, give me a sec. elevation profile here, because this last chance aid station is actually a very important landmark on the course. Of course, like we said, these athletes are on the downhill half marathon of the Western States course right now. They went through Miller's Defeat. They went through Dusty Corners, which was the last photographs that we shared with you guys. Now they are at Last Chance, which is aptly named because it is the last chance for you to get aid before you drop into the canyons of the Western States course. So immediately after leaving this aid station, you drop precipitously down into the canyon. Is probably a 1,500-foot drop for these athletes before they have probably another 15-foot climb up to the Devil's Thumb aid station, which in my mind always represented sort of the halfway point, at least symbolically in the race. It falls at about mile 47. Last Chance is roughly mile 44, I believe. Let's go back and just double check that, make sure that I'm giving you guys accurate information. Yep. Last Chance is roughly 43.3 miles. So Jim Walmsley is fast approaching the halfway point of the Western States 100. It feels like we're just getting started here. Jim Walmsley has already run 43 miles today. Absolutely phenomenal. And just subjectively, again, Corinne and I are sitting here at the Placer High School track in beautiful Auburn, California, where the forecasted high today is supposed to hit the triple digits. Right now, I'm starting to feel a little bit warm, but it's still not crazy hot.
We'll switch to iced coffee eventually, I think, to keep going. But people are worried that we're not eating or drinking. But no, we have.
How could you eat or drink right now?
We're too excited.
The drama.
So we did get confirmation that I do believe that Beth Pascal is under Ellie's split from Miller's Defeat. I don't know. It's who knows. We'll keep an eye. I think the next couple of splits will be telling, because all of a sudden she went from being like 3 minutes behind it to 8 minutes ahead of it, which seems significant. So
can I just say something?
Yes.
Ellie Greenwood's course record here at Western States is absolutely silly.
Insane.
Nobody has come within 30 minutes of Ellie Greenwood's course record from 2012. Beth Pascal is now under Ellie Greenwood's course record splits from 9 years ago. Both from Great Britain, both representing their home country. Very proud. Ellie Greenwood, a friend of mine, an absolute legend, one of the greatest of all time. And here we have our fellow British runner, Beth Pascal, here representing very strongly at the 2021 Western States. Obviously, it's still early in this race. A lot could still happen. But Beth Pascal coming into this race as one of the main favorites. She was 4th place in 2019. And one of the things we asked her about in our pre-race interview was whether or not she felt any differently coming in this year as one of the main favorites, because in 2019, really nobody was, speaking about her as a contender. That has changed this year, especially after her dominating victory at the Canyons 100K, which is, of course, a 100-kilometer race that takes place on the Western States Trail just about 2 months ago. Beth Pascal putting on an absolute clinic here early in the Western States 100.
In the, quote, hard direction. People are pointing out the finish line has arrived. We do have the finish line behind us going up. We're gonna be a mess later, by the way. We're gonna absolutely lose it. I think they're giving you a good shot of that. Right now, they're constructing the finish line. Don't worry, Jimmy Gibson. We are waiting for Ruth Croft. Ruth was in a really strong group of women, including Keely Henninger and Brittany Peterson, the returning second place finisher from 2019. Ruth is in a great spot right now. She just needs to stay with them and keep putting ice on herself. Nothing to worry about quite yet. It does sound like from the group that our first DNF is our 78-year-old Dennis. It sounds like he might have hurt himself. Unclear, but it sounds like that's what is coming in over the chat, is that he has DNF'd, unfortunately.
Well, shout out to Dennis. We so respect and admire your effort out on the course today. Again, Corinne and I would love to be able to display the same level of courage in 40 plus years for the both of us.
Yeah, a few more gray hairs.
A few more gray hairs, I guess. But yeah, I mean, just it's again just speaks to how special our sport is. The fact that somebody like Dennis can line up on the same start line as Jim Walmsley and give it a go, and it's too bad that he's not going to make it to the finish line this year. But shout out to Dennis for giving it a valiant effort out there today. I hope he comes down here to the finish line to shake our hands and maybe watch these champion athletes come stampeding in here later on this evening.
Yep. So it sounds like Ryan is on his way back to us. We're hoping to get some footage from out on the course.
Still no update from Hayden at Last Chance. Jim went through there. It looks like about 14 minutes ago. These splits do lag a little bit, so.
But that could be significant.
Yeah, it could be significant. I mean, last we saw, what was the split last we saw between Hayden and Jim? Let me pull up.
He had extended it from 4.5 to 6 minutes, or
yeah,
4 to 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so 4 to 6.5. So Hayden is probably through there unless something has gone horribly awry, and we would expect to see that updated here on Ultra Live here momentarily, so we'll share that information just as soon as we have it. So I will pull up the course profile again if our friends in the production booth want to take a look at it as well. I think this is just fun and interesting to revisit throughout the day, just so our viewing audience knows what this course is like. Of course, as I said earlier, it looks like a fairly easy downhill slant from the top of the escarpment in Olympic Valley, but this middle section of the course is really the crux of the race. It's notorious for a reason, going in and out of these canyons between Last Chance and Devil's Thumb. This section of the course really is make or break time for the professional athletes who want to contend for the victory. Usually by the time they get to Forest Hill, the fields have really strung out. There's been at least some attrition in the leading top 10 of both the men's and women's races. Some of the more patient runners have started to move their way up. And so over the course of the next couple hours, the runners will be going in and out of these canyons, and there will be a lot of drama in both the men's and women's races, so we will keep an eye on that. But right now, the leader, Jim Walmsley, has gone through Last Chance, where you see my cursor, and he is probably somewhere near the bottom of this canyon here before he does the notorious climb up to Devil's Thumb, which again is mile 47, but sort of feels like the halfway point of the race. Let's see if we got any update on Hayden Hawks. No update quite yet, so we'll continue to be patient with that. We'll update I Run Far too.
Yep, and I'm also pulling because obviously, although Claire was the winner in back in 2019, she did not overtake Courtney Dauwalter until much later in the race, until approaching Green Gate. And so I'm going to pull up Courtney's splits as well from that, because Courtney was running, I believe, at or under course record pace. So she was, in perspective here, okay, she was a minute under Ellie Greenwood's course record at Miller's defeat.
Wow. Okay.
Beth Pascal is running 7 minutes faster than that right now.
Wow.
Okay. So we'll get another split from Dusty Corners coming up in a little bit. But that is something of note. Currently, Beth Pascal is further up in the men's race than Courtney was that year as well. Courtney was 21st overall at that point. Mm-hmm. And she was running a minute under Ellie Greenwood's time at Miller's defeat. And Beth Pascal is running an additional 7 minutes faster right now as of Miller's defeat.
Wow, amazing. So I've actually got Miller's defeat splits up here in front of me. This is overall. I'll filter it to be just the women here in just a second. But this is the top 29, so you'll start to see some of the top women mixing in with some of the top men here. We've currently, at least at that aid station, Beth Pascal was in 16th place overall, which in and of itself is quite remarkable. Addie Bracey in 18th overall, Ragna in 19th overall, then Claire 21st, Audrey Tanguay 23rd, Brittany Peterson 24th, Keely Henninger 26th, Matt Daniels sort of sandwiched in between between those three women. So hopefully Matt Daniels continues to soldier on here. I know he was struggling mightily early in the race.
He was yelling at himself to get out of Robinson Flat. So he is trying to pull it back together, and we'll see. I mean, it would be a spectacular rebound if he can work his way back up the field. But I'm just happy that he continued out of Robinson Flat, because that would have been a very easy place. He, as Jorge said, coming into that aid station, he found Matt Daniels sitting on a rock by himself about a half mile before the aid station. So Matt went through something. He got it together. He got into the aid station. He got himself out of the aid station. That's not easy. So I'm really hopeful that since he did get out of that aid station and move on, that he is regrouping and that he can, it's very possible that he could move his way back up.
Yeah, and I think just for an athlete like him, just getting to the finish line today and fighting through a race that really goes sideways would be so valuable for him. He has so much talent, right? So just for development, just to have the experience to problem solve and continue on and hopefully not drop out of the race today. I think that would be really valuable for Matt Daniels as he continues to develop into one of the best American ultra runners on the planet. So I have up here on my screen, which is also on your screen, just some deeper results from the women's race right now. We'll go as deep as we can here. Obviously, you'll see here in the 6th column over what aid station these are from. So, again, these updates are coming in from various points along the course. It looks like at least the top 10 women are through Miller's defeat at mile 34. Right now, Emily Hawgood is in 10th place, just behind her. Again, this is further back on the course at Robinson Flat. We've got Kathy Drew, Camille Herron, Abby Hall, Nicole Bitter, Magdalena Boulay, Camelia Mayfield, Sarah Kais, Erin Clark, Casey Lichtai, Sarah Bunting Lamos, and Michelle Magagna. Again, it's so amazing for me to see in the bottom half of the top 20 of the lead women in this race, just how many name brand ultra runners there are here in the bottom half of this top 20, just how experienced they are.
Look who's here.
Look who is here. The man, the myth, the legend.
We're going to have a special guest join us.
We're going to have a special guest coming on the stage here in just a minute.
And I was given a tip with Magana. It rhymes with lasagna.
Okay, so Magana.
Yeah, I think we're right. I think
Magagna.
Yeah.
My bad. Sorry, Michelle.
Go against your inclination.
Sorry, Michelle and family. We're doing our best and certainly rooting for her to have a great day.
Yeah.
I think she won the jackpot 100 miler. I think she beat Camille Herron.
So she very recently ran.
Let me check
a
that.
road
I don't want to provide inaccurate information, but I'm pretty sure that's where I remember the name.
Yep, Kat Drew nipping at the heels of the top 10. Yeah, you got to keep you got to keep a close eye on those women, honestly, all the way back to 18th, 19th, maybe even 20th, because it's the women that are in that group are household names for them. I mean, I would consider them, they're household names in my household anyway. And they have experience at this race, and they're going to continue to run super, super well. So yes, we are also rooting for Miss Kat Drew in this booth as well. And I was so happy that she was able to get into the States to run this, because I know getting into the States from Canada and vice versa can be a bit of a complicated story right now.
Yep, so we are going to take a quick break before we welcome on a very special guest to join us for an in-person interview here momentarily.
I think it was maybe last year I started thinking about it. The last 3 years I've kind of stuck around the marathon. Maybe the longest I've done is 50 miles. And I've been doing kind of the same races most years. I've been doing the Golden Trail Series, and I was just ready for something different. And yeah, just thinking about 100 miles, it kind of scares me, but excites me at the same time. Kind of like the first time I did 100K, or even the first time I did a 50K race. It's kind of like going into the unknown. So yeah, I decided to aim for Western States. Well, I did actually, when I first started getting into trail running, I had Western States, UTMB kind of on my target, and then was kind of on track to do that, did Tarawera, CCC, then I did Labrador, and I just had a really bad race experience. Just didn't enjoy it and just felt like I was doing it more so for the hype around these bigger races, not for my own enjoyment. And so after Lavaredo, I decided that I wanted to stick to the shorter races, get better at those, and then slowly step my way up. And I think for me, Western States is a runnable course, and like time-wise, it's the time, your time on your feet compared to say like UTMB 100 miler, it just makes like sense as the logical next step.
So let's talk about that. How do you think, you've had some course preview, how do you think a race like this plays to your strengths, or what you perceive to be your strengths?
I like running, I hate hiking, and so I think that plays to my strengths. But yeah, as I said, it's still, I've done that 100k distance and I feel pretty safe around that, but the 100 miler is a complete unknown, and then also with the heat as well. But yeah, I'm just hoping that all the training, the marathon work, the running I've done there will help out in Western States.
What is your biggest concern heading into Western States?
There's a few. There's like the nutrition factor, the heat factor, and then just the distance. But I think if I'm like pretty conservative through to Forest Hill, I should be okay hopefully, and just keeping cool, yeah.
How much do you pay attention to the competition? I feel like every year it seems like Western States is like the most competitive field, but it keeps, I say this every single year, and this year, especially with the addition of yourself, Brittany Peterson, a handful of other women, it just seems like it gets deeper year in and year out. How excited are you about the level of competition? Does that play into your stoke level entering into a race?
Yeah, of course I want to race against strong women, but I think with 100 miles you can't get caught up in the competition. It's different to a 50k race where you have to play off what your competitors are doing. And I think if I go into Western States worrying about what everyone else is doing, I'm just gonna, probably DNF. Like, I think it's just, you go into it, you do your own thing, you concentrate on like eating well, keeping cool, and if near the end of the race you're at the first or you're at the fifth, it's like just doing the best of what you can do at the moment, in the moment. Yeah, I think there's always that element of doubt, but I think that's what keeps you honest. And as I said, just going in and concentrating on myself, and I think trying to enjoy the day as well, just seeing it as a big adventure. And I've got good paces, so I think I just think it'll be a fun day out, and just hoping I can kind of stay on that vibe until the end.
What have you noticed just from being here for a few days, a few weeks? Like, what's like the distinct difference between American culture than say Kiwi or European culture that you've noticed?
Well, Western States is just such a big deal here, and everyone like fizzes over it. So, and it's just good to see like the community around. I think we have that in New Zealand, but it's just Western States is such a unique race, so it's pretty special in that element.
Anything about just being in America in general?
It's cool being here. It's always a bit of a shock to the system when you come from New Zealand, because it's just so small, and you get to the States and it's very overwhelming sometimes, like even going to the grocery store and stuff like that, like all the choices. But no, it's good, and we're just like really grateful to be here and that the race is going ahead too. It's pretty much asking anyone I know who's done it. So Varner, he's pacing me, so I'll get some tips off him. I'm going to talk to Lucy Bartholomew as well. And it's just, the more people I think I reach out to and can get advice off, the better.
Ruth Croft, one of the most interesting athletes in the field. We just want to welcome everybody back. Thank our sponsors, Hoka and Buff, for the amazing coverage and support of the of the Western States 100 live stream. I am Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm and a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Dean Karnazes joins us in studio. Dean, how are you on Western States Day?
Things have changed since 1994, the first year I did it. Yeah, it's come a long way.
So first and foremost, Corinne and I irresponsibly did not bring our belt buckles with us to the track today, but you brought yours, so show the audience. We talked all about it earlier.
This one's a good one because it's 10 finishes in sub 24 hours. And it's kind of rarefied these days, not because other athletes aren't capable of it, but getting into the race 10 times is almost impossible. So I'm never letting this one go.
Yeah, amazing. So usually it says 100 miles one day. This says 1,000 miles in 10 days. Really a spectacular achievement. So Dean, of course, is the author of many books. His newest one is A Runner's High, which is available now wherever books are sold. Dean, I am of the generation of athletes who came up and was supremely inspired and motivated to get into the sport by Ultramarathon Man, one of your first books. Maybe to start our little conversation here, talk about your history with running. I'm sure most people know about it now, but maybe your history getting into the sport and with the Western states in general.
Yeah, well, things have changed so much since I started. I basically walked out of a bar on my 30th birthday in San Francisco and decided that night I was going to run 30 miles. And I was, of course, very drunk. And somehow I made it. I stumbled 30 miles that night, straight through the night, and decided I was going to become an ultramarathoner after that. And I signed up for the Western States 100 in 1994. And I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I had no idea, Dylan. I mean, I was surfing half the time. I didn't even know what a training block was. Let's face it. I mean, it was a different era back then.
Yeah.
And I could kind of just fake my way through it and managed to get a handful of top 10 finishes. So I got automatic entry and just went with it. And, 25 years later, it's still as grand and magnificent as the first day.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's changed a lot, but it still maintains its grassroots feel, its inclusive feel. And I'm sure, while it probably feels a lot different from 1994, there's a lot of it that remains the same.
Yeah, the magic hasn't gone away. And, I write in the Runner's High how over 25 years, the race has developed, but I mean, we're still here at Placer High School, and people are still running 100 miles and inspiring others, and it's a great global movement.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you wrote the first book, Ultramarathon Man, did it occur to you that it was going to sort of be a sea change in the exponential growth that the race, or I'm sorry, the sport has experienced? I mean, when was it that was published? Was that 12, 15 years ago at this point?
2000, yeah, it was 16 years, 2005.
So, and I got into the sport in 2008, so that's 13 years ago. So that's probably about the time that I read it. And it's ever since then, the sport's sort of been on this rocket ship trajectory, many thanks to your book and your influence on the sport. Did you have any idea that your book would end up having that kind of influence on people like me, honestly?
I mean, I thought if 5 buddies buy this book, I just wanted to write a book. It was on my life list. A lot of people want to write a book, and I thought if 5 people buy this, I'll be lucky.
Yeah.
And it was a New York Times bestseller, and I thought, why are people interested in a guy running 100 miles through, the wilderness?
Yeah.
How does that appeal to non-runners? But there's power in what we do. Yeah, beyond just what we do. I mean, we tend to focus on our little universe and the competitiveness of it, but if you step back, people read that book and they're blown away. They have no idea humans, even to this day, I get people saying, I have no idea someone can run 100 miles.
Yeah, no, I still get people when they find out sort of like what I do professionally, they're like, oh, have you met that guy who like orders pizzas while he runs? I'm sure that's probably a caricature that sort of from the book that sort of stuck with you, but it's sort of like, sort of a description of what sometimes can feel like an obnoxious or ridiculous pursuit that we have, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was running 200 miles,
right?
And I was trapped in the middle of the night with no crew around, so I ordered a pizza. I mean, it felt like the right thing to do, right? Just order a pizza, and I'll never live that story down.
Yeah.
And people say, how do you run while you eat a pizza? But they don't understand. I was running for 46 hours.
Yeah.
You get hungry.
Yeah.
You can only have so many gels, right?
Right.
So, that's brought a lot of guys into the sport that otherwise would have no interest in running whatsoever.
So talk about your sort of process of writing and how it might be similar and different from the practice of training for a race, because I feel like they're somewhat similar pursuits, right? Like they take a long time. It's a lot of delayed gratification, right? You're putting in a lot of work to ultimately have a finished product like this book. Talk about, as somebody who's written a few books, what the process is like of coming up with the story and what you want to write about, finding the motivation, the inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. I mean, you just stare at a page until you can come up with a line, and then you retool it over and over again. It's like you're training.
Yep.
You're just constantly looking at sentences. You're looking at word choices. It's a lot of very diligent, in your head, focus. And that's what I really like about it. I'm an introvert by nature. I think a lot of runners are. So I go out on these long runs.
Not Corinne and I.
Yeah, no, we're too
extreme extroverts. Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, I run with a digital recorder, and I just record because we have some of our clearest thoughts when we're running. So I record and then I dictate. I used to dictate when I was traveling, but now I'm not traveling. So now I just put it in an earbud and write up my notes, and that's how you write a book.
Amazing. So I haven't had a chance to read the new book yet. Why don't you tell us what it's all about? And I have heard that it's amazing. Actually, one of the quotes, I'm going to have to remember exactly what it was, but it's something that our mutual friends, Kim and Topher Gaylord, shared with me. Something to the effect of, running doesn't build character, it reveals character. Is that a quote that is attributed to you? Because I think it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's my quote.
So talk about that, because I think there's nothing more descriptive of the way that all of us who have been in the sport and who know how special it is, that it's a really great way to describe it.
Yeah, I think that we all know that no other sport holds a mirror up to you the way running does. I mean, running forces you to confront yourself and your weaknesses and your shortcomings, and you learn so much about yourself. So I'm 100% Greek. In the Oracle at Delphi, I always said, know thyself. But how do you know thyself? You push thyself, right, into these situations where you feel like you can't get up off the ground, but you somehow do. And I think and if you've ever paced anyone, you can see, it's like going to a bar and getting real drunk with someone. You see their true character, like, I don't know, what this person's about. But, one reason I sent you a copy of the book, Dylan, is you had mentioned in a athlete summit we were at that if you could run or meet anyone, who would that be? And you said Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
And there's a funny chapter in there. I got invited to run to the White House and literally had lunch with Michelle Obama.
Oh,
so I think you'll enjoy that chapter.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, Dean, have you been paying attention to the live stream coverage today at all? Any reactions from, both, the professional end of the men's and women's races, maybe what the athletes are confronting out there today, the job that the race organization has done in sort of bringing this sport and this race into the next generation? Any reactions from today?
I'm surprised Jim hasn't finished yet.
A few minutes.
But I mean, the competitiveness of the sport is undeniable, and these are real runners, as I like to say. I mean, these are collegiate athletes that have come up through the ranks, much different than the era I was in, where it's just I was surfing half the time and running the other half the time.
Yeah.
So it's been really fascinating to watch the growth of the competitiveness, and it adds a whole new element of excitement, I think, to our sport.
Yeah, amazing. So, Dean, where can people find your book? Maybe to talk a little bit about the message you're trying to convey. Again, it's called Runner's High. You can find it wherever books are sold. But yeah, give us the Cliff Notes version of what you wanted to convey to the audience.
Yeah, I think if you read the first sentence, you're hooked. And I wanted to be propulsive. Like, I wanted to be literary pleasure, like good storytelling. So that it was interesting and fun to read and kind of gave you that runner's high. So hopefully I achieved that. And, I guess I'll conclude with a funny story toward the end. It was a competitor in 1989 who was getting ready to finish. And he was coming through Auburn, after Roby Point. A kid threw down a newspaper. And he's just finishing, and on the front page of the newspaper, he looks, and it's like announcing the winner of Western States. And he's like, God, this is a long race when you're reading about it in the newspaper and you haven't even finished yet.
Great, amazing story. So I'll just read the first, maybe the first paragraph here, just to give people a quick glimpse into the book. And I promise, thank you for sending me a copy. I will get around to it eventually. So this is, again, from Runner's High by the legend, Dean Karnazes. First chapter, endurance never sleeps. Running an ultramarathon is simple. All you have to do is not stop. I'm laying catawapis splayed ass to the dirt on the trail, one leg folded improbably beneath me, staring up at the afternoon sky, seeing sparkles of light flickering before me like buzzing fireflies and wondering what the hell just happened. It is a great first sentence. A sharp ringing in my ears perforates the otherwise complete stillness, a lazy film of dust rising indolently around my idle carcass. Indeed, the motor room, my muscles and bodily organs register a dull tenderness, but it is the nausea that is most pronounced, a queasy sensation of being punched hard in the gut. what just happened. That is ultra running, folks.
There's ultra running in a paragraph, yeah.
Dean, thank you so much for coming by and spending some time with Corinne and myself. Thank you for sharing your book with the audience, sharing your belt buckle with the audience. Any parting words you want to leave for the viewers of the Western States 100?
Just, when you get to where you're going, keep going. So good luck to all the racers, all the crew, and all the pacers. And thanks, you guys. You're killing it. You're doing a really great job with commentary. So
thanks so much,
look forward to
Dean.
watching it play out.
Terrific. So we will start refreshing our computer screens here.
We actually have a bunch of updates from out on course that we can dive into right now if we have a moment to do so.
So
we'll take a very quick break, and we'll be back with more updates.
In 2019, we got the 50-mile world record. Well, this year, sights are focused on that 100K mark. Hi, everybody. I'm Tony Rivers, joined by Olympian Terry Tellefson.
Let's face it, this is a big undertaking. Running a world record or an American record takes a lot of preparation.
There is the horn that sets them on their way. So close. The second fastest 100 kilometers ever run.
One of the toughest guys you're ever going to see run, right there in the history of the sport.
This is the point in the race when the muscle fatigue is definitely hitting.
Oh, he's happy. Look at that.
Audrey Tanguy.
There's that smile. We've seen it every time she's come by. Hurts so good.
It's a little bittersweet. Came up just a little short today of a world record, but pretty amazing day. We'll have to try it again.
Oh my goodness, whoever is making the Hoka ads is doing an amazing job. It is absolutely inspiring. Those were some highlights from the Hoka Project Carbon X 100K world record attempt that they did earlier this spring back in Arizona, where Jim Walmsley missed the world record by just a couple of seconds, but decimated the American 100K record en route. And of course, he is out on the course, absolutely crushing it. Thank you to Hoka One One for their support of our live stream. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm, who is going to provide a lengthy, amazing update on the women's field.
Yeah, so we have movement, which is really exciting. Obviously, we had we've been talking about the men through Dusty Corners. We actually just found out we just got an update. Well, kind of during our last interview, that Beth Pascal has made it through Dusty Corners. She's 9 minutes under course record pace and looking really good. Stayed a minute, got out of there, moving really well. What we have coming up on the from Miller's defeat, at least, we've got a bunch more women. We had at least our top 14 through there. So obviously we had talked about Addie Bracey and Ragna running really together, running kind of together, followed by Claire Gallagher, followed by Audrey Tanguy. You saw her and then actually that last Hoka ad as well. She was there running the Carbon X project as well. Super impressive. After Audrey, we've got Keely, Brittany, and Ruth Croft all together, combined her name there, followed by Katie Asmuth, Emily Hawgood, Kat Drew. And then Camille Herron, we've got a Miller's defeat. I think that's a good sign that we have a split from her from Miller's defeat, because that means she is moving on down the course, and I'm hoping that she is, really digging deep to try to keep pushing on this effort. She was in 12th. My feed just reloaded, but I think beyond that we had Nicole Bitter and Abby Hall. So that is a strong contingent of 14 women really moving well together. We don't have updates beyond that. It doesn't look like we've gotten a split yet from Miller's defeat for Magda or Camilla Mayfield. It does look, though, that we finally have splits for Erin Clark, Casey and Sarah Kais at Robinson Flat. For a long time, we didn't have a split from them coming through Robinson Flat, which was a little nerve-wracking on my end to not see them come through, or at least for it to take a long time. So we've got a really, really strong group of 14 women thus far through Miller's defeat, and all these women, I think, once again, just like the men's race, I think this is where the split is happening for the women that could potentially move up well into the top 10 versus the people who are going to make up maybe the back end of that top 10 or the first couple in the top 15.
Amazing.
So, very, very interesting split shaking up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, as we just said, Beth Pascal is through Dusty Corners, though ultralive.net still only has her through Miller's defeat. So let's pull up the iRunFar photograph of women's leader Beth Pascal coming into Dusty Corners. Again, this is mile 38 on the Western States course. Here is Beth Pascal charging down the hill, still with a smile on her face. Looks like money, according to iRunFar.
And just so you know, too, people following the app as well, like, we don't have, this split is not on the app yet either. Like, iRunFar is out there in these obscure spots getting this information for us. It looks like, do we have anyone else that's come through there yet?
Here's Ragna DeBots.
She's moved into second place.
Yeah, so Ragna, again, we were so impressed by her when we talked to her just yesterday in Olympic Valley. This is her first time racing in the U.S., her first 100-miler. She is from Spain by way of her real home country, the Netherlands. She is only 5 minutes back of race leader Beth Pascal.
So they're both under
course record pace.
Exactly.
Amazing. Again, earlier this week, as the forecast has progressively kind of gotten warmer, I guess sort of hovered around 100 degrees, and it definitely is starting to feel a little bit warmer here on the set, but the talk all week was about how the course records were definitely not going to be a play, and here we are about halfway into the Western States 100, maybe a little bit less than that at this point, but both the men's and women's leaders are underneath the existing course records. Here's a photograph of Addie Bracey, who is currently in third. She is just behind Ragna DeBots. She is 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind race leader Beth Pascal. And then we have defending champion Claire Gallagher of Boulder, Colorado in fourth place at mile 38.
That try hard face on.
Of course, Claire is probably cracking a joke to whoever she's
yelling at there.
Exactly. And it looks like she's another 4 or 5 minutes back of Ragna and Addie. So she is in cruiser pace, according to iRunFar,
honestly,
in fourth place.
She's like 45 seconds or she's only like a minute or two off of course record pace, and she's in fourth?
Yep.
So they are moving fast.
Oh, and here is a great landmark on the course. This is iRunFar reporting that they are at this sort of somewhat obscure location. It is right as the runners drop into Deadwood Canyon. So where you see that yellow sign right here where my cursor is, you see this tiny little trail marker here that actually says WS Trail on it. That drops down into one of the longer descents of the day into the second canyon. And right here is Deadwood Cemetery. So this is kind of in the middle of nowhere. I actually have a funny memory of this spot in the race. There was a gentleman who had set up sort of a 10 by 10 tent there for shade and was just sitting there playing his cello one year when I came through that part of the race. It was amazing, especially sitting outside of a cemetery when you feel sort of like you belong in a cemetery yourself halfway through the Western States 100. This is an iconic part of the course, and it looks like iRunFar is expecting Jim Walmsley, the race leader, to come through there in probably about 15 minutes. And then we've got Audrey Tanguay, the fifth woman here at mile 38, Dusty Corners. She looks like she is just behind Claire. Again, all smiles. 10 minutes, 45 seconds behind race leader Beth Pascal. So they are all very close to the course record currently.
Which, to be fair, it is not uncommon to see people at or under course record pace early in the race. But if we go back and we look at, what we discussed earlier, looking at Courtney's time, because we were like, oh wow, Courtney's under course record pace. She was a minute under course record pace at the same part Beth is at, when Beth was like another 7 minutes faster than that, like 8 minutes under course record pace, 9 minutes under course record pace. That is a lot faster.
Yep. So, Corinne, why don't you talk us through these next few? I feel like I'm hogging the mic a little bit.
No, you're doing great. So it looks like kind of, again, we've got kind of this strong pack. Things are shaking up a little bit. It looks like we have Keely Henninger and Katie Asmith in 6th and 7th. Looks like they're about 11:20 back. Is that correct?
Yep. And look, they both look good.
Yep,
look,
she looks great.
Keely looks good. Looks like she's got half a smile on. Katie definitely looks like she's got a smile on.
It looks like she's changing some gear out on the fly there. They're not wasting any time.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, we can talk more about the equipment. We see Keely wearing a vest. She's got one of those Buff neck gaiters on to keep herself cool. Shout out to Buff for their support of our broadcast today. Here's Katie. It looks like she might be switching out her pack, or maybe just taking it off to put some ice in it here at the aid station. Again, they are in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, again, it looks like then we've got Brittany Peterson and Ruth Croft. And who's that behind them?
That's Matt Daniels.
And Matt Daniels.
Let's go, Matt.
Hang with those ladies. They will bring you forward. Okay, so Matt Daniels is alive. He is running. I mean, honestly, running with Ruth Croft and Brittany Peterson is not a bad place for him to be. I think that they are respectively in 8th and 9th. I believe 11:50 back off the lead. That's not a bad place to be this early in the race.
And Iron Far says, wow, these two look the best so far.
Yeah, honestly, if I was Ruth, setting up behind Brittany is not a bad strategy.
Yep. And I believe yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you, myself, Megan Hicks, and AJW sat down and did some prognosticating, you and I think, picked Ruth to win the race, and Megan and Andy both picked Brittany to win the race. They are currently sitting in 8th and 9th place and apparently look great. So there is a lot of racing still to do. They still have 62 miles to make it to the finish line. There's a lot that could still happen. Here's a photo of just Ruth Croft with our man Matt Daniels just behind her. Good for Matt for continuing to fight, even though his ambitions to win are probably out the window at this point. There's a lot of value in continuing to soldier on down the Western States course and be part of this amazing race. And he can definitely still battle back for a really proud finish today.
100%. I think finishing strong and finishing proud, even outside that top 10 group, would be a huge step for him and his confidence in running this distance, given that it's only his second 100-miler.
Exactly.
So, and then rounding out the top 10, we have from Zimbabwe, although living in, she just finished her graduate degree in Colorado, my teammate from Adidas Terex, Emily Hawgood, looking good in 10th. She's 26 minutes off the lead. And then I believe we've got one more bonus photo of our 11th place female wearing bib F8 from last year. That is Miss Kat Drew from Vancouver, representing Canada. She's only 3 minutes out of the top 10. That's not a bad place to be either.
Yeah, amazing. She looks great too. So good job, Kat. Let's just hit refresh one more time. Any updates over there on ultralive.net?
Don't seem to have the next update for Mr. Jim Walmsley. That is who we are looking for to come through our next aid station, which is really what we're, I think, most concerned about. We're looking for, I guess the next aid station we're really going to get him at is Devil's Thumb, right? So we're probably going to get an iRun Far update in the mix there, assuming that they can get their info out. But the next true checkpoint that we're going to see come up on ultralive.net or on the app is going to be the Devil's Thumb aid station. That's the aid station that I got to after Casey sang to me from her iPod. That's the aid station that's got the popsicles and the shots of pickle juice in case you need it after that long kind of exposed climb and you're feeling crampy. At the bottom of that climb is one of the best bits of water to get into before you get to the actual actual river crossing. You can get down off of Swinging Bridge and just jump into the water there. It's quite significant. You can fully submerge yourself really easily.
Actually, one of the years that I did it, the bridge got burned out, the Swinging Bridge there in
Do you have to cross on foot there?
Yeah, you had to cross on foot there.
That's
so it was
honestly
very easy to get.
Everyone should cross on foot there every year. It's a good body of water to get into. I told all my teammates, get in the water, get in the water, get in the water.
Totally.
So hopefully they are listening to that. But so our next split will actually be from mile 47.8, the top of Devil's Thumb, which I think, is a kind of a historic climb for everyone. I think going into this, it's a big climb. It's a nasty climb. At Canyons, it was not a traditional out and back course this year for the 100K, and so Beth and I joked about it afterwards. It was like, part of running the course backwards, like from the river to Forest Hill, was pretty terrible. She didn't want to run it that way again. She was happy Western States went the opposite direction, but she was quite pleased, I think, to go down Devil's Thumb instead of up Devil's Thumb during Canyon. So a little bit of a trade-off there, and so they're all familiar with this. They've all, most of them have come out to a training camp weekend. Most of them have been in this race before. So it'll be, I think Keely went out for a training run out there herself. So I'm really, that this is where things start to shake up. And honestly, this descent down to the bottom there before that climb, these are our two really, really significant, kind of big descents of the course. And if Jim's knee is going to get wonky anywhere, it might be between here and Michigan Bluff. And so once again, like we said, if he can get, if he can get to Forest Hill, if he can get past that looking strong.
Well, but Forest Hill, then you have the big downhill all the way to the river. Really, if he gets to Green Gate in the lead, it's going to be nearly impossible for somebody to catch him, I think. I mean, it would take him missing a left turn like he did back in 2016, which I don't think he's going to be doing again.
No, they heavily mark Jim's turn now to make sure no one misses it. It's pretty aggressive. So I don't think that will happen. But you're right. There is a lot of downhill, although I will say there's a lot of uphill in that downhill to the river. I think AGW has counted them. There are 15 climbs.
Little
rollers between Forest Hill and the river, and his goal was always to run 10 of them. If he could run 10 of them, that was putting him in a good spot.
Of course, he's that scientific and precise.
Oh, he's counted, yeah.
So just to point out what Corinne just really eloquently described here, from Last Chance, you drop down here and then climb up to Devil's Thumb. This climb to Devil's Thumb is one of the most, I think, difficult, notorious parts on the Western States course. And when you look at it in context, it doesn't look like it's that bad, but it is really the steepest climb on the course. If you look then at this next climb from El Dorado Creek up to Michigan Bluff, they look similar. This climb from El Dorado to Michigan Bluff is actually longer, but it's much more runnable. This climb
But it feels miserable.
Yeah, this climb up to Devil's Thumb is steeper. There's some sort of like sandy sections. There's some sort of rocky, loose sections. And then at the very top, as Corinne had mentioned earlier, it's burned out from a fire a few years ago. So you're really in the direct sunlight as you make your way up, probably the last 500 feet of that climb. So it is starting to get hot, can feel pretty oppressive there at the top. And then once you get to the top of Devil's Thumb, you go through a really nice aid station there. And it's always set up really well. And then sort of have a mile or 2 miles where you're sort of rolling around the top before you get to that Deadwood Cemetery and drop big time into El Dorado Canyon. And this downhill here is really some of, the most amazing trail. Some of my favorite memories from this race is just picking my way down this descent halfway into the Western States 100, have a nice long cruisy downhill all the way down to where there's an aid station down here. Actually, it's sort of an oasis, a site for sore eyes for everybody.
You get there and you're like, I've been waiting for you. And it's they've had to get aid into there too, which is not easy. It's one of the smaller aid stations out on course, but I distinctly, people are joking, ice everywhere, ice in the hat, ice in the pack. The ladies were lucky, ice in the sports bra, and there's always a nice female volunteer there that is willing to just shovel ice down your shirt for you. And so that is it truly is an oasis in the bottom of that canyon. It is going to be hot. I imagine the pictures we start to see of runners, particularly as they enter Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill, they are going to look warm. We've already started to see that, but they are truly going to start to look very warm.
Amazing. So while we're on the subject, let's throw it to a cool little thing that we have about the challenges of the Western States course.
When you think about the course, there's some challenges that everybody has to overcome along the way. There's the steepness of the terrain. Although on the map, it looks like it's a lot of downhill. There are some really steep uphill sections that you have to do. There, for most of the field, is a lot of walking, and then some really super nice long downhills that can just crush your legs.
Because your quads will not survive if you don't prepare them before the race. And there's so much running, easy terrain after Forest Hill, especially after the river. So if your quads are done when the course gets easy, you're not able to take advantage of that.
The second part is that as you move down the course, you start up in the mountains, but as you move down into the foothills, it gets a lot hotter. It could be up to 100 to 105 on race day. We've had temperatures anywhere. We've had rain and we've had 105.
We're up at 8,700 feet. You know, it's cool in the morning, and as we work our way west down to the lower elevations, we get below 1,000 feet at the river crossing in June. It's hot, and so it doesn't necessarily sneak up on you, but it definitely builds, and it gets hotter later on in the course after you're probably already like, oh, you know, things are not working exactly the way they were for you in the beginning.
And the last one that challenges everybody, that's kind of the real mystery that's hard to prepare for, is just the metabolic part of the race. The longer you go, the less you want to eat, the less you want to drink, but you absolutely have to continue pushing the pace. So people have to be able to manage their fluid and food intake so enough to keep their bodies nourished without blowing up. And what normally happens for a lot of people is they end up getting sick and vomiting, and then they have to recover from that before they can proceed. Interesting enough, a while back they did a survey of what was the one thing that knocked people out of racing. Obviously, the metabolic part is the most challenging, but everybody runs into foot issues. But that's not what stops them. They'll keep going even though their feet are turning to mush and you got blisters and everything's starting to fall apart. But that's something that they have to deal with, but it won't knock them out of the race.
Amazing. So well described by Tim Tweetmeyer and race director Craig Thornley. Between the two of them, I think they have 34 finishes.
Too many.
Of course, Tim Tweetmeyer has 25 of them himself. And yes, it was so well described. As we've mentioned on the broadcast previously, while the course does look quote unquote easy on paper, especially when you compare it to some of the European 100-mile races, there's so much about it that makes it uniquely difficult, and those guys know all about it. So let's go into some of the results from the Last Chance aid station. We are expecting Jim Walmsley is probably through Devil's Thumb at this point, and we
haven't been able to get a split yet because they're remote. Once again, we're very, very remote. If he is still running on pace or under course record pace, as he has been most of the morning, he probably came through, 8, 10, 12 minutes ago. So we are waiting to get that information out from course. But once again, they are out in the middle of nowhere. So it might take some time. I don't think we have any new additions through Last Chance. Unfortunately, it hasn't
been a lot of movement.
We haven't gotten splits yet from Jorge or Eric Sensman. We'd be looking actually, next for like Beth Pascal and Ragna and Addie. And I'm really curious to see, Ragna's been moving up. Obviously, Beth is running very fast, but is Ragna running faster? Is she covering ground a little bit quicker? I'd be very curious to see what that next split looks like.
Yep.
Who knows?
Because then it goes back to the dynamic of when the gap is established, does it grow or does it stay the same? And I think the best illustration of that was in 2019 when Jim Walmsley opened a 7 or 8 minute gap on Jared Hazen, and it remained a 7 or 8 minute gap for the next 6 or 7 hours of the race. And what that indicated, as Jared said in our interview with him this week, was that, obviously Jim had a gap on him, but they were running the same pace for most of the race. And so really what it came down to was just Jim getting that initial gap, and then finally in the last few miles he grew the gap only slightly. And again, Jared running the second fastest race in Western States history, one of the most impressive performances ever in ultramarathon history, arguably, only to finish second place to his friend and teammate Jim Walmsley.
And it was interesting too, in our interview with Jared Hazen, he himself said, I was in a good spot. I was gaining a little bit, and then he's like, and then it was steady, and then it was steady, and then it was steady, and then I was losing a little bit of time.
Yep.
He's like, and I recognized that I was not gaining time, and it was harder to maintain time. I think that was after about the 85-mile mark. He recognized that, he wasn't going to close to Jim, and he basically just had to protect his position. And so, curious to know if Jim was fading and he was feeling really good. Could he have gone a little bit faster? I don't know.
Yep.
That gives you a boost when all of a sudden you recognize that you might be closing on someone in front of you.
Yep. Still waiting on some deeper results from back at Dusty Corners as well. Still have 29 people through there, though there are many more who have gone through at this point. I think the last update from there was about 20 minutes ago, so definitely a lot more men and women there. Sort of start of the mid-pack is probably starting to get through Robinson Flat and Miller's Defeat as well. So for those of you watching at home, please do pull up ultralive.net. If you are rooting for somebody from your hometown, from your running community, you can easily look them up here on their website and find that information. Here we go. We've got an update. Thank you, Corinne.
So he's past. So he is about a mile and a half past the Devil's Thumb aid station. He is at mile 49.5 in 6:47 elapsed, and that's about 8 minutes under course record pace. So he's maintaining, if not, he's gained a minute on his own course record. So that is. He's running well. He's rocking the bucket hat.
When you see Jim, this will sound very subtle, but just like looking at this photo of him and looking at his left leg kicking back, it's not as if he's just out shuffling.
Yep.
This guy is 50 miles into the most important race in North America, and he's still got this kick of his left leg back. And I mean, it makes me remember back in 2016, Jim's first running of the Western States 100, the year that infamously he missed a left-hand turn and ultimately was not able to win the race or set the course record due to a navigational error in his first running of the Western States, but that launched him into international superstardom in the world of ultra running. That year when he came through the Forest Hill aid station, it was absolutely the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
The video of that, because it's insane.
We should probably actually pull that up if our guys in the production booth are able to search YouTube or whatever with skill and efficiency. But it is really remarkable, and I remember just being there as a spectator at Forest Hill. And of course, Jim was somewhat new on the ultra running scene at this time, and he's so far ahead of the course record splits. That all of us who were there at Forest Hill and who were following along the iRun coverage, well, we were just all expecting him to blow up.
That's true.
But then when he got there and he ran through the aid station with just the most amazing and impressive gait you could possibly imagine, cruising down California Street in Forest Hill, that's when it clicked for all of us of like, oh, wait, this guy, it can actually do it. He probably won't blow up, and he actually didn't blow up. He did fade near the end, but it was ultimately a wrong turn that scuttled his victory that year. But shout out to Jim Walmsley. He is through mile 50 right now with, it looks like, a fairly comfortable lead here in the 2021 Western States 100. I just got word that we probably won't be able to pull that video up, so sorry to get your guys' hopes up. If you are at home, you might be able to find it by sleuthing the internet, searching Jim Walmsley Forest Hill 2016. Definitely. It was quite impressive. And of course, he's gone on to take the ultra world by storm since then.
And one thing to note, so you can kind of tool around in the Western States app a little bit and look at, it'll give you average pace for the entirety of the run so far, and it'll also give you average pace for just the last section. And that's just math, right? It's like miles divided by the time it took him to run it. And if you look at that, though, on the women's side, it looks like Ragna is running slightly faster over the previous section than Beth Pascal by about 10 seconds per mile. So who knows? That's one split. That's one section to look at. But that means that, I wouldn't be surprised if at the next split, if that trend continues forward, that Ragna might be taking a little time out of Beth gradually.
Amazing. Again, Beth Pascal from Great Britain, Ragna de Botts from Spain by way of the Netherlands, two of our international superstars outperforming super well in their runnings of the Western States 100. Beth, her second time, and Ragna, her first time.
Yep. Someone asked in the chat if there's any Europeans in the top 10. There are not any Europeans in the top 10 men. I don't actually think that there are any international runners in our elite men's race. However, the race on the women's side is currently being led by two international runners of Beth Pascal, a British runner, and then Ragna de Bos, who is from the Netherlands but lives in Spain. So we have two European runners leading the women's race, and then we have Ruth Croft of New Zealand in 8th right now.
And Audrey Tanguay in
France,
from
fifth.
France.
Yep.
Ruth Croft in 8th. Zimbabwe in 10th. Kat Drew of Canada in 11th. So the women's field is
a very
represented.
eclectic international
Yes.
mix of runners this year.
Yes, very well represented.
But the men's race does not have an international showing, in part just because it was so hard for many people to commit to traveling in, just with the unknown, I think, more than anything. And the women who are here, besides Ragna, who found out like 5 weeks ago that she was in the race, have committed to coming over very early to try to, make sure that they were, could safely get into the country and eliminate the stress of all of that.
Yeah. So we should be seeing an update from Beth Pascal through the Last Chance aid station here momentarily, very soon. And then it'll be very interesting to see the next Iron Far update from outside the Devil's Thumb aid station, really from the top of the El Dorado Creek descent, to see how big the gap is between Jim Walmsley and who we think is still in second place, Hayden Hawks, though that obviously could have changed at this point.
Yep, 100%. And then just an update kind of on our in our 10th to 20th place on the men's side. Just two more additions there. We finally have splits from them. Kyle Patari was in 13th again, and I was wondering if we were going to get a bit of a chunk of time in between our 13th and 14th, and it is. It's 11 minutes back to Jorge in 14th from Marin County down in San Francisco, and then Eric Sensman is right behind him, just a minute behind him in 15th right now.
Let's go, Sensman, fan favorite. So same with Jorge Maravilla, two guys who really do represent the spirit of the sport with so much enthusiasm. A lot of people rooting for them here on the internet. So that's the top 15 through Last Chance.
And to be fair, so that means that Beth has moved herself up into what appears to be 16th overall in the race. Moving into the top 10 overall is pretty impressive, I feel like, for women in this race.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen that the top female ends up in that position. I think Courtney, when Courtney won, she was top 10.
I don't think so. I think the last time that happened, this is going to test my encyclopedic knowledge of the sport. I think the last time that happened was Anita Ortiz. I want to say this is 2009 at the Western States 100. I think she was 10th, and then it may have been AJW who was 11th, who was the 10th male.
And then someone in the chat pointed out that we did miss Elliot Carden in the men's field as being an international runner, that he's from Quebec.
Great.
So we have one international runner that I think in the men's field that is at least running in that top 20 group. Although, do we have an update on Elliot Carden? I don't think he is in. He's running. He's right behind Addy Bracey, I believe, currently in 20th overall.
Okay,
so
let's see
in
if
his debut 100.
Let's see if my brain still remembers this stuff. Look at this, Anita Ortiz, 9th place overall in 2009.
The last time someone was.
Mark Lance was 10th overall. Andy Jones Wilkins was 11th overall.
That's insane.
It's insane. My brain works in strange ways.
Come to try to see us figure out live footage.
You can
watch Dylan be encyclopedic.
You can talk about evaporative cooling. I can rattle off sports statistics from the most obscure ultra marathons from the late 2000s. So we each have our skills in life, and mine happens to be
the brain space has to be filled with something. So there you go.
I guess so.
Yep. So we're waiting for our next splits. We're waiting to find, what that gap is from Jim Walmsley back to whoever is in third, be it Hayden Hawks, be it Jared Hazen and Tim Tollefson. I am not sure. It'll be interesting to see what is happening with that group.
Yeah.
And then we are waiting to see how Beth is running and how if Ragna is closing the gap to her at all, and how far under course record pace they are at Last Chance is the next split that we are looking for.
Mm-hmm. Further back here, it's interesting. Well, let's see. Ryan Miller, update from Miller's defeat. Heck yeah, Ryan Miller. Let's go. Let's go from San Antonio, making Texas proud with his strength and determination after sitting at Robinson Flat for a half hour. He got out of the chair and he is moving down the course. Shout out to Ryan Miller. That is awesome. Man, Scott Wolf is crushing it. 47-year-old Scott Wolf from Bend, Oregon is in 22nd place overall. Andy Jones-Wilkins, AJW, the legend of the game, is going to be pacing Scott Wolf. I wish I knew how many finishes Scott had. I would guess 6 or 7 under his belt at this point. But he is a staple of the Western States community. It's great to see him out on the course once again. And then it looks like we've got at least 29 men through Miller's defeat at this point. The last of them is Elon Leiber. Again, Elon from the San Francisco Bay Area, part of the San Francisco running company community. And I think he's sort of like community manager of the Equator Coffee brand that is an institution in Marin County. Shout out to Elon.
Yeah, he had a hard year in the pandemic, having to close down his own coffee shop.
Yep.
And then he had worked for Equator before that, and so was able to kind of get a job again as things started to open up back at his OG coffee.
OG.
spot.
So we will continue to smash the refresh button over and over.
I was just double checking some history here, and you're right. I feel like the closest a woman had been to finishing in the top 10 was Courtney, but she was 12th.
Yep.
And it's a lot of Nikki Kimball in 14th. There's a lot of Ellie Greenwood in 14th. But yeah, Courtney was close, was very close in 2018.
It's so fun to look back at these old results. I don't know if this bores the audience at all, but this is from 2009. Again, pulled this up to just double check my Anita Ortiz statistics.
She's a badass.
And this was 2009 was the year after the last time the race was canceled. In 2008, the Western States 100 was canceled due to wildfires, I think just 3 days before the race. I remember it. I was just getting into the race myself. It was heartbreaking for me as just a fan of the sport. I was living in Aspen, Colorado at the time, and actually contemplated driving out to just spectate the sport because I was so obsessed with it at the time. Hal Kerner, legend of the game, 2-time champion, after winning in 2007. Race got canceled in 2008. Hal Kerner came back and won in 2009. And I believe Hal Kerner is still, he's definitely still part of the race, but his running store, the Rogue Valley Runners in Ashland, Oregon, I think still basically run the Browns Bar aid station at mile 90. So shout out to the big cat, Hal Kerner, absolute legend.
You can see that, you can hear that aid station from about a mile away.
Yep.
They always have a crazy theme going, and I feel like the last time I ran through there, they were like rock and roll nuns.
Yep.
Or something, and you could hear it, and you're getting desperate at that point because you think the aid should be any minute then, and all of a sudden you hear it out of the darkness, and it's pretty exceptional to get to run in there and get that boost of energy before you head over towards Pointed Rocks.
Yep. And look, the people in the chat are correcting us here. It looks like somebody is telling me that Pam Smith was 9th in 2013. Oh my goodness, amazing. So cool. I can't believe I had forgotten that. I actually ran that year. So yeah, and that is a story too. That is an amazing story. Pam Smith's victory in 2013. In 2012, here, I'll pull it up here for everybody's entertainment. Pam Smith, the year before she won the Western States 100, she finished Western States in 28:58.
Yep.
So she had an absolute vision quest out on the course, finished in about 29 hours, ultimately kind of chasing cutoffs, only to come back the next year and run 10 hours faster and win the race.
We have a devil's thumb split.
Let's go.
From Hayden Hawks. You wanna guess how far?
Okay, I'll
Jim
guess.
is ahead.
I'm going to say 17 minutes.
Yeah, I have to do math because I can't do math anymore because I'm depleted in every sense of the word. No, more. 23 minutes.
23 minutes. Holy smokes. Okay, so let's do some other math and find out what...
That's huge.
That is really, really big. That is actually quite astonishing, honestly.
Yeah, Jim is putting, if there was any doubt, we're still early, but if there was any doubt that Jim was coming in underprepared, maybe this will give him confidence that, you can train in a different way.
How is this even possible? At last chance, Jim was 10 minutes ahead of Hayden. And what did you say it is now, 23?
Yes.
So that's in like 5 miles.
Yes.
He got like 13 minutes.
Yeah, I can't deny that as a fact. Yep, and who knows? I don't, maybe Hayden was overheating and he laid down, and maybe he got in that creek and he didn't get out of it for a hot second, right? You get that big creek crossing at the bottom of that canyon, and maybe he really needed to get into it. But that means, so I heard rumor.
Wait. Is that? It's 23 minutes.
So
my goodness.
I heard rumor that Jim was potentially going to try to run every step of the race.
I'm surprised he doesn't already, to be honest.
I know, but on a climb like Devil's Thumb, there's room to hike there, and
yeah.
So 100%. All of a sudden, if you're struggling on that climb, if maybe you spent some time in the creek, if I don't know, you're struggling, you're not having a great day, and Jim's running every step.
Amazing.
We won't know until after, and after this is all over, and then Jim can tell us exactly what happened out there. But that is huge. That is a ton of time to put on anyone in not that many miles. So the real question is, where is third and who is in third, and what kind of carnage, what does that look like?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it really is quite astonishing to see. Jim is clearly making a move. It's curious. It's it's hard for us to say from here at the booth whether or not he's just putting in a move for a certain section of the race, or if he's just going to hit the gas and hope to sustain his pace for the duration.
So we have a bunch of women through. We have a couple women through Last Chance, and one is going to be really exciting for everyone. So Beth Pascal comes through in a lap time of 6:49. 6 minutes back is Ragnar DeBotts. A minute behind her, Addie Bracey. Guess who's in fourth?
Katie Asmuth in fourth place.
Assuming they haven't missed Claire, Audrey, Brittany, Ruth, Keeley, somewhere in there, right? We're waiting for these next women to come in.
Yep.
If Katie Asmuth has moved herself up to fourth, that's a great run.
This is still a really tight race here, isn't it?
It's still a very tight race.
Very interesting.
I think Megan's prediction was that the women's race was going to be closer for longer.
Yep.
Thus far, still very much the case.
Spot on. Amazing. So we should be getting a photo of Hayden Hawks here, probably through Last Chance from Ira and Far here shortly.
I do think that Beth is no longer exceptionally below course record, though. She is 2 minutes slower than Courtney's split at that location from 2019. And Ellie at Last Chance, I believe that she is, no, I think she's still under Ellie's course record by like a good, 7 minutes. So she's 2 minutes ahead of where Courtney was in. So she's putting time on Courtney's time right now. She gained another minute on Courtney at this point from the 2019 race. Remember, Courtney, although Claire is our defending champion, Courtney had difficulty, after leaving Forest Hill, and ultimately dropped at Green Gate with kind of a weird hip nerve, like a muscular issue. It was a very gracious drop. She cheered on Claire as Claire came sprinting by her and recognized that she was suddenly in first place. So Beth is currently running 2 minutes faster than Claire was that Courtney was at that point. And is like 7 minutes under course record pace right now, still at mile 43.3. So that's holding pretty steady, which is, I think exceptional. We'll see how she does. I imagine that Ellie is known, I think, for being especially fast over fast stuff.
Yep.
And so I imagine that Ellie ran an incredibly strong final 20 on the course. And so I'm curious to know how Beth will do over the final stages in comparison to Ellie.
Yep. Okay, great. So I just pulled up the men's splits here too. So, Jim Walmsley was through the Deadwood Cemetery area, which is, again, outside the Devil's Thumb aid station by probably a mile and a half. In 6 hours, 47 minutes elapsed. His split in 2019, his course record year at the Devil's Thumb aid station was 6 hours, 42 minutes elapsed. So doing the math and just extrapolating based on the fact that I think it's about a mile and a half from the Devil's Thumb aid station to the top of that descent, my guess is Jim is still between 5 and 10 minutes under his own course record here at the 2021 Western States 100, still in much hotter, more difficult running conditions. For those of you who want to check out the splits, all you have to do is Google WS 100 splits. It'll take you to the Western States 100 website, and then you can download these Excel files that you see here on my desktop.
Yeah, so it looks like, if anything, Beth has probably gotten a minute further ahead of Ragna. So it looks like that's staying relatively steady. They're both running, Ragna is also running, I believe, just under Ellie's split from 2012. So they are, Ragna in second place is running 2 minutes under Ragna's splits, or not Ragna's running 2 minutes under Ellie's splits from the 2012 year when Ellie set the course record. So top two women running exceptionally well when it comes to record pace.
I'm just pulling up the WS100 hashtag here to see if we have any other updates from fans, spectators, crew members, pacers, etc. out on the course. Here's some from Jonathan Levitt, just a couple more photographs worthy of sharing. Here is Claire Gallagher, ice around her neck. This is from, I think it's from, I'll check in a sec, but it looks like Dusty Corners to me. So this is when Claire and Keely were still together.
My guess is Robinson Flat. My guess is it's probably in that zone.
Could be, although he could have done the Duncan.
Not if he went to the top of the escarpment, and we know he was at the top of the escarpment.
Ah, look at you doing investigative work. So we're just looking at. Yep, you're right. This is from Robinson Flat. Thank you. Good job, Corinne.
Sleuth. I'm a sleuth.
There's some more photographs from Jonathan Levitt. Thanks so much to him. Shout out to him. He manages or runs the For the Long Run podcast, a great podcast.
We have splits from our third and fourth place male through Devil's Thumb as well. So, Jared Hazen, third place right now. He is only 4 minutes back on Hayden Hawks.
OMG. Okay, so you're getting this from Ultra Live.
I'm on Ultra Live.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm pulling it up.
He was looking, we said he was looking rough early on. Clearly, he's taking care of business. He's doing what he needs to do. He's still in it, very much so. Another 4 minutes back, we have Tim Tollefson.
So Jared Hazen, 27 minutes behind race leader Jim Walmsley, his friend, roommate, teammate from Flagstaff, Arizona. Then the pride of Mammoth Lakes, California, fan favorite Tim Tollefson in fourth place at Devil's Thumb, the symbolic halfway point of the Western States 100. He is 31 minutes back of the lead. Again, the racehorses versus workhorses thing is still holding up.
It's still holding on.
The top four characters in this race, if you're just joining us, Corinne and I have been talking about this all week. These top four guys really were the people we expected to be at the front of the race.
They are.
And so, nothing is too surprising here outside of the fact that Jim Walmsley is just putting on an absolute clinic again as the two-time defending champion, course record holder here at the Western States 100, out with a commanding 23-minute lead out of the Devil's Thumb aid station. He's going to be halfway down that descent by the time these guys get to the top of it, if not already way down at the bottom. If this gap grows much larger than this by the time Jim gets to Michigan Bluff, it's going to be pretty psychologically damaging, I think, to the guys behind him. Of course,
think so.
Jim is taking a risk here. It could go sideways for him. There's still a long way to go. But once you start to realize that the race leader is 30 plus minutes ahead of you and you're halfway through the race, it's difficult to still believe that you have an opportunity to win the race. It does change a psychological variable for some of these guys. Not to say they're going to quit or give up or not have great races themselves. It just becomes a little bit more difficult to imagine yourself arriving here on the track in Auburn and lifting one of these amazing Cougar trophies over your head.
And I think an important thing to note here with Tim Tollefson and Jared Hazen, as opposed to Hayden Hawks, I think this is a question in the chat as well, is Hayden Hawks fading, or are Jared and Tim moving up? So if we look at their split from last chance, Hayden at that point had a 9-minute a 9-minute lead over Tim and Jared, who left together. Now Jared is only 4 minutes back of that. So I feel like it seems to be the case that Jim is running away from everyone, and then you have a Jared Hazen who is moving up and a Hayden Hawks who is moving back in some form and fashion. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's 100% one directional.
Jim Walmsley is at El Dorado Creek at 12:09. That's 7 minutes ago. Jim Walmsley went through El Dorado Creek, so he is probably nearly a mile up the climb up to Michigan Bluff. I will check his course record split at El Dorado and at Michigan Bluff. If you give me a second, he came through at 12:16 p.m. in 2019, so he is a full 7 minutes still ahead of his own course record pace.
Steady.
So holding steady, matching his pace from 2017. Our next update will be from Michigan Bluff. It looks like Jim Walmsley ran that climb in 34 minutes back in 2019. So since he left El Dorado Creek 7 minutes ago, that gives us how many? 27 minutes until we expect him at Michigan Bluff. So Jim Walmsley.
Michigan Bluff, get ready.
Jim
is coming. Please tell Michigan Bluff Jim is coming.
To our production staff, if you could speak into my ears, I think we do have a camera in Michigan Bluff. Is that right? Are we going to be able to show some of that footage? We don't have it yet. Great. So we are working on that. We expect to have camera footage at Michigan Bluff. So all you at home, thank you for your patience. And we are now going to jump to an interview with a very special guest, an absolute legend, joining us now from his home in Boulder, Colorado, Mr. Scott Jurek. Welcome to the 2021 Western States. How are you, buddy?
Good. Nice to see you guys. Hey, Dylan. Hey, Kareen.
We are so very excited to have you on with us today. I think the big question on everyone's mind, being, a prolific Western States winner yourself, it's looking like Jim very possibly, not to jinx anything yet, knocking on wood here, could join the three-peat club. What do you think about that?
I mean, I wouldn't bet against him at this point, and I doubt many people bet against him at the start of the race. But he's got, once you've tasted it, once you've got it embedded in your DNA, they say, champions that are able to repeat. I mean, they've been there before, so they know exactly what to do. They're adaptable, and they just have that embedded. And I think that champion mentality is really key. So yeah, it's still early, as Dylan mentioned, but it's also, it seems like these days, the race is kind of won a lot of times by the time you get into the canyons, and that can really determine what happens.
Scott, you're, of course, a 7-time champion of the race between 1999 and 2005. You won every single year, an absolute icon of the sport. I was curious, what year did you feel most threatened? What year was somebody nipping at your heels the most in those 7 victories?
I mean, I guess the most, I had multiple times where I was hitting the canyons not in first place, and there were the years like Tom Johnson came back to give a go at it, and of course he's multiple champion, and just somebody tangling with is huge. Rich Hanna, I forget which year I ran against Rich, but Rich has that 2:17 or had that 2:17 marathon speed. You could never count him out, but I'd have to say the biggest threat I felt was with Dave Mackey. Even though he didn't have that 100-mile race experience. I just knew with his background in adventure racing and just what an athlete he is in the mountains and just being multi-diversified, and then what he was running earlier that year and his capabilities in that 50-mile to 100-kilometer distance is were definitely frightening a bit for me. So, and that's probably why I broke the record that year, is that he was like such a threat in the back of my mind and was pushing the pace early on, and you know, we just battled it out through the canyon. So I think that's what kind of provoked, and then battling it all the way to the finish, knowing that, you know, Dave's right there potentially to eat any distance I had accumulated.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I forget which year it was, but yeah,
That
I
was
think you guys
2004. Yeah.
2004, and I think you guys were only separated by a couple of minutes. I wasn't in the sport at this time, but I know just like reading about the history that at Michigan Bluff, you guys were only separated by 5 or 10 minutes, which in that era was a very, very close race halfway through Western States. Were you feeling the pressure from, obviously Dave Mackey, for those who are watching who are unfamiliar, is also a legend of the game, a multiple-time top 10 finisher here at Western States, and has done amazing things in his own right in his own career. But halfway through, because Jim Walmsley's nearly at Michigan Bluff now, do you remember being under a little pressure at that point?
Oh, definitely. And I, in the back of my mind, I'm, checking and, computing my splits, knowing like, okay, I still have to run my race, but I also knew if I was going to push it in the heat, I thought, both Dave and I are bigger guys, so we're both going to suffer in the heat. And so we were kind of evenly matched that way, and knowing like, okay, we're both going to be, threading the needle in terms of dehydration and just keeping everything balanced as much as you can when you're running on the edge like that. And, yeah, it was a little scary for me too to be pushing the pace that hard through the canyons, but I also knew like I needed to do that, and so I think there definitely was that in the back of my mind of like, okay, this is tight, and then I also had to think about, okay, I don't want to blow up my race, and knowing that Dave, he hadn't seen what happens when you go from 75 to 100, but he had done multi-day races and such like that, so still wasn't counting him out for later in the race.
Of course.
So we've got a question from our live, our live YouTube audience, essentially from the chat there. And they want to know, Alpine Elevation wants to know specifically, what are things you see being done on course this year? Or maybe, just like modern, I feel like this era of ultra that is fundamentally new or game changing.
Oh, that's interesting. In terms of like what's being done, or maybe I'd say it's more like the athletes that are now running. I mean, there's always been speed, but a race like Western States, I think you're seeing just incredible speed coming from the females as well as the male side of things. Guys and gals that can throw down incredible speeds at half marathon distances. I think that's really, it's been out there. Like I mentioned, Rich Hanna, 217 marathoner. I think Tom Johnson was a 220 guy. They've been out there, and of course, phenomenal speed as well. But I think the depth of that speed is pretty scary. So you're somebody who's, thinking that, okay, these guys or gals, aren't going to be able to crack the code in terms of fueling and hydration. And then, of course, pacing and getting through 100 miles. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that's been happening is the speed and how long it gets carried throughout the race. It's not just a crash and burn type of thing. It's incredible speed from beginning to finish, I guess, is from what I've been seeing. It's not a matter of technology and what's happening with what people are doing. It's more of like what people are able to, implement on the race course and take that speed into a situation of 100 miles like Western States.
Yeah, it really is about the depth, because in your seven victories, you were probably comfortably ahead much of the day, and now the having to race and be on and in that competitive mode for the entirety of the 100 miles has made it so these times continue to come down. Now the course record being as low as 14:09. Did you ever think that was going to be a time that would be achievable out here on the Western States course?
I definitely feel like, whether it was like 14 or knowing like people were going to go sub 15, people were going to, approach that, sub 14. I knew it was going to get faster. I mean, in my era, you did have guys like Uli Steido, who's a 2:14 marathoner. You did have some in the that sub 2:15 range, and really get things down, comfortable in the mountains, comfortable eating and drinking, knew what to do in terms of pacing. So. Not to say I was gonna like predict that it's gonna go sub 14, but Western States is a fast course. Anybody who's run it knows that besides the heat element, I mean, you can crank on it, and if you're somebody who has that speed and can carry over, so I think it's just the evolution of the sport. And yeah, as soon as the faster guys and gals are showing up, you're going to see phenomenal times. So, which I think is exciting. I know a lot of times the old gals and guys are like, they like seeing the sport stay the same. And for me, I was always interested in like seeing people pushing the envelope. And I was always excited when somebody like Rich Hanna jumped in last minute, or, back then, people the race directors
Could jump in last minute.
And, it was exciting because it'd be like, whoa, you just never knew. So like you said, even though it looks like on paper, like, oh, I firmly had this race. There was always this element of like, okay, yeah, we've seen a little bit in terms of what somebody can do on paper over the last few years, but what have they been doing, this year, and are they ready to compete on that level? You just never knew. So I think the competition has always been there. That's why I went back to Western every year, year after year, because it was the best to pull the best out of me.
Yeah. So a couple more questions before we let you go, Scott. I'm curious about just like the level of commitment that you had to the race for those 7 years. If you could in some way just kind of describe the level to which it occupied your psychological and emotional energy during the course of those 7 years. And maybe like, since you haven't been back to race since whatever it was, 2009, I think it was the last time you lined up. Just sort of, what the commitment looked like for you to actually get to the start line every year, and just how much it sort of occupied your mind space.
It was, I don't want to say that I didn't have anything else going on in my life, because I definitely was balancing. I mean, back then, for many years, we weren't able to make a living at the sport. So it was like we were professional athletes, but on an amateur, 80s Olympic style where, nobody was able to make any money and just be an amateur athlete. So that's kind of like what it was. And I guess it was such a burning passion for me. So it did consume a lot of like the way I thought about approaching racing. I mean, Western States 100 was my big race. I mean, that's what I built around my calendar. It's how I, raced. And I think that's a lot different now. Later in my career, you did have the UTMB popping up, and there were some other events. But if you wanted to see what you were made of at 100 miles, it was, always go back to Western and see what you could do. So I loved being like caught up in that aspect of just being methodical, figuring out, okay, how can I gain, more time on this course? And living up in Seattle, like it was all about, okay, how can I fine tune the heat training, the nutrition, hydration, and just try to eke out every little bit. And I think that's what was the most fun, is figuring out how to get a little faster. And at the same time, it's tricky because showing up every year and trying to win, much like Jim has been doing the last few years. We saw Tim Olson repeat, Hal Kerner, but it's hard to dedicate that many years, and I think that's why I wasn't able to really go back. Just felt like I had run its course, and I was so focused on it. And much like marathoners focus on one marathon per year, I think that was helpful too.
So I guess I've got one more question. It's a little bit kind of segueing off a question from the chat as well, and it says, kind of what do you think the limit of human potential is for something like Western States in the course record? Do you think, like, is it Jim? Is Jim the limit of human potential in this course, or where do you see, obviously the sport is growing and getting better and better. Do you where do you see that going? Is there a limit? Have we reached the limit?
I think it's a great question, because Jim is a fine example of somebody who's maybe on that upper echelon of, he's running 101 and change for the half. I don't think he's run his best marathon yet. And 101 at the half and bringing that speed in, I mean, I don't want to say we're at the upper limit, but would we see somebody who can run a faster half marathon, or somebody who's like a 2:05 marathoner run Western States 100? It's hard to say if there's like a desire or appetite to do that, but if we did see that speed carry over, and they could figure things out in terms of like running that distance, the fueling, the hydration, the heat, I think there is still potential. Jim is obviously in that upper echelon, and now we're going to probably see the record probably slowly drop down instead of these big drops that we've seen it. Much like on the women's side too. I think you have somebody like Claire Gallagher, who's Division I cross country track runner coming in, and you just see this speed, and she's been able to do that and turn out a course, or Ellie Greenwood. I mean, these are individuals where they had incredible speed, and once we bump up, I think, on that, and not to use the marathon as the be all end all in terms of marker of performance, but when you look at that, like, can that be carried over? And then there's always outliers, like people who can just do phenomenal things as mountain athletes. But Western States, I think, is more of a proving ground for somebody who's got the road speed. Whereas a course like Hard Rock or UTMB kind of weeds things out of like, okay, who has the speed and who can also perform in a very extreme or more extreme mountain environment.
Amazing, Scott. Maybe just close by telling us what you're up to now. I know you and Jenny have two young kids now. You've been writing books, so tell the audience, everybody's curious about what you've got going on, both athletically, professionally, personally. We'd love to hear.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's a wild ride. We have a 3 and a 5-year-old now, so it's like we're juggling that life. Like Jenny was out for a run early this morning, long one, and I've got the kids. We're like bounce back forth. I've got my big day tomorrow. So yeah, it's living that life of getting in, training, and so I'm excited right now. I got recently fired up. I've kind of focused on family for the last few years, and still have some desire to do some big adventure runs. Racing, career, age group stuff, I don't know if I have as much desire to do that, but what really intrigues me now is doing some more of these like Appalachian Trail, speed record, FKT type of things. I'm getting older, I'm not going to lie, like my 100-mile racing days at a high level are done, but nothing against age group stuff. I just think I did it for so many years that I always think about like, oh, what it would be like to go back to Western States and go after the 50-year-old record or something like that. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know if my desire is and that appetite and motivation is there for that. But definitely the really long stuff is intriguing to me, and given myself a few years to recover after the AT. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see where it goes. Of course, writing, speaking, enjoy doing that. Being out in the sport, to me, the sport has been a part of my life for so many years. So I won't be disappearing, but I love getting out there. But yeah, in terms of like towing the line at Western States 100, probably not going to happen. But I always think about just doing some races for fun later in my life, and just kind of doing them just to be a mid-packer and not worry about that racing.
Yeah. Well, Scott, thanks so much for joining, man. You've always been a great ambassador for the sport, a great champion of the sport. You've always been generous to me with advice throughout my career. It's great to host you here on the Western States live stream this year. And we wish you nothing but the best. Have a great rest of your Saturday with your family. If you have any hot takes you want to get on the air here, just give us a call back, okay?
Okay, well, thanks, Dylan, and all the best to you at Hard Rock. I know it's good to see you back healthy and strong, and looking forward to seeing what you're going to do there in a few weeks.
Thanks, bud.
All right.
Okay, we are back. We've got lots of updates. Thank you so much to Scott Jurek. What a guy, what an amazing person, what an amazing champion. Let's get to the amazing champions that are on the race course now. Corinne, what can you tell us?
I think we're still kind of waiting for some of the some new updates on course. It does look like we have our Our 5th and 6th runners together are Alex Nichols and Drew Holman running together up and over the Devil's Thumb aid station. They've cleared through there. They've gone through the I Run Far location, which again is past the Devil's Thumb aid station. They're at mile 49.5. They're together in 5th and 6th, and they're about 40 minutes back from Jim. So I feel like they're kind of hanging in an okay place behind the earlier harder charging second, third, and fourth.
So, but let's share some photographs here. I don't think we shared Hayden's photo here from I Run Far prior to starting to talk to Scott. So here is Mr. Hayden Hawks from Cedar City, Utah. He is 26 minutes behind Jim through the Devil's Thumb aid station. And we've got some views at Michigan Bluff. Let's throw it to that now. Okay, here we are at Michigan Bluff.
It is sunny.
Yeah, and I just saw in the chat, Topher Gaylord, shout out to Topher, said that he is at the top of the climb. So where you see the road here and you see, sorry, the camera's sort of turning, but that white tent on the left-hand side and around that corner, that's where the runners come from. And the trail sort of comes up from El Dorado Creek, just down the road there. And right at the top of that climb, it sounds like Topher Gaylord is stationed. So he's probably a quarter mile outside this aid station. And he said that it's 98 degrees and feels very, very hot in the direct sunlight. So it is officially getting warm out there. And these guys are still running under course record pace. Let's just check.
We do have a bunch of new updates on the men through Devil's Thumb. Beyond Alex Nichols and Drew Holman. So we've got official splits there. It looks like the split from I Run Far had Alex Nichols and Drew Holman together. They left the aid station about a minute apart, and they rejoined each other after that aid station. They are followed in 7th by Max King. He's about 5 minutes back from them. Followed in 8th by Mark Hammond. He's another, 8 minutes behind Max King. Tyler Green has moved his way up to 9th. Yes, Tyler Green. He is 2 minutes behind Mark Hammond. And then Cody Lind rounds out the men's top 10 through Devil's Thumb. He is only a minute behind Tyler Green. So Tyler Green and Cody Lind are moving their way comfortably up into the top 10.
Okay, so guys, if you could share my screen one more time, we'll just do a couple of quick things here before we see Jim at Michigan Bluff. Here's a photo of Jared Hazen, the returning second place finisher through Devil's Thumb. He looks like he's gotten himself nice and wet, quietly moving along, as I Run Far said, 30 minutes back. Just behind him, Tim Tollefson, 33 minutes back. It says 36 here on the screen, but they then corrected that with another tweet. It says, looks fantastic. Tim Tollefson moving along very well. And then again, here's a photo of Drew Holman and Alex Nichols together in 5th and 6th. These are two of the most textbook patient runners. I would not want them behind me if I was in this race. So look out for these two. Yeah, we're bringing it back to Michigan Bluff now. So we've got Max King also through mile 49.5 here as well. We're going to throw it to Michigan Bluff. My guess is if Jim is still 7 minutes ahead of his own course record pace, he should be through Michigan Bluff here in about 6 minutes. So if you are at home and thinking about getting up to have lunch or anything like that, stay exactly where you are. Don't blink, actually. Please don't blink.
Because he will come flying through here. Yeah. He's not going to spend much time in Michigan Bluff. He's going to get out of there and get to Forest Hill. He is very efficient in aid, and he won't waste any time. He'll just keep it rolling.
So Max King is also, 7th overall, 43 minutes off the lead through Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, he's got a nice big sun hat on in that photo. He is, which is different from his cowboy hat that he frequently has on in races like this. I'm assuming that will be a later transition for him in the race. But he's moving well. That's scary. That does mean though that Stephen Kirsch, Charlie Ware, Kyle Patari are kind of that next group of guys knocking at the door of the top 10. That means Stephen Kirsch is moving backwards in the field. The heat is going to take a toll on him, I think, today. So we'll see. I'm hoping that he can rally back later in the race as they continue to climb. And I'd be afraid to have someone like Kyle Patari just sitting out there waiting to knock into the top 10.
Yeah, I think he's been top 10 2 or 3 times.
And that it normally comes down to a sprint amongst those. A couple guys there generally like through about, I don't know, let's call it 7th to 14th in the men's field. Oftentimes there's only a couple minutes separating them in there. There was a group of guys in the 2019 race that all dropped their pacers at the top of Ruby Point to duke it out for the remaining spots in the top 10. So not people that you want to be dropping the hammer with 1.3 miles to go.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's really, really interesting just to go back to the racehorses, workhorses thing. We'll just periodically check in on that throughout the day, but
our workhorses,
still have
our
the
racehorses.
those still have the exact cast of characters that we would have expected at this point, minus maybe Matt Daniels and Steven Kirsch. But the top 4 guys who we absolutely expected to be leading the race at this point, and then guys like Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, Max King, Mark Hammond, Tyler Green, and Cody Lynn really, I think, outperforming expectations so far today. But all those guys we put in the workhorse category, and all of those guys really could threaten to move into that top 4 if any of those racehorses falter.
And Cody's really young. This is his first appearance here, and I honestly think that I think he has Alex Nichols potential. I think he's going to be a silent assassin on the ultra scene where it's like he's very unassuming. People are going to forget to mention him in race previews, and then he's going to, come up as a surprise over and over again, despite the fact that, he will have been a proven ultra runner at this distance at that point. So.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned age, and we can look at this age stratification. I don't know if you guys want to share my screen or not, but I've got it up here. We can always look at it later, but in the top 10, it's just, I think, just kind of interesting to look at where the ages fall. Max King is the only Masters athlete in the top 10 at this point. He is 41 years old. The 2 youngsters in the top 10 right now are Jared Hazen and Cody Lind. Of course, Jared Hazen, like I've mentioned a couple of times, ran this race when he was 19 years old. This is his 4th running at 26. And then, some guys in their early, mid, late 30s. And really, it is a sport for people of all ages. The 100-mile distance probably does favor people sort of in their later 20s, early 30s. As you get a little bit older, you get a little bit stronger, a little bit more mature. But, as we've seen from Jared Hazen, from Lucy Bartholomew, from Cody Lind now this year, you really can run super well as a youngster in this race. And then as we've seen from Max King this year, as we've seen from Jeff Browning a number of times, Ragna, Magda, you can run this race super well as a Masters athlete as well.
But we are looking, we should stay. Let's try to keep it in Michigan Bluff if we can, because we are expecting Jim Walmsley to come through here any minute now. If he is still 7 minutes up on his course record pace, he should be arriving imminently, like within the next, minute or two. Because I believe he came through here at 12:50.
His split was 12:50, so if he's 7 minutes ahead.
It looks like we have 2 cameras now, which is great.
This guy's moving. Let's go. Here is Jim Walmsley, the leader of the 2021 Western States 100, coming into Michigan Bluff, looking smooth and natural as always, as if he hasn't run a step all day, cruising down the dirt road into Michigan Bluff, leading the Western States 100, still 7 to 8 minutes under his own course record here. We'll move to this other camera. Corinne, what do you think?
I mean, he's moving so well. This is, to be this far ahead, this, not to say late in the game, but we're getting pretty deep into this. To be running this fast. I mean, if he ran sub 14, he could retire from Western States happily, and not return and be a very happy champion.
If he runs sub 14 and it hits triple digits, I am walking away. I will retire from the sport because that is absolutely ridiculous.
He's not quite on sub 14 pace right now. He's a minute or two off of that, but he is moving really, really well. Just as runners may be overheating, though, today, remember, guys, all of our equipment is also in this heat too, and so we will have to be patient with some of our cameras out on course because they are also in very, very hot heat, very direct light. It's not easy on the runners. It's not easy on the equipment. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens in the heat of the day in some of these big, bright aid stations that don't have any shade or respite.
Yeah. We should see him any second here. I really hope we can get the camera close to him and his crew because I think it'll be really great.
There he is.
If we can get the audience to see how a champion like Jim Walmsley approaches this crew transition. See, there's a good number of people there at the aid station.
He just dropped his bottles.
He's got a pit crew around him, a lot of photographers, obscuring our view.
Yeah.
There's Hank Mustang in the red shorts and the pink hat.
A tall man.
So cool, calm, certainly not rushing at all.
Definitely not rushing, taking his time here.
Kim Gaylord, lots of people taking photographs and cheering on Jim. Jim's partner, Jess, there, it looks like putting water bottles in his shorts or gels in his shorts.
Yeah, let Jess take care of him and get him out of there.
So, I just want to sort of explain for the listening, watching audience just how important these aid station transitions are. These moments in time, obviously it's time spent in a static position when you're not moving, when you would otherwise be covering ground on the course, getting a little bit closer to the finish line. But it is these minutes that ultimately make us go a lot faster on the course. You'll see Jim has an ice bandana tied around his neck. He's getting a lot of these wet sponges, it looks like, squeezed over his head. Certainly not in any rush. He probably knows, as the mathematician that he is, how far up he is on his own course record. And there he goes. There he goes, folks.
Yeah, so he'll take off. He'll get out of there. He looks just fine. Getting out of Michigan Bluff. Remember, Michigan Bluff is a tiny town. There is very limited, there's one house with the internet, I feel like, in Michigan Bluff. So they'll get him out of there. He is flying along. He is well under his own course record pace into the heat of the day. I mean, we'll see him again in just under 6 miles in Forest Hill. Kind of the next it's really the next big aid station between Robinson Flat and Forest Hill. Those are kind of 2 huge crew checkpoints. So excited to see him there. And then it's going to be a while before we see our next guy come into Michigan Bluff.
Just so impressive. I should have looked at my watch, but my feeling was he was probably there for 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes with his crew.
Yeah, I'd say he was probably in there for 2 or 3 minutes. He took some time to get stuff done.
Yeah.
He will probably make a very quick transition in Forest Hill, is my guess.
So he crossed the timing mat at 7:44 elapsed. It is now 7:46 elapsed. So that mat is probably
just before.
Yeah, just before the aid station. So yeah, it's probably about 2 to 3 minute time spent in the aid station. You see his crew already moving out. I think that's them leaving to get to Robinson Flat. It is kind of a race.
They've got to huck it a half mile up the hill because there's no shuttle into Michigan Bluff this year. So they need to huck it out of there, get up to their cars, get out. We do have a split from Hayden Hawk through El Dorado Creek. He passed through there about 7 minutes ago. So the real question is, how far behind is Jared Hazen and Tim Tollefson? Are they closing that gap to him at all? Because that is a significant gap between Jim and the rest of the field at this point.
Just remarkable. It is so freaking cool to be able to watch this from here in Auburn, to see the 2-time defending champion course record holder Jim Walmsley come through Michigan Bluff well ahead of his own course record pace. We'll probably stick around with this coverage here. We would expect probably Hayden Hawks to emerge next from El Dorado Canyon, though
but he is at this point 31. His split at El Dorado Creek is 31 minutes behind Jim. So Jim just put another.
Yeah, let's look at what it was at last chance. So it was. Oh, so I'm sorry, from Devil's Thumb. My bad. So. Oh, yeah, it was 23 at Devil's Thumb.
Now 31.
Now 31.
So
that's probably a 5-mile, mostly descent. So Jim just got another 8 minutes in that 5-mile descent. Plus, probably by the time Hayden gets to Michigan Bluff, it'll be bigger than that. So we may not see Hayden for another 35, 40 minutes.
Yeah, and at that point, is Jared Hazen with him?
Yep.
That is the question.
Oh my goodness, the drama. It's so amazing. Jim, I just feel like is built for this race. He's from Phoenix. He knows the heat. It's in his blood. When it's 100 degrees, it feels like the AC's onto him. He lives in Flagstaff, so the altitude in the beginning of the race and the mountainous terrain is not foreign to him. He's the best.
Hayden is holding over Tim Tollefson and Jared Hazen. They are together. Tim Tollefson and Jared Hazen are together now, and they are 6 minutes back on Hayden Hawks.
Okay.
So everyone has lost time to Jim, and that appears to me that Hayden has gained about 2 minutes back on specifically on Jared Hazen, and Tim is kind of split the difference there. He's made up a little time on both
Jared,
of them, and a little bit probably on Hayden as well.
It's a good point, Corinne, and I think it speaks to Tim's strength as a downhill runner as well. He was a couple minutes behind Jared going out of the Devil's Thumb aid station.
Up that big climb.
Iron Farr said he looked amazing. So, yeah, dropping the hammer as he does on the long descent to El Dorado Creek, catching back up to Jared, putting a little time back on Hayden. Now let's see if he can stick with Jared on that climb.
It wouldn't be, yeah, that's the question here. Does Tim continue to lose a little bit of time on the climb and then gain time back on the descent? And can he keep that close enough to be in that mix? You know, I mean, I think going to the river will serve him well, but can he, I think it'll really depend on how close they all are together at something like Green Gate, for example. But that's still a tight cluster of men between second, third, and fourth, and that will keep this very exciting.
2-hour production team. We can share some photos if you want to share my screen real quick. We've got photos of Jim Walmsley and the rest of the guys through Devil's Thumb. Okay, here we are. Show it on the main page here. We've got the champ, Mr. Jim Walmsley. Good gracious, Jim Walmsley looks so strong running up to Michigan Bluff, mile 55.7. Nice hat, too. 6 minutes under his own course record. Look at this guy. We've got a second photo here. Jeez, man. Yeah, I mean, obviously the photo doesn't do justice. We can't really...
So we saw Max King right before we went to Michigan Bluff. So now I guess our next update would be Mark Hammond and Tyler Green.
So here is Mark Hammond from Salt Lake City, or Utah in general. Not sure if he lives in Salt Lake anymore, but Pride of Utah, Mark Hammond, 3-time top 5 finisher. He is 54 minutes back in 8th as he drops into El Dorado Canyon. Then we've got the pride of Portland, Oregon, Mr. Tyler Green. Huge smile on his face.
Moving up through the field. Such a smart run.
Just a really, really great athlete. Somebody who I think so highly of, and somebody who definitely has not run to his potential here at Western States. He, I think, was 14th in 2019. He is back with much bigger ambitions, and it looks like he is moving into the top 10, and I would not be surprised to see him start gobbling up time on the guys in front of him. Of course, being born and raised in Portland, I don't think the 100-degree weather is part of his natural environment, although it's, I think, hotter there this weekend than it is here in Auburn, which is crazy. But Tyler Green just looking great, huge smile on his face as he drops into El Dorado.
And then we're going to be waiting still. We have not our women, the next set of men have not yet come through Devil's Thumb, at least not on our end. We'll probably get the update, the same time Iron Farr gets it, in part as they do bonus coverage of covering and get to the women's field. They'll kind of pick up those men that are between 11th and 15th maybe as they wait for the women to come through. So our women, still leading the race, we believe are going to be, Beth Pascal, Ragna DeBots, Claire Gallagher, Audrey Tanguy. So we're waiting to get this information. They are currently in between aid stations. We will update you as soon as we have that info. We last saw them through Last Chance aid station, where Beth Pascal had about a 5-minute lead over Ragna DeBots, followed by Addie Bracey, followed by, it looks like, Kate Asmith, then Brittany Peterson in 5th, Andre Tanguy in 6th, Claire Gallagher Keely Henninger in 7th, Claire Gallagher in 8th, and those two, running together really. Like Brittany Peterson and Audrey Tanguy were together. A minute behind them was Keely Henninger and Claire Gallagher. A minute behind them is Ruth Croft. So really very bunched up there. So our top 9 women, we've got a 5-minute lead. And then we've got about a 10-minute spread, an 8-minute spread between 2nd and 9th place. And then there's a pretty sizable gap. There's about a 15-minute gap back to Emily Hawgood in 10th with Camille Herron in 11th. And once again, a pretty big gap between Emily Hawgood and then another pack of Camille Herron and Kat Drew. Another 10-minute gap followed by Abby Hall and Nicole Bitter, followed by Camilla Mayfield. So those are your top 15 women. It looks like Casey Lichtig is right behind Camilla Mayfield in 16th. Not far behind her is Magda in 17th. Things are moving up. And then I think we don't have another. Magda's our last female thus far through Last Chance in 17th. Almost an hour back from Beth Pascal right now. So they're gonna get to the next aid station, and we'll update you as soon as we get that information.
When I'm looking at the 2019 split, it looks like Claire Gallagher went through Devil's Thumb at 8:09 elapsed in 2019. Right now, it is 7:54 elapsed. So we would expect to see Beth Pascal if she's still.
Beth Pascal is probably already through Devil's Thumb, and we're probably waiting for her to get to the I Run Far location because unless she's fallen off the pace. Well, Courtney's split there is 7:43.
Okay.
Elapsed. So it's very possible because the Devil's Thumb aid station is a mile and a half or more before the I Run Far update. It's very possible that she is somewhere between Devil's Thumb and the I Run Far update, and because of the delay in the updates through ultralive.net, the likelihood is that she is somewhere in between those locations, and that we'll probably hear first from I Run Far and then
from Ultralive.
From ultralive.net.
Amazing. So I think we may have some of the footage from Robinson Flat. We're hearing from the production side of things. If you guys are ready, you can play that at any time. I'm sure the audience would love to see some of the action from Robinson Flat. Again, that's going to be back at mile 30, captured by our own Ryan Thrower. And great. We're going to throw it to the Robinson Flat coverage now.
Do you want to change your shirt? Okay. Do you want to be a SpongeBob? Do you need some water?
Nice stuff, man. Way to go. You're looking good.
Wait, you're way ahead. I said really easy.
Yeah. It's been awesome. Can you just yeah.
We've got another runner going up the hill right behind. One more sponge. Got it? Here. Do you want your gels too?
Yeah, your head.
I got your head.
Yeah.
We're at 31 seconds.
You got a new bottle? Go, Jim. You got a bunch. Nice job, Hayden.
Hayden Hawks. Number 14, Hayden Hawks. Looking for a shot. Raise your hand up.
Anything else, buddy? What do you need? What headband? Ice headband? Good. Food? Gatorade? Nice work.
Looking good. Here, take a candy. Take a couple candies. There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it. Good job.
Man. Way to go. Woo! Yeah. Nice job, dude.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing, man? Nice job.
Good.
Past the aid station on the right. Go all the way past the tents. Thanks. Yeah.
Way to go, Tim.
Yeah. You guys have
water.
Just this. No sponges?
Ice? No sponges.
Okay. On my head. Here, just squeeze that. It's
Perfect. You gonna drink out of this? Thank you.
Smart. Oh, he's not
Nice job. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good job. Do the lights on legs?
Nope, that's good.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Jam.
Looking great. Like a marble in a groove. How you feel, man? Good. Just trying to take it as easy as possible. Have a great race, dude. Thanks, man. Great job, man.
There you go, man. Run your own race. You can only go as fast as you can.
Nice job.
Hey.
Nice job.
Double knot?
Okay, what do you need? What would you like? You want to change your singlet?
Get him, man. Nice job. Nice running, Alex. Nice job, man.
Yeah. Did Max already leave?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. You've got a good group going.
Yeah. Looking good. You're looking better than everyone else. Yeah.
Seriously, I'm fourth?
You're fourth.
Wow, that's what it said.
You're fourth or fifth?
That's weird.
You're fifth.
Okay.
So it was Jim, Hayden, Tim, Jared.
Oh, all right.
How's everything feeling?
Really good. Just trying to get ready for the hot day.
Nice job, man. Have a great race.
Thanks.
Nice job.
Thanks, man.
Nice job, man. Nice Nice job, Jeff.
Yeah. Nice job. Good job.
Okay, so that was amazing.
Amazing.
Just so no one freaks out, we just saw a glimpse of Beth. We are going to come back and show the women's Robinson flat footage in just a little bit, all like that whole top 10 group at one go. We just wanted to give you a taste of the men's group coming through there. Wow, was that footage not amazing?
Shout out to our friend and colleague, Ryan Thrower, the man behind the camera. Went all the way out to Robinson Flat, shot all that footage and cut it together in the front seat of my truck to bring it to you in your home, wherever you are around the world. Welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. We are brought to you by Hoka and Buff. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. We are going to cut to live footage from Michigan Bluff now.
From Forest Hill.
Forest Hill, excuse me.
So this is just outside the aid station. The runners come off the trail and come onto a road called Bath Road. And you can actually send a crew member down Bath Road to meet your runner. There are only 3 locations in the entire race where a runner can be accompanied by more than one person. And that is at the bottom of Bath Road up to Forest Hill. That's where we are right now. We're walking. They're basically walking the trail out towards Bath Road. You can also have more than one person accompany a runner from the far side of the river crossing up to Green Gate, so between miles like 78 and 80. And then you can have more than one person accompany the runner from Roby Point to the finish line. So Roby Point being kind of the top of the very, very final climb, about 1 mile, just over a mile, all the way back in to the finish line. So one of our big camera right now is headed out towards Bath Road to go find, I'm assuming, Mr. Walmsley, who is running exceptionally fast. Hopefully Forest Hill is ready for him to come through.
Yep, and he came through Forest Hill in 2019 and 8:41 elapsed. We are now at 8:06 elapsed, so we would expect to see Jim come through. If he is still 6 or 7 minutes underneath his own course record, we would expect to see him come through in just about, what is that, 30 minutes or
I'd
so?
say about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit under, but
if they're going out to Bath Road, well, definitely this camera is far outside of the aid station itself. You do run along Forest Hill Road, this road that you see to the left on your screen here, for probably a half mile, maybe almost a mile from the top of Bath Road. So we would expect to see Jim Walmsley on camera here well under 30 minutes from now.
Yep. It'd be really exciting to get a camera with him for that long, because as we were talking about earlier, the footage that we've had of him before coming through this aid station, headed down Cal Street, he is floating. Like it is breathtaking to watch someone run that fast at mile 62 of 100, and they make it look effortless. And I can tell you, sitting here, we are under a large tent. There's even a slight breeze, and it is getting warm in Auburn.
Yeah, it definitely is. I know all morning I've been saying it doesn't feel that hot. Now it's definitely starting to feel warm here. We are hydrating here in the booth. We are trying to keep our voices operational. We are trying to keep our bodies operational. We've been sitting down for quite some time, but during that break, we were able to stand up, stretch it out a little bit, have a little bit of food, a little bit more water. So we are keeping our energy stores high to bring you guys this amazing coverage of the Western States 100 presented by Hoka and Buff. Here we are in the top left corner. We're looking down Forest Hill Road towards where the Western States Trail comes up Bath Road. In the bottom right, we are looking, I guess it would be west down Forest Hill Road in downtown Forest Hill. You'll see there's tons of trucks and vans and cars and campers, and everybody is out in the sun, probably feeling quite warm, drinking cold beverages, trying to stay in these little patches of shade as they wait for the top runners to make an appearance here in Forest Hill. And again, Corinne, we've talked about it a couple of times, but for those who are just joining us, Forest Hill is a landmark. It is a
landmark.
historical place on the route. It is a place that the runners visualize themselves arriving at for months and months before they actually get to the Western States 100. It's about 100 Ks into the race. Any memories you have from your time in the Forest Hill aid station?
Oh, there's exceptionally great footage of me running. Like I ran, my crew was set up right before the aid station, as opposed to being set up right after the aid station. I actually stopped and saw my crew ahead of the aid station, got everything I needed, dashed through the aid station because you're required to, and then my crew met me on the other side and ran me down Cal Street, and I'm being cheered at by Alex Varner and Patty O'Leary, good friends from the Bay Area running community, and then Dreama, who is racing today, and her daughter, and I'm yelling back at every single one of them, and I realize that I've scared the living daylight out of Dreama's 4-year-old by yelling back at her, and so you can audibly hear me in this video talk about how I've just scared this child. But it's so cool. There are people lining the streets here. You have, even if you felt low coming into Forest Hill, who is this?
No, these are runners. Just got people out for runs.
Very scary. Maybe, yeah.
You know, everybody's excited. Everybody's carrying the spirit today. They got to get out for their own runs too, even in the 100-degree temperature. They're probably waiting for their runners to come in.
It's hot in Forest Hill.
Want to break a sweat.
So we do have an update.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, we do have an update on Beth Pascal coming through Devil's Thumb finally on the so we've got an update from a couple men, and then Beth Pascal has made it through the Devil's Thumb aid station as well. So right outside the top 10, as we've mentioned before, Cody Lind was running at the top 10 at Devil's Thumb. Behind him, Kyle Patari is in 11th, Charlie Ware in 12th. Stephen Kirsch has faded to about 13th right now, followed by Eric Sensman in 14th. So Eric Sensman is steadily climbing back towards that top 10. Right behind him, about 5 minutes behind Eric Sensman, is Beth Pascal in 7:49 elapsed. And that, just so you know, is it's actually behind Courtney's split, but it's, I think, ahead of Ellie's split. So Courtney ran really strong in this section in 2019. She came through here in 7:43 elapsed. Again, Beth Pascal just came through in 7:49 elapsed. But Ellie's split from this race is, I think, 7:55. So still under course record pace, but in 2019, Courtney ran this section incredibly strongly.
Yep. Sitting inside the top 15 overall is Beth Pascal from Great Britain, leading the women's race. We would expect to see an update from the Iron Far crew at their position at the top of the El Dorado Creek descent any minute now. My guess is, since she went through Devil's Thumb more than 20 minutes ago at this point, she should probably be through then. So hopefully they'll be tweeting out an update here any minute, and we will share that photograph on the screen for you as soon as we can find it.
Yep, and the next people who are going to be waiting to come through Devil's Thumb are once again Jorge, beloved feature of the Marin and San Francisco Bay Area running community, followed by Jeff Browning, and then, of course, our next two women, Ragna and Addie. We are waiting for them to come shortly. Right behind them, Katie Asmuth as well.
Great. So to our production team, while we are waiting on some more visuals, I can pull up the Western States profile. If you want to share my screen, we can talk a little bit about where the runners are on the course right now, and sort of give our audience a picture of it in terms of the elevation profile. So here we are looking at the elevation profile of the Western States 100 course. Again, Jim Walmsley, the men's leader, is through Michigan Bluff. You can probably see my cursor here. This is 55 miles into the race. You'll see once you're through Michigan Bluff, you have a short section where you actually dip a little, but then climb a little bit more. That's sort of a theme at Western States. When you get to the top, what feels like the top of a climb at an aid station, you still have a little bit more climbing to go. Jim is a veteran here. That won't catch him by surprise. You drop into Volcano Canyon, climb up to Forest Hill. That's the next time we're going to see Jim. This is the biggest, most major aid station in the entirety of the Western States 100, 62 miles into the race, an absolute landmark in the world of trail and ultra running, and something that we were just looking at on our screen. We'll see a lot more of it soon. Then once you leave Forest Hill, you enter what's called the Cal Street section. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But basically, it is the section between Forest Hill and the Rucky Chucky River crossing. That's what awaits Jim Walmsley after he gets through Forest Hill. So back to the women's coverage. Again, we just provided an update from Beth Pascal. She is through the Devil's
Thumb. We have a photo
Thumb
now from I Run Far if you want to pull that up.
Great, I will pull that up. But Beth Pascal is through the Devil's Thumb aid station right here. So
Yep, big descent coming up for her and then a climb up to Michigan Bluff.
Yep. Okay, so let me hit refresh. And here it is, Great Britain's Beth Pascal, first woman through 49.5807 elapsed.
Still a couple minutes under the course record split. I'm seeing that as, a little bit more than 3 minutes based on Ellie's split numbers from the XL stuff from Western States. But she says she doesn't even feel that hot. That's great.
It's amazing. Again, she is from Great Britain. She's been here in the States for 2 months. I think she's been doing a lot of heat training. She's been hanging out in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is, of course, the home of many champions. There are many bronze cougar trophies that reside in Flagstaff, Arizona. And it looks like Beth Pascal, having spent about 6 to 8 weeks there, I think, is now trying to at least bring another cougar, at least vicariously, back to Flagstaff by way of her home in Great Britain.
Yeah, as Megan mentioned when we were kind of summarizing everything that we were thinking about going into this weekend, she was like, they never have this weather in Britain. So it was, like, how is she prepping for this? And she's been here in Flagstaff, and I think that's been good.
Let's throw it back to Forest Hill. So again, Jim Walmsley came through here. I think it was it 8:50 elapsed? Is that what I said?
I believe so.
8:41 elapsed. So if he's 7 minutes under, that would mean 8:34 elapsed. So we still are expecting Jim about 18 minutes from now if he remains about 7 minutes underneath his own course record.
And just to point out, too, I'm kind of just keeping tabs on where Courtney was in the field as well, because this is kind of, she really fell off after Forest Hill. I feel like Courtney was very strong through Forest Hill in 2019. And after that point, it fell apart between there and the river. I think she left Forest Hill feeling good. She was 14th overall in the field at Forest Hill. And Beth is right about there. She's sitting right now, I think, 15th overall in the field. Hopefully the rest of the canyons treat her well and she gets to Forest Hill in one piece.
Amazing, amazing. So here we are. We are still in Forest Hill with our cameras. You can see just what a scene it is. This scene does extend probably almost a mile through town, I would guess, from Bath Road to Cal Street. It is really something special. For those who are watching at home, if you've never been to the Western States 100, I would absolutely recommend that you come out someday, even though it would mean that you don't watch us on the live feed from the comforts of your own home. Being at Forest Hill during the heat of the day, during the heat of the race, watching these professional athletes run through here after 62 miles of running through the Northern California Sierra foothills. It's absolutely a sight to behold, and it's an energy unlike anything else. So absolutely recommend it. See the Rabbit booth there, the Hoka booth. We're getting ready for their athletes. And this is definitely, as athletes sort of visualize themselves performing well at Western States, it's one of the things that you can't help but think about is getting to your crew at Forest Hill, seeing all the friends and people who within our wonderful sport and this beautiful community who are cheering for you to come through and that actually be reality, to hear their cheers. It's really quite difficult actually to not sprint through that aid station recklessly and forget all your fuel and hydration behind you. There we have Coach David Roche there. He is waiting on a lot of his athletes, including defending women's champion Claire Gallagher. Who else is David coaching?
Oh,
many athletes.
In this field, I don't know, but predominantly, on the men's side, I believe both Matt Daniels and Drew Holman.
Drew Holman.
And then I feel like Claire is the big, and I think actually he coaches Kat Drew as well, if I'm not mistaken. At least in years past, he has.
David Roche from Boulder, Colorado, one of the probably most successful, well-known coaches in the sport of trail and ultra running. It looks like the camera is just kind of cruising along here, checking out the vibe, checking out the scene.
Yeah,
we await.
Forest Hill is absolutely incredible, and I'm hoping that we, both get to see the men come through Michigan Bluff, that next group of 3, because they should be close together, and get to see Jim come through Forest Hill, and hope that those don't collide directly with one another. But then I believe we're leaving a camera at Forest Hill. We've got cameras kind of stationed, I think, for large chunks of time at all those locations to get more of our runners. It's not just, despite popular belief, this is not just the Jim Walmsley show. We are here. We are here to hopefully see as many runners as possible while following both races intently, both the men's race and the women's race. And obviously, we'll be on the track. The setup will be on the track long after they finish as well.
Yes, we will. We will be here for quite some time, and we couldn't be more excited about it. Corinne and I are usually people who don't sit still very often, but
it's a lot of sitting for us, but we're managing.
When we have a chance to watch the entirety of the Western States 100 from the comforts of a shaded tent on the Placer High School track, who could pass up that opportunity?
Yep, and someone asked too as well if they get to pick up pacers at Forest Hill, and I think that's really important to mention that, yes, if people are picking up pacers, they pick them up at Forest Hill. Most of those pacers will either go to Rucky Chucky or to Green Gate, so either mile 78 or mile 80, and then after that point, they'll oftentimes pick up a new pacer, and they'll have someone new from mile 80 to the finish, the river kind of being that delineating line. Runners that are going to make it to Michigan Bluff after 8 p.m. are allowed to pick up a pacer there, but all of our front runners will be picking up a pacer or not in Forest Hill onward.
Great point. So talk more about the pacer strategy. We mentioned it earlier, but this is the aid station at which people can pick them up.
This is the aid station. This is where emotional muling really begins, right? You get your hype periodically from your crew at different aid stations, but from here you can pick up someone and they get to run with you. And for me, I always had a person that I thought could be a distraction from miles 62 to Green Gate, so that 18, 20-mile stretch. That allowed me to not have to think. It gave me kind of a breath of fresh air. She would tell me all about the men's race that was happening, tell me who looked bad, who looked good, etc. And then I wanted someone who was either kind of mean or someone who could kind of push me a little bit, though, who I trusted to push me from mile 80 to the finish, because the truth is, that's when it gets uncomfortable. And so having someone there that can help spur you along, who can help you run when you don't want to, that kind of thing, I think becomes really, really important. There are some runners in the race who won't pick up a pacer until mile 80. Alex Nichols being one of them, I know. There are some runners in the race who won't pick up a pacer at all. We know for sure that's Tim Tollefson. So it'll be, Magda's best. I was told by one of Magda's friends who was pacing her from mile 80 to the finish that the best compliment he ever received was Magda saying, "You're my pacer from mile 80 to the end because you're my meanest friend." And he said, "Okay, I think I can manage that." So I think that, there's a lot of truth to that for sure.
Okay, we have an update from the top of the descent into El Dorado Canyon, courtesy of iRun Far. Spanish runner Ragna de Botts is in second place, 7 minutes behind Beth Pascal, still leading the Western States 100. So our first 2 runners are Europeans, Beth from Great Britain and Spaniard Ragna de Botts, who I guess hails from the Netherlands originally. She is here in the U.S. racing for the first time, her first 100-miler, only 7 minutes back of the lead, running extremely strong.
And guess who's third?
Guess who's third? Is it Katie?
It is Katie.
OMG.
Katie Asmith, whose name I am probably saying wrong. Someone can drop into my DMs and tell me what it rhymes with. Is third through mile 49.5. So after the Devil's Thumb climb, she's only 11 minutes back from the lead. She's been moving up steadily all day. And according to iRun Far, she's the happiest runner they have seen through this reporting location. And her hat has a lot of flair. That's what they described as the black bandana full of ice earlier. Being a happy runner at this point isn't a bad idea. And I do think that someone mentioned in the chat that I believe that Katie is also coached by David Roach. So David has a great showing in both the men's and women's fields right now.
Yeah. Great. Well, it's awesome to get those updates as we await the men to come through both Michigan Bluff. We are waiting Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, and Jared Hazen likely coming through Michigan Bluff very soon. And then maybe very shortly thereafter, we would expect the champ himself, Jim Walmsley, to be coming into Forest Hill. Again, I would guess Jim Walmsley will be through Forest Hill 11 minutes from now if he remains 7 minutes under his course record pace.
What does that mean for our guys coming through Michigan Bluff? Have we done the math?
I have not done the math yet, but as I mentioned a moment ago, it's likely that we would see Jim less than 11 minutes from now if we are taking this video feed that you see in the top left. This camera person is walking east along Forest Hill Road towards Bath Road. So again, the runners come up the Western States Trail. They intersect with the bottom of Bath Road. They then climb about a mile up Bath Road to where Bath Road intersects with Forest Hill Road. Forest Hill Road is the road we see on our left where these cars are parked. The runners take a hard left on Forest Hill Road and run these old equestrian paths that are right next to the road all the way into the aid station.
It looks like Hayden Hawks is probably at the top of the Michigan Bluff climb right now. We've got an iRun Far update from 47 seconds ago. It's not the heat, it's the hills, says Hayden Hawks as he climbs Michigan Bluff at mile 55.7 in second. He's 38 minutes behind Jim Walmsley and cannot wait for faster terrain.
OMG. So Hayden's legs, his climbing legs, are not operating at full capacity for him, but he is still soldiering on, 38 minutes behind Jim Walmsley.
So once again, that is a stretch of the time. I think the last split we got, he was 31 minutes ahead, and that is now stretched out to 38 minutes.
Yep. Great. So we are going to make the small screen a feed from Michigan Bluff here. Because Hayden is through a minute ago, according to iRun Far, there may be some lag to that. We should see him any second coming in here to Michigan Bluff Aid Station.
So this is the complications of this race blowing apart, right? We have film crews in Michigan Bluff. We have film crews at Forest Hill, and we are trying to simultaneously bring you the men's first place and second place runners right now at these two, the locations honestly are not that far apart, but it does take some time to get from point A to point B, obviously.
Amazing. So let's see. It'd be great if we could make the little screen the big screen and the big screen the little screen right now. Not sure if that's possible, but we should see Hayden Hawks coming any second here. It sounds like the production team is working on that.
Because we do have an official split from Michigan Bluff for Hayden Hawks now on ultralive.net as well.
Okay, so does that mean he's through the aid station then? Oh no, he must be over the mat.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he must be over the mat, not to the aid station yet. They probably have the mat up the hill just a little ways.
Oh, like around the corner there.
Yeah.
And we'll keep an eye on that little screen too for the floating Jim Walmsley. Commotion will stir, I think, in that screen.
Yep. And it looks like we've got Addie Bracey through mile 49.5, 14 minutes back. She is in fourth place behind the two Europeans and Katie Asmuth. So Katie Asmuth, a newer name to the scene, now the top American in the Western States 100 through
cool
halfway. Pretty darn cool.
35 years old, nurse practitioner, worked through a pandemic, earned herself a golden ticket in a race that I'm not sure we all were certain it was the most competitive golden ticket race, right? Early January, still kind of in the second wave of the pandemic, but she is clearly proving that she very much deserves to be in this field and belongs in this field with these runners.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been steady all day too. It's not like she was going out with the leader. She sort of has been picking her way through. In fact, let me see if I can see how she's progressed throughout the day here.
She's steadily climbed her way up is what it feels like to me at this point.
So let's see here on the splits. These are just overall places. Okay, this is really cool. Okay. On the overall places for Katie Asmuth here, she was 32nd at Lion Ridge, 30th at Red Star Ridge, 27th at Duncan Canyon, dropped back to 29th at Robinson Flat, then 28th at Miller's Defeat, 26th at Dusty Corners, then all the way to 20th at Last Chance. Now she sits at 19th overall top American female here at the 2021 Western States 100.
That's phenomenal.
She has been moving through the overall field with reckless abandon. doing amazing methodical work out there on the course today.
Yeah, so now we're awaiting some runners. We're trying to bring you guys the live coverage here at both Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Is that a runner coming in? No, I think that is that might be someone ahead of the runner.
We may have missed Hayden through Michigan Bluff.
In which case, though, we should
see Tim and Jared
very shortly then. Lots of refreshing on all of our ends. I'm assuming we missed Hayden here at Michigan Bluff. My guess is that he blitzed through. I think he moves pretty methodically through a lot of these aid stations. It's possible. I don't know if he's got a crew at Michigan Bluff or not. Some people skip Michigan Bluff and go meet their crew at Forest Hill.
I think those other guys were 6 minutes behind him, right, at El Dorado Creek, maybe. So, now we're 7 minutes elapsed since the bottom of El Dorado, so we should see these guys any second. I don't know if Iron Far's had an update on
I have
Tim
not seen
Jared.
an update yet from Iron Far. And note that, although Hayden does not feel like he's got climbing legs, we know for a fact that Tim Tollefson prefers the downhill. That's probably a long, grindy, hot climb up into Michigan Bluff. If anything, Tim might lose a little bit of time through there. I do not think that would be a shock to him or a shock to anyone else. The question is, does Jared pull ahead of him there? And how much time has Hayden taken back on these guys on this last climb, essentially?
Yeah, amazing. Great point. Yeah, of course, Tim Tollefson, by his own admission, is much more of a downhiller than an uphiller, though, of course, he's a great uphiller in his own right. So, the fact that he ate a couple of minutes back into Hayden and Jared's lead at the bottom of El Dorado doesn't necessarily mean that he will be in contact with those guys here at Michigan Bluff, but we should see here any minute these guys come in.
And then we also have an update from Iron Far on the very fast French runner, Audrey Tanguy. She is through mile 49.5. She is 15 minutes back, so she is only a minute behind Addie Bracey. Remember, Audrey took the race out hot. She was the early leader in this race. She pushed the pace from the gun, essentially leading the women over the escarpment, leading Camille over the escarpment. So I don't know if that's, just her running her own pace the whole entire time, if that's her pushing too hard and fading a little bit, but she's only a minute behind Addie Bracey, and she's only 15 minutes behind Beth Pascal in first. And honestly, that's not a bad place for her to be setting up either.
So again, this visual is at the Michigan Bluff Aid Station, mile 55 on the Western States course. It's a tiny little town, if you can even call it that. It's more of a neighborhood, but it's got great character to it. And again, just like Forest Hill, it's an iconic part of the Western States Trail. This bottom right, I'm wondering, that might be footage. Okay, so so this is Michigan Bluff. This is the top of the climb coming out of El Dorado Canyon at Michigan Bluff. I described this earlier. We got a text. Here we go. We got a runner.
Wow, we're needing this right now.
That's Alex Nichols.
That is Alex Nichols. Alex Nichols has moved from 5th into 3rd place.
And that's Tim Tollefson.
And Tim Tollefson is right behind him. Alex Nichols is slowly eating his way forward. This might be a repeat of his 2nd place finish behind Ryan Sands.
This is quite amazing. As we've said all week, Alex Nichols, an absolute veteran, an absolute champion on the international racing circuit. He has been a force for more than a decade, yet always seems to fly under the radar. He is a former 2nd place finisher here at Western States. He is back for his 2nd try here on the course. Back in 2017, he ran in some of the most difficult conditions in race history, one of the slowest years we've seen in recent memory. The year Ryan Sands won on the men's side, Kat Bradley won on the women's side, and he is back on another hot day, but he is running classic Alex Nichols style, coming from behind, moving through the field. Here's Jared Hazen.
Yep, here's Jared Hazen. So just remember, going into this climb, Alex Nichols was 6 minutes behind Jared and Tim. He is now just ahead of Tim, and Jared is behind the two of them. So Alex Nichols just destroyed that climb. He put on a climbing lesson for the rest of this men's pack.
Absolutely incredible. Making up 6 minutes on that climb is insane, honestly. And if that's true, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Alex Nichols leave Forest Hill in front of Hayden Hawks at this point.
It's very possible. I mean,
it could happen.
This next section definitely suits Hayden if he's really struggling climbing right now, because it's
There's Tim and Fernando.
Fernando is a pro. So Fernando was actually one of our GoPro filmers for the escarpment. Now here he is with it looks like Kim and Topher Gaylord getting some icy cold water on Tim, getting him cooled down.
His wife Lindsay Tollefson there as well, taking care of him, looking after him. He's not hanging out in the heat. He does look good. I mean, certainly not grimacing. Doesn't look like he's having too tough of a time. Just taking his time in the aid station. That's Kim Gaylord with a sponge on his hat there.
Oh, there's the hair that everyone's been waiting to see.
Here we go. There's the world-famous hair. Getting that ice bandana around the neck. That's 7-time finisher and Western States board member Topher Gaylord wrapping that ice bandana around Tim Tollefson's neck.
And I'll tell you, they had to fight with him to get him to allow them crew. There's Martin. Martin is Ruth Croft's partner, getting Alex Nichols out of there. Martin used to be one of the managers for the Scott team, so he knows Alex Nichols super well.
Oh, here's Jared. Okay, so here's Jared coming in as we see Tim Tollefson getting the ice in his hat. Jared Hazen coming in, finding his crew.
And now here we're Forest Hill with Jim
my goodness.
Walmsley.
The drama. This is incredible. Here is defending champion Jim Walmsley coming into Forest Hill as we expected. It looks like he is just about 6-7 minutes ahead of his course record. On the left, founder of Hoka One One, Nico Mermood on his left. Not sure the guy on his right, but Jim is moving.
It's a stunt double, I think, on
yeah,
his right.
Incredibly well. I know he does have a twin brother. I don't know what he looks like, but maybe that's Jim's brother. He looks amazing. He is cruising. Again, we are going to be entering the Forest Hill aid station, mile 62 any second here. Bottom right, we have, it looks like we're looking down this, we're looking back towards Jim from further down the road.
We're further down Cal Street. So they run a good chunk of gradual downhill pavement out of Forest Hill. It feels so good because it's just you float with gravity down the hill out of Forest Hill.
And look at Jim. He absolutely looks amazing, right? And going back to what I said about what he looked like coming through Forest Hill in 2016, absolutely floating over the ground. He still looks like he has pep in his step. He's still got 38 miles to go. This is the symbolic closure of the canyon section of the race. That doesn't mean that it gets any easier from him as Jim Walmsley enters the Forest Hill aid station with the bucket hat, with a smile, with a wave to the crowd, the consummate showman and champion that he is.
Floating to this aid station, he will fly through here and he'll go directly to his crew. He's just high-fiving. He's just high-fiving people, getting some water from the hose. But he's going to blast through here. His crew will be down Cal Street if he's going to stop for anything. One of those guys running in with him will have sprinted ahead and said, "Hey, Jim's coming. He wants X. He wants Y." And they'll hand that off to him. He probably is going to take a bottle, is my guess, and then he's going to boogie.
How great is this? Tropical John giving him a high five. Jim not too busy to give the fans what they want. Giving high fives, not too proud. He's a true example for the rest of us in the sport of sportsmanship, but sheer competition. And he is cruising. My guess is he has also received some intelligence that Hayden Hawks is at least 38 minutes behind him right now. He's got a comfortable lead with 38 miles to go. We'll see if he continues to keep the pedal to the metal. But here he is cruising through Forest Hill. You'll see just how long this sort of aid station and crew stop actually extends for here, for those who haven't been to the race. And bottom right, we should see him coming down the hill towards the camera in the bottom right here very soon. So keep your eyes on that too as it gets a little shaky.
And then while this is going on as well, we can give you a quick update. I'm going to tell you what's going on with the women's race through Devil's Thumb because I think this is important. Obviously, we talked about our first three women, Beth Pascal, Ragnar DeBotts, and Katie Asmuth. And then fourth is going to be Addie Bracey. She's 2 minutes behind Katie, looking strong. Another 2 minutes back, Look how tight this is. We have Audrey Tanguy of France, 6th. Ruth Croft has moved up into 6th place. She is 2 minutes out of 5th place right now. This is an amazing first 100-mile race for Ruth Croft. In 7th, we are right behind Ruth. We have Brittany Peterson. It sounds like she is feeling like it is hot and hard out here, but she is fighting through it. Keely Henninger is right behind her. It also sounds like she is struggling with the heat, but she is moving forward. And then in 9th, through Devil's Thumb, we have Claire Gallagher. She's 5 minutes back from Keely. So Claire has fallen off the pace a little bit, but we have...
There he is. Oh, no.
We have 8 women. We have 8 women spread out only by 10 minutes.
Okay, here's Jim coming bottom right and in the top left. So we've got 2 angles of Jim running through Forest Hill here. He should be stopping at his crew any minute now, I would assume. I'm assuming he's got crew here.
It's
I think
very
he has
possible that he'll just hand off a bottle and he might not need to stop.
I think I remember, yeah,
There it
his
is.
crew goes to the very end, I think. I think this is sort of their tradition here. He takes a seat. Here's his partner, Jess, kneeling next to him. And it looks like she's just, resupplying him with some
It looks
snacks
like he's taking
here.
something. Are those Cheetos or is that
Looks
fruit?
like Cheetos. It's either Cheetos or fruit. Let's see if they can.
And then Michigan Bluff in the lower
We've got
corner.
Drew Holman in Michigan Bluff here in the lower right. He's being crewed by our friend Fernando as well, who is going to be
crew.
Yeah, this is the SFRC crew. Drew Holman really holding his own. I think this puts him in, is it 6th place?
6th place.
In Michigan Bluff. Here's Jim Walmsley taking his time on the big screen here. He's got a fan. Looks like she's giving him a sparkling water. Oh, that sounds so delicious right now. I could use a San Pellegrino myself. But Jim,
Yep, getting a new ice bandana on him. They've soaked him down with water. You saw him using a sponge, soaking his legs down, just getting as wet as possible. Once again, it's hot out there right now. We are in the middle of the day, and he's descending lower. The canyons, I don't think, are necessarily more humid than the high country, maybe a little bit more, but it's not enough to, disallow for evaporative cooling. So staying wet for the remainder of the race is still going to be super, super important for him.
Yep. It'd be amazing if we could.
Drew Holman is leaving Michigan Bluff. He's seen his crew. He's got ice on his neck, and he is running out of Michigan Bluff. Fernando's going to go give him a slap on the back and get him out of there.
Really, really, really fun stuff going on here. Split screen, the drama happening.
Jim's got time. They've got a fan on him right now. Do you see that?
Yep. So these aid stations are 6 or 7 miles apart here. Michigan Bluff, lower right, Forest Hill, top left. So we've got sort of the the 2nd through 6th men through Michigan Bluff. They are making their way towards Jim Walmsley, who holds a very comfortable lead in Forest Hill at this point. Of course, we all know the history of Jim Walmsley at this race, but it bears mentioning that he has had trouble after this aid station. In both 2016 and 2017, Jim did run into trouble in the latter miles of the Western States 100 before he ultimately won 2 years in a row. So this is obviously not over. Jim still has a lot of work ahead of him, 38 miles to be exact. Getting that ice around his neck. Clearly, he's not in a rush at all.
I mean, at this point, my guess is that he recognizes that trying to go under 14 is probably unlikely, right? Like, he's been close to it. He's been under his course record. But I feel like for him, going under 14 would be like I've done it. I can leave now, right? We already discussed this.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, I mean, he seems like he's feeling fine. He's running very fast if he's not feeling okay. There's no reason for him to sprint out of here.
Look at the crowd around him. He's truly a superstar here. I wish he could hear us say, that he likely won't go under 14. So there's bulletin board material for him to chase after. Here he is.
He's upright, so he's going to be leaving this aid now. He came through the aid, just so everyone knows, he came through the Forest Hill aid station where that timing mat is at 36 after the hour. So a little, 4 or 5 minutes ago. So he took some time, sat down, got water all over him, had something to drink, had something to eat. He's taking time to fill up his belt. He's going to be able to, blast downhill through Cal 1, Cal 2, Cal 3, all the way to the river, and then hopefully not go for too big of a swim at the river crossing this year.
Yeah, we'll have to tell that story a little bit later on because that is definitely one for the ages. Somebody just gave him a big hug.
So keeping my eyes on the women's field as well. We're still waiting for our 10th place female to come through Devil's Thumb. Likely going to be Emily Hawgood or Camille Herron, followed closely by Kat Drew. So we're keeping our eyes on that women's field. Our next men into
There he
Michigan
goes.
Bluff is probably going to be Max King that we're waiting on.
Okay, so Jim Walmsley cruising down from Forest Hill Aid Station. He's going to be taking a hard left fairly soon onto Cal Street. Cal Street will then run him directly into the Western States Trail. There's your hard left onto Cal Street. Actually, he'll then take a right up there. Let's see how far the camera goes with him. It'd be amazing if they took him all the way to the trail so you guys can all experience this entire aid station with the men's leader.
Yeah, they had some issues. There was going to be a slight reroute through here compared to normal years, in part because there was some private property delineation. I think it was mostly because they had mountain bikes ripping through there all the time. But I think they're allowing the runners through.
Do you see that smile for the camera there?
Yes.
Here we go. That classic Jim Walmsley gait. You know.
Oh,
usually,
do you see that? He's acknowledging everyone out there.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Running past the Hoka, time to fly.
And it looks like he will be going. I mean, I didn't see him leave with a pacer, did you?
Nope.
Okay.
So he's going without a pacer. Great point, Corinne. Great point. We
and
got both cameras going after him.
We've got both cameras chasing him, but no pacer.
Okay, so now you hit the dirt here, you then cross the road and then hit more dirt, and he is off to the races. Jim Walmsley going for it. How cool is this? Thank you to our camera crew from Forest Hill. That was incredible. Hope you guys at home did enjoy that. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Hoka and Buff, for sponsoring today's coverage. We are now going to be waiting.
Max King is here in Michigan Bluff, I think is what our cameras are on right now. Looks like he's probably 4 or 5 minutes behind Drew Holman by the time that he exits this aid station. So this is once again the 41-year-old Max King is currently in 7th in his second showing at Western States.
We are going to take a very quick commercial break here. We will be back with more coverage of the 2021 Western States 100 in just a minute.
Jeff is in and out. Jeff trying to go through out the middle.
Great job, Beth.
Cheers.
Have a great race.
Thank you.
Number 31, Ryan Miller.
Bra tots, bra tots. Got it. Woo! Bra tots. Bra tots.
Whoa. Whoa. Good. Look out Great job. Right on, Abby. Great job.
Thank you.
Have a great race.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan.
Sorry?
She's only 5 minutes behind Beth. You're 5 minutes behind Beth.
And Beth is first.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And there's one person in between you.
Yeah. Still way to go.
Have a great race.
Thank you.
We have F2, Brittany Peterson. Hey, good job, Great job. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks. Did Brittany already leave?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think there's only 4 people ahead, but I'm not great with names.
Yeah, because they came in right after me. I'm the first one to leave in a while.
No, someone's right up here.
Oh, okay.
Someone in Hoka gear.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, it's probably Audrey. Yeah.
Minutes out of first place. Way to go, man. 8.5.
Cool.
Got lots of work to do in the canyon.
Thank you. I know.
It went out fast. Real fast. We'll see. We'll see.
Hope you have a great race.
Thanks, dude. What's your name?
Ryan.
Oh, it's Ryan.
Yeah, I work with Dylan.
Yeah, great to see you, Ryan.
Likewise.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, have a great race. Stay present.
I love 100s. You get to start up with a hike. They run so slow. We've got a baller lady pack. I don't know where they went.
Claire is.
Did you see Brittany or
Brittany's
Bruce?
still back there. Bruce.
Ah, bummer. Okay.
Claire, maybe 30 seconds ahead
I'm
of you.
too closer to first than I want to right now. But I'll take it because it feels easy, so whatever.
How was the first 30?
Amazing. Oh my gosh. The hike was lovely. And then we've just been cruising ever since. Nice and easy. We took a swim.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really lovely.
Keely, I hope you have the best race. I'll see you again.
Yes. See you soon.
You're crushing it.
Thank you.
Stay present.
And welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here with my friend and co-host Corinne Malcolm. We are having the best day of all time. Before we get to the action,
literally,
big shout out to Ryan Thrower, the man behind the camera, who put together those awesome shots of both the men's and women's leaders from the Robinson Flat Aid Station at mile 30. That was so cool to watch.
You should point out that he not only single-handedly filmed all that, but then he edited it. So he filmed it with the GoPro running in his hand, ran 3 miles as fast as he could, came back, sat in your truck, edited it, and then bam.
Not only that, but he drove down to the start with me at 3 o'clock this morning. So he's an absolute
everywhere.
hustler, and we can't thank him enough for his efforts out on the course today. We are looking at Cody Lind at Michigan Bluff getting the pit crew treatment from his friends and family. Looks like he is doing well, taking a seat.
Paul is there. That's Paul standing over him in those neon shoes. That's Cody's dad. And then to his, also in the neon with the Adidas stripes, that's Martin. That's Ruth Croft's partner. But he has been involved with Scott for a long time. And so Martin knows this family super, super well.
Right. Yep. So again, Paul Lind there with the white hat. He just knelt down a little bit.
Oh, he's got the cowbell. They got the cowbells out. Yes, get that over him. Yes,
There's
we go.
Paul Lind with the bucket.
Yes, Paul.
Let's go.
Cody.
He's running with his son through Michigan Bluff. What a special moment in his life. Again, 3 generations of Linds have been connected to this race since the very beginning. If you guys didn't catch our interview with Paul Lind just yesterday from Olympic Valley, I would highly recommend you go check it out. It is on the Western States 100 YouTube channel. I think it's called Western States Live Part 3 or something. Paul Lind was part of that show. It was a highlight of my week.
We all cried, I think.
Absolutely. We were all very moved and nearly in tears.
So, yes. So to point out, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that Cody Lind is the 9th male to come through Michigan Bluff while we were watching the women's footage from Robinson Flat that Ryan Thrower put together for us, which was amazing to get to see that in its entirety. Before that, we missed, I think we got to see Max King right before we cut to that video, and then we missed Tyler Green. So Tyler Green has moved his way up into 8th. So Tyler Green and Cody Lind have moved their way up into the top 10 after very conservative starts, which is so great to see. So, we're working our way. We'll see our 10th place male come through Michigan Bluff soon. And then all of a sudden, we're going to start to see Beth Pascal, Katie, that whole group, and that will be incredibly excited to see them come into Michigan Bluff. And then, the next thing that we're going to see is we're going to see Hayden Hawks and Alex Nichols come through Forest Hill.
Yep.
And hopefully Tim Tollefson right there with them.
Amazing. So, my prediction that Drew Holman and Tyler Green would both be in the top 5 is still alive. They are both looking really amazing.
6th, chasing a possibly hurting Jared Hazen.
And I think the most predictable thing that I didn't predict was Alex Nichols coming storming through the field. He could be in as high as 2nd position here.
Well, you saw the look.
At Forest Hill.
They didn't see the look on our faces when we realized it was Alex Nichols, but because we had split screens going of Forest Hill and Michigan Bluff. But when we realized that the runner coming out of the woods after missing Hayden Hawks, I think we were expecting Jared Hazen, we were expecting Tim Tollefson, and all of a sudden, it was Alex Nichols coming out of that big climb, and I think we both looked at each other like, yes.
Yep. So Jim Walmsley is now 32 minutes elapsed out of Forest Hill. That means that we should expect to see, I'm sorry, did I say 32? It's 22 minutes outside of Forest Hill for Jim Walmsley. That means we would hopefully see Hayden or Alex Nichols probably within the next 15 or 20 minutes themselves. I think the last split was Hayden down 38 minutes at Michigan Bluff. That lead has likely grown at least a little bit here at Forest Hill, and we will keep you apprised as soon as we get an update.
Yeah, according to iRunFar, I think Cody looked like he was working pretty hard coming in to Michigan Bluff, and Tyler Green, who was just ahead of him in 8th, said we caught him running a few steps of the climb, smiling and enjoying himself. So
Heck yeah.
Tyler Green is doing exactly what I think we thought we would do. Remember, we saw Tyler Green running behind the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place female up the escarpment. He was not worried whatsoever. So take that as a lesson.
Yep, he looks amazing in this photo on iRunFar's Twitter feed. Go check them out. I'm sure you guys are all following along as well. We are now at the top of Michigan Bluff climb before the aid station on our big screen here.
Probably looking for Mark Hammond to be coming up that climb.
Yeah, we should see Mark Hammond, and likely not too long until we start seeing Beth Pascal and the other women's leaders come. They are through El Dorado Creek. Man, Ruth Croft storming through the field, now in 4th place through El Dorado Creek.
Now in 1st place. Did you say fourth place?
Fourth place.
Oh, Ruth Croft. Yes, Ruth has moved from 6th to 4th, catching both Addie Bracey and Audrey Tanguy in the process. My guess is that these women, Addie Bracey, Audrey and Keely and Brittany, they all noted that they were struggling with the heat to the iRunFar folks out on course taking photos. So that is my guess. This is a very, very hot part of the course. If you're going to struggle with heat, it's likely between this last aid station and Forest Hill.
Okay, so this is an iconic part of the course here on our big screen here. This is where the Western States Trail comes right up to meet the dirt road that leads into the Michigan Bluff aid station. You see that iconic sign. There's often bullet holes in it. It's a place that people take a lot of photographs when they come to train on the course or come to do the race themselves. We're walking down the trail, hopefully see some more athletes making this long, hard climb up from El Dorado Creek and the swinging bridge. We should see more athletes coming up this hill soon. So now Jim Walmsley more than 20 minutes outside of the Forest Hill aid station. That means he's probably getting close to the Cal 1 aid station on the Western States course, also known as Dardanelles. I think that aid station is at roughly 66 or 67 miles elapsed on the course. So we'll probably get an update from Jim Walmsley through there, I would guess within 10 to 15 minutes as he makes his way down to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. This is a part of the course that we call Cal Street. We can talk a little bit in more detail about this section of the course, but Jim Walmsley has run that section of the course faster than anybody else in the race's history. I think just about 2 hours it takes him to get the 17 miles from Forest Hill to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. Just absolutely astounding speed after covering 62 miles already in this race. Got some spectators out and about on the trail leading into Michigan Bluff. And honestly, okay, so let's check the women's splits through El Dorado Creek. So Beth went through, about 27 minutes ago. Ragna about 21 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Sorry.
So 6 minutes still. So they're holding. So they're 6 minutes apart between the two of them right now.
Yes.
So holding very steady.
And so this is probably, it was, I think, a 40-minute climb for Jim, so probably more like a 50, 55-minute climb for these lead women. So probably still, 15 to 20 minutes before we start seeing the lead women into Michigan Bluff, and we can't wait to see these champions of our sport come into this iconic aid station.
I'd just like to point out that Katie Asmuth has pulled back another 2 minutes on Beth Pascal. She is now only 9 minutes behind. She was 11 minutes behind the lead at the last split. She's only 3 minutes behind Ragna. So Katie is moving up well along with Ruth Croft. So very exciting that the race is getting closer and closer.
Yes, it is going to be dramatic. This is actually super cool, and it bears mentioning. I think the fact that the women's race and the women's edge of trail and ultra running is developing so quickly right now, and there's so much initiative from the brands in the space to elevate the women's side of the sport, to invest in female athletes, to really cultivate their female talent on their teams. And I think that's why, with the support of the great brands in our sport like Hoka and others, we're starting to see the women's races like today at Western States be really close, really competitive. We've got a really, nail biter going on here between the top 4 women in this race, 3 of whom are from outside the U.S., international athletes. We've got Beth Pascal still leading the race from Great Britain, Ragna DeBots from Spain, Katie Asmuth from California, the top American, and Ruth Croft all the way from New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's a great international crowd.
Very international.
Great for our sport.
Front running group.
So let's see if there's anything going on in the chat here. How is everybody going? Did you guys get out for a run today? You just been sitting around like us watching your computer screens? I know I'm starting to get a little sweaty here underneath the tent. It's starting to feel a little bit warm.
Despite the breeze.
It's already 2 p.m. This is crazy.
How?
I gotta plug my computer in.
I know, I feel like my computer is slowly overheating. We're demanding a lot of it today.
Okay.
There's a question, is Hayden fading or is Jim just running away with it? I think it's a tiny bit of both. I think Jim is definitely running away with it. But I think that Hayden is also, I don't know, maybe he's gearing up for a fight for second. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Hayden, it bears mentioning. He had such a great attitude going into the race this year. It seemed like it was not win or bust for him. He was very clear that winning was his goal in today's race, and it's not to say he's out of it. As we said, Jim has struggled in the latter miles of Western States. Anything could happen at this point. So Hayden is still in the fight. I wouldn't say, obviously Jim is pulling away, but we don't know whether or not Hayden really is fading. All we have is the subjective feedback that we got from I Run Far, where Hayden said he wasn't running the hills really well, but once you get through Forest Hill, the rest of the course is very fast, may actually suit Hayden's skill set more so than the canyons, at least. Got a lot of comments in the chat about our shirts, Corinne. These are compliments of the Western States 100. You can't really see. Oh, we've got a runner here, Kyle Patari, coming into Michigan Bluff.
Kyle Patari has moved his way up. He has caught Mark Hammond, if that is the case.
He is from, I think, Denver, Colorado. I think a 3-time top 10 finisher himself.
And a lawyer by trade.
He is a really, solid, consistent competitor here at. But he's going into Michigan Bluff. Cruising downhill, feeling good. And he has an interesting story too from, I think was it 2019 or 2018 when he sprained his ankle hideously? Kyle Patari, and still finished.
2018. I don't think that was 2019.
So he sprained his ankle in a really disgusting way. Got the the big balloon purple foot, had to come to the award ceremony on crutches, still finished in the top 10 like an absolute beast. It was sheer toughness on his part.
Yeah, people go through a lot out there that we don't oftentimes recognize until after the race. We've talked about this, how sometimes the time or the place doesn't really tell the whole story. And I think today, because we get to see more of the race than usual, I think we are, in fact, getting to hear more than just the time and the place. We're getting to see what went on out there, between aid stations, the back and forth between different competitors. I think that's really exciting.
Yep. So let me see if I can look up It's bothering me that I can't remember if he's a 2-time or 3-time top 10 finisher. So we will look that up here.
Yeah, we should be seeing a split from Jim Walmsley through Cal 1 imminently, and then we're going to be looking for Hayden Hawks or maybe Alex Nichols to be coming into Forest Hill next for the men, and then not far behind the top 10 men into Michigan Bluff, we're going to be expecting the top 3 ladies to be storming their way through.
OMG, I am so embarrassed. Kyle Pitari is a 4-time top 10 finisher here at Western States, going for number 5. In a row, it appears. Yeah, in a row. So he went 8th, 10th, 6th, 10th. So Kyle Pitari still soldiering through his 5th Western States, doing well, cruising through Michigan Bluff now. And let's do a quick refresh here. We are back at Forest Hill here on our big screen, and on our small screen. Oh, no. Wait. No, those are just recreational runners out having a jaunt.
We got nervous there for a second. Looks like the big camera is now back in Forest Hill, that primary aid station at mile 62, as we await the next our 2nd place male to come through there.
So a little further down the results, we do have Jeff Browning through El Dorado Creek as well. So Kyle Pitari just came through. So Mark Hammond we haven't seen him yet at Michigan Bluff.
No, Kyle Pitari appears to be the 10th place male. We have not yet seen Mark Hammond come through yet.
So then we should be seeing Eric Sensman, Charlie Ware, Stephen Kirsch, Beth Pascal, all soon.
I guess the other person that we have lost
where is Mark Hammond?
Jorge has also dropped back. He was actually sitting up there in like the 13th spot, 14th spot. So he is now down behind Katie Asmuth, it appears. I don't know where Mark Hammond is. Mark Hammond should be our next man.
He was through El Dorado at 1:07 p.m. That's an hour and 3 minutes ago.
Okay, so we talked about how brutal the Devil's Thumb climb is, right? Mm-hmm. People in the chat, and I think we might occur with this, the climb up to Michigan Bluff is deceptively hard. It is less steep, but it is longer. Yep. It can be really hot through the Manzanita in there. It's very stagnant, warm air. It's a very hard climb.
Oh.
Well, that's an issue.
For those watching at home, I was wondering why my computer wasn't charging, but it's because it's
not plugged into the wall.
I've been doing live commentary now for, what has it been?
Too long.
7 hours. So
however long they've been running for, plus 30 minutes. We're going on like 9 hours, I think. Okay. Let's see. We are going to, should we wager? Is it going to be Alex Nichols or is it going to be Hayden Hawks that we see next into Forest Hill?
So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting storyline, Corinne. Who do you think? I'm saying Nichols.
Well, I was going to say, with
honestly.
the way Alex Nichols was moving, that was really inspiring to me. I think what I'm not so sure about is Hayden Hawks. The quote from him to I Run Far was, "It's not the heat, it's the hills." And the section between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill, it's rolling, and then you got to climb up Bath Road, but it's a bunch of open logging road. It's hot in there, but it's kind of a bunch of flat rolling running.
Yep.
So if all of a sudden that wakes Hayden's legs up, he's got really good leg speed, and he's moving into a distance that he's moving past a cumulative distance that he's comfortable with, but at the same time he's moving into a distance that he's familiar with as far as how many miles are left to run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if he's not ahead of him. I would guess, though, that at least Alex Nichols is going to be much closer to Hayden than he was at Michigan Bluff, and we'll see if he's gotten a bigger gap on Tim Tollefson, who he was with together at Michigan Bluff at mile 55. So again, Alex Nichols from Colorado Springs doing Alex Nichols things, moving through the field.
Someone mentioned that not only is Kyle a full-time lawyer and a dad of, he's not only a full-time lawyer, but he's also a dad of 3. So no one is sure how he can do all of this as a human.
Yeah, we also had somebody in the chat say Nichols has done well at Pikes Peak. He has won the Pikes Peak Marathon. He is a good climber himself. He's a great climber. I would say that is his specialty. And once you get to Forest Hill, there's not a ton of climbing left on the course.
I don't know if they're blaming the chat for counting out Tim or if they're blaming us for counting out Tim, but I don't think it's we've
Not
given
even
up on Tim at
close.
all yet.
No, Tim is one of my favorite athletes in the world. He's a good friend. We are absolutely cheering for all these people, but Tim is definitely somebody who we have a lot of respect for, and somebody
I just think he's near and dear to our hearts.
Totally, and
is
he's
part of it. That is a huge part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I did a podcast with him recently where we recounted a situation where he and I were running together at UTMB back in 2017, and at halfway he was telling me about how terrible he felt, about how his stomach wasn't feeling good, how he needed caffeine, etc. And then, of course, he went on to finish third place in a phenomenal podium performance at UTMB. So Tim Tollefson by no means is out of this race, and we're very excited to see him come in here to Forest Hill.
Yeah, so now we're waiting. We got on our big screen again. We've got Forest Hill, the big upper left-hand screen, and then on our smaller screen is the Michigan Bluff aid station. So again, they've got to come through Michigan Bluff before they head to Forest Hill. Both of which are at the top of climbs. Both of which are going to be very warm at this time of day. We are awaiting Mark Hammond next into Michigan Bluff, Eric Sensman, Charlie Ware, Stephen Kirsch, Jeff Browning, Jorge. Elliot Carden, the Canadian that everyone is rooting for to move up in the field. He is currently 17th male, working his way up. Our women should be coming through Michigan Bluff as well in not too long, including Beth Pascal, Ragnar DeBotz, and Katie Asmuth are really very close together.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible to see how they come through and in what sequence there. I've got some intel here, courtesy of Zach Marion from Forest Hill. He said, confirmed that Walmsley mentioned he did not want to hit the record and that he is running to win. Said he did not want his crew to give him record splits. So that indicates that Jim understands that he has a comfortable lead at this point at Forest Hill. He still does have a long way to go, but understanding these conditions aren't necessarily conducive to running a course record, he is running to win today. I would say that does indicate maturity.
100%. I feel like that is not the Jim of 2016, and I think that's improved. I think he talked about longevity in the sport all of a sudden, and I think I'm excited for that Jim. He's still going to crush records. He's still going to win races, but I am so excited to see him do this as a career and to see him do this for the long haul.
Exactly. We had another good comment here from the chat that my wonderful wife Harmony just sent to me. It says, Corinne and Dylan, in your experience, what were the biggest mental challenges for you after Michigan Bluff that the runners will likely face? Do you want to tackle that first? Mental challenges in the second half of the race?
Okay, so yes. I think this is a challenge for most races, not necessarily just Western states. When you get to Michigan Bluff and you're approaching Forest Hill, you're approaching 60 miles into a 100-mile race. You are so far in, and you still have so far to go. So personally, I think miles 60 to 80 are the hardest of any 100-mile race because of that, because you're so far in and you have so far to go. And then you get to mile 80, and it's like a 20-mile run. You do those like every weekend. It's like not that big of a deal. And so all of a sudden you're on, it's like you're more than halfway through an interval block. All of a sudden you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it becomes easier in a way, I think mentally, to get from there into the finish.
Yeah, great point. I would say for myself, it's especially after Forest Hill. There's such sort of like an emotional rush going through the Forest Hill aid station where you're getting so many cheers. You see so many fans of the sport. You're seeing your crew, and you've been just visualizing getting yourself to that aid station that once you leave, it's sort of like, oh man, I still have 38 miles to go. And it's usually, at least for the lead men, you're in the heat of the day. You're going into the Cal Street section, which is actually the section that I always ran the worst in my experience on the course. And so that section, I would say, for me was always really mentally challenging. The 17 miles between Forest Hill and the river. And then the river, of course, is another thing that you just look forward to all day. It looks like we've got a runner coming into Forest, or this looks like Michigan Bluff here.
This looks like Michigan Bluff. And bear with us, too. We've got some, not the best cell service out there, plus everything is overheating. I can feel my own, laptop really is very, very warm.
Same.
So when they're out on the trail like that, it's the cameras are getting a lot of direct heat, and that can be very hard on them. So once again, we've got Forest Hill up in the big screen, Michigan Bluff down in the little screen. Mark Hammond has come through as of 3 minutes ago at the top of the climb. He should be coming into Michigan Bluff. That's your lower right-hand screen. Mark Hammond is going to come in through there in 11th. He's 89 minutes back, and he says that his quads are shot.
Yikes.
That's not a great place to have your quads shot at. You still have quite a lot of running to go, so that'll be interesting for our M5.
Amazing. Just got another text from Ryan Thrower, who also said the exact same thing that Zach Marion did about Jim and his feedback to his crew at Forest Hill, that he did not want to go for the record, that he just wanted to take care of his body and run for the win today. He still is under course record pace, so we'll see how close he does get to it. If he gets to Browns Bar or ALT, one of those aid stations near the end, and he's still close, I wouldn't be surprised to see him push it. Here we go. Beth Pascal, the lead woman, coming into Michigan Bluff in 12th place overall.
12th place overall.
What a phenomenal athlete from Great Britain coming in. It looks like, is that Anna Frost running next to her?
It might be. I cannot tell, but we will go to the to the more stable camera here. Yep. So you're going to see her come in to her crew. So they're running with her right now with the GoPro. You're going to see her come into Michigan Bluff, and they're going to have a steadier, more permanent camera there set up, and we'll get to see her interact with her crew, and then she'll be gone again. But we should also see 2 more women very shortly.
Yeah, so fireworks are about to go off here in Michigan Bluff in the women's race. Here is Beth Pascal going around this gate. She will be in the aid station here in just a minute or two as she cruises down the dirt road into mile 55, Michigan Bluff.
This is so impressive.
It looks like there's somebody in the aid station here.
Is it still Mark
That's
Hammond?
Hammond. Yeah, there's Mark Hammond.
So it's very possible that Beth Pascal will leave this aid station.
No, this looks like Eric Sensman to me.
Oh, so have we missed Eric Sensman maybe?
We probably did.
Ultra Live doesn't have him in yet.
Yeah, this is definitely Eric Sensman. I recognize the photographer, videographer with him there.
Yes.
Who is there to...
and I see some rabbit apparel as well. So you've got Mark Hammond in the aid, you've got Eric Sensman in the aid, and now you have Beth Pascal in the aid.
Yep. So Eric Sensman is a 2-time Western States runner, DNF'd 1 time, and the second time he had a long... Vision Quest, making it to the finish line, though well below his standards. He is here in Michigan Bluff. Looks like also having a tougher day than I'm sure he wanted to, but it looks like he is getting himself prepared to leave the Michigan Bluff aid station and continue making his way all the way to the track where we sit here in Auburn. Beth Pascal down the street, hanging out with her crew, getting ready to make her way down to Forest Hill.
Yep. Wow, I am just so blown away, and I'm so excited to see where our 2nd and 3rd place ladies are as well, because they are not going to be far behind Beth. They could be climbing really, really well in that canyon.
Yep. So it's great. On your bottom right, we have video coverage looking up the trail from Michigan Bluff, so we won't miss if we do see one of the other top 4 women who we expect to come into this aid station fairly soon. We won't miss that. So keep your eye both on the bottom right if you can, and also here on the main screen top left. Kind of wish camera guy would pan over so we could see a little bit of what's happening with Beth down the road there. There we go. Thank you so much. So we are now, 8 hours, 22 minutes elapsed. There's Eric Sensman leaving the Michigan Bluff aid station. What place do we have Eric Sensman in right now?
I don't know if Mark Hammond has left, and so he is. He might be in 11th. He's either in 11th or 12th place.
Okay.
In the men's race.
Just hit a quick update here. Well, yeah, we don't know if Mark Hammond has left. Eric Sensman at least came in 12th.
Oh, we missed Kirsch as well. Okay, so we've just gotten an update. It looks like 11th. It looks like Kyle Patari in 10th, Mark Hammond in 11th, Eric Sensman in 12th, Stephen Kirsch in 13th.
Oh, here's Kirsch here. So,
Kirsch.
Okay, great. There you go, Kirsch.
Go, Steve, go.
Good job, man. from Flagstaff, Arizona. He and Eric Sensman just ahead of him. They are good friends and training partners, so hopefully they link up on the next section of trail into Volcano Canyon all the way to Forest Hill. It's great to see them hopefully working together here past the halfway point of the Western States 100. Beth Pascal still in the aid station here. We should see her getting out of here. Is that...
That looks like Beth. Yep.
OMG,
So
Beth Pascal. Look at her. She's got ice in her sleeve. She's got ice around her neck. She is running very, very smooth. This is incredibly impressive. Wow. Beth Pascal having an awesome race here at the 2021 Western States 100. A reminder to our live audience from this aid station at Michigan Bluff, they did come into this aid station after a big climb, a big punishing hot climb, but they still have to climb another mile and a half before they hit the downhill into Volcano Canyon.
We've got Hayden Hawks coming through Forest Hill as of a little bit ago from I Run Far. He's currently 48 minutes back of the lead. He's lost about another 10 minutes to leader Jim Walmsley in the last 5 miles. So we were not right. Alex Nichols has not caught him yet.
Yeah. So if it's possible, it'd be great to have Forest Hill maybe on the big screen and continue the bottom right screen as is. It would be great to see Hayden Hawks come through Forest Hill if we can.
Because we should be getting Alex Nichols as well, and then we'd like to, if we can, try to catch our next 2 women in Michigan Bluff. So if we keep one in Michigan Bluff and one at Forest Hill, that would be ideal. My guess is that Hayden, it looks like the footage from I Run Far, he's on the road above the aid station. My guess is he's in the aid station or coming through the aid station at this point.
We did cut to Forest Hill there for a second, but now we've cut back to Michigan Bluff. Here we go. There's Hayden Hawks coming into the Forest Hill aid station in second place. He is... looks like going to actually use the aid station. This is interesting, isn't it, Corinne? Most of the times, these professional athletes, they will just cruise through till the point where they see their crew and get resupplied from the people on their team who have traveled to support them. It looks like Hayden is actually going to use this buffet, this incredible buffet provided by the great people at the Western States 100 and the amazing army of volunteers. They have refilled his water bottle. Here we go, getting wet from these amazing volunteers. Again, we still in the bottom right have footage from Michigan Bluff. We might see one of the lead women coming through in the bottom right. So if you can use both your eyes simultaneously on both of these screens, it is getting dramatic here, and we are loving every second of it. Hayden's still smiling, laughing, getting a lot of love from his fans and supporters here in Forest Hill.
So you got to remember that Jim Walmsley came into Forest Hill over 48 minutes ago. So Hayden has lost quite a bit of time, but we have not yet seen Alex Nichols, who was kind of our surprise third place male coming into Michigan Bluff. So we'll be waiting for Alex Nichols and Tim Tollefson along with Jared Hazen.
Just want to address something in the chat. I know somebody had said that we had suggested that when a man is way behind, we say that he still has hope, but we don't say the same for women. Personally, I don't think that's fair. Corinne and I are doing we're working very hard to make sure that we provide equal coverage of both the men and women here at the Western States 100. And I think we have done a fair job so far, and we will continue to do so. As I have said many times, it is so exciting to see the women's race progressing as it has in this
tight
sport.
right now.
And if we have suggested otherwise, here's Ragna DeBot, speaking of which, in the bottom right-hand corner.
Coming in second into Michigan Bluff.
We are doing our best to provide equal coverage of both races, and we appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten, and we will strive to continue to do a good job in that respect.
Yeah, so they're going to switch to hopefully the more stable camera here in Michigan Bluff so that we can see Ragna come into her crew, and then we're going to be looking for Katie potentially to come in third. Did we just catch, was that Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan Thrower is currently in Forest Hill.
So Hayden Hawks tying up his Hokas. It looks like those are the Speed Goat model of shoe. He's got this ice bandana around his neck. He's taking his time, also not in a rush. Again, remember, Jim Walmsley probably spent at least 5 minutes sitting in a chair at his aid station. So Hayden is being methodical. Bottom right, we are going to see Ragna DeBots coming in here any second into Michigan Bluff as the second place woman, and we'll try and get an accurate split as soon as we can as to how far back she is of Beth Pascal. So he's leaving without his vest. So remember, he was wearing a hydration vest as he came into Forest Hill. He is now leaving it with, it looks like, bottles instead of a vest. And something that always fascinates me is just the strategies these athletes have when it comes to equipment. He's leaving with one bottle. I kind of find that to be, I don't know, a little bit concerning. He's still got, at least 40, 45 minutes down to Cal 1. That one small bottle is going to be drained definitely by the time he gets there. Bottom right, looks like we got Jeff Browning coming in to Michigan Bluff, and here's Ragna DeBots leaving Michigan Bluff as Hayden Hawks leaves Forest Hill.
You've got crew wetting her down as she gets out of here. She's not wasting any time. She's going to move right through this aid station and get into the woods, chasing down the very, very fast-moving Beth Pascal. And then we're going to be waiting for Katie, I believe, as our next female finisher, or our next female runner coming into Michigan Bluff, along with Audrey Tanguy and Ruth Croft, who'd been moving up very, very well. One thing to note, I believe, right now on the ultralive.net, just because we're all using that, I think, to follow along to a degree, Matt Daniels' number has registered in Forest Hill, but he has definitely not come through there, and I'm hoping that does not mean that he's pulled and his chip is accidentally red in Forest Hill, pulled at Michigan Bluff and been driven to Forest Hill. So we will wait to see from I Run Far, from the folks on the ground there, what is going on exactly, because his chip has registered in Forest Hill, but I do not believe that is actually the case.
Cool, and it sounds like Hayden might have another bottle in his shorts as well, so hopefully he does have plenty of fluids to get him to Cal 1. This next section of the course is very hot and dry, and as we said a little bit earlier, the contrast between the shade and the sun sort of starts here in Forest Hill. The next 17 miles down to the river, a lot of those stretches are exposed to the sun really for the first time in the heat of the day. Hayden still looks good. Look at him. He's still giving high fives. He's still getting support from the fans.
Yes, he wanted to win here, but honestly, a top 3 finish would be amazing. And then down below, you're seeing Jeff Browning come through Michigan Bluff. So the almost 50-year-old Jeff Browning is now coming through Michigan Bluff. So not the day that he wants. Maybe I haven't been able to keep track of that. He's also racing in the same category as Max King as far as going after a Masters record. I'm not sure where they are in regards to that pace, but I'm sure Jeff Browning was hoping to be a little higher up in the field than he is right now.
But he is a 3-time top 10 finisher himself the last 3 years here at Western States, still running so strong. Just an absolute example of longevity and durability as he approaches his 50th birthday in August. So shout out to Jeff Browning. Ragna DeBots through Michigan Bluff in second place. Again, top 2 runners here this year are Europeans. Beth Pascal from Great Britain, Ragna DeBots from Spain by way of the Netherlands. And we should be seeing Katie Asmuth followed by Ruth Croft here very soon. We could start putting the Michigan Bluff feed back on the big screen. If we still have a camera up the trail, it'd be amazing to have that as the little screen as well as we wait for 3rd and 4th women to come through Michigan Bluff here. And we should probably see Alex Nichols.
Alex Nichols, he is on his way into Forest Hill.
Okay,
Alex
great.
Nichols has been spotted by I Run Far. He is going to be coming in. He's already made it up the climb past Bath Road. He is your 3rd male. He's 55 minutes back from the lead, which means that honestly, like we thought, Hayden actually ran that section of logging road super well because he currently has 7 minutes. That split from I Run Far that one person, they are about 7 minutes kind of on their spread there.
Wow, so we should see Alex Nichols here in Forest Hill, our camera person, our also endurance athlete of a camera person in Forest Hill is cruising back up towards the aid station to hopefully catch a glimpse of Alex Nichols as he continues to storm through this field. I just got a text from Zach Marion saying that Hayden is fired up with 3 exclamation points.
We have a runner coming into Michigan Bluff, but I believe that's the gentleman who's in the on kit.
Yep. Whose
Do you know
name
what his bib number is?
I don't, but let's
Does anyone in the chat know who the
is that?
on runner is?
Is that Carden? Is that the Canadian?
Does anyone know?
Could be. I think it is actually.
You think that?
Yeah, his buddy Nico mentioned, sent me a message earlier. Nico from Montreal. I'm pretty sure this is Elliot Clark.
If it is, he's moved up well because that means he's probably ahead of Charlie Ware and Jorge.
Great.
Which means Katie should be there eminently as well. Because he was behind Katie at the last checkpoint.
Amazing. Okay. Wait, this is Katie here, bottom right, here at Michigan Bluff.
She's in the aid already, getting crewed. She's getting a pack on. It looks like they're spritzing her with water. They're getting stuff loaded into her bandana. So she's now on your upper screen. She's in the upper left-hand screen on the left-hand side. You got ferocious crew working around her, getting her prepped and getting her out of here. This is great.
Yeah, this really is amazing. Again, Katie Asmuth from California. I think she's a recent transplant to Mammoth Lakes area. Again, I think you said she's a nurse practitioner by trade. The top American here at the Western States 100. Not somebody who was predicted to be a top contender here at her first 100-mile race after winning the Bandera 100K to earn her golden ticket, to earn her spot into the 2021 race.
I don't think it's her. Maybe it is her first 100.
Well,
I don't know. She's running phenomenally either way.
Double check me. Oh, actually, I think Dominic Grossman had said earlier that she ran Angela's Crest. So excuse me.
She was second in I Am Tough to Emily Hoggood. And she's run Angela's Crest. So she is not a stranger to the 100-mile distance, but this is her debut Western State. She's 35. She's a nurse practitioner.
Look at this split screen. We've got Katie Asmuth leaving Michigan Bluff with a big smile and a tongue out. Bottom right, we have Alex Nichols cruising through Forest Hill.
You know who just gave her the biggest high five?
Who was that?
That was Paul Lind.
Yes.
He is so stoked for her.
Look at her cruising out, looking good, great attitude. Knows she's having a great day. Putting on a great show here at her first Western States. Again, it's her third 100-miler. Apologies for my mistake earlier. Here is Alex Nichols, bottom right, cruising through the Forest Hill aid station. Let's see if we can get any footage of him hanging out with his crew. Maybe not.
There he goes. Got him on the big screen now.
And it looks like Katie also won the Bear 100. So excuse me, guys. I made a mistake. I'm newly familiar with Katie, but big fan already, and really looking forward to see how she does the rest of this Western States 100. Good for her for crushing it out there today. So
yeah, she is running a phenomenal debut Western States right now.
Here we go. Who's this? Bottom right. Is that Audrey?
I think it's Audrey.
That looks like Audrey coming down into Michigan Bluff as Alex Nichols leaves Forest Hill. So Alex Nichols is, what would you say, 4 or 5 minutes behind Hayden Hawks, leaving the Forest Hill aid station.
Yeah, maybe as much as 6 or 7 minutes, I would think.
Okay. I'm losing track of time here.
Yeah, according to iRunFar, Katie Asmuth came into Michigan Bluff 12
There's
minutes
Ruth.
back of the lead.
There's Ruth with Audrey basically just behind her, both going into Michigan Bluff. This is going to be really
So
interesting.
they're fourth and fifth coming in together to Michigan Bluff. iRunFar, when they saw Katie at the top of the Michigan Bluff climb, they said that she was pushing hard but having a grand old time, which I think, based on what we saw coming through the aid station, that definitely describes her feelings for raging in the heat right now.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to some of our women who are maybe moving forward earlier in the race, including Brittany, Keely, Claire, all seem to be stating that they're struggling in the heat. So the heat is definitely taking a toll on people today.
Some comments in the chat just about coverage of the middle and the back of the race course. We promise to try and get to those here in just a bit. We really do want to cover the drama here at the front of both the men's and women's races. If you do have friends and family in the race who are behind these amazing professional men and women, definitely encourage you to visit ultralive.net, where you can search through all the participants of this race, as we see Elliott Carden leaving the Michigan Bluff aid station, representing his home country of Canada well. He is cruising through Michigan Bluff. And here we have Audrey Tanguay coming in as the 4th woman here at the 2021 Western States 100. We should see Ruth Croft from New Zealand cruising in just behind her. Here we go. Here's Ruth.
Yes, and then the next thing to point out too, as mentioned in the chat, Beth is now behind Ellie's time by about 6 minutes.
Okay.
So she's gone from being ahead of course record pace to being behind course record pace.
Thank you for that update, Corinne. It's no surprise. It's quite amazing that you could be anywhere in the neighborhood on a day like today. Again, earlier we were commenting that it didn't feel so hot, but Corinne and I are definitely feeling it here in the booth.
We're definitely sweating. And I think it's important to note that the year, obviously Ellie is a legend in the sport and a phenomenally fast ultra runner, but ran on a year with much different weather today. So Ruth is now leaving the aid station, or maybe running up. Martin is running her out towards the end of the aid station. They're going to sit her down here. They're going to get some water on her, get her soaked down. And that's Cordis Hall on her other side. Alex Varner of San Francisco is there behind her. Alex is going to be pacing her from Forest Hill to the river, and then Martin is going to be pacing her from the river to the finish.
Amazing.
Getting a wet, cold towel on her. Keep cold, Ruth.
Wow. This is really cool for all of our viewers at home to watch how a real professional like Ruth Croft operates here in one of the aid stations. She's got the ice around her neck. She's got the cold towel around her. Now she's getting these frozen sleeves on. This is like a true pit crew at the Indy 500 working on Ruth Croft from New Zealand. One of the toughest, most consistent women on the international ultra and trail running circuit. It bears mentioning this is Ruth's first 100-mile race. She has been a force on more of the shorter distance racing in recent years, specializing mostly in the Golden Trail Series, but she has won the OCC at least twice, if not 3 times. She's won CCC once in one of her longer efforts. She was second to Caroline Chavarot at the Lavaredo Ultramarathon, I think as far back as 2017, and this is her first go at 100 miles here at Western States. She did win the Tarawera 100K outright, as Corinne mentioned earlier in the show. That means she beat all the men at the Tarawera 100K, a race on the Ultra Trail World Tour earlier this spring. So Ruth Croft is an absolute champ. All these women still in contention. Beth looks amazing, but all these women are definitely still in the hunt for the victory today.
We've got our big screen is now back up in Forest Hill, and that is because Tim Tollefson, your 4th place man, who is 61 minutes off the lead, is in Forest Hill, along with, guess who in 5th place? Drew Holman.
Wow.
Drew Holman has run himself into 5th place, just behind Tim Tollefson, just a couple minutes behind Tim Tollefson, coming in to that aid station. I believe Patty O'Leary will be leaving with him to pace.
With Drew. Yes,
Drew.
yeah. So Tim Tollefson will be running alone. Drew Holman will be running with Patty O'Leary, the Irish lad who now lives in San Francisco. And a comment here in the chat that it shows Tim Tollefson in 1st at Forest Hill. That is obviously a glitch. Tim Tollefson is in 4th and 5th with Drew Holman.
You can see there's no time associated with that right now. They will correct it in a little bit. He is with Drew Holman. That does mean, though, that we have not yet seen Jared Hazen.
Yep, that's a great point, Corinne. Thank you. Okay, here's Tim Tollefson cruising through with Topher Gaylord on his left, his wife Lindsay. Topher's on his right, his wife Lindsay just to his left, then Kim Gaylord further out on his left flank. There's Nico Mermoud, the founder of Hoka One One, cheering him on as he cruises through Forest Hill. Look at him, he's still looking good. Tim, super strong athlete, Mammoth Lakes, California. probably the best performing American at the UTMB over the course of the last 5 years. 2-time podium finisher there at UTMB, second place finisher at the CCC, a champion of the Lavaredo Ultramarathon, one of the most important races on the European circuit. Tim, truly one of the most world-class athletes in our sport today. Here he is cruising through Forest Hill. We think in 4th place.
I wonder if he didn't step over the timing mat in that aid station because he blew right through.
It could be. Could be. Either way, we think Tim Tollefson is in 4th, and we think Drew Holman is just behind him in 5th place. We should probably see Drew fairly soon here. Camera in the bottom right is looking... What direction is that? Is looking east.
Out towards Bath Road.
East towards Bath Road.
So I think they're awaiting Jared Hazen is my guess.
So who is this bottom right coming in? That looks like another one of our female athletes. Bottom right coming into Michigan Bluff. As we see Tim Tollefson cruising through Forest Hill. We've got our guy Ryan Thrower there with the GoPro on him. Capturing the footy.
Yeah, you know what that means.
We're going to get some good content in the booth.
Some sick content in the booth in a little bit because he will somehow magic it all together.